In the bustling metropolis of Qianlong City, at the Mecha Awakening Academy, Xie Shian anxiously opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The square was crowded with students, and gasps of astonishment echoed as he caught sight of diverse giant steel beasts engaged in combat. Had he truly traversed to another world? Before he could fully comprehend his circumstances, the memories of the original owner surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Once he assimilated these memories, Xie Shian was taken aback to realize he was in a realm where survival hinged upon awakening a companion mecha. In this world, every individual possessed a unique companion mecha, each varying in form and function, categorized into combat mechas, defensive mechas, and lifestyle mechas. Those wielding combat mechas were referred to as mecha fighters, defensive mecha users as defenders, and those with lifestyle mechas as companions. Today marked the day when the Academy would assess the mecha attributes of its students. At that moment, a woman clad in the Academy's faculty uniform stood upon a platform, addressing the thousands of students below with fervor. Students, today will be a pivotal day that alters the course of your lives. I hereby declare the Mecha Awakening Ceremony officially commenced. Should any of you awaken a rare combat mecha, you will have the opportunity to be selected for the elite training class of the Qianlong Special Attack Team, a prestigious honor that will become your lifelong pursuit. Her piercing gaze swept across the crowd, seemingly evaluating their potential. Clearing her throat, she continued, "The current head of the Qianlong Special Attack Team was once an outstanding member of our Academy's youth class. He has created a legend since the Academy's inception, and his companion mecha is renowned for its tremendous destructive power Hercules." Whispers arose nearby as students speculated. Do you know why we have several teachers present for the awakening of companion mechas? It's because this head of the special attack team nearly leveled the entire academy during his awakening. Is he really that formidable? Came reply, absolutely. Hercules is celebrated as a warrior of immense strength, so he certainly possesses such power. And our principal, Xie possesses the exceedingly rare legacy mecha Chiron. Though it leans more towards lifestyle than combat, having a mecha with dual capabilities caused quite a stir in all of Qianlong City. Xie Shian was somewhat familiar with Chiron, who in mythology was the leader of the centaurs and revered as a teacher to humanity, intriguing parallel to Principal Ma's identity. As the impassioned speech resonated through the crowd, students could hardly contain their excitement, eager to awaken their companion mechas. Yet, Xie Shian noted a significant detail from the teacher's words and the original owner's memories. Why were the awakened mechas solely linked to ancient myths, with no mention of the rich tapestry of Xie mythological civilization? Names of familiar mythological figures surfaced in Xie Shian's mind: Gong, Qiyu, and Xing Tian. For instance, Zhu Rong could serve as a mecha fighter, wielding fire as a weapon, yet only one could be revered as the Red Emperor. Moreover, many extraordinary creatures from the Shanhai Jing remained unknown to the inhabitants of this world. From the original owner's memories, it became clear that this world idolized the powers of the gods from ancient Greek mythology. Before Xie Shian could further contemplate, the teacher on the platform called forth the nearest student to undergo the awakening of their companion mecha. As Xie Shian moved with the crowd towards the platform, he observed a hemispherical mecha fortress towering amongst them. A solitary circular archway appeared to be the sole entry point, currently guarded by an elderly man whom Xie Shian recognized as the Academy's principal, Ma Qilong, whose name adorned the highest position on the honor wall. Li Huanying, please proceed to the Mecha Fortress for the awakening ceremony, Principal Ma announced, glancing at the roster in hand. A slender student clad in a purple suit approached the platform and stepped into the Mecha Fortress. In a flash, a colossal figure materialized before the crowd. With a mighty display, he struck the platform, sending tremors that shook all present that it's a giant mecha. A voice exclaimed amidst the throng, and the crowd erupted in excitement, captivated by Li Huanying's mecha. Principal Ma couldn't suppress a smile as he remarked, "Indeed, this is a combat mecha." Struggling to control the giant mecha, Li Huanying attempted to break free from the fortress's confines, but reverted to human form the moment he emerged. Truly deserving of his high qualifications during the entrance assessment, he has activated a combat mecha. Someone exclaimed, "There's no doubt he will secure a spot in this year's special attack team training class." Another added, "Is there any question left? Have you not heard of the giant Antaeus? His strength derives from the soil, drawing energy as he battles on land, ensuring a continuous supply." Listening to his classmates discuss Li Huanying's mecha, Xie Shian felt a tightening in his brow. Drawing energy from the soil? He couldn't help but marvel at the might of Antaeus as long as he fought on land. He was invincible. In this world, mechas were also ranked, with their power source determining their classification. Those that could draw energy from natural elements significantly enhanced their combat quality, while synthesized mechas faced considerable limitations. Mecha classifications included ordinary, excellent, superior, special, and legacy. It was already a stroke of luck for an average person to possess a superior mecha, while activating special or legacy mechas was virtually impossible without exceptional talent or extraordinary aptitude. Special mechas were exceedingly rare in Qianlong City, and legacy mechas were even more scarce across the realm. That Li Huanying could activate a superior mecha would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Qianlong City. Xie Shian began to harbor a faint hope, wondering about the original owner's qualifications. Awakening a mecha felt akin to opening a mystery box. What surprises awaited him? However, as the queue dwindled, he realized he was the last remaining student without an activated mecha. Was his name absent from the list? The final student, Xie Shian, "Please proceed to the mecha fortress for the awakening ceremony," came Principal Ma's voice, tinged with impatience, as those who had already activated their mechas gathered in clusters, eager for entertainment. Last place? How embarrassing. The existence of such individuals seems solely to tarnish the Academy's reputation. Let's leave last year. The student with the worst qualifications caused an explosion during their awakening, injuring many. We should get out of here before we get hurt. A loud mocking voice interrupted the murmurs. Aren't you curious what type of mecha Xie Shian will awaken? Could it be a lifestyle mecha, perhaps? One for cleaning toilets? Chapter 2. Activating the legendary mecha, Xie Shian paid no heed to the derisive jeers that surrounded him, deftly navigating through the throng and swiftly ascending the platform. With focused determination, he enveloped himself completely within the mecha fortress. Radiant beams of resplendent light erupted from the fortress, and in the blink of an eye, the dazzling glow surged skyward, piercing the heavens. At that moment, a figure materialized in Xie Shian's mind. As this apparition drew nearer, recognition dawned upon him, and the joy in his eyes became uncontainable. The long-awaited boon of transcendence had arrived. It was none other than Nuwa, the supreme creator deity from the myths of Huaxia. Depicted as a figure with a human head and serpent body, capable of transforming 70 times a day, Xie Shian recalled the tales of Nuwa with unabashed delight. This was the divine being responsible for the creation of all things. How trivial was a mere mecha in comparison. The absence of such divine beings in this world meant that he had become a singular entity within it. After the initial exhilaration, a flicker of confusion crossed Xie Shian's mind. What type of mecha did Nuwa represent? Just then, it seemed as if the creator goddess heard his unvoiced thoughts, and a voice reverberated through his consciousness. The progeny of the Huaxia people shall receive the protection of a legendary mecha, summoned by the life force of the bearer, bestowing upon you the power of the divine beast Xuanwu. As the voice faded, Xie Shian found himself enveloped in a blinding spectrum of light, immersed in formidable power, until these energies transformed into delicate threads, which he absorbed entirely before gradually opening his eyes. To his astonishment, he noticed his classmates below, all wide-eyed and incredulous. What had just transpired? Who had unleashed the radiant light that soared into the sky? Everyone's gaze converged upon Xie Shian, and even in silence, the answer was palpable. Goodness! In all my years of service, I have never witnessed such a miraculous spectacle. Principal Ma Qiulong, stroking his stubble, was clearly taken aback by Xie Shian's actions, questioning nearby students whether the light truly emanated from him. Principal, why was Xie Shian's activation ceremony so extraordinary? Could it be that he possesses unparalleled talent, activating a mecha superior to Li Huanyang's? The moment this question was posed, a cacophony of whispers erupted from the crowd below, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. Among the voices were skeptical murmurs. Surely not. Li Huanyang is the most gifted student. Xie Shian hardly seems capable of activating a superior mecha. Xie Shian regarded the animated discussion below with indifference, thinking to himself, what is a mere superior mecha to me? I have activated a legendary mecha. A shell, disproportionate to his stature, materialized behind him, resembling a small mountain affixed to his back, causing his movements to be slow and deliberate. Once freed from the confines of the mecha fortress, the onlookers could finally perceive Xie Shian in his entirety. The previous clamor, once as loud as a bustling marketplace, fell silent as a pin could drop. After a brief moment of stillness, laughter erupted, resounding like thunder. 1,000-year turtle, a 10,000-year tortoise. Being a turtle pays off. Someone exclaimed, pointing at the shell on Xie Shian's back, their tone dripping with mockery. Xie Shian looked down upon them, aware that in their eyes, he was merely a failed activation, his earlier spectacle now fodder for their ridicule. Unfazed, he moved slowly towards the principal, each step resolute, undeterred by their words. Principal, please verify my mecha attributes. Ma Qiulong, though momentarily clouded by disappointment, did not deny Xie Shian's request. Approaching the back of the mecha fortress, he accessed a semicircular energy display panel, which could reveal the attributes and powers of each individual's mecha. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed on the principal, who seemed frozen, as if immobilized by an unseen force. After what felt like an eternity, Ma Qiulong finally steadied his breath and, trembling, stammered, Xie Shian, you have actually activated a legendary mecha? The principal's excitement was unmistakable as he hurried to Xie Shian, casting aside his earlier disappointment, eagerly examining him as if he had uncovered a priceless treasure. This is one of the 4 divine beasts Xuanwu for this world. You have activated a mecha of formidable defensive power. It is no exaggeration to say that it surpasses the attributes of every mecha present here. And this was merely the first bestowal of power from the creator goddess Nuwa. Principal, are you certain? This fellow has activated a legendary mecha? Li Huanyang questioned, skeptical of the principal's eyesight. If you doubt it, feel free to come up and see for yourself, or perhaps you would like to experience the might of a legendary mecha firsthand? Ma Qiulong responded with a knowing smile, intrigued by the hidden talents among the new students. Li Huanyang shot a cold glare at Xie Shian and Appos, who had stolen his thunder and activated his battle mode. The colossal figure of the Titan in Tai enveloped him almost instantaneously. The sheer tremors produced by the massive steel mecha shaking the ground instilled fear, causing everyone to involuntarily step back several paces. Xie Shian, I advise you to concede swiftly. Fists and feet do not discriminate, and injury could yield grave consequences. Operating the Titan in Tai, Li Huanyang appeared to deliver a final ultimatum, seemingly benevolent, yet inadvertently suggesting to the crowd that Xie Shian's mecha was inferior to his own. Xie Shian frowned. Xuanwu is a divine beast. You would do well not to underestimate me. Are you exhausted from carrying that shell? What is this divine beast you speak of? In the entire Qinlong city, such creatures do not exist. Your ignorance does not negate their existence. Since you wish to experience the prowess of a legendary mecha, then come at me with all you have. Li Huanyang was unaware of what Xie Shian referred to as a divine beast, but he held unwavering confidence in his own mecha. After all, very few could activate a superior mecha in all of Qinlong city, even if the divine beast Xie Shian mentioned were real. How could he possibly lose to a mere turtle shell? Chapter 3. Still not giving up? Xie Shian observed the mocking smile at the corner of Li Huanyang's lips, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seemed that the only way to prove his strength was to engage in a decisive battle with Li Huanyang. The crowd below the high platform began to speculate on the disparity in abilities between the two. Although Xie Shian had activated a legendary mech, it appeared that his mech was primarily defensive, while Li Huanyang's was distinctly offensive. From this perspective, it seemed that Li Huanyang had a greater probability of victory. I believe that the giant Antai could easily shatter Xie Shian's shell with a single punch. Ha ha ha. Strangely, the thoughts of the spectators converged in agreement, viewing this as a one-sided contest of overwhelming superiority. Hearing their confidence in him, Li Huanyang became blindly self-assured, determined to make Xie Shian recognize the gap between them. The mythical beast that Xie Shian spoke of would eventually succumb to the might of the giant mech. With this in mind, Li Huanyang maneuvered his mech closer, while Xie Shian, unhurried and composed, positioned himself at the high point of the platform. Li Huanyang and Appos, as giant mech approached the platform and Appos' edge, seemingly poised to crush it at any moment. Xie Shian retracted his head and limbs into his shell, contemplating that no matter how formidable Li Huanyang's mech was, it could never breach the defenses of the Xuanwu. Initially, Li Huanyang intended to stomp on the platform to send Xie Shian tumbling down. But upon seeing him curled up like a cocoon, he swiftly altered his strategy. Having just been upstaged, he now sought to trample Xie Shian underfoot. Eager to see him humbled, maneuvering his giant Antai as if it were a ball, Li Huanyang kicked the curled-up Xie Shian closer, treating him as a plaything before the gathered crowd. Xie Shian, however, would not tolerate such bullying and quickly devised a countermeasure. A sudden sound of flowing water caught the curious students' attention as they scanned for its source. Ah, look. Xie Shian's shell is getting wet underneath. Could it be that he is too scared to hold it in? Laughter erupted among the crowd, their mockery reaching Li Huaniying's ears, who, while controlling his mech, could not contain his triumphant laughter. Yet, before long, Li Huaniying's laughter faded as he noticed the water beneath Xie Shian growing larger, forming a small puddle that gradually enveloped the giant mech. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Li Huaniying's mech, unable to connect with the ground, could no longer draw energy, rendering it no different from scrap metal. How had Xie Shian achieved this? Wasn't he his mech defensive? How could he conjure a puddle beneath Li Huaniying's feet? Perhaps this was the true power of a legendary mech. Everyone struggled to believe their eyes. While Li Huaniying was thrown into disarray, trapped in place by the water, unable to regain energy. Still not giving up? He exclaimed, You're using underhanded tricks. Li Huaniying seethed, his expression one of disbelief. If looks could harm, Xie Shian would have been reduced to tatters. He had never anticipated that his superior mech could be so easily bested, falling within mere exchanges. Before the activation ceremony, he had basked in the attention of the crowd, secretly reveling in the thought of potentially joining the elite training squad. The drastic fall from grace left Li Huaniying unable to accept the reality. Struggling to maneuver the massive figure, he sought to retreat, but the sheer size of On Tai made every step laborious. As his feet finally touched solid ground, he could not resist delivering a parting threat. Just you wait. The surrounding crowd erupted, their astonishment palpable. Truly, the legendary mech had rendered Li Huaniying utterly powerless. The outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. But what exactly was the mythical beast that Xie Shian spoke of? Could we activate such a beast as well? As the discussion swirled around him, Xie Shian stepped out of combat mode, shedding the weight of his shell as he walked lightly. Only he understood that it was not that Li Huaniying's mech lacked strength, rather, the attributes of the Xuanwu perfectly countered his power. He patiently explained. The Xuanwu commands wind and rain, adept at controlling water, which is why I could trap him with it. It is not due to my strength, but because he can no longer draw energy. Xie Shian spoke the truth. In terms of raw power, the giant On Tai could reign supreme on land, capable of fighting indefinitely as long as its energy source remained intact. However, under the admiring and flattering gazes of those around him, Xie Shian felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if he had become a monkey in a zoo. As he turned to leave, the figure of Nuwa reappeared in his mind's eye. The one who accompanies the chosen shall grant the Xuanwu totem, allowing you to wield the power of the divine beast at will. As the voice faded, Xie Shian felt a tingling sensation in his arm, akin to a searing burn. When he rolled up his sleeve, he was astonished to see the Xuanwu totem, its dark blue lines vividly etched into his forearm. The power of the Xuanwu, he murmured. Countless mythical beasts and figures exist within the tapestry of Huaxia mythology, and even the most mundane of these beings possess extraordinary powers. Mastery over their attributes could elevate one to the pinnacle of existence in this world. Stop! A voice called from behind, halting Xie Shian in his tracks. Turning around, he was surprised to find the academy's principal, Ma. Xie Shian, I have something to discuss with you. Although Principal Ma was advancing in years, a few steps were not a significant challenge for Xie Shian, yet at this moment, the principal was panting heavily. After regaining his breath for some time, he produced a letter from his pocket. This year, the recruitment for the elite training squad in Shenlong City is limited to 2 slots. This is your invitation. Congratulations. Principal Ma extended his hand earnestly, warmly welcoming Xie Shian to join the training squad, placing the letter into the still-dazed young man's hands. Thank you, Principal, for personally delivering this invitation. I shall not disappoint your goodwill. Principal Ma's admiration for Xie Shian grew, recognizing that he had been chosen due to his exceptional strength, yet here he stood, humbly expressing gratitude. Chapter 4. A show of colors. Principal Ma once again sought out Li Huaniying, who was venting his frustration in the dormitory. Upon seeing the invitation letter presented by Principal Ma, a slight smile crept across his lips. Is this invitation for me? Or do others receive it as well? Principal Ma patiently responded. This year, the Special Forces Youth Training Camp has invited both you and Xie Shian. Li Huaniying furrowed his brow as he took the invitation, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. What should have been a joyous occasion was now overshadowed by the presence of Xie Shian. Xie Shian? That name again? Li Huaniying felt as though it clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. This realization filled the proud Li Huaniying with disdain for Xie Shian's existence. And a sudden thought struck him. If only he could be expelled from the academy. Meanwhile, Xie Shian wandered alone through the academy, akin to a rootless leaf. unsure of where to alight. As he walked, he found himself enveloped in shadows. Raising his gaze, he locked eyes with a group of burly men. Clad in the academy's uniform, their imposing figures were reminiscent of bears, and they raised their massive fists ominously above Xie Shian's head. Surrounding students paused, whispering amongst themselves. Aren't those the school bullies? How could Xie Shian have crossed paths with them so soon after enrolling? Uncertain of the situation, they sensed the hostility directed at Xie Shian. The onlookers quietly retreated to a safe distance, wary of attracting trouble. Are you Xie Shian? The leader of the group scrutinized the frail figure before him, his uncertainty evident. Just then, a familiar face emerged from behind him. Li Huanying, the one who had recently bested Xie Shian. However, the expression on his face was now one of malice. Entirely devoid of the earlier bravado. Li Ming, it's him. This is the guy who stole my thunder and bullied me in front of all the freshmen. Today, you must teach him a lesson. Li Huanying's voice trembled with indignation as he pointed at Xie Shian. Is that so? A flicker of anger ignited in Li Ming's eyes. Have you not heard of the Li family, the rulers of the city? How dare he bully us, emboldened by activating a legendary mech? Li Ming's words incited a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. They had not anticipated that Li Huanying was connected to the lord of Qianlong City. No wonder he was effortlessly selected for the Special Forces Youth Training Camp. His family's legacy of combat mech positioned them among the city's elite. With many leaders having ties to the Li family, even Principal Ma would defer to them. Do you not know Li Ming's background? His father is a high-ranking official in the Special Forces. That's why he can act with such impunity in the academy. The spectators murmured. Realizing the gravity of Xie Shian's predicament, having just enrolled, he had already angered this privileged heir. It was a precarious situation. What is Li Ming's mech attribute? Could it possibly surpass a legendary mech? Some inquired, unaware of the severity of the situation. Although Li Ming's mech was of a lower grade than Xie Shian's, it was known as the river god Potamus, belonging to the water category, suggesting that defeating Li Ming would not be an easy feat. You humiliated Li Huanying today. I will ensure you face the consequences in front of everyone. Xie Shian remained silent, choosing not to respond to Li Ming's inquiries, preferring to avoid confrontation. In Li Ming's eyes, Li Huanying's defeat was an affront to the Li family's honor, and receiving an invitation to the training camp amidst the shame would surely invite ridicule. To silence the whispers, Li Ming reluctantly acquiesced to Li Huanying's demands. Seeing Xie Shian's silence only fueled his fury, he signaled to his comrades to take action. They swiftly transitioned into a battle stance, their ironclad forms resembling a giant bull, enveloping Xie Shian in an instant. Li Huanying's gaze was fixated on Xie Shian. His expression as cold as ice, envisioning the latter's complete obliteration from Qianlong City. Even if Li Ming faltered, Xie Shian would undoubtedly offend the Li family and the Special Forces. Given Li Ming's vengeful nature, Xie Shian would find himself unable to navigate Qianlong City in the future. Go, tear off his shell and crush it underfoot. Then hang him from a tree for all to see. Just as the assailants were about to make contact, Xie Shian activated the power of the Black Tortoise. Their iron arms, already extended, could not retract in time and struck the impenetrable shell that enveloped him. As Xie Shian was encased in the protective barrier, anguish cries erupted across the academy. They collapsed to the ground, clutching their arms in agony, the pain radiating throughout their bodies. The once menacing figures now bore expressions of unbearable torment. Li Ming, witnessing this scene, instinctively took a few steps back. Realizing that Xie Shian had not even lifted a finger yet had rendered his adversaries powerless. Emerging from the protective shell, Xie Shian approached Li Ming with measured strides, exuding an overwhelming aura that left onlookers breathless. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air, tracing an arc before plummeting to the ground with astonishing speed. It was none other than the boisterous Li Ming. Li Huanying's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the strength of Xie Shian's shell. He had expected to see Xie Shian humbled today, but instead, he was left shocked. Even Li Ming and his entourage were no match for Xie Shian, who had dispatched him before he could even enter combat. But wasn't he the one who performed the worst during the evaluation? As Li Ming fell to the ground, the protective shell around Xie Shian vanished, highlighting the stark contrast between his calm demeanor and the groaning figures sprawled on the ground. The spectators, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but feel a newfound respect for Xie Shian. To challenge the Li family in such a manner, he was undoubtedly the first in Qianlong City to do so. No one had anticipated that this seemingly frail youth would single-handedly confront such ruthless individuals, especially knowing their powerful family backgrounds, and most astonishingly, he had emerged victorious. Chapter 5. Are you threatening me? After a brief moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Truly, it was a legendary mech, exhibiting unparalleled might. Xie Shian's audacity in standing against the Li family made him a paragon in my eyes. Who could have imagined that Li Ming, a formidable figure at the academy for 3 years, would falter before a mere freshman today? I would rather believe their lack of preparation than concede that Xie Shian's prowess was superior. The crowd buzzed with discussion regarding the fight that had barely begun yet swiftly concluded, gradually shifting the topic to the mythical beast previously mentioned by Xie Shian. Could it be that his extraordinary abilities stemmed from this creature? It was plausible. After all, no one knew what kind of beast he referred to. Surely, our inferior talents would prevent us from awakening such a being, even if it existed. A collective nod of agreement swept through the crowd, while Li Ming and his companions were left in oblivion. This was intolerable, as the crowd lavished praise upon Xie Shian, comparing themselves to him. A tempest of fury surged within Li Ming. He had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. Xie Shian not only stripped him of dignity before the onlookers, but also allowed his followers to suffer injury. A slap in the face indeed. If he could not force Xie Shian to kneel and beg for forgiveness today, how could he ever establish himself at the academy again? What would become of the Li family's reputation? Li Ming struggled to rise from the ground, masking his pain while inwardly seething. Every part of him ached from the fall. He spread his arms wide, and in an instant, azure mech armor enveloped him. He bellowed, "Grant me strength, Podamus." A blue beam of light coalesced above his palm, winding upwards like a serpent, reaching toward the heavens, seemingly endless. Upon closer inspection, the beam was composed of intertwining columns of water. As Li Ming advanced towards Xie Shian, the water columns appeared to animate, following his lead. "Die!" he roared, his eyes ablaze as he shook his arms. A massive torrent cascaded down like a waterfall, engulfing Xie Shian in an instant. The deluge also claimed those nearby, drowning them in a rush that deprived them of breath. Those fortunate enough to remain untouched recoiled in terror, fearing they would share the fate of those submerged, arms raised in desperation, awaiting rescue from the relentless tide. Watching the unending cascade, no one dared to plunge into the water. They could only witness the struggling figures vanish beneath the surface. Voices of condemnation arose, growing nearer. Isn't this treating lives as mere weeds? Can the Li family disregard the safety of others and harm the innocent at will? Li Ming, emboldened by the Li family's backing, felt compelled to inform Principal Ma. Surely, he would not turn a blind eye to this. Li Ming heard those voices, his fierce gaze fixed on the speaker, silently warning him not to overstep, lest he suffer a fate worse than Xie Shian's. Xie Shian, even if you activated a legendary mech, what of it? You remain trapped in the water, a mere turtle retreating into its shell. As he spoke, Li Ming's eyes roamed the turbulent waters, searching for Xie Shian's silhouette. The churning water unexpectedly stilled, transforming into a still pool, where a fist-sized vortex emerged at the center. Just as Li Ming prepared to mock Xie Shian's apparent weakness, the vortex began to expand at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from within, and in the blink of an eye, the vortex erupted upwards, coalescing all the water into a colossal column. This column surged forth like a ferocious dragon, ascending toward the azure mech in the distance. Boom! The massive collision sent Li Ming flying several meters away. Xie Shian rose on the spiraling water column, resembling a deity surveying the once arrogant Li Ming. Li Ming's expression faltered. He could hardly believe that Xie Shian emerged unscathed. He had not held back, leaving him to question just how formidable Xie Shian's abilities truly were. "Apologize." Xie Shian's countenance darkened, his tone ominously grave. "On what grounds do you demand an apology? You ask if they require my contrition?" Li Ming sneered, the first time in over 20 years someone had made such an unreasonable demand of him. His gaze swept across the crowd, yet not a single soul dared to speak, avoiding his eyes. Some feigned adjusting their soaked clothes, while others engaged in hushed discussions. Unwilling to meet his gaze, Li Ming scoffed, "It seems your goodwill is unappreciated." These individuals were clearly intimidated by the Li family's influence, too fearful to stand against him. "Apologize to your classmates." A young woman stepped forward from the crowd, clad in the academy uniform. Her elegant and refined demeanor, coupled with her exquisite beauty, distinguished her from the throng. "Isn't that the campus belle, Chu and I?" Murmurs of recognition rippled through the crowd. Xie Shian shifted his gaze to her, momentarily distracted before averting his eyes. Her beauty indeed warranted her status. "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Li Ming narrowed his eyes, his warning palpable. "If you refuse to apologize, I shall report your actions to Principal Ma, relaying every detail." "Are you threatening me?" Chu and I replied with a gentle smile. exuding an air of fearlessness toward Li Ming. Surely, you wouldn't want Principal Ma to learn how you exploit the Li family's name to bully your classmates? Li Ming felt a knot of frustration within. This situation had nothing to do with him. He had initially wished to avoid such turmoil, but was compelled by Li Huaniying's insistence. Li Huaniying had assured him that Xie Shian posed no threat, prompting him to confront Xie Shian, yet now he found himself humiliated before the girl he admired. I will not apologize. My greatest concession is to refrain from troubling these individuals. As the azure mech faded from his form, Li Ming's expression darkened as he pushed past the crowd blocking his path, his chest heaving as if he would erupt with rage at any moment. Xie Shian, do not celebrate too soon. You have offended the Li family. In Qianlong City, there shall be no refuge for you. He then cast a disdainful glance at the distant Li Huaniying. Are you still lingering here, waiting to be the subject of mockery? You have brought shame upon the Li family. The two departed like defeated hounds, tails tucked between their legs, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 6. The light of righteousness. The sight of the two Li Ming brothers fleeing in disarray left everyone utterly speechless. Only Chu and I approached Xie Shian's side, expressing her concern. Aren't you afraid of retribution from Li Ming? Upon hearing Chu and I initiate a conversation, Xie Shian glanced towards the direction in which the Li brothers had departed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Do you truly believe I would regard the Li family with any measure of respect? Chu and I sensed a maturity in the young man before her that belied his age. He appeared entirely unperturbed by the Li family's overwhelming influence in Qianlong City, or perhaps he simply did not acknowledge their existence at all. May I pose a question? She inquired, trailing behind Xie Shian, unwilling to part ways. As Xie Shian did not rebuff her, she ventured her curiosity. What exactly is the divine beast you mentioned? Moreover, why is your accompanying mech so remarkably distinct? Xie Shian found himself grappling with a headache at her barrage of inquiries. It felt as though Chu and I were reciting scripture behind him, persistently questioning him. Stop, you've disturbed my thoughts. Chu and I, realizing her transgression, promptly fell silent, her demeanor cautious, as if fearing Xie Shian's disdain. I was merely curious. Initially, Chu and I expected Xie Shian to shy away from confronting Li Ming openly. Instead, he had utterly humiliated Li Ming, defeating him soundly. It was evident to all that Xie Shian's mech attributes far surpassed those of Li Ming's. Who would have thought that the typically arrogant Li Ming would face a day of reckoning? The mere recollection of Li Ming's previous relentless pursuits of her filled Chu and I with distaste. Xie Shian, a mere freshman who had only just activated his mech a day prior, had already triumphed over two members of the Li family. For the other students, this was no longer a matter of envy but rather reverence. His presence was akin to a beacon of righteousness, illuminating the darkest corners of their world. Xie Shian halted, turning to meet Chu Ni's inquisitive gaze. Do you believe in the existence of divine beasts? I did not believe before, but I do now. Chu and I responded with conviction. However, she could not help but feel that the divine beasts Xie Shian spoke of bore resemblance to the monstrous creatures rumored to have been sighted in Jiua City. It was said that hunters in the deep mountains had stumbled upon these beasts, which were massive and ferocious, rendering even high-grade battle mechs utterly defenseless. For a considerable time, tales of these creatures wreaking havoc circulated throughout Jiua City. Eventually, the city lord offered a substantial bounty for those knowledgeable about these beasts, and it took the combined efforts of many mech fighters to subdue them, highlighting their terrifying strength. Xie Shian took note of the monstrous occurrences in Jiua City, silently vowing to investigate further. Perhaps he was not the only one in this world endowed with extraordinary powers. Lost in thought, he momentarily forgot about Chu and I until her voice called out from a distance, reminding him that he had wandered quite a way ahead. Would you care to join me at the training grounds? Chu and I hesitated, uncertain of Xie Shian's response. Having just defended him, she worried that Li Ming and his cohorts might direct their ire towards her, making her reluctant to leave his side. Xie Shian nodded in agreement, eager to inquire further about the monstrous beasts. As they made their way to the training grounds, a silence enveloped them until Chu and I broke it. Next month marks the first examination for new students. I hope you achieve excellent results. Examination? Xie Shian and Oppos, and had never heard mention of such a thing before. Do not fret. It is merely to assess your proficiency in operating mechs. Many students are accompanying partners, so the primary aim of the examination is to hone their practical skills. However, during the exam, members of the special forces will serve as examiners, and exceptional students may be selected for the youth training class. As Chu and I finished speaking, She cast a worried glance at Xie Shian, feeling a nagging anxiety that Li Ming and his brother would not relent. Fearing that Xie Shian might face difficulties during the examination, Xie Shian, too, considered this possibility, yet he was unfazed. If the Li brothers dared to target him, they would undoubtedly come to regret their decision. A month later, this year's freshman examination appeared markedly different from those of years past. With all new students convened at the headquarters of the Special Forces in the command room, Xie Shian stood at the forefront of the crowd, surveying the expansive command room, which was roughly the size of 3 or 4 football fields, surrounded by tiered seating. Presently, he and his peers awaited the arrival of the chief examiner. Many spectators had begun to gather in the stands, and Xie Shian quickly discerned a pair of resentful eyes amidst the throng. He needed no further evidence to identify the individual as Li Ming. "What are you staring at, Xie Shian?" Turning around, Xie Shian was met by the principal, Ma Qilong. Impeccably dressed in a tailored navy suit, a stark contrast to his usual attire seen around the academy. "Principal Ma, do you require my assistance? This examination is crucial for you. You must approach it with utmost seriousness and diligence." Ma Qilong had received word that the chief examiner for today was a deliberate arrangement by the Li family, aimed at suppressing Xie Shian's burgeoning arrogance. If the Li family intervened, Ma Qilong feared that Xie Shian would have little chance to defend himself. For the iron-fisted reputation of the Li family was well known throughout Qianlong City. Yet, Xie Shian remained composed, assuring him of his intention to secure excellent results. Ma Qilong laughed heartily, alleviating some of his concerns, but just as he was about to caution Xie Shian to remain vigilant, the cold, mechanical voice of the loudspeaker echoed throughout the examination hall. "Attention, all candidates. We are about to proceed to the Hunter Mech Corps for a 2-day examination. Please prepare yourselves." After 2 days, the chief examiner would evaluate the candidates based on their performance within the Hunter Mech Corps. And those who excelled would be granted exceptional admission to the youth training class of the Qianlong City Special Forces. Upon hearing that this year's freshman examination would take place in the Hunter Mech Corps, a collective outcry arose within the command room. Even Ma Qilong's face betrayed a hint of concern. The Hunter Mech Corps was a vanguard unit within the Special Forces, frequently tasked with perilous missions. And each member was a battle-hardened mech fighter of exceptional caliber. To thrust these newly activated accompanying mech students into joint operations with them seemed tantamount to courting disaster. Ma Qilong cast a glance at Xie Shian, whose expression remained as serene as ever, seemingly unaffected by the anxieties of those around him. Chapter 7. Survival of the Fittest. Xie Shian understood that, although the examination ostensibly aimed to select outstanding students for the youth training program, the true intention behind it was to eliminate him using the hands of the hunting armored corps. However, this examination would enhance and categorize the abilities of all students, and those whose skills were lacking might fail to complete the tasks assigned by the corps and thus be optimized out. In this world, there was no shortage of companions. Survival of the fittest was the law. "Candidates, please follow the chief examiner to the hunting armored corps. The assessment is about to commence." As the mechanical voice faded from the loudspeaker, a staff member clad in a special operations uniform appeared at the exit of the command room. "I am your chief examiner, Chen Rue. Please follow me," he announced. Upon seeing Chen Rue, the participating students instantaneously tensed up. Wasn't he the commander of the hunting armored corps? It was over. Encountering him meant no one could afford to slack off. He was notoriously strict. Xie Shian sensed that Chen Rue's appearance was no coincidence. He turned to look for Li Huanying, only to find him surrounded by numerous unfamiliar faces. Without needing to guess, Xie Shian surmised these individuals were certainly arranged by the Li family, perhaps out of concern for Li Huanying, as the tasks carried out by the hunting armored corps were fraught with peril. Or perhaps they were spies planted by the Li family, poised to exact revenge on him. As Li Huanying passed by Chen Rue, a sinister voice echoed, "You must not disappoint me." "Understood." Chen Rue leaned slightly forward, his voice lowered, wary of being overheard in their exchange. "Li Xiao, I hope you haven't forgotten our agreement. Rest assured, the money and the plundering agents are ready. As long as you ensure Xie Shian's disappearance, all of this will be yours," Li Huanying replied, a glint of coldness in his eyes. When the group of students followed Chen Rue to the hunting armored corps, the members were preparing to embark on their missions. "Commander, a suspicious target has been located 20 kilometers north of the Qihuan Mountain. We request immediate action. Form ranks." With a single command from Chen Rue, all team members quickly lined up, their expressions grave as they awaited his next directive. "Next, each of you will lead one student to the designated location and pair up to undertake the mission." To the team members, these students were undoubtedly a burden, yet Compelled by the command of their leader, they had no choice but to comply, secretly hoping that when danger arose, these students would absorb some of the harm in service to the city of Qianlong. These students stood as if they were commodities up for selection, and 5 minutes later, only Xie Shian remained in place. The others had already formed teams with the members of the hunting armored corps. With a smile that bordered on ironic, Chen Rui remarked to Xie Shian, "It appears you shall be fighting alongside me." A conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. Chen Rui's intentions were as clear as day. Even to the most oblivious observer, he had orchestrated this arrangement deliberately. Given that Xie Shian had activated a legendary mech, it was unfathomable that he would be left alone. Xie Shian was intrigued to discover what scheme Chen Rui had in mind. Binding them together with such meticulous planning suggested that this 2-day examination would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. "Let us depart," Chen Rui commanded. And everyone raised their fists to their waists, proceeding in an orderly fashion toward their destination. By the time the group reached Qiwan Mountain, the sun had set, casting a golden sheen over the lush greenery. Chen Rui took out a tracker from his backpack, noting that the suspicious target remained stationary and had not moved. However, advancing another 20 kilometers north from Qihuan Mountain would likely lead them into the depths of night. The mountain path was treacherous, and as they traversed it in the dark, visibility was limited, requiring constant vigilance against the dangers lurking in the shadows. Enter combat mode. The entire special operations team possessed combat mechs, and upon witnessing their readiness for battle, the students could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for their lives. Most students bore the attributes of companions, with only a few activating defensive mechs, yet Li Huanying and Xie Shian were exceptions among them. No one knew what dangers awaited them on the mountain path ahead, so each step was taken with the utmost caution. Xie Shian was particularly curious about the suspicious target referenced by the hunting armored corps. As he scanned his surroundings for any clues, the other students, fearing the peril of lagging behind, quickened their pace, soon leaving Xie Shian trailing behind. As for Li Huanying and Chen Rui, Xie Shian had consistently disregarded them. The mountain trail was steep, carved by an unknown hand into a narrow path suitable for a single traveler. To the left loomed the jagged rock of the mountainside, while the right revealed an abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity. One student, eager to hasten their journey, slipped and dangled perilously at the cliff's edge. Had it not been for Xie Shian's quick reflexes in grabbing his arm, he would surely have met his demise. The near-fatal incident left the shaken student trembling, his legs quaking as if he had stepped onto an electrical current. With a quavering voice, he said to Xie Shian, Thank you. For that brief moment, I thought I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. There's no need for thanks. Regain your composure. We must catch up to the front group swiftly, or we may find ourselves separated," Xie Shian replied. "What good is that? If we do encounter danger, what can I do but wait for death with my eyes closed?" The boy pressed his back against the rock wall, clutching his racing heart. He lamented, "Not everyone can be as capable as Xie Shian or Li Huanying. People like me are only suited to be cannon fodder." As if struck by a thought, he turned to Xie Shian and asked, "What is your name, classmate?" Xie Shian and Appos. And what is yours?" Xie Shian and Appos encountered. Ji ran. Xie Shian and Appos, and gazed at Ji ran and Appos, s despondent expression, offering reassurance, "Rest assured, we will all successfully complete the examination." After a moment of silence, Ji ran lifted his head once more, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. "So is it true that someone might indeed need a weaver when faced with danger?" "Weaver?" Xie Shian echoed Ji Ran's words, puzzled by the connection. Nevertheless, he comforted Ji Ran, "Don't dwell on it too much. We should focus on our journey." Meanwhile, Chen Rui, walking ahead, also noticed Xie Shian lagging behind the group. Thinking this was a prime opportunity, he instructed the nearby team members to continue onward while he discreetly returned to Li Huanying's side. The two engaged in hushed conversation, and the darkness in Li Huanying's eyes deepened further. Chapter 8. What on earth is this? As Xie Shian and Ji Ran were making their way, a commotion echoed from not far ahead. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, suggesting the presence of something terrifying. The cacophony of voices grew increasingly distinct, indicating that someone was rushing towards them. Xie Shian gestured for Ji Ran to halt and ascertain what was transpiring. He surmised that the source of the noise was likely fellow students accompanying the hunter mecha team. Had they encountered peril? Before this assumption could be validated, several figures burst forth from the dark ravine, stumbling into their path. These individuals were disheveled, their clothing tattered, and their panicked expressions revealed they had been severely startled. Upon catching sight of Xie Shian, a fleeting look of relief flickered across their faces, though it was quickly masked. What happened ahead? Run. The hunter mecha team has discovered a monster's lair. If we don't flee now, it will be too late. Monsters? Xie Shian was taken aback that even in Shenlong City, such creatures roamed. The members of the hunter mecha team had resorted to using live humans as bait to lure the monsters from their lairs. They had also risked their lives to escape. Seeing that Xie Shian showed no inclination to flee, the panicked individuals dared not linger, fearing that the monsters would catch their scent and turn back to pursue them as they sprinted down the mountainside. Ji Ran, still reeling from earlier fright, became even more apprehensive at the mention of monsters. Xie Shian, perhaps we should run too? Ji Ran longed to escape alongside those fleeing, yet felt a pang of guilt at abandoning Xie Shian, who had just rescued him. Ignoring Ji Ran's suggestion, Xie Shian made a hushing gesture, urging him to look towards the ravine. As silence enveloped them, Ji Ran discerned an unusual sound, like the wailing of an infant. How could there possibly be a child in this desolate wilderness? A bold notion flickered in Xie Shian's mind. To confirm his suspicion, he proposed, "Why don't we take a look? Fear not, I shall protect you." Prior to the examination, Xie Shian had gleaned from Chuni's descriptions the reasons behind the monster's appearances. Elusive and diverse in form, these creatures shared a common trait, an insatiable curiosity for mecha. Each time a human was slain, the monster absorbed that individual and Appo's mecha attributes, leading some monsters to possess powers surpassing those of individuals activated with legendary-grade mechas over the years. Moreover, according to Chu and I, the emergence of a monster signified the presence of something it was bound to protect, despite the peril of losing one's life. Numerous reckless souls were drawn to such encounters. The cries from ahead grew fainter, prompting Xie Shian to urge Ji Ran to hasten their departure, concerned that those students might meet their demise at the hands of the monsters. "Are you mad?" Ji Ran waved his hands, insisting that his presence would only exacerbate the chaos. "Since you wish not to accompany me, I shall not insist. Should I uncover any treasures, they shall be claimed by others." "Wait." Ji Ran halted mid-step, while he cared little for other matters. The thought of defeating a monster for its mecha attributes piqued his interest. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. His own living mecha was woefully inadequate. Even if he managed to graduate, relying solely on its capabilities would hardly ensure his survival. "Fine, but you must protect me." Ji Ran's hesitation stemmed not from doubt in Xie Shian's abilities, but rather from the monstrous reputation that had instilled fear in many. Agreed. Xie Shian proceeded in the opposite direction of the fleeing crowd, a scene observed by Li Ming, who lay hidden in the shadows. "Cousin, as expected of you." "What a brilliant strategy." "Humph, I refuse to believe he can best a monster." Li Ming scowled, watching Xie Shian disappear into the ravine. Let this be his last venture. Li Huanying could hardly fathom that Xie Shian was foolish enough to seek his own demise. Having witnessed monsters effortlessly rend mecha fighters to shreds, the sanguinary scene haunted him eternally. Even now, awakened to a superior mecha, he dared not provoke the monsters. As he observed Xie Shian's apparent indifference towards the monsters, Li Huanying chuckled inwardly. "Go on, consider it a feast for the monsters. Soon enough, Xie Shian will grasp the value of life in the depths of despair." Qin Rui, signal the hunter mecha team to withdraw. Qin Rui promptly sent the signal, unwilling to lose the elite team members he had nurtured over the years. Yet, he considered Xie Shian a reckless and arrogant individual. Despite being warned moments ago, he had chosen to proceed undeterred. Surely, such a person's demise would not implicate him. Ji Ran closely trailed behind Xie Shian, flinching at the slightest rustle of branches that snagged his clothing, and leaping at the sight of broken twigs. Even a gust of wind left him feeling anxious. The dense thicket obscured their view. Earlier, they could faintly hear the sounds of struggle and lament. But now an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. As Xie Shian cleared the branches obstructing their path, he attempted to reassure Ji Ran not to frighten himself. Their progress was slow, and the scent of blood grew increasingly potent. "We must be close." Xie Shian became more cautious, striving to minimize noise to avoid attracting the attention of the ferocious monsters. "Wah, wah." Another wave of infantile wails echoed. Ji Ran felt his hair stand on end, his limbs turning cold. "Xie Shian, what is making that sound?" Sensing Ji Ran's anxiety, Xie Shian slowed his pace, gripped by Ji Ran's tight hold on his sleeve. "I don't know. It's too far to see. Let's move a bit closer." They traversed an additional 4 or 5 meters before Xie Shian, aided by the dim moonlight, finally beheld the monstrous entity before them. A creature with a head the size of a fist and wings as large as a fan stood with its back turned to them. "What in the world is that?" Ji Ran gasped, quickly covering his eyes with his hands. Perhaps sensing the movement behind it, the monster discarded the half-chewed corpse at its feet. It turned, its long tail trailing behind, sharp eyes surveying the surroundings with the precision of a hawk. Xie Shian observed the creature before him, its massive wings shimmered, adorned with a multitude of silver scales. It seemed to have sensed the presence of others nearby, but had yet to locate Xie Shian and Ji Ran's hiding place. It emitted another cry akin to an infant's wail, attempting to lure out those concealed in the shadows. Chapter 9. The Gu Jiao. A smile gradually emerged on Xie Shian and Apos' face. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. A name appeared in his mind, Gu Jiao. This creature, referred to as a magical beast in this world, was unexpectedly an entity from Chinese mythology. This revelation brought Xie Shian immense joy. Another audacious hypothesis surfaced. The reason no one had activated the powers of Chinese mythology was not due to their absence, but rather because they were overwhelmingly potent, beyond anyone's ability to harness. With this thought, Xie Shian parted the branches obstructing his path and strode forward. This action startled Ji Ran, who hastily grabbed the back of his shirt, wondering if this fellow had been bewitched by the magical beast. The brothers Li Ming, who had just arrived, also witnessed this scene, but their expressions were not filled with concern. Instead, they bore a hint of anticipation and excitement. It seemed they could hardly wait to see Xie Shian and Apos, and torn to shreds by the beast. They even envisioned a grand spectacle in their minds. Picturing Xie Shian and Apos, and pinned to the ground by the beast and Apos' claws, his screams piercing the night sky, yet futile, as no one would come to his aid. Ultimately, the ravenous beast would crush him into a pulp, devouring him amidst the remnants of others' nearly dried blood. The Li brothers lingered in the shadows, waiting to hear Xie Shian's heart-wrenching cries. After a lengthy wait without any agonizing screams, they mustered their courage to peek out for a clearer view. The thin moonlight sprinkled silver across the surroundings, transforming the world into a serene tableau. Were it not for the lingering scent of blood that served as a grim reminder of the recent battle, no one would suspect that this tranquil place was rife with danger. Xie Shian stood as if admiring a work of art, locking eyes with the beast, neither willing to disrupt the rare tranquility. However, the arrival of Li Ming and his companions shattered this stalemate. The Gu Jiao, mistaking the newcomers for allies aiming to assist Xie Shian and Apos, and in subduing it, was instantly provoked. It let out a long howl that, although still reminiscent of a child and Apos' cry, was laced with profound rage. The beast then flapped its scaly wings, lunging towards Xie Shian. A familiar voice echoed in Xie Shian's consciousness. The summons of the accompanying spirit granted him the power of the divine beast Xie, allowing him to subdue the Gu Jiao and enhance his mech attributes. It was Nuwa. She always appeared just in time during perilous moments. Xie Shian swiftly entered combat mode. The massive Xuan Wu on his back vanished, replaced by a pair of enormous mechanical wings, their edges lined with sharp blades. Xie Shian's gaze sharpened. The Gu Jiao was merely 3 fists away. If he delayed any longer, it might peck out his eyes. He placed Ji Ran atop his mechanical wings, and the two narrowly dodged the Gu Jiao's attack. Ji Ran, I need your assistance. The howling wind swept past their ears, almost drowning out Xie Shian's voice. What should I do? Look for an opportunity to cooperate with me. Xie Shian raised his voice, flapping his wings to circle behind the Gu Jiao. Use the fabric to entangle its wings. He recalled Ji Ran's mech attributes and realized he needed an item to restrain the Gu Jiao, and Ji Ran's fabric was evidently the best choice. They exchanged a knowing glance, and Xie Shian maneuvered the Zhuke mech to launch an assault on the Gu Jiao. Ji Ran, too, was not idle, his fabric swirling like multicolored clouds in the dimly lit forest. Once the Gu Jiao ceased its thrashing, the Li brothers finally discerned what had transpired. The ferocious Gu Jiao was tightly wrapped by the two, resembling an unpeeled zongzi. Xie Shian landed steadily before the Gu Jiao, the tips of his mechanical wings dripping red liquid that seeped into the ground, blooming into a cluster of crimson roses. In the next moment, the enormous creature was hoisted high into the air by the two. Xie Shian severed the fabric with the blades on his mech. A dull thud echoed through the quiet woods as the heavy body hit the ground. The Gu Jiao likely never anticipated that after a lifetime of flight, it would meet its demise in such a manner. Xie Shian and Ji Ran returned to the ground, gazing at the lifeless Gu Jiao, their faces betraying no hint of emotion. Xie Shian felt a twinge of regret. Having just encountered a wondrous creature tied to Chinese mythology, he now had to destroy it. Was it truly over so soon? Capturing this beast had cost many mech fighters their lives, yet here he was, effortlessly defeating it. Had its power waned after years of imprisonment in the dungeon? Otherwise, how could Xie Shian have vanquished it so easily? Li Huanying could scarcely believe his eyes, and he realized he had made an irreparable mistake. This magical beast had been clandestinely released from the dungeon, and now, after being slain by Xie Shian, how would he explain it to his father? Li Ming and the others were equally astonished, facing a bloodthirsty beast. Xie Shian not only stood his ground but chose to strike it down. Just as Huanying was lost in thought, Li Ming voiced his confusion aloud. Something's off. Very off. How has Xie Shian's mech changed so drastically? This remark jolted everyone into awareness. They began to scrutinize Xie Shian's red mech, now adorned with blades. Had he obtained the plunder potion? Otherwise, how could they explain the complete transformation of his mech's attributes and appearance? After a prolonged hesitation, Chen Rue finally voiced his suspicion. Impossible. How could someone like him know about the plunder potion? The plunder potion was a product developed over many years by an alchemist, capable of transferring another's mech attributes to oneself, but only if the target was also a human with an activated accompanying mech. This research project was still in the testing phase and had yet to be publicly released. Xie Shian could not possibly be aware of such a confidential project. So, what was the true nature of his mech? This Xie Shian consistently defied expectations. Not only was his activated mech unfamiliar to them, but even the divine beast he mentioned was unknown. Even his power limits seemed to elude their understanding. Xie Shian merely had a stroke of luck. He must have fortuitously killed this beast, Li Huanying muttered, attempting to rationalize the situation, though even he found it hard to convince himself. With this thought, he couldn't help but resent Chen Rue. It's all your fault. Didn't you assure us there would be no issues? Li Xiao. Chen Rue felt a sense of helplessness akin to a mute person eating bitter herbs, unable to voice his grievances. The idea had originated with the Li brothers, who had taken the initiative to sneak the beast out of the dungeon, yet now he bore the entire burden of responsibility. However, due to their ties with the Li family, he felt unable to refute it, leaving him to simmer in resentment with no outlet for his frustrations. Chapter 10. The new mecha. Xie Shian gazed thoughtfully at the now lifeless Gu Diao on the ground. Even a monk, upon passing, could yield 2 relics, after all. It was a divine beast, surely it possessed some treasures. He gently shook its wings, but to his surprise, their weight seemed to diminish with each passing moment. Jiren stared at the Gu Diao in shock, exclaiming, It has become transparent. As Xie Shian released his grip, the Gu Diao fell silently to the ground, as if it were a spectral entity hovering above the earth. Its form shrank progressively until it reached the size of a mere insect, radiating an ethereal green glow that danced like will-o'-the-wisps in the dark of night. It circled around Xie Shian and Jiren twice, seemingly choosing its target before darting towards Jiren. The luminescent green light vanished into Jiren's chest. Suddenly, Jiren hunched over, akin to a wild cat sensing danger, his expression contorted in agony as his hands pressed against the ground, as though something were striving to escape from within him. Soon, he could no longer bear the torment, letting out a low whimper, akin to a restrained beast. Changes swiftly enveloped him. His companion mecha, once resembling a walking loom, transformed drastically. The upper half sprouted enormous wings reminiscent of the Gu Diao, shimmering with silver scales, while a single claw adorned his chest, bristling with sharp feathers. His legs elongated, morphing into a tail with serrated edges. Xie Shian's face lit with delight at the sight. Indeed, it has not disappointed me. The powers of the Gu Diao had evidently fused with Jiren's mecha. The essence of the companion had summoned the Zhuke totem, successfully subduing the Gu Diao and acquiring 3 golden sunstones, which could be utilized to enhance the mecha and appos as attributes. A searing sensation ignited in his chest, where an incandescent red Zhuke totem came to life. Simultaneously, golden sunstones materialized in Xie Shian's pocket, a rare treasure indeed. Li Huanying was utterly astounded by the scene before him, his exclamation drawing Xie Shian's attention. Once Jiren had fully acclimated to his new mecha, Xie Shian coldly inquired, Have you seen enough? Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Jiren's body, Li Huanying and the others turned to flee. Xie Shian, observing this, wore a smile that concealed his true intentions beneath a facade of benevolence. What is the hurry? I graciously accept the gifts you have bestowed upon me. I trust you will equally cherish mine. With that, Xie Shian and Jiren pursued Li Huanying and the others. This night was destined to be extraordinary. By the following day, when Li Huanying and his companions appeared before their classmates, bruised and battered, they could only sheepishly explain that they had tumbled down the mountain in the darkness. Who would have thought that even those who activated advanced mechas would fall prey to the magical beasts? They lamented, expressing their astonishment at the perilous events of the previous night, where many had failed to escape. Have you heard? The beast that harmed people was slain by Xie Shian. The group exchanged perplexed glances, clearly unaware of this shocking news. Jiren, now standing beside Xie Shian, confidently declared, "What? Do you not believe me? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The battle last night was nothing short of thrilling." As Ji Ran animatedly recounted the details of the previous night's encounter, Chen Rue approached with a stern demeanor. "No one is to speak of last night's events again. Should this information leak, each of you will be expelled from the academy." Ji Ran froze, momentarily stunned, as he had been eager to share his part in subduing the beast alongside Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos. And I must assert that Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' prowess is indeed questionable, Li Huanying interjected, attempting to regain his footing after Ji Ran and Amp, Oppos' reprimand. "Do any of you not find it peculiar? His mecha does not adhere to any known powers, but bears a striking resemblance to those of the magical beasts. On what grounds do you slander Xie Shian and Oppos?" And Ji Ran retorted, unable to tolerate Li Huanying and Oppos' disparagement. "At the very least, Xie Shian and Oppos did not abandon us to peril. May I ask where you were when the beast was attacking?" It dawned on the others that they had not noticed Li Huanying's absence during the chaos. They echoed in agreement. "Indeed. Where were you? What right do you have to be part of the youth training program if you are such a coward?" The suppressed emotions of the group erupted in that moment. Though Li Huanying's family background instilled fear, his derogatory remarks about Xie Shian had incited the ire of all present. "You envy Xie Shian and Oppos' strength and are here to sow discord between him and us. Since you doubt my words, let the truth speak for itself. Ask Xie Shian if he dares to activate his mecha before you. Do not hastily dismiss me. Once you witness his extraordinary mecha, you shall realize that I speak only the truth, devoid of deceit." Li Huanying's confidence quelled the crowd's uproar. All eyes turned to the silent Xie Shian. "Xie, why not?" a brave classmate ventured, only to be halted by Ji Ran. "Yesterday, I too noticed that Xie Shian and Oppos' mecha was indeed different. This must remain undisclosed." Li Huanying will undoubtedly exploit this revelation. To Ji Ran, Xie Shian and Oppos was a noble soul, having rescued him and transformed his mecha attributes. It was only right to assist him. If Xie Shian and Oppos has nothing to hide, why not let us see? Li Huanying, perceiving Xie Shian and Oppos' hesitation as a sign of guilt, pressed on. Unexpectedly, Xie Shian lifted his gaze, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Very well, since you wish to see, I shall oblige. However," Li Huanying, eager for a response, interjected, "However what? If my mecha differs from your claims, what then?" "Impossible. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Li Huanying immediately regretted his words. The realization struck him, had he not fled, but rather shadowed Xie Shian? Surely he had witnessed the beast's brutal attack. How despicable, to remain a bystander. Chapter 11. The chase. Li Huanying longed to confront these individuals, but soon his emotions settled. The moment Xie Shian's crimson mech appeared before the crowd, everyone would recognize the undeniable truth of their words. Li Huanying aimed to reveal Xie Shian's true nature through this encounter. "Don't waste everyone's time. Activate your mech." As Xie Shian activated the power of Xuanwu and became visible to all, Li Huanying was so anxious that he could barely articulate his thoughts. "No, not that one. The red one, with a pair of large wings." He chased after Xie Shian, incessantly describing the appearance of Zhu Ke to the onlookers. However, they dismissed him, believing he had gone mad after the events of the previous day. Only Ji Ran, who understood the real situation, knew that Li Huanying was not lying. But no one believed him. At that moment, Chen Rue appeared to alleviate the awkwardness. He announced that today's examination would involve searching for ores with special properties. Throughout the exam, officials would supervise and score each participant based on their performance. Those who excelled would receive recommendations for elite squad memberships, granting them entry into the youth training program. This announcement undoubtedly rekindled everyone's enthusiasm, allowing them to cast aside the harrowing experiences of the night before. The examination site was limited to Chihuan Mountain, and all participants were instructed to prepare for departure, ensuring they returned before nightfall, as the mountain would be rife with ferocious beasts after dark, posing a threat to their safety. The crowd was eager, none wanting to fall behind, fearful of being outpaced in their quest for the coveted ores and missing the opportunity for advancement into the youth training program. Once Chen Rue departed, everyone rushed out. Ji Ran pulled Xie Shian along, having already regarded him as a friend after the events of the previous evening. "I've already secured my place in the youth training program. Participating in this exam holds little significance for me. I am not concerned about the quota. I merely wish to test the capabilities of my new mech." Ji Ran recalled Chen Rue's mention of the many beasts lurking in the mountains, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. The two wandered aimlessly through the mountain until the sun began to set, yet they had not encountered any sign of beasts. Just as Xie Ran was about to suggest returning, he noticed a pair of green eyes peering at them from a thicket in the distance. Lowering his voice, he remarked, 2 o'clock behind us. Target acquired. Xie Shian understood and slowed his steps, cautiously approaching the thicket. As they drew nearer, they realized that it was not a single beast, but a pack of them. The glowing green eyes belonged to the lead snow wolf. Upon spotting Xie Ran and Xie Shian, the pack emitted low growls, their sharp fangs seemingly warning them to stay away. Xie Shian took a couple of steps back, leaving Xie Ran alone in front of the wolves. Showtime. Xie Shian was completely unconcerned for Xie Ran's safety. A mere few snow wolves were no match for Gu Jiao. He found an optimal vantage point to watch the unfolding drama. In an instant, Xie Ran entered combat mode. A blind wolf emerged from the pack, its body marred by a deep scar running from its head to its neck. Xie Shian surmised this must be the pack's strongest wolf king. Snow wolves are social creatures. When danger approaches, the wolf king is the first to confront it, both to intimidate the enemy and to assess their strength. Xie Ran engaged the wolf king, his wings clashing against it. The hard scales on his wings acted like blades, inflicting numerous wounds upon the wolf king in mere moments. Awu, the wolf king, realizing it was outmatched, howled to signal its companions of the danger. At this moment, Xie Ran was lost in his newfound power, refusing to release the wolf king despite its pleading eyes. The chase continued. The wolf king attempted to flee, but Xie Ran pursued relentlessly. After another round of conflict, Xie Shian observed blood seeping from the wolf king's robust body, and it limped as it walked, evidently injured. Meanwhile, Xie Ran appeared unfazed, watching the wolf king in its weakened state. Xie Shian, this snow wolf is pathetic. I haven't even used 30% of my strength, and it's already in this condition. This was not a case of the wolf king being weak. Rather, it was the overwhelming strength of Xie Ran's mech, empowered by Gu Jiao. Had Xie Ran still been piloting his previous mech, a mere snow wolf could have easily snapped his neck. Seeing Xie Ran distracted, the wolf king darted into the nearby thicket and vanished before their eyes. Chen Rui's words rang true. The mountain indeed harbored many ferocious beasts. If a Bond person encountered these creatures, their chances of survival would be slim. The wolf's howls had attracted nearby students and accompanying officials in search of ores. Upon witnessing Xie Ran maneuvering an extraordinary mech, a myriad of expressions surfaced among the crowd: shock, fear, and jealousy. Are you not a Bond's person? How can you possess an offensive mech? An official repeatedly verified the information in his hands, ensuring he had not mistaken identities. As they observed Xie Ran's transformation, murmurs of doubt emerged from the crowd. No wonder Xie Ran is always trailing behind Xie Shian. It seems there are perks to that. Xie Ran, weighing a mere 120 pounds, carried 119 pounds of cunning. Xie Shian is so formidable. Could he possibly alter the mech properties of others? This statement sent ripples through the crowd. Xie Shian had no choice but to respond. The beast that injured us last night was subdued by Xie Ran, which altered the properties of his Bond mech. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Xie Ran in disbelief. What kind of kickbacks did you give Xie Shian to have him speak on your behalf? In the past, battles against beasts necessitated the involvement of numerous mech fighters. Now, Xie Shian claimed that Xie Ran had single-handedly subdued the beast from the previous night. If this were true, Xie Ran would become the first individual in Qianlong City to independently slay a beast. Li Huanying, standing aside, sneered, "Look at you, neither human nor beast." The Academy has no need for such anomalies. Although directed at Xie Ran, the comment subtly ridiculed Xie Shian. Xie Ran, eager to defend himself, was halted by Xie Shian's intervention. Glancing at the dimming sunset, the sky grew increasingly dark. Xie Shian remarked with a playful smile, "So eager to meddle. Hasn't the chief examiner tasked us with seeking special attribute ores? Have you already found yours?" Xie Ran prepared himself. Your ore's attributes cannot be inferior to his, can they? Li Huanying stiffly forced a smile. Impossible. Having already suffered the humiliation of losing to Xie Shian, he could not endure another defeat at the hands of someone like Xie Ran. Absolutely not. Chapter 12. The gold and the participants of the examination were brought back to the Special Operations Team for verification of the mineral attributes they had collected. Gathering once again in the command room, Principal Ma gazed at the returning students, his eyes glistening with tears of joy. He could only wonder what these children had experienced on Qihuan Mountain. They had departed in a grand procession, yet returned as a mere handful. Some held a brilliant, shimmering mineral close, casting wary glances around them, fearful that someone might snatch their treasure. Others stood empty-handed, lost in a daze, resembling marionettes devoid of their strings. Qin Rue dispatched personnel to meticulously document the collected minerals for examination, informing the students that the list of those selected for the youth training class would be announced once the mineral attributes were verified. This announcement breathed a flicker of life into the otherwise somber command room. In a flurry, Xie Shian sought out Xie Shian. Why did you deceive Li Huanying? We didn't collect any minerals at all. Xie Shian merely smiled, an expression of knowing calmness gracing his features. He retrieved a gem gleaming with golden light from his pocket. Let them verify this. When did you collect this? Xie Shian inquired, curiosity piqued. Xie Shian, however, chose not to disclose the origin of the golden, responding only, while you were entangled with the Snow Wolf King, I casually dug up a couple of stones. Xie Shian couldn't help but admire him, giving a thumbs up. Ever since meeting Xie Shian, it seemed luck had graced her. Good fortune followed one after another. After some time, Principal Ma burst through the door, holding a small piece of stone in his hand, his voice a flurry of excitement. This is simply unbelievable. He took a moment to compose himself before raising the stone again and asking, which student is Xie Shian? His gaze darted eagerly among the students, clearly impatient to identify her. Principal, I am Xie Shian, she replied, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, rising nervously. Xie Shian, do you know what mineral you submitted for verification? Principal Ma's eyes shone with astonishment and envy. Xie Shian shook her head, having only glanced at the stone hastily during submission, unaware of its unique properties. Golden. This is golden. Principal Ma grasped Xie Shian's hand, enthusiasm radiating from him. This is an essential material for enhancing mecha attributes. What? Li Huanying exclaimed, rising abruptly, incredulous. Golden is exceedingly rare. It is said that this mineral requires a highly specific growing environment and takes an incredibly long time to form. Many spend their entire lives searching for a single piece. Yet Xie Shian has found one. Xie Shian chuckled at Li Huanying's flustered demeanor. Just one piece of gold sent him into such a frenzy. He had 2 more in his pocket. If Li Huanying knew, he would surely be consumed by jealousy. Principal, what mineral did Li Huanying collect? Xie Shian had not forgotten how Li Huanying had previously made things difficult for him in front of others. This was merely a fitting retaliation. Principal Ma, caught up in his excitement, only remembered to pull out a crumpled piece of paper when prompted by Xie Shian. His gaze landed on a specific line. Ah. Li Huanying's mineral is quartz, which does not possess any special properties. After announcing this, he again took Xie Shian's hand, declaring before all. Xie Shian performed exceptionally during the examination and has been promoted to the youth training class. Principal Ma initiated the applause, which was soon joined by others. The selection had been confirmed, sealing their own fates, making it difficult for them to share in Xie Shian's joy. Meanwhile, Li Huanying stood among them, seething with anger. He had hoped to use this examination to eliminate Xie Shian, only to find that this fellow had stolen the spotlight. Now, even Xie Shian had been selected for the youth training class, pouring gasoline on his already inflamed rage. A torrent of emotion surged within Li Huanying, leaving him feeling as though a colossal weight pressed down upon his chest. Observing the smiles exchanged between the crowd and Xie Shian and Xie Shian, he could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Shut your mouths." His outburst rendered the command room silent, everyone exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of his sudden outburst. Principal Ma cleared his throat, adopting an authoritative demeanor. This is the Special Operations Team, not a place for your tantrums. Li Huanying's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging in his neck, a visible pulse beneath his skin. Why won't you believe me? Xie Shian's mecha is problematic. It truly is. Those nearby winced at the volume of his voice, hands pressed to their ears, watching him in horror as he raved. If you have no evidence, you cannot casually slander your classmate. I believe it is necessary to discuss this with your parents. The mention of parents brought Li Huanying back to some semblance of reason. His voice softened, yet he remained unconvinced. Principal, Xie Shian truly has issues. I saw his mecha transform into another form before my eyes. This matter will be investigated later. Communication is possible if there are issues, but your extreme approach is unacceptable. After lecturing Li Huanying, Principal Ma left the command room with a stern expression. Once a distance away, he muttered under his breath, "What a piece of work." Reflecting on Li Huanying's words, he paused to consider for a long while. While Xie Shian's mecha differed from others, it was nonetheless a rare, legendary-grade machine, and he understood that some variation was to be expected. Based on his years of experience, he found no apparent issues. Furthermore, Xie Shian's demeanor was humble and courteous. He had never abused his power, even with his legendary-grade mecha. Principal Ma appreciated this quality and was reluctant to associate Xie Shian with the vicious and brutal beasts. Inside the command room, everyone praised Xie Shian. reminding her not to forget them when she joined the youth training class. Meanwhile, Li Huanying sat apart, feeling like an outsider amidst the festivities. Just then, the door to the command room swung open, revealing a panting member of the special operations team. Li Xiao, this is bad. What happened? Li Huanying asked, alarmed. The newcomer rushed forward, grabbing Li Huanying by the arm. The old master said he wants to break your legs today. You need to hide. Li Huanying's face turned as pale as a sheet. Had news of the beast incident reached his father so swiftly? Chapter 13. A price on your head. Li Huanying stood anxiously at the door, confronted only by a solitary silhouette that filled him with unease. As he contemplated how to justify himself, a clear voice pierced the air. What audacity! Shortly thereafter, Qin Ruwei was carried inside. Li Huanying could scarcely believe his eyes. He had seen Qin Ruwei only a short while ago, yet now he appeared in such a dire state, uncertain of Qin Ruwei's fate. The sight of blood gushing from his wounds led Li Huanying to conclude that the man was likely beyond saving. Upon witnessing Qin Ruwei's battered form, Li Huanying's heart sank. His father must have learned of the beast. The temperature in the room plummeted, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of suffocation. Neither father nor son spoke. Yet Li Huanying could sense the peril emanating from his father's icy gaze. Had he truly brought calamity upon himself? Do you realize the immense financial and human resources required to capture a magical beast? Li Huanying dared not meet his father's eyes. His initial intention had merely been to use the beast to teach Xie Shian a lesson, but the situation had spiraled out of control. Not only had he lost the beast, but that scoundrel Ji Ran had also gained an unwarranted advantage. Do you know why I kept the beast imprisoned in the dungeon? His father continued, lost in his own thoughts. To tame this creature, many combatants have become its prey. The beast is akin to a sponge, capable of absorbing energy endlessly. If one can wield the right potions upon it, do you understand what that entails? Li Huanying stood frozen, grappling with the implications. This meant that as long as the beast was powerful enough, whoever possessed both the beast and the right potions would become an unparalleled force in this world. Currently, aside from the Li family of Qianlong City, no one else could meet such stringent criteria. Yet, he had surreptitiously released the beast that his father had poured his heart and soul into. It was easy to imagine how furious and disappointed his father must be with him. One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. Listening to his father's somber tone, Li Huanying tightly shut his eyes, bracing himself for the impending punishment. The boy who killed the beast is named Xie Shian, correct? Yes, Li Huanying responded, still reeling from the sudden mention of Xie Shian. I will ensure that Xie Shian vanishes from Qianlong City entirely. That is the consequence of provoking me. Father, what do you intend to do? Li Huanying finally felt a measure of relief, no longer fearing his father's wrath upon himself. Do not provoke him for now. I will handle the remaining matters. With that, he dismissed Li Huanying. Li Huanying understood his father well. The calm demeanor was merely a facade concealing a tempest of fury. As for his father's methods, he could not help but feel a flicker of sympathy for Xie Shian. However, that thought was fleeting, replaced by a cold smile on his lips. Internally, he mused. Xie Shian, who told you to provoke me? You brought this upon yourself. Had Xie Shian chosen to endure, perhaps his father would have strongly recommended him for the special forces, ultimately making him a candidate for taming magical beasts. But now, he could only become an enemy of the Li family. On the way back to the academy, Xie Shian idly toyed with the golden in his hand. Suddenly, a reckless car barreled towards him. As it sped past, the door flung open, and a pair of hands reached out, pulling him inside. The street buzzed with people. Yet none paused at the sight of the out-of-control vehicle. Once seated, Xie Shian and Appos, and surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the driver, 3 men occupied the car, each clutching the golden they had just seized from him, their eyes gleaming with greed. You are Xie Shian? One of them inquired. And you are? Xie Shian retorted, as the bald man beside him pressed down on his shoulder. Who we are is irrelevant. What matters is that someone has paid handsomely for your life. Upon hearing this, Xie Shian grasped that these men were sent by the Li family to cause him trouble. Where are you taking me? He demanded. No one replied. The car jolted along its path, finally halting before an abandoned factory. The 3 men ushered Xie Shian into a desolate ruin, taking money for another's troubles. If you wish to leave, you must tread over our corpses, the bald man declared, ripping his clothing apart. His bronze skin was adorned with patterns forged from steel, resembling silver serpents coiling over him. Xie Shian had never encountered such a being before and instinctively associated him with an artificial human. As the last remnants of fabric fell away with the man's movements, Xie Shian was startled to find a hollow space in his chest, revealing a pulsing alloy heart. You are not human? Xie Shian gasped, astonished by this bizarre anatomy. The bald man scoffed, haven't you heard of mechanized humans? Brother, stop wasting time. Let him experience our might. One of his companions interjected, while the other two stood by, eager for the spectacle, clearly overconfident. They believed Xie Shian and Appos and was no match for them. Uncertain of who had granted them such audacity, Xie Shian and Appos, and raised an eyebrow and sneered, let us see you all try. The three men exchanged knowing smiles, oblivious to the fact that they faced a mechanized human known as the Butcher. Their bones had been replaced with steel, and their organs with mechanical alloys. Not only did they feel no pain, but they also experienced a significant enhancement in their combat capabilities. Unlike Xie Shian and Appos, who relied on mechs to boost his strength, they required no sustenance and felt no fatigue. They were, in every sense, a nightmare. We were going to play with you. But since you're in such a hurry, let us end this. The three men eyed Xie Shian like famished wolves poised to devour a tender rabbit. Once you're dead, those two golden will be ours. One of them licked his lips, no longer concealing the madness in his eyes. They advanced on Xie Shian, the sound of their colliding arms echoing through the ruins like the tolling of a death knell. The bald man struck at Xie Shian with a hand as sharp as a blade. The air split with a loud whoosh as the man's hand approached Xie Shian. Yet in an instant, he vanished before their eyes. Chapter 14. Selective forgetting. In the very spot where Xie Shian had just stood, a colossal palm print emerged. In an instant, a scorching gust of wind howled past the trio. They turned in unison to behold a crimson mech, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, hovering majestically in the air. With each flap of its wings, the temperature around them surged significantly. Xie Shian observed the fierce expressions of the three individuals, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. There were many who wished for his demise, yet none had succeeded, and these three were no exception. At this moment, a singular thought occupied Xie Shian's mind: to vanquish the Butcher and reclaim the golden. That which belonged to him was not to be coveted by anyone. As he contemplated this, another fierce wind swept through. Some individuals emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression upon their arrival, just as the three before him did. Xie Shian could distinctly sense the malevolent aura radiating from them. The trio exhibited a remarkable synergy, swiftly positioning themselves in a triangular formation in the face of danger, ensuring they could defend against any attack he might launch from any direction. However, Xie Shian swiftly fixed his gaze upon the man to his left. Behind him lay a segment of the wall, extending all the way to the exit. If he could force the man back to the other side of the wall, their seemingly invincible triangular formation would inevitably crumble. Despite encountering the legendary mech-modified individuals for the first time, Xie Shian discerned that they were merely synthetic beings enhanced by technology. With a soft exclamation, Xie Shian commanded his mech to approach the man on the left at lightning speed. The man, seemingly unprepared to become Xie Shian's target, retreated in a flustered panic. Xie Shian pursued relentlessly, and just as the man was about to cross the half-wall, he suddenly halted, a grotesque grin twisting his features. Did you think your plan was flawless? He sneered, then erupted into laughter as if he had discerned Xie Shian's innermost thoughts. Fool, we anticipated this long ago. In the next moment, Xie Shian felt a grip around his ankle, as if his body were shackled with lead. Looking down, he saw a bald man perched on another and Appos' shoulders, akin to standing on stilts. The combined height of the two allowed them to reach his ankle. No matter how hard Xie Shian struggled, the man's grip was like chains, firmly binding him. Realizing that remaining in this stalemate was detrimental, Xie Shian felt cracks appearing in his Zhuke mech, as if it would shatter at any moment, the blades at the edges of its wings having vanished. The three men exchanged glances of triumph, mistakenly believing that he had surrendered. They intended to drag him down from the air. Before they could act, however, the wings behind Xie Shian vanished into thin air, and without his mechanical wings, he plummeted rapidly towards the ground. What he had anticipated to be a gruesome impact instead resulted in a deep crater being formed. Within the crater, a tortoise shell, broad at the front and rounded at the back, wobbled gently. The trio stared in bewilderment, their faces a portrait of confusion. After a prolonged silence, Xie Shian slowly emerged from the shell. Unable to contain themselves, they burst into laughter. Is this the legendary mech? Yet, Xie Shian coldly regarded the trio. Reflecting on their selective amnesia, had they forgotten so quickly that he still possessed the Zhuke mech? Xie Shian maneuvered the Xuanwu mech out of the crater. No one could escape the Butcher's grasp, not even you. Was that so? As he spoke, the Xuanwu mech unleashed a torrent of turbulent waves. In an instant, the deluge enveloped the three of them. Water! The bald man exclaimed, panic setting in as he leaped onto the shoulders of his companions, forming a precarious mound. The trio scrambled desperately towards the exit, but alas, it was too late. The once arrogant trio now floundered in fear, unsure where to evade the impending deluge. The bald man knelt on the ground, earnestly pleading, "Please, spare us. We were merely blinded by greed. If you let us go, we will leave at once." Xie Shian approached slowly, step by step, closing the distance between them. How curious it was that those who had just threatened him were now begging for mercy. Surely, their expressions must be quite a sight to behold. As Xie Shian neared the bald man, he suddenly lifted his head to meet Xie Shian's gaze. A malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A perfect prediction. In a desperate act, he bound his arm tightly to Xie Shian's body. The once rapid beats of the alloy heart began to slow. Tick, tick, tick. With each beat, a second passed. Xie Shian suddenly realized that this was not merely an alloy heart, but a ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, it was too late to comprehend this revelation. Looking down, he saw the man's chest glowing ominously red. Then, a deafening explosion resonated through the ruins. The shockwave from the blast momentarily disoriented Xie Shian, and he recalled the bald man's words. Why could no one escape the butcher's clutches? It was because they fought with their flesh and blood. Even if it meant perishing in the end, they would fulfill their employer's task. With that thought, Xie Shian lost consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, with Chu Enai and Ji Ran vigilantly watching over him. Upon seeing Xie Shian slowly awaken, Chu Enai grasped his hand in excitement. "You're awake? How did you end up here?" Xie Shian felt as though his head would split open, reminiscent of a hangover. "Fortunately, Ji Ran noticed your absence. Otherwise, we would have been delayed much longer." Chu Ni's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of distress. "The doctor said if it had been any later, your accompanying mech would have been lost." Xie Shian frowned and sighed. "Stop crying, I'm fine." Ji Ran looked at Xie Shian and Appos, and with deep concern, "When we found you, you were lying in the ruins, covered in blood. There were even fragments of alloy on you. And it appeared a fierce battle had ensued." Xie Shian and Appos and did not wish to dwell on the incident. It had been orchestrated by the Li family through the butcher. Even if he shared this with Ji Ran and Chu and I, it would offer no solution, only burden them with worry. However, he was quite curious as to how they had managed to locate him. The abandoned factory was exceedingly remote, and no one had witnessed his abduction. Ji Ran, noticing the confusion in Xie Shian's eyes, pointed at his head and then at the surveillance cameras on the street, as if suggesting that while the brain is a valuable asset, it seemed he lacked one. Chapter 15. No different from trash, the atmosphere in the hospital room had relaxed, with the three of them engaged in casual conversation, when two impeccably dressed men entered unannounced. "Hello, Xie Shian," said the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approaching the bedside with an air of familiarity. "Who are you?" Chu and I inquired, uncertain of their identities, though their attire suggested they were not ordinary individuals. "Xie, I am Xie Shian, the head of the Security Management Bureau of Qianlong City, and this is Pan Long, the head of the Major Incident Investigation Department," Xie Shian stated, adjusting his glasses while maintaining a forced smile that appeared both distant and rigid. "Do you have business here?" Chu and I sensed an underlying malice in their demeanor as Xie Shian's facade did little to alleviate her suspicions. "Xie Shian, we are here to investigate the explosion at the abandoned warehouse." Xie Shian raised an eyebrow. Their abrupt inquiry about the explosion seemed too coincidental, evoking thoughts of the Li family. Had these men been sent by the Li family to probe him? Though he pondered this internally, Xie Shian maintained a calm exterior. "I was abducted there. They intended to kill me, and we fought. After that, I don't know what happened, but there was an explosion." Xie Shian scribbled notes, seemingly recording every word. "You claim you were abducted. Why was it that when we arrived at the scene, you were the only one present?" Xie Shian thought to himself. The bald man was killed, and the other two fled, leaving me alone. However, he replied earnestly, "My friend discovered alloy fragments at the scene." Xie Shian noted this discovery. Inquiring further, "Can you describe the physical characteristics of your abductors?" Xie Shian detailed the appearances and traits of the bald man and his associates. Xie Shian, visibly excited, produced a photo album, pointing to one of the individuals. "Is this the person you saw?" Xie Shian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although he had come merely to assess Xie Shian's injuries, he had not anticipated that the Li family would deploy such lethal enforcers against the youth who had just awakened his companion mech. The butchers were trained assassins, and no one had ever emerged alive from their clutches. Yet, astonishingly, they had faltered this time. Xie Shian's perception of Xie Shian began to shift. Perhaps this seemingly frail youth was not as defenseless as he had presumed. Thank you for cooperating with our investigation, Xie. I wish you a swift recovery. Zhou Simiao offered a courteous farewell before departing. Once they left, Xie Shian and Apos' expression darkened, his silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. It seemed the Li family had no intention of letting him go. Though he had escaped the butcher's clutches this time, his mech had sustained severe damage. He could only wonder what methods would be employed against him next. A month later, Xie Shian and Apos finally left the hospital. While his body had healed, his damaged mech remained unrepaired. Restoring it required a plethora of rare minerals, and the precious gold he possessed had been taken by the two fleeing assassins. Upon arriving at the academy, he found Li Huanying cornering Jiran. Listen well, don't ever mention Xie Shian's name in front of me again, unless you wish to experience the devastation of a destroyed mech. From a distance, Xie Shian overheard every word, his face steely as he approached Li Huanying. Li Huanying, his eyes glinted with murderous intent. To his surprise, Li Huanying was using his injury as a threat against Jiran. While the Li family wielded immense power in Qianlong City, openly flaunting their schemes was hardly the mark of an astute individual. It was as if he relished the notoriety, eager for others to know that his injury was the Li family's doing. The long-standing prestige of the Li family was being eroded by the likes of Li Huanying. Xie Shian, how dare you return? Li Huanying's voice trembled with evident panic at the sight of Xie Shian. Why are you so fearful of my presence? Xie Shian narrowed his eyes. Li Huanying puffed out his chest, trying to bolster his confidence. Am I afraid of you? Without your precious mech, what do you think you are? Considering Xie Shian's severely damaged mech, it was evident that without high-grade minerals for repairs, he would be rendered incapable of utilizing it. Acquiring such minerals required immense resources, and even a few would barely suffice for someone in Xie Shian's predicament. Thus, the legendary mech would be rendered virtually useless. Realizing this, Li Huanying lifted his chin in triumph. Xie Shian, out of respect for our time as classmates, if you crawl on your knees past me today, I will overlook your past transgressions. Jiran, appalled by such an outrageous demand, stepped in front of Xie Shian. No way. Who do you think you are? Treating him like your dog? Li Huanying struck Jiran's face hard, reveling in the public humiliation of Xie Shian, feeling a long-lost sense of dignity. He continued without a hint of remorse. Xie Shian felt his blood boil, a powerful rage threatening to overwhelm his last vestiges of reason. Just as he was on the verge of losing control, Principal Ma's voice halted Li Huanying's actions. What are you doing? Li Huanying turned back, frustrated, unable to comprehend why someone always intervened when he sought to reprimand Xie Shian. Upon realizing it was Principal Ma, he grudgingly suppressed his anger. Xie Shian, you come with me to the office. Principal Ma shot a warning glance at Li Huanying, clearly disapproving of their bullying behavior. Not only was Xie Shian and Apos the sole student in the academy to awaken a legendary mech, but his character was also among the finest. Had he not crossed paths with the Li family, he would undoubtedly have been a prime candidate for special cultivation. Chapter 16, The Barking Dog in the Office. Principal Ma exhaled a heavy sigh. His advanced age had dimmed the light in his eyes. This is a letter of recommendation. With it, you can go to Biyun Mountain, where there is a school named Xinda. I have already made arrangements with the principal there. Ma Qilong understood that keeping Xie Shian at the academy would only lead to further troubles, and given his current capabilities, he was no match for the Li family. The best course of action was to keep him away from them. I'm not leaving. Xie Shian's defiance puzzled Principal Ma. This solution was meant to protect him, allowing him to temporarily evade danger while alleviating pressure from the Li family. Yet, Xie Shian flatly rejected his goodwill, leaving Principal Ma in a difficult position. It was as if Xie Shian had transformed into a completely different person, devoid of the understanding nature he once possessed. Principal Ma was taken aback, struggling to comprehend why Xie Shian would dismiss his kindness. He had anticipated gratitude upon delivering the news, but instead, he was met with ingratitude. Why won't you leave? Principal Ma was eager to know his reasoning. Why should I leave? Principal, is there any semblance of fairness left in Qianlong City? Why can some people, because of their privileged backgrounds, bully others without consequence? Why do they hold power while we are subjected to inequality, unable to resist? Are they truly that strong? Or have we simply grown accustomed to oppression? Xie Shian unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration. Principal Ma felt a stirring within him and sighed. Who isn't striving for so-called fairness? You can only discuss fairness when you are strong enough. Xie Shian was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such words from the principal. However, this only solidified his resolve. I will not leave. If I do, It would be a true submission to the Li family. Principal Ma earnestly advised, I am suggesting you retreat to Biyun Mountain for a reason. There are many rare high-grade ores there. Your mecha is severely damaged, and without these ores for repairs, your future prospects are bleak. In this world, those who lose their mechas often meet the same grim fate, becoming cyborgs. To Principal Ma, such beings were not truly human. They were emotionless killing machines, driven solely by the instinct to kill. He did not wish to see Xie Shian end up like that. Yet, this was information he could not disclose to the Li family. Had Xie Shian not been so stubborn about leaving, he would never have revealed the truth. Thank you, Principal Ma. Xie Shian finally realized the principal's good intentions. Seeing Xie Shian's attitude soften, Principal Ma gratefully handed him the letter of recommendation. However, Xie Shian worried. If I leave, my friends will continue to be harassed by Li Huanying. He recalled witnessing Li Huanying cornering Xie Ran earlier. If he were not present, matters could worsen. That's not a problem. If Xie Ran is willing to accompany you to Biyun Mountain, you can look out for each other, Principal Ma reassured him. Grateful. Xie Shian bowed deeply to the principal, unsure of how to express his gratitude. He felt that the only way to repay him was to quickly repair the Xuanwu mecha, thus not disappointing the principal's expectations. When Xie Shian asked Xie Ran if he wanted to join him to Biyun Mountain, Xie Ran agreed without hesitation. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, from now on, Xie Ran, will follow Xie Shian without question. Xie Shian felt pleased and jokingly remarked, as long as I have meat to eat, you shall have soup to drink. Upon hearing the news of Xie Shian's imminent departure from Qianlong City, Li Huanying burst into boisterous laughter. As the two prepared to leave, he blocked their path at the academy's exit. Feeling quite arrogant, are we? Li Huanying deliberately raised his voice to attract the attention of several classmates. He wanted them to witness the fate of those who opposed him. I didn't expect you to be so weak. I haven't even had my fun yet. With arms akimbo, he wore a provocative expression. What are you barking about? Before he could finish, a shadow darted forward. Li Huanying turned to see a figure approaching, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he was struck by a solid punch. Damn it! Li Huanying stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. After a moment, he realized it was Xie Ran who had hit him. If you dare speak ill of Xie Shian again, I won't hesitate to give you another black eye. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, reveling in Li Huanying's embarrassment. Who do you think you are, stepping in for him? Li Huanying showed no respect for Xie Ran, believing that no one but Xie Shian posed a threat to him. Despite Xie Ran absorbing the power of a magical beast, the arrogant Li Huanying dismissed him. Suddenly, the sound of fabric tearing echoed in the air, and a figure rose slowly. Li Huanying's smile seemed to freeze as he looked at the bloodied scratch on his arm. Astonished, Xie Ran's movements had been swift. He had not even noticed when Xie Ran had approached him, yet his arm was now wounded by Xie Ran's sharp wings. Xie Shian raised an eyebrow and smiled. So, you're not as formidable as you claimed. Among the crowd, many had never seen Xie Ran's mecha and were abuzz with discussion. Is this person from our academy? His mecha is so impressive and powerful. Why have we never seen him before? He seems to match Li Huanying's strength. Those who knew Xie Ran well understood that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Since the exam, he had undergone a significant transformation, both in strength and mecha attributes. It was akin to being reborn. Xie Ran detected a hint of fear in Li Huanying's eyes. Just an hour prior, he would have chosen to endure Li Huanying's bullying, knowing the formidable Li family stood behind him, but circumstances had changed. He was about to accompany Xie Shian to Biyun Mountain, a place where the Li family's influence could not reach. Now, free from the Li family's intimidation, there was no need to continue tolerating Li Huanying's taunts. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Ran decided to teach him a lesson, showing him what it meant to look down on others. Chapter 17. Sirens on the verdant peaks of Biyun Mountain at the Shindo Academy. An elder of similar age to Principal Ma stood at the entrance. Xie Shian and his companion, having traveled a long distance, appeared somewhat weary. Welcome, students. The elder greeted warmly. During their conversation, Xie Shian learned that the old man's name was Ju, a fellow disciple of Principal Ma. Teacher Tsang, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Ju regarded Xie Shian with evident satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This youth, indeed, was as Principal Ma had described, a remarkable talent waiting to be nurtured. I hear your mecha has sustained severe damage. Allow me to take a look. Prior to Xie Shian's arrival, Principal Ma had repeatedly urged Ju to assist in the swift repair of the mecha. Unable to refuse a friend's request, Ju agreed. Intrigued by this youth whom he had yet to meet, what kind of exceptional individual could elicit such concern from Principal Ma? Upon their meeting, Song Ju sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the young man before him. Xie Shian had awakened the power of the Xuanwu, and his damaged mecha bore numerous cracks. Remarkable, Song Ju mused, having never encountered a mecha so extensively damaged. Were it not for your activation before my eyes, I might have mistaken it for mere wreckage. This is quite a challenge, Song Ju admitted, recognizing that repairing such extensive damage would not be a simple task. It appears we have a considerable workload ahead of us. The priority is to seal these fine fissures. Song Ju calculated that to mend all the small cracks, approximately 50 pieces of red heart jade would be required. While red heart jade was not exceedingly rare and could be procured for miners, it still represented a significant expense. Naturally, Xie Shian would be responsible for this cost. Do you have any funds? Song Ju opted for directness, as there was no need for circumlocution when dealing with an astute individual. No, Xie Shian replied candidly. As a student yet to graduate, he had no income, and thus no wages. Apart from a meager living allowance, his pockets held no surplus. Acquiring the necessary red heart jade without financial resources will be quite difficult, Song Ju noted. Is there truly no alternative to purchasing it? Xie Shian inquired. There can be alternatives, but they may not be necessary, Song Ju explained. If you prefer to avoid spending money, you could mine it yourself. However, this method is inefficient and would prolong the repair process. Teacher Song, what exactly is this alternative? Please do not keep me in suspense. Xie Shian, eager for the swift restoration of his Xuanwu mecha, realized that if he spent all his money on red heart jade, he would go hungry for the month. At that moment, he understood that wealth was not merely a superficial concern. It could indeed be a matter of life and death. Very well, Song Ju conceded. Observing their firm resolve not to part with funds, he divulged the location of the red heart jade. On Biyun Mountain, shrouded in mist year-round, there is a cliff approximately 200 meters from the summit where a significant quantity of red heart jade was discovered. However, the steepness of the cliff makes excavation and movement challenging, resulting in only a small portion being extracted. It is likely there remains a sufficient quantity. Since you wish to mine it yourselves, I encourage you to investigate, Song Ju concluded. Thank you, Principal Song. Xie Shian expressed gratitude before following Song Ju to tour the academy, which stood proudly amidst towering peaks. Is it truly possible for anyone to come to such a remote location? They were astonished to find the academy bustling with eager visitors. As Song Ju began to introduce the academy to Xie Shian and his companion, a woman clad in an oversized robe appeared before them, exuding an alluring aura. Teacher Song. Her voice was enchanting, laced with a tremor of shyness. The misty breath she exhaled seemed to possess an irresistible allure, wafting towards Song Ju. Hold your breath, he cautioned, pinching his nose and gesturing to Xie Shian and his companion to be wary of the woman. The mist enveloped Song Ju's hand before dissipating, prompting him to signal for the woman to cease her words. Xie Shian was perplexed. Why cover our mouths and noses? Song Ju pointed to the woman's extraordinarily beautiful face, exclaiming, her companion mecha is the siren, known for its beguiling effects. He then turned his gaze to the woman. Luo Lu. Why did you activate your mecha without my consent? The woman, named Luo Lu, smiled seductively at Song Ju, her delicate lips framing her pearly teeth as her slender fingers played with her hair. Just as she was about to respond, another instructor arrived and silenced her. Apologies, Principal. It was my oversight. I hope I did not cause you any trouble. She then retrieved a notepad from her bag, signaling for Luo Lu to write her thoughts. At this moment, Song Ju recalled he had yet to answer Xie Shian's inquiry. The siren is a defensive mecha, and the gas it emits has a captivating effect. Had I inhaled it earlier, I would have become her puppet. But why does her appearance remain unchanged when her mecha is activated? Xie Shian questioned, noting that Luo Lu bore no visible signs of mecha activation. In Xie Shian's understanding, all individuals transformed in some manner upon activating their mechas, himself included. The siren's power lies in its voice. Once the gas is inhaled by the individual whose name she utters, that person becomes susceptible to her control. Song Ju indicated. Observe her neck. There will be changes upon activation. As Xie Shian opposed and leaned closer, he noticed intricate mechanical patterns appearing on Luo Lu and Appo's neck, resembling a web intricately woven. How infuriating. How did you discover that so quickly? Luo Lu exclaimed, her mechanical markings vanishing, signifying her return to a non-mecha state. In a playful yet annoyed manner, she playfully punched at Song Ju, who easily evaded her strike. Luo Lu, realizing her efforts were in vain, turned her attention to the unfamiliar faces beside Songju. Greetings. I'm Luo. Despite her exquisite beauty, Xie Shian and Ji Ran sensed that her charm was somewhat diminished compared to when she had activated the siren. Hello, I am Xie Shian and Oppos, and began, but was interrupted by Songju. Do not disclose your name to Luo unless you wish to become her marionette, he cautioned. If she is unaware of your name, her enchanting abilities cannot ensnare you. Ah, I see. Xie Shian swiftly withdrew his outstretched hand, as if shocked. Luo pouted. You troublesome principal, you truly are a stumbling block on my path to friendship. Chapter 18. 2 surprises upon realizing that his intentions had been unveiled. Luo flashed a beguiling smile and mysteriously approached Xie Shian. Classmate, I happened to overhear your discussion regarding the Xie Shian. If you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out. I would be more than willing to help. Taken aback by this sudden offer of kindness, Xie Shian and Oppos, and repeatedly gestured that it was unnecessary. The task of unearthing the Xie Shian was trivial enough not to trouble anyone, especially since he and Luo had only just met and were not well acquainted. However, reality proved to be far less idyllic than he envisioned. When Xie Shian and Ji Ran arrived atop the Baiyun Mountain and beheld the cliff shimmering with the red glow of the Xie Shian, they realized the enormity of their undertaking. Yet, they appeared to have little choice. After exchanging encouraging glances, they activated their mechas. Fortunately, both of their machines were capable of aerial flight, sparing them the ordeal of dangling precariously from the cliffs. The extraction process was exceedingly complicated. They first needed to sever the connection between the Xie Shian and the cliff face. Then, they had to secure the gemstones with ropes, with Xie Shian fastening one end of the rope to his wings. Each time they harvested a piece of Xie Shian, Xie Shian exerted tremendous effort, as even the slightest miscalculation could lead to the precious stones shattering against the rugged rocks. Should any cracks appear, the Xie Shian would be rendered unusable. Yet, after toiling for hours, they had not managed to procure a single viable piece. Xie Shian felt regret. Matters that could be resolved with money should not be so burdensome. At their current pace, accumulating 50 pieces seemed an insurmountable task, one that would take an eternity. It appeared they were ill-suited for mining and would need to consider alternative strategies. Dejected, Xie Shian settled at the precipice, feeling the fierce winds rushing past. And a lucrative idea began to take shape in his mind. After a brief contemplation, he summoned Ji Ran, and they descended to the bustling market below. This lively marketplace, nestled between Jiyu City and Chunlong City, served as a crossroads for the three regions, bustling with a constant flow of people and an array of goods. After surveying the area, Xie Shian discovered a plethora of items, including numerous vendors peddling the very Xie Shian they sought. He spotted a ragged young boy, dirt-smudged and shyly hiding behind others, softly calling out, "Low-grade ores. Cheap, come take a look." The boy was exceedingly bashful, his face buried beneath his cap. And by the end, his voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. "How much for the Xie Shian?" Xie Shian inquired as he approached the boy, lifting a piece of the glimmering red or to the sunlight, scrutinizing it for flaws. 15 gold each. Goodness, why is it so expensive? Xie Shian muttered under his breath, calculating that his monthly living expenses totaled only 300 gold. At 15 gold for a single piece, accumulating 50 would require a staggering sum. I would have to forego food and drink for 2.5 months to gather that amount. With great care, he returned the Xie Shian to the boy, fearful of damaging it. Yet, upon observing the boy's desolate stall and those innocent eyes, Xie Shian felt his resolve waver. With a sigh, he picked up the most unassuming piece of ore. How much for this one? 2 gold. Xie Shian and Oppos, and awkwardly handed the stone back to the boy, forcing a smile. Though he could have easily taken it, the boy's offer of a meager piece struck him as commendable. Aran and Oppos, are you going to buy it? The boy, eager to finalize the transaction, called after him as he turned to leave. For the same price, I could acquire a higher quality ore. The boy and Oppos' eyes dimmed as he murmured, "If I cannot sell these ores, my sister and I will go hungry." Though Xie Shian and Oppos longed to assist, his own financial situation was quite dire. With a reluctant sigh, he chose to dismiss the boy and Oppos' disappointed gaze. After bidding farewell, Xie Shian and Oppos found an open space. He sat down and set up a sign he had prepared in advance, experienced the thrill of high-altitude challenges, 10 gold per session. As the crowd began to notice his sign, Xie Shian felt that his first business venture was on the verge of success. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to soar through the skies. At that moment, Both he and Xie Ran activated their mechas, their oddly shaped wings immediately drawing the attention of passersby. Good heavens! Look at the shimmering wings on that one. They seem embedded with jewels, exclaimed one onlooker. And the other one in Appos, as wings are covered in blades. Does anyone dare approach him? Could they be hurt? Though the crowd grew larger, none seemed inclined to patronize their endeavor. This was untenable. Spotting a burly man in the throng, Xie Shian politely beckoned him forward. Sir, would you like to experience an exhilarating high-altitude adventure for free? Free? The man was incredulous, unable to believe such an offer existed. Absolutely, not a single coin will be charged. As the man hesitated, Xie Shian enthusiastically guided him to a specially crafted bamboo basket. Once seated, Xie Shian and Xie Ran simultaneously flapped their wings, and the basket gradually ascended, distancing itself from the ground. As the tiny figures below appeared as mere specks, the man gripped the ropes tightly, nerves tingling with excitement. Yet, curiosity compelled him to glance down. The once expansive road now seemed minuscule. This was his first experience of viewing the entire city from such heights, and the thrill was intoxicating. Once acclimated to the altitude, the man's gaze wandered away from the ground, taking in the breathtaking scenery around him. In the distance, the snow-capped Baiyun Mountain presented a vista he had never encountered before. Even after they touched down, he remained entranced by the majestic sights they had witnessed. Stunning. Absolutely magnificent. I want to experience this again. The man's rapturous expression ignited a wave of curiosity among the onlookers. Those who had previously questioned the safety of the wings now displayed eager expressions. Seeing his goal achieved, Xie Shian called out, 10 gold per session, fair and square. The crowd surged forward, quickly encircling the stall. The commotion drew attention away from other vendors, disrupting their sales. As Xie Shian gazed at the gleaming coins, his heart soared with joy. Beyond the necessary expenses for the Xie, he would still have a substantial amount left over. It turned out that the world of the affluent was truly vibrant and diverse. Chapter 19. One must not lack integrity, although this venture assuredly promised profit. Xie Shian and his companion found themselves perpetually engaged in relentless toil. While the mechs remained tireless, humans, alas, were not. Observing the serpentine queue before him, Xie Shian lamented that at times, an abundance of business could also be a source of vexation. My apologies, esteemed patrons, but today's operations have concluded. We eagerly await your next visit. As Xie Ran busied himself dispersing the crowd, he rubbed his sore shoulders. Once the throng had dissipated, Xie Shian beckoned Xie Ran aside with an air of intrigue. Can you guess how much we earned today? He brandished a weighty pouch of coins, the clinking of gold resounding with each movement. A mere 100 gold? How conservative. Xie Shian extracted a substantial handful of coins from the pouch, revealing a staggering total of 300 gold. Such a sum was astronomical for the two of them. They had not anticipated such a bountiful return on their very first day. Xie Ran secured his bamboo basket upon his back, and the duo prepared to return home. Yet, on their way back, they encountered the young miner once more. Xie Shian recalled that when he first laid eyes on the boy, his stall had been laden with these inexpensive ores. A day had passed, and there remained a considerable quantity. The boy's cheeks were flushed with the hues of the setting sun, but in the next moment, he was overshadowed by another figure. Without raising his gaze, the boy mumbled, low-grade ores. Cheap. Take a look. Xie Shian picked up a neglected piece of red heart jade. How much for this? The boy was taken aback, pondering why so many had inquired about the red heart jade that day. Upon looking up, he saw Xie Shian smiling at him. 15 gold. He replied. Suddenly recalling his earlier disdain for the boy's pricing, he quickly amended, if you truly wish to purchase, the price is negotiable, I assure you. Though perplexed by Xie Shian and Appos' return, the boy realized he was the only customer at his stall that day. If he hoped to avoid hunger that night, all his hopes relied on this patron. Not this one, nor that one. Xie Shian casually pointed at 2 ores he found unappealing. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Pack up the rest for me. The boy, momentarily stunned, blinked at him. What did you just say? All of it. Wrap it up, before I change my mind. Xie Shian poured a heap of coins from his pouch. Recognizing he was not jesting, the boy nearly wept with joy, feeling as though he might embrace this benefactor. He and his younger sister had not had a proper meal in 3 days. Had he not encountered Xie Shian today? He could scarcely fathom how they would endure the night. While he could forego a meal, it pained him to see his little sister suffer alongside him. After counting the coins, the boy took only what was due to him and returned the excess to Xie Shian. Why return the money? Aren't you in dire need? Though I am poor, I do not covet a single coin of another. One may lack ambition, but one must not lack integrity. Xie Shian felt a kinship with the boy, his admiration growing. Yet, he also felt pity for one so young who had to toil for a living. Have you encountered some hardship? The boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out, "Not long ago, my mother passed away, leaving me to care for my younger sister. To provide for her, I must work. Without money, we face hunger." Moved by the boy and Appo's plight, Xie Shian felt a stirring in his heart. At such a tender age, he bore the weight of familial responsibility. What of your education? Surely, you have not yet activated your companion mech? The boy shook his head, lamenting that with basic sustenance a challenge. He had neither the means nor the time to attend the Xie Academy atop the mountain. Xie Shian and Appo's and examined the ores the boy had given him. Among the 11 pieces of red heart jade, the remainder consisted of low-quality stones, of little use to him. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. Do you mine every day? Yes, all these ores are sold to you. Tonight, I must return to the mines to prepare for tomorrow and Appo's sale. I require many red heart jades. If you find more, sell them all to me. Still at 15 gold each? Xie Shian nodded, recognizing that earning money would be far easier for him. The amount was merely a modest compensation for the boy's arduous labor. Moreover, he had yet to activate his companion mech, effectively wagering his life for mere sustenance. While he could offer little to assist, purchasing these ores was a small act within his reach. Really? The boy's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He sensed that Xie Shian was unlike other buyers, who sought the lowest prices possible. Rather, he seemed to be engaged in an act of charity. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? Xie Shian and Appo's, and teased. But even if I were to trick you, you would be powerless to retaliate. His words left the boy momentarily speechless, for he knew they rang true. A wave of frustration washed over him. Yet without Xie Shian's assistance today, he would have faced an empty dinner plate. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his tumultuous emotions. Then shall we meet here again tomorrow? I will be at the Xie Academy atop Yun Mountain. I shall await you there. Xie Shian cradled the red heart jade tenderly, fearful of damaging the precious stones he had procured with such effort. Ji ran, growing impatient, urged him to hasten, lest they miss dinner. The boy, suddenly recalling he did not know Xie Shian and Appo's name, called after him, Tian and Appo's, what is your name? Xie Shian and Appo's, and Xie Shian and Appo's, and departed. He appeared to Tian and Appo's, as a towering hero, noble and grand. When Songju beheld Xie Shian and Appo's, and returned bearing 11 pieces of red heart jade, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Did you two mine all of these? Such a bounty of red heart jade, even seasoned miners would require 4 to 5 days to unearth this much. You two went up the mountain for the first time and managed to bring back so much. It is simply unbelievable. Had Xie Shian claimed he had seized them from bandits, Songju would have believed him without question. This is not our doing, but the legendary power of wealth. Didn't you say you were out of money? Xie Shian and Appo's, and admitted he had overestimated his abilities, thinking that extracting such low-grade ores would pose no challenge. Yet, upon attempting it himself, he realized that sometimes spending money could enhance efficiency. Money is inert. Humans are alive. We were quite popular today, Jiran said, lifting his chin with pride. Songju had not anticipated that these two would venture down the mountain to earn money. Though slightly displeased, he refrained from voicing any objections, merely offering a few brief instructions. It is a good thing to gather red heart jade quickly. When you have a sufficient amount, return to find me. Chapter 20. A punch for the little girl. Upon returning home, Tian Ade discovered the gate wide open. His young sister lay unconscious at the threshold, with a scattering of beans strewn across the ground. Instantly, Tian Ade's mind was engulfed in chaos, echoing with a singular thought, I cannot allow anything to happen to my sister. Xiaoku. He swiftly scooped up the girl who had lost consciousness and hurried inside. Rummaging through a tattered cloth bag, he retrieved a pill, pried open Xiaoku's mouth, and administered it to her. As he observed her failure to awaken, fear and anxiety compelled him to kneel and fervently pray. Perhaps his cries reached the heavens, or perhaps the pill began to take effect. A gentle cough roused Xiaoku from her stupor. Brother. Xiaoku weakly groped for the edge of the bed, desperately yearning to see Tian Ade's presence. I'm here. In the dilapidated wooden hut, the two siblings relied solely on one another. Xiaoku leaned against her brother's shoulder, her frail body lacking the strength to speak after days of hunger. Are we going to go hungry again today? At her words, Tian Ade felt a pang in his heart. Embracing the emaciated Xiaoku, he chuckled through tears. Brother has money now. Today we shall feast. Witnessing his young sister endure hunger and cold due to his inadequacies was a torment he could no longer bear. Brother, I don't want to eat well. The school on the mountain has white bread, and the kind uncle there always gives me bread to eat. In that moment, Tian Ade could no longer contain the ache in his heart. Tears silently slid down, landing on Xiaoke's unkempt hair. He knew all too well who the uncle was. It was he who extended a helping hand whenever they faced hunger, never seeking anything in return. Their ability to overcome hardship time and again was a testament to his kindness. Sometimes, when Tian Ade sold or for money, he intended to pay for the school meals, yet was invariably rejected. Xiaoke, be good. Brother will take you to the school to eat bread. Recalling the acquaintance he had made earlier that day in the bustling market, Xie Shian, he was surprised that they would meet again so soon. Carrying Xiaoke on his back, the 5-year-old girl weighed less than the he had sold. Upon arriving at Xinda's school, they spotted Xie Shian conversing with the kind uncle. Rather than rush over, the siblings chose a nearby spot to rest. While they waited, a derisive voice pierced the air. "Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it's just these 2 filthy beggars." 3 students clad in school uniforms stood a short distance away. Their faces twisted in mockery as they gazed at the siblings, spewing cruel taunts. "I guess these 2 shameless rascals are here to steal bread again. Let me see where they're hiding it." One of them reached towards Xiaoke with a menacing grin. Xiaoke shrank behind Tian Ade, terrified yet unwilling to resist, knowing they were no match for their tormentors. Provoking them would surely lead to dire consequences. "Hey, little beggar, come here and let me search you for stolen goods." The boy drew closer to Xiaoke, his face contorted with lewdness. He was confident she would not dare to fight back. After all, a girl like her could easily be subdued with a single punch. Tian Ade cupped Xiaoke and Appo's ears with his hands. He could endure any insult hurled at him. But anything concerning Xiaoke was utterly intolerable. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and it will rage. Xiaoke was his untouchable taboo. "Don't come any closer. If you dare to harm a single hair on Xiaoke, I'll fight you." Tian Ade held the frightened Xiaoke tightly, attempting to shield her from fear with his warm embrace. "Are you threatening me?" The boy's face twisted further with derision, his exaggerated expression akin to one who had heard the most ludicrous joke. "I'm so scared of your threats. But the more you resist, the more excited I become." The 3 boys reveled in the sight of the siblings, whose eyes reflected terror. Tian Ade and Appo's body tensed with anxiety, fearing they might inflict harm on Xiaoke. His grip on her tightened instinctively. Just as the standoff reached its peak, Xie Shian and Appo's noticed the commotion. "Classmates, what are you doing? This is quite the spectacle." The group cast disdainful glances at Xie Shian, the newcomer to the school. "What are you doing here? This is none of your business. They came looking for me. Can you please spare them the trouble?" The 3 exchanged glances, aware of the rumors surrounding Xie Shian and Appo's expulsion from Chenlong City. Why should they care for someone deemed worthless? "I advise you to know your place and leave quickly, or you'll face the consequences too." Xie Shian and Appo's recognized that they had no respect for him. Tian Ade stammered. "Don't worry about me. Just take Xiaoke away." They wanted to hold back. He wished to shield Xie Shian from danger and prevent Xiaoke from worrying about him, choosing to face the bullies alone. To his astonishment, Xie Shian did not retreat. Instead, he positioned himself protectively behind the siblings. "In the future, I don't want to see you here at the school." The leader of the trio scoffed at Xie Shian's audacity. "This is our territory. When did it become your place to speak?" Xie Shian pondered why every place seemed to harbor individuals like Li Huanying, who thrived on humiliating others. Must one truly ride on the backs of the weak to feel superior? He regarded the 3 boys, his expression calm as the eye of a storm. "I've seen plenty of pretentious fools. You're nothing special." The leader sneered and brushed past Xie Shian, disdainfully shoving Tian Ade aside. "Hold him down." "Yes, Kuan-gu." The 2 boys behind him seized Tian Ade's shoulders, causing him to involuntarily step back in dismay. Regret washed over him. If he hadn't brought Xiaoke to school today, none of this would have transpired. It was all his fault. Silently, he wished for someone to rescue Xiaoke from their clutches. "I'll say it again. Don't touch that little girl." A palpable sense of dread enveloped the crowd as a powerful presence emerged behind Kuan-gu. "Brother, I'm scared." Xiaoke wiped her tears, retreating into Tian Ade's embrace, softly sobbing. Observing the tense standoff, it seemed a violent clash was imminent, and Xiaoke, so young, had never witnessed such a scene. Chapter 21. The 40-meter blade could not be stopped. The wild howling of dogs echoed through the air, and it seemed that even deities could not save her today. As I proclaimed, "Brother Kuan is magnificent. Brother Kuan is extraordinary." The 2 onlookers trailing behind Brother Kuan were reveling in the excitement, cheering him on. The youth, addressed as Brother Kuan, violently gripped Xiaoke's hair, forcing her tear-filled eyes to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Xie Shian found their raucous voices unbearable, frowning as he rubbed his ears. I shall not repeat myself. If you cannot comprehend, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, he declared. With a thunderous roar, Xie Shian unfurled his wings, propelling Brother Kun violently against the stone wall beside them. The two sycophants, who had previously been so eager to follow Brother Kun, were instantly silenced by the startling scene. What are you two doing? Brother Kun struggled to rise from the shattered wall, casting a resentful glance at them. Brother Kun, we never anticipated he would dare to strike you. They stammered. This humiliation cannot be tolerated. If he dares to hit you today, he will not hesitate to kill you tomorrow. Indeed, we cannot allow this scoundrel to rise above us. Xie Shian mused, questioning whether these two had lost their minds, perhaps indulging in such thoughts out of sheer gluttony. Is that true? Brother Kun inquired earnestly of his companions. Xie Shian regarded the trio with a bemused expression, marveling at their ability to concoct such an elaborate drama in such a brief moment. We cannot let him escape lightly. Although Xie Shian had initiated the confrontation, should he inflict severe injury upon himself, he would possess a legitimate excuse to evade the principal's scrutiny. The youth known as Brother Kun activated his accompanying mecha at a painfully slow pace, the sheer size of the machine delaying its awakening. After what felt like an eternity, a colossal war vehicle materialized before them. Upon the full activation of his mecha, the space for movement shrank significantly. The two followers of Brother Kun puffed up with pride. Are you scared now? It's not too late to beg for mercy, they taunted. With just a flick of his finger, Brother Kun could crush your skull. Their laughter echoed. And Brother Kun, emboldened, adopted the demeanor of a victor, even before engaging in battle. Do not call me Brother Kun. Refer to me as the god of war. Xie Shian had already surmised that Brother Kun's mecha was the god of war Ares. Observing his arrogant posture only solidified his assumption. Tian Ade and Xiaoka, overwhelmed by the imposing mecha, stood frozen in fear. Brother, I will apologize to him. Do not let him harm anyone, Xiaoka exclaimed. Tian Ade, remaining silent, gently stroked her head to provide comfort. He feared that even an apology would be futile. Their intent was not reconciliation, but rather to relish the thrill of dominance. The massive war vehicle advanced with surprising speed, heading straight for Xie Shian's feet. The next moment, the shrill sound of blades scraping through the air pierced their ears, causing all to wince in pain. Upon activating his Zhuke mecha, Xie Shian enveloped himself in enormous mechanical wings, resembling two colossal shells that shielded him completely. Xiaoka anxiously rubbed her feet, entirely forgetting her hunger. Brother, I am frightened. I want to find uncle. With that, she slipped through the gap between the two. Believing that Xie Shian refrained from retaliating out of fear of his prowess, Brother Kun grew more arrogant, shouting, I'll give you a 39-meter head start. Yet you will still not escape my grasp. He then brandished a gleaming 40-meter-long blade. Feigning fear, Xie Shian opposed and stepped back, declaring, then I shall respectfully comply. With that, he dashed toward the direction of the schoolhouse. As Tian Ade stood in shock at Xie Shian's swift departure, Brother Kun scoffed. This fool cannot think straight. The students at Xinda Academy number in the hundreds. Does he truly believe running toward them is a means of escape? Upon hearing this, Tian Ade urgently shouted towards Xie Shian's retreating form, run down the mountain. Xie Shian, hurry. It was already too late. Brother Kun raised his blade high, pursuing Xie Shian. Fear gripped Tian Ade as he worried for Xie Shian's safety, fearing that he and Xiaoka might suffer harm or, worse, lead to a more dire outcome. He dared not dwell on such thoughts and hastened after them. Xie Shian sprinted eastward, passing the training grounds and school without pausing. Do not run. You cannot escape. Their ruckus drew attention, with students at the training ground stopping to witness the chase, neither party willing to concede. With a calculated leap, Xie Shian ascended the steps, arriving at the entrance of Songju's office. Coincidentally, as he reached the doorway, the principal emerged, cradling the tear-streaked Xiaoka. Seeing Brother Kun poised to strike, Songju bellowed, What are you trying to do? Startled by the principal and Appo's furious voice, Xiaoka, whose emotions had just settled, felt tears welling up again. She buried her head in Songju's neck, sobbing, Uncle, please do not be angry. It is all my fault. Songju sighed, soothing the distraught Xiaoka. Be a good girl, go find your brother. But as she turned, her expression shifted, her anger flaring. Ji Kun, what do you intend to do? Besides bullying the weak, you engage in petty theft. You are bringing disgrace to Xinda Academy. Songju's fervor escalated, his words fervently directed at Ji Kun, as he chastised him mercilessly before the gathered students. At that moment, Tian Ade arrived, relieved to find that the anticipated chaos had not unfolded. He approached, guilt-ridden, saying, "This is our fault. Please do not blame Xie Shian. If it were not for his help, perhaps." He hesitated, fearing that the one called Brother Kuan might retaliate. Hearing this, Songju's fury intensified. "Ji Kuan, how dare you? You have the audacity to bully others even outside the academy." To suppress the surge of anger, Songju focused on controlling his breathing, striving to maintain calm, especially with so many students observing. Chapter 22, Misunderstanding resolved. Ji Kuan, since you have chosen to disregard the school's regulations, you shall be punished by transcribing the school motto 100 times. Upon hearing this sentence, Ji Kuan felt his legs weaken in fear. 100 times? The school motto was as lengthy and unpleasant as an old woman in Appo's S-bound feet. If he were to complete the task, his fingers would surely be sorely strained. "Principal." Ji Kuan attempted to plead for mercy, but a single glance from the principal silenced him. That look seemed to convey, "Should you dare to speak, your punishment will be doubled." However, when he turned to Xiaoka, his expression softened as he gently patted her head, saying, "It has been a while since you two siblings visited." Once Xiaoka realized she was safe, her stomach began to growl incessantly. Yet, recalling the principal's earlier anger, she hesitated to redirect his ire towards herself and cautiously inquired, "Does the uncle keep his word?" Sanjue thought the little girl had some request and nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Then can we have steamed buns?" "Certainly." Xiaoka seemed to be quite close to Sanjue, as she confidently took his large hand and led the way to the kitchen. After Sanjue departed, Tian Ade approached Xie Shian, unsure of how to express his gratitude. After a prolonged silence, he realized his clumsiness only allowed him to utter the words, "Thank you, Xie. You have successfully provoked my ire." Ji Kuan glared fiercely at Xie Shian, thinking of the endless school motto he would have to write. "Don't assume that with the principal backing you, you can rise above me." Xie Shian shrugged helplessly. "I never claimed to want to rise above you. Those words were merely misinterpreted by your two little lackeys." Reflecting on this, Ji Kuan realized he indeed had not said such a thing. He turned his head to see the two followers trailing behind him, beckoning, "Come here." The two, thinking they were being summoned for orders, hurried over, only to receive a resounding slap across the face. The strike was crisp and loud, delivered with full force. The two were momentarily dazed, yet dared not cry out in pain before Ji Kuan. They could only clutch their clothing, attempting to alleviate the sting on their cheeks. Ji Kuan, aware of his wrongdoing and having wronged Xie Shian, felt this slap served as an apology. "I misjudged you. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, you see." His implication was clear. He hoped Xie Shian would speak a few good words to the principal on his behalf. If Xie Shian declined, he would have to endure the tedious task of writing the motto 100 times. Understanding Ji Kuan's intentions, Xie Shian, who merely wanted to assist Tian Ade, not wishing to see Ji Kuan punished, readily agreed to help but stipulated a condition: he could no longer bully Tian Ade and Xiaoka. Ji Kuan hesitated, recognizing that any delay would show disrespect to the motto, and quickly acquiesced. In truth, he had no real intention of harming Xiaoka. He merely relished the feeling of trampling on others' dignity. Xiaoka resembled a fragile flower, and he harbored no ill will towards her. In the kitchen of Xinda Academy, Xiaoka held a bun in one hand and a chicken leg in the other, her mouth smeared with grease as she animatedly recounted her recent experiences to Sanjue. "Uncle, my brother has become wealthy. You sold all those ores." Sanjue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that so? Ade is quite remarkable." "Of course. My brother is the most formidable in the world." Seeing Xiaoka's proud expression, Tian Ade felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. Seizing the moment while Xiaoka was engrossed in her meal, he leaned closer to Sanjue and whispered, "Uncle, I came here to ensure Xiaoka can stay at the academy." Sangjue's face lit up. He had visited the siblings several times, urging them to join the academy, only to be met with various refusals from Tian Ade. He understood well that Ade was strong-willed, not wanting to accept charity. He was pleasantly surprised by Ade's proactive request to attend the academy. "Rest assured, you need not worry about tuition, I can." Tian Ade quickly waved his hands, sensing a misunderstanding. "I meant to say, I want Xiaoka to stay at the academy alone while I go out to earn money for her education. But if you are not here, will she agree to stay?" Sanjue lowered his voice, ensuring Xiaoka could not overhear. "I can grant both of you free admission right now. You need not feel pressured." "That won't be necessary, uncle. I can't let Xiaoka stay home alone anymore." He paused, sniffing back tears before continuing, "She fainted again today. It's because of my inadequacy that Xiaoka suffers alongside me. But if she comes to the academy, things will be different. Here." She can have steam buns every day and activate her own companion mech. Only then can I rest easy when I am not by her side. Sanjue admired Tian Ade, seeing him as an unpolished gem, destined for greatness with careful refinement. But don't you wish to attend school? Don't you want to activate your companion mech? Before Sanjue could finish, Tian Ade interrupted. No need, uncle. I can earn money now, and I can support Xiaoke's education. Rest assured, I will not fall behind on tuition. Xiaoke set down her chicken leg, her sparkling eyes fixed on the conversation between the two. What are you talking about? I think I just heard my brother mention something about making money. Nothing important. We were just discussing how impressive your brother is for selling so many ores. Sanjue, reluctant to burden Xiaoke with the impending separation, fabricated an excuse to quell her concerns. Indeed, uncle, I was also pondering who would buy so many ores. Could they be a fool? Children speak without a filter. How could there be any fault in that? However, at that moment, Xie Shian happened to walk in and fortuitously overheard her words. Upon seeing Xie Shian's fluctuating expression, Tian Ade realized Xiaoke's innocent remark had inadvertently struck a nerve. He hurriedly covered her mouth, nervously explaining, "Don't take what the child says to heart." Unaware of the unfolding tension, Xiaoke struggled against her brother's grip. After several failed attempts, she resigned herself and flopped back into Tian Ade's arms. Xie Shian could not possibly hold any resentment towards such an adorable little girl. Chapter 23. Nothing is more important than Xiaoke. Xiaoke gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar face of Xie Shian, instinctively wanting to flee, but was held back by Tian Ade, who grasped her hair bun. Xiaoke, your brother needs to go earn money. Will you wait for him at the school? Xiaoke, with her finger in her mouth, looked innocent. Then I can eat white bread every day? Yes, Tian Ade replied confidently, always wishing to give his young sister the best of everything. So, Xiaoke, be good and wait here for your brother. Seeing Xiaoke agree, Tian A and Appos felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared she had truly grown up. At first, he had expected her to cry and insist on going home. But her quick acceptance surprised him. Uncle, I leave Xiaoke in your care, he said, preparing to head home to gather his things before making his way to Biyun Mountain. Only by collecting more Xie Shian jade could he earn more money. With money, Xiaoke would no longer have to go hungry. This thought filled Tian Ade with renewed determination. After his departure, Xie Shian approached Songju. Principal, it seems that in their eyes, I am just a big fool. Songju chuckled lightly. I had already guessed that it was you who purchased Ade's or Xiaoke, holding a cup of water, paused, realizing that Xie Shian had overheard her words. Immediately, she sought to ingratiate herself, saying, Brother is not foolish. He is tall, handsome, wealthy, and kind-hearted. Xie Shian couldn't help but smile at the cleverness of the little girl. Songju took Xiaoke's hand and led her to the place where the mecha fortress was stored. Every year, the school gathered students to activate their accompanying mechas, so the fortress typically lay neglected in a corner. Xiaoke, go see what attribute your accompanying mecha possesses. Songju urged the hesitating girl. As the slender Xiaoke entered the vast mecha fortress, Xie Shian felt a pang of protectiveness. She appeared so small and fragile, like a porcelain doll that could shatter at a touch. Moments later, a female figure flickered within the fortress before vanishing. Soon after, Xiaoke emerged. Her upper body enveloped in a golden mecha adorned with wheat patterns, while her lower half was a vibrant green. A thick chain linked her back to her forearms, and where her hands should have been, a sharp sickle replaced them. Xie Shian speculated that Xiaoke's accompanying mecha was likely a combat type. Songju, equally filled with anticipation, moved to inspect the energy display embedded in the back. My goodness, Xiaoke, I cannot believe you activated a special grade mecha. Principal, what attribute is it? Xie Shian could barely contain his excitement. If Xiaoke's mecha indeed possessed combat attributes, then the siblings would finally be free from their struggles for survival. It is a lifestyle mecha. Xie Shian's hopeful expression shifted to one of dejection. Sometimes, the greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment when reality diverged from one's dreams. However, Songju continued, Xiaoke's mecha is still among the elite of lifestyle mechas. After all, it embodies the spirit of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. The principal, observing Xiaoke's ignorance of her mecha's attributes, spoke excitedly. She is the goddess who governs the vitality of the earth. Xiaoke, quickly test your abilities. He led her to a withered flower bed, eager to see if she could revive them. Xiaoke manipulated the mecha, drawing energy from other plants, then extended her mechanical arm to gently caress the drooping stems of the phoenix tail flower. A miraculous scene unfolded as the seemingly lifeless flowers gradually regained vitality. It was astonishing that a lifestyle mecha could wield such formidable power. No wonder the principal was so thrilled, despite being a lifestyle mecha. Its capabilities felt more practical than Li Huanying and Appo's superior-grade mecha. Congratulations, Xiaoku, on activating such an impressive accompanying mecha. Your brother will surely be delighted. Xie Shian and Appo's, and smiled. Genuinely happy for her. You think Demeter's abilities are limited to this? Do not underestimate her. Songju asserted, his gaze falling on Xiaoku's sickle. Draw from the power of decay and try again. Upon hearing this, Xiaoku swung the sickle towards the newly revived phoenix tail flower. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant blooms began to wither at a visible pace. Xie Shian watched, stunned into silence. This was truly the power of Demeter. Xiaoku, excitedly waving her sickle, exclaimed, "This is amazing. I must tell my brother the good news." In her exuberance, she turned to see that the flowers and plants in the areas she had just passed were starting to wilt. Realizing her inadvertent mistake, she lowered her head. "Uncle, I didn't mean to. I can restore them. Please don't scold me." Not long ago, Songju and Appo's punishment of Ji Kuan was still vivid in his mind. Although the uncle was often kind to her, it was because she was well-behaved and did not cause trouble. Don and Appo's, worry, you stay here and fix the flowers. I will send someone down the mountain to find Ade and share this good news with him. Songju, looking at the frightened Xiaoku, ultimately refrained from scolding her. Xie Shian arrived at the foot of the mountain only to find that Tian Ade was not home. Had he already ascended the mountain? Eager to share the good news, Xie Shian turned back and headed up the mountain towards the location of the Xie Shian jade. The wind today felt particularly strong. Even Xie Shian, accustomed to the mountain's bluster, found it somewhat challenging. As he neared the area where the Xie Shian jade was located, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was none other than Tian Ade. He was tying a rope around a massive boulder that obstructed the mountain path, tugging at the knot to ensure its security before sliding down the cliff face. Each step was perilous, and Xie Shian watched anxiously as the rope swung precariously near the edge of the cliff. Could such rudimentary equipment truly be safe? However, he could not distract Tian Ade at this critical moment and remained rooted in place, waiting for him to ascend. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from below the cliff, as if something had snapped. Despite the howling wind that engulfed the surroundings, Xie Shian distinctly caught that faint sound. At that moment, his heart tightened with dread. He watched as the rope lost its tension and was swept up by the wind, floating precariously in midair. A wave of weakness washed over Xie Shian, and the scene before him blurred. For a moment, he couldn't bring himself to confront the horrifying thought that had crossed his mind, desperately trying to remain alert against the cold wind. He must have seen it wrong. He refused to accept the reality of what had just transpired. Chapter 24. The grievous news. Xie Shian and Appo's, and realized that he could no longer remain passive. He must summon the strength to act. The most pressing task at hand was to locate Tian A and Appo's. At this moment, only he could save him. Gazing into the abyss below, where the cliff had swallowed him whole, Xie Shian and Appo's, and inhaled deeply. The chasm seemed endless. Should he fall, escape would be nearly impossible. Yet he knew he must regain his composure and cast aside any negative thoughts. The abruptness of these events left him momentarily disoriented. After a brief period of adjustment, he gradually regained some semblance of rationality. Activating the Zhuke mech, he plunged downward, calling out Tian Ade's name while scanning for any sign of him. The howling mountain winds devoured his voice, as if intentionally thwarting his efforts to reach Tian Ade. After circling the area without success, Xie Shian concluded he had not searched diligently enough. He descended to the base of the cliff, discovering an exceedingly steep path. Exiting battle mode, he resolved to ascend this route and search once more with greater care. However, a gnawing intuition had already begun to form within him. The rocky debris at the bottom of the cliff hinted that a fall could result in a tragic fate. Still, he clung to a flicker of hope, believing that Tian Ade might be spared by some fortuitous twist of fate. The jagged stones along the way left numerous cuts on his calves, yet he did not allow this to slow his pace. Tian A and Appo's. The only response was the relentless wind, echoing his cries. After a grueling trek, he finally spotted bloodstains a few dozen meters from the cliff's edge. Following the trail, he was met with the most harrowing sight imaginable. Tian Ade lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide with terror, his expression twisted in horror. In that instant, Xie Shian felt as though his mind had shattered. The belief that had sustained him crumbled to dust. "Hey, wake up!" he nearly roared, desperate to rouse him. "Speak to me." Xiao Ku is waiting for you. How can you leave her all alone? But there was no response. Xie Shian blamed himself entirely. It was his eagerness for the Xie Shian, his arrangement with Tian Ade to meet at the academy for trade the following day. Had he not pressed on, Tian A and Amp, Oppos, would not have risked his life to gather or hear. With a heavy sigh, Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, enforced the sorrow deep within his heart. Looking at Tian Ade, whose eyes remained open in eternal sleep, he murmured, "Were you worried about Xiaoko? Rest assured, I shall look after her." Yet, he was at a loss as to how he would face the young girl, and how to convey the heartbreaking news of Tian Ade's demise. When Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and returned to the Xinde Academy with Tian A and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' lifeless body, it was well past midnight. All were asleep, save for a faint light emanating from Songju's room. "Principal, are you awake?" "No," Songju replied, as if he had been waiting for Xie Shian. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of the disheveled Xie Shian carrying the pallid form of Tian Ade. "What has happened?" he inquired, concern etched upon his face. "It's a long story." After gently placing Tian Ade on the bed, Xie Shian recounted the day's tragic events. "It seems that misfortune seeks out the most wretched of souls," Songju lamented, approaching Tian A and Oppos, brushing his hand across the boy and Oppos' cheek to close his eyes. The normally loquacious principal was now beset by sighs as he recounted how he had come to know the siblings. Both Ade and Xiaoku were unfortunate children. Their mother had recently passed away in an accident, leaving them unable to care for themselves. Since her demise, they had gone several days without a proper meal. Xiaoku would eat handfuls of beans, washing them down with water, filling her belly only to stave off hunger temporarily. But this was not a sustainable solution soon. She collapsed from malnutrition. Unable to bear seeing his sister suffer, Tian Ade had sneaked into the academy after hours, hoping to steal some bread. He was caught by Xie Shian, who, upon learning their plight, offered A and Oppos the assurance that he could come for food whenever he needed it. Though he could not guarantee anything else, there would always be bread to spare. Ade was a proud boy. After that encounter, he did not return for a long time. Songju's heart grew heavy at the thought, prompting him to open a window. A gentle breeze wafted in, tousling A and Oppos, and Oppos' hair, making it seem as if he were merely asleep. Songju and Oppos' gaze drifted into the inky darkness of the night. Xiaoku had just endured the loss of her mother, and now Ade. He feared for the child's fragile spirit. After a prolonged silence, Xie Shian finally spoke. "I will tell Xiaoku. After all, this tragedy arose from my recklessness." The following morning, Xiaoku appeared before everyone, brimming with energy. Yet she sensed something amiss in their gazes. Xiaoku, Xie Shian and Oppos, and had been waiting there since early morning, contemplating how to deliver the dreadful news. "It's the wealthy brother." Xiaoku recalled her previous encounter with him, anxious that he might harbor resentment for her words. If he chose not to purchase Ade's or they would return to their previous state of hunger. "I have something to discuss with you." Noticing Xie Shian's grave demeanor, Xiaoku wondered if he was still upset over yesterday's incident. As he turned to leave, she hurried to follow him. They entered a vacant room, where she spotted her brother lying still on the bed. Xiaoku's eyes brightened, and she quickly grasped Xie Shian's arm, signaling for silence. "Don't wake him. He is sleeping. Let us go outside and not disturb him." She believed he must be exhausted from working so hard for her. Seeing him asleep so soundly, she could not bear to wake him. "Xiaoku," Xie Shian gently took her hand and led her a few steps forward. It was then that she noticed the many wounds on her brother's body. Her heart sank as she grasped his hand, realizing it was cold to the touch. Looking closer, she saw that his chest, which should have risen and fallen with breath, lay utterly still. In an instant, she seemed to grasp the horrifying truth. With a choked voice, she implored, "Let us go outside. Don't disturb brother's sleep." "Your brother." Xie Shian struggled to convey the cruel reality. Yet her small hand silenced him. "He is really just sleeping." The words seemed to drain her of all strength, and as they escaped her lips, she buried her face in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 25. Confused memories. Xie Shian's expression darkened, revealing her awareness of the events that had transpired. It was truly lamentable that such a young girl had to endure the pain of losing family members one after another. This incident was undeniably a tremendous blow to her, necessitating time to mend her emotional wounds. Apart from placing her hopes in time, Xie Shian and Oppos, and found herself at a loss as to how to provide comfort. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. After much hesitation, Xie Shian finally spoke. "Your brother was a responsible and dependable person. This statement from Xie Shian and Apos and inevitably stirred Xiaoka and Apos' sorrow, causing tears to stream uncontrollably down her cheeks. It and Apos, it's all my fault. I burdened my brother. It and Apos, me who deserves to be cursed. Xiaoka nearly pleaded as she grasped Tian Ade and Apos' hand. Brother, please wake up. I promise I won and Apos, ever complain about being hungry again. Despite knowing he would no longer respond, she was reluctant to let go of his hand, as if the act of releasing it would mean he would truly vanish from her life forever. Xiaoka, if you must blame someone, blame me. If it weren't and Apos, for me. He would never have risked going up the mountain to collect the heart of the red stone upon hearing Xie Shian and Apos' words. Xiaoka wept even harder. You are the one who caused my brother and Apos' death. You are the villain. It is you who is to be damned, not my brother. Overwhelmed by immense grief, Xiaoka lost her capacity for rational thought, particularly as she was merely a 5-year-old child. Xie Shian understood her feelings at that moment. Xiaoka needed an outlet for her emotions, and thus, she could bear the brunt of the accusations. Exhausted from crying, Xiaoka's hoarse voice continued to call out for her brother. Aside from that, she paid no heed to any other sounds. Songju, bringing food to visit her, sensed the tense atmosphere between Xie Shian and Apos and Xiaoka. He attempted to console her. Xiaoka, I know you are deeply saddened. Losing your brother is an incredibly painful experience, but you cannot place all the blame on Xie Shian. He bought those minerals in an effort to help you, and if it weren't and Apos, for Xie Shian and Apos, and discovering that Ade was in danger, we might never have found him. With tear-filled eyes, Xiaoka gazed at Songju. If it weren't for him, my brother would not have taken such risks. He knew that my brother had not activated the mech and lacked even the ability to protect himself, yet he sacrificed my brother's life for a few worthless stones. At that moment, Songju could only look at Xiaoka with pity. Seeing that Xiaoka was no longer as agitated as before, Xie Shian said with remorse, though Ade is gone, I will strive to fulfill the responsibilities of a brother. Xiaoka distanced herself from Tian Ade, casting a cold, sidelong glance at Xie Shian. That's unnecessary. A brother is irreplaceable, and he will never return. In her heart, no one could assume the position held by her brother. Songju wished to say more, but Xiaoka had already left without another word. In the days that followed, Xiaoka kept her room locked, refusing to eat or see anyone. Isolating herself within, concerned that this would jeopardize her health, Songju called upon Luo Lu. After their discussion, Luo Lu comprehended the principal's good intentions. Approaching Xiaoka's door, he gently knocked. Xiaoka, will you open the door? Silence enveloped the room. It seemed she had not only confined her body, but also her spirit within those 4 walls. Seeing that she remained unmoved, Luo Lu resorted to invoking Tian Ade's name. Your brother would be heartbroken if he knew you were neglecting your health. After a prolonged silence, footsteps echoed from inside. The door cracked open slightly, allowing Luo Lu to glimpse the scene within. Xiaoka, already frail, appeared even more delicate. Perhaps having not left her room for days, she felt a wave of dizziness upon opening the door, and her body uncontrollably toppled backward. With a shriek, she lost consciousness entirely. When she next opened her eyes, a familiar face came into view. Xiaoka trembled as she spoke. Brother? Xie Shian was momentarily lost in thought at the sound of her calling him brother. After a while, he remembered to respond. Sister, I had a terrible dream. Xiaoka buried herself in Xie Shian's embrace, seeking solace. Do not fear, I am here. As he gently ruffled her hair, Xie Shian's gaze flickered towards the window. Reluctant to meet her clear eyes, fearful she might perceive the truth. Though this temporarily alleviated Xiaoka and Apos' pain, it also obscured the memory of her beloved brother. Xiaoka peeked out from Xie Shian's embrace. Brother, you seem a bit different today. For reasons unknown, the brother before her appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Xiaoka, troubled, rubbed her head, feeling as though she had forgotten something significant. Xie Shian motioned for Xiaoka to sit opposite him, speaking earnestly. I am your brother. No matter what happens in the future, I shall protect you. Xiaoka nodded solemnly, not grasping why he spoke such strange words. Then, as if struck by a thought, she beamed. Did uncle tell you? My accompanying mech is actually Demeter. When I grow up, I'll be able to protect you too. Observing the spirited girl before him, Xie Shian suddenly realized that perhaps this was not such a bad outcome after all. Brother, I am hungry. Having not eaten for several days, her stomach protested. Rumbling audibly, Xiaoka leaped from her bed, rushing to the kitchen while calling out, bread. Here I come. Observing Xiaoka's innocent and carefree demeanor, Xie Shian sincerely wished she could remain oblivious to the harsh truth forever. Luo Lu entered to find Xie Shian lost in thought as he gazed at Xiaoka's retreating figure. This little girl has already taken you as her brother. Indeed, it seems she has forgotten Ade. Are you questioning my abilities? A hint of displeasure crossed Luo Lu and Appo's exquisite face. Xie Shian and Appo's, and was not doubting Luo Lu, but rather contemplating whether his actions were fair to Xiaoka. Did he wish to see her trapped in unending despair? Song Ju sought out Luo Lu precisely because he could not bear to witness Xiaoka and Appo's continued suffering. Though Tian Ade had passed, Xiaoka must continue to live. Have you turned Xiaoka into a mere puppet? Aside from confusing her identity with AIDS, I see no other changes in her. No, I have merely allowed her to forget her brother's existence. Therefore, this matter must not be mentioned again, if forced to remember. Her memories may become chaotic. Should that occur, Xiaoka could be tormented into madness by her recollections, ensnared in a cycle of self-doubt and denial. Chapter 26. Registering for the competition. In recent days, Songju had been accompanying Xiaoku during her free time, teaching her how to harness the powers of Demeter. Xiaoku exhibited remarkable aptitude. Once Songju demonstrated a technique, she could effortlessly adapt it according to her own comprehension. Xie Shian observed her emotional stability, as if she had genuinely forgotten about Tian Ade, and the lingering anxiety within him gradually dissipated. Now that Tian Ade was no longer present, his mecha could not remain unrepaired for much longer. Apart from the heart of crimson he had obtained at the cost of his life, he needed over 40 additional pieces to mend the small fissures in his mecha. This was merely the commencement of the repairs for the Xuanwu mecha. Xie Shian and Ji Ran descended the mountain, only to find the usually bustling marketplace eerily quiet. Scattered about were a few elderly women, haggling with vendors in pairs. Why is it so deserted today? One of them inquired. They've all gone to GUS City to register, she replied, her head wrapped in a heavy scarf. Before departing, she asked, aren't you two going? Register? Ji Ran was perplexed. Indeed, today marks the registration day for the National Mecha Combat Tournament held once every decade. Xie Shian and Ji Ran exchanged glances, both unaware of such a competition. Had it not been for the fact that the slots from Qianlong City were preordained by the Li family, GUS City would not have seen such a rush for registration. No wonder he had never heard of it before. After the old woman departed, Ji Ran insisted, we should register too. She marched forward, fueled by indignation. Xie Shian was reluctant to involve himself, believing that repairing the Xuanwu mecha should take precedence. He had no interest in what he perceived to be a mere formality, especially given the Li family's monopolization of the slots, which led him to suspect that the outcomes had already been predetermined. Yet Ji Ran was relentless, pulling him along towards GUS City. Upon entering the city, they encountered a long queue ahead. Ji Ran was jostled by the throng, inquiring of those in front, is this line for registration? A girl standing ahead turned, her glasses thick enough to rival a wine bottle perched on her petite face. Frowning, she replied, I'm not sure. I mistakenly queued for a beverage shop earlier, but given the length of this line, it must be for registration. Xie Shian sighed. The girl appeared to be severely nearsighted, unable to distinguish anything beyond 3 meters, and beyond 5, it was as if she were blind. They stood in line until dusk. Finally arriving at the fabled registration desk, the attendant, without lifting her gaze, asked for their names, mecha attributes, and city of origin. As Xie Shian provided his answers, the attendant paused when he mentioned his mecha attributes. You possess a legendary grade mecha? She inquired. Is there a problem? Xie Shian responded with composure. Despite the curious stares from the onlookers, the attendant, filling out his registration form, glanced at his city of origin, and her expression subtly shifted. You're from Qianlong City. Other staff members gathered, incredulous. Are you truly from Qianlong City? Is there any need for deception? Xie Shian was baffled by their heightened reactions. Unbeknownst to him, the previous tournament had seen Qianlong City's representatives fail to even pass the preliminary rounds. Consequently, the Li family had pressured the tournament committee, proclaiming their intent to secure a ranking at any cost. However, the representatives they sent were woefully inadequate, faltering in the qualifying rounds. They had assumed this year would follow suit, with the Li family monopolizing the registration process, only for Xie Shian to emerge unexpectedly. Does the Lord of Qianlong City know you are participating? The attendant questioned, suspecting the youth might have sneaked away. If this were the case, she would advise him to reconsider, Offending the Li family could result in dire consequences. What does my participation in the mecha combat tournament have to do with the Li family? Xie Shian and Amp, oppose, and bristled at the feeling of being tethered by their influence. The attendant was about to further persuade him when Ji Ran returned, having completed her form, having already left Qianlong City. What does our participation have to do with the Li family? Upon hearing this, the attendants ceased their objections. Since they had already severed ties with the Li family, there was little reason to harbor fears. Next Monday, we will announce the timing and details for the qualifying rounds. Be sure not to be late. Xie Shian learned from others that the mecha combat tournament was a grand event for combatants nationwide, where competitors vied for the title of Iron Armored Hero and a golden trophy, symbols of status and honor. Those who passed the preliminary qualifications would proceed to the selection rounds, followed by warm-up matches, with only those who navigated these stages advancing to the finals. Each round of selection would eliminate nearly half of the participants, earning the tournament the moniker of the most brutal trial ground. Ji Ran appeared eager, seemingly unable to contain her excitement. I wonder who the Li family will send to compete this year. She clicked her tongue, a hint of anticipation in her voice, regardless. Whether it's Li Huanying or Li Ming, they are merely our vanquished foes, not to be feared. With 4 days remaining until the following Monday, Xie Shian pondered whether he could gather enough Heart of Crimson in that time. Should his Xuanwu mecha remain unrepaired, he would have no choice but to rely on the Zhuke mecha in battle. If he were to encounter Li Huanying, it was likely that the latter would use the situation against him. Feeling the coins in his pocket dwindle, Xie Shian turned back towards the marketplace, determined to collect the Heart of Crimson that day. After scouring the market, they managed to gather only 32 pieces, leaving his purse nearly empty. Let's return and see if the principal can repair part of it first. Tomorrow, we can earn more to gather the rest, he proposed. Fully aware that this was merely the beginning of the repairs for the Xuanwu mecha. After mending the small fissures, he wondered what other special attribute ores would be required. Xie Shian mused that repairing mechas was akin to burning money. Who would have thought that his newfound role as a laborer was solely to restore a damaged mecha? Alas, I must safeguard my precious mecha from now on. I would rather suffer injury myself than allow it to sustain even the slightest damage, Ji Ran remarked, gazing at her empty purse, genuinely lamenting the experience of spending lavishly. The bustling marketplace was a place to earn and spend, yet each time they parted, they longed to bring something back home. Chapter 27. Asclepius. When Xie Shian and Ji Ran returned to the academy with the Crimson Jade, they deliberately avoided Xiaoku, fearing that the sight of the jade would remind her of Tian Ade. Songju noticed the two secretive demeanor and approached them during a break. Principal, we were just about to look for you. Xie Shian lifted the cloth covering the jade, revealing a collection of translucent, scarlet stones within. Songju's eyes sparkled at the sight. Such a trove of crimson jade must have cost a fortune. Given Xie Shian's usual obsession with wealth, this purchase was indeed a significant expense. Money is no longer a concern. Next Monday, GUS City will announce the list of participants for the melee competition, and I must repair my mech before then. You signed up? Yes. Both Ji Ran and I have registered. Old Ma had just warned him today to prevent Xie Shian from entering the competition, yet he found himself a step too late. Is it possible to withdraw? Though he already knew the answer, he asked symbolically to prove he had attempted to intervene. The response was as expected. No. All right. Then go ahead, but be sure to prioritize your safety. The melee competition is no child's play. Xie Shian had anticipated a barrage of objections but was surprised by the ease of Songju's consent. The melee competition is not as straightforward as you might think. The champion from the previous tournament has since become the head of the security bureau. Is that the position responsible for city safety? Xie Shian thought of Zhou Ximiao and Pan Long. If the champion of the melee competition could only attain such a role, it seemed they were still fated to serve the Li family. It is a national position. Songju thought this individual underestimated the seriousness of the melee competition. He intended to convey that the tournament was filled with formidable opponents, unlike the previous contests and exams they had experienced. Each iteration of the melee competition had claimed numerous lives upon the podium that symbolized glory and honor. However, seeing Xie Shian's determination, he chose not to elaborate further and activated the Xuanwu mech. Songju also activated his own mech, Asclepius. Principal, your mech is actually a life support mech. Ji Ran gazed in disbelief at Songju and Appo's pristine white mech. He had assumed that those who sought education on Biyun Mountain were drawn to the principal and Appo's formidable combat prowess. Yet he was astonished to discover that his mech was the renowned Asclepius, the god of healing. Upon hearing Ji Ran's astonished voice, Xie Shian's attention shifted to Song Ju's mech, and he realized that a half-naked mech was indeed a rarity. However, what drew even more attention was the lifelike serpent-shaped arm ring that adorned its arm, coiling seamlessly as if branded upon his flesh. It was said that Asclepius possessed unparalleled medical skills, with his blood regarded as a miraculous elixir. The blood drawn from his left arm was a deadly poison, while the blood from his right arm had the power to cure all ailments. Song Ju made a shallow incision on his right arm. As his blood merged with the crimson jade, it emitted a gentle glow. Xie Shian sensed the immense energy contained within the jade. Song Ju picked up a piece of crimson jade, placing it on the Xuanwu mech, and with a mere exertion of force, the fragile stone crumbled into dust. Strangely, as the powder filled the mech's crevices, it seamlessly fused with the machine. Xie Shian was astounded. Song Ju meticulously repaired the damaged mech, akin to a dedicated artisan crafting a flawless masterpiece. When the final piece of crimson jade was applied, Song Ju was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Truly, I have troubled my old man. Xie Shian excitedly rushed to the mirror, scrutinizing the changes in the Xuanwu mech from every angle. Aside from a few significant cracks yet to be mended, only a handful of small gaps remained. Xie Shian estimated that with another 5 or 6 pieces of crimson jade, it would be nearly complete. Principal, what about these large cracks? Song Ju sighed, thinking this young man was overly impatient, not allowing him a moment to catch his breath. For the crimson jade to be fully absorbed into the gaps, it required time to merge. These larger fissures needed stronger obsidian and a more adhesive Kongyu crystal. Principal, how many of these are needed? Song Ju pondered for a long while before offering a vague answer. The more, the better. Obsidian was far more difficult to extract than crimson jade and Kongyu crystal, and its scarcity meant that even with money, one might not be able to procure it. Xie Shian was skeptical of Song Ju's words. Could there truly be a time when money could not buy something in this world? Principal, rest assured, I will gather these ores as quickly as possible. Song Ju had ample faith in Xie Shian. The boy was sharp-minded, and nothing seemed to deter him. However, before departing, he reminded Xie Shian, the melee competition occurs only once every decade. Do you know why? Both young men shook their heads. Had they not been forced by the Li family to flee their homes, they would have remained oblivious to this event. Those who organize the melee competition are the nation's top mech fighters, and the members of this association change every 10 years. Thus, if you make it to the finals, you essentially secure an entry ticket to the Melee Association. What is the significance of entering the Melee Association? Jiran was puzzled by the purpose of holding such a competition. Surely, one could select exceptional mech fighters from the special forces of various cities without the need for such elaborate arrangements. The final slots would inevitably fall to those with powerful connections. Not every city is like Chunlong City, where the competition adheres to principles of fairness. Every mech fighter has the opportunity to participate in the selection. This is one of the few chances to alter your fate. Making it to the finals could mean a meteoric rise in the next decade, serving as a shortcut to success for ordinary individuals. Xie Shian murmured, fairness. Is that not what I have been desperately seeking? Thus, you will face not only your peers but also seasoned competitors who have previously participated in the melee competition. These individuals have honed their skills over 10 years, surpassing both your abilities and combat techniques. Despite Xie Shian and Appos, and activating a legendary mech, his chances against experienced opponents remain slim. Principal, worry not. I shall give it my all. Chapter 28. Slander in GUS City. The announcement board displaying the selected candidates was teeming with spectators. Xie Shian and Appos, and Jiran maneuvered through the throngs, striving to reach the forefront. They meticulously scanned the list from top to bottom and left to right, searching for their names. Yes, found it. I'm in the third group. Jiran exclaimed, joyfully patting Xie Shian and Appos, and on the shoulder, pride radiating from his countenance. Having already perused a substantial portion of the list, Xie Shian still could not locate his name, an inkling of doubt creeping into his mind. Could it be that he had failed to pass the selection? Yet, upon reflection, such a possibility seemed exceedingly improbable. After all, this was a legendary mech. It would be quite absurd if he were ineligible to even qualify for the selection round. Contemplating further, only one explanation remained. Someone had tampered with the list. Let us find out who the Li family sent for the competition this year, Xie Shian and Appos, and suddenly urged Jiran, inspired by a realization. As anticipated, after a thorough search, they discovered Li Huanying's name listed among the members of the final group, immediately followed by Xie Shian's name. Clearly, Li Huanying harbored ulterior motives. Jiran, too, recognized the implications of the Li family's intentions. Were they attempting to eliminate Xie Shian during the mech battle competition? However, who granted him the audacity to disgrace himself in such a public arena? He could not even best us. Surely he was merely a pawn sent by the Li family. Yet, one must not forget that my Xuanwu mech remains unrepaired. Li Huanying might be seeking to seize this opportunity to eliminate me, the proverbial thorn in his side. With only 3 days remaining before the official commencement of the competition, the prospect of repairing the Xuanwu mech in time seemed utterly fanciful. In the distance, a youth clad in a purple tracksuit sat in a vehicle, his expression one of bitter resentment as he gazed towards Xie Shian and Xie Ran. Xie Shian, I will ensure you do not return. If it were not for him, he would not have become the target of everyone's ire. When Xie Shian departed from Qianlong City, the incident involving him and Xie Ran reached his father's ears, though he remained unaware of how the news spread. His father, who usually refrained from communicating with him, erupted in fury, scolding him for not heeding his advice. From that moment, a seed of hatred took root in Li Huanying's heart, vowing that the next time he encountered Xie Shian, he would ensure he understood the consequences of inciting his wrath. The Xuanwu mech had been destroyed. It was beyond repair. The only hope Xie Shian had of progressing through the selection was to activate the enigmatic Crimson mech that had never been witnessed before. If he could awaken those colossal mechanical wings, it would serve as undeniable proof that he had not been lying. Xie Shian indeed possessed 2 mechs with differing attributes. This revelation would compel everyone to believe his claims, while Xie Shian and oppose, and would be branded an anomaly. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Huanying clenched his fists tighter. After departing Jiyue City, Xie Shian and Xie Ran headed north. They had heard rumors of a vendor selling ores at low prices and hoped to stumble upon obsidian and Kongyu crystals, intending to try their luck. However, they encountered a familiar figure along the way. Xie Shian hesitated, uncertain of his assumption, before finally uttering, "Chu and I?" The girl ahead seemed momentarily frozen, until she turned to see Xie Shian, her confusion dissipating. "What a surprise to see you," Chu and I exclaimed, astonished at the sight of him. "There have been so many rumors about you at the academy. Some say you've resorted to selling goods on Biyun Mountain to make a living, while others claim you dropped out because you became a father out of wedlock." As she spoke, Chu and I's tone grew somber upon hearing such news. Her initial reaction had been disbelief. Yet, the gossiper spoke with such conviction, claiming they had seen Xie Shian with a little girl in his arms, leading her to wonder how he could have become a father at such a young age. Clearly, he had left Qianlong City to escape the swirling rumors, seeking refuge in another city. Truly, slander flows freely from the lips, while refuting it requires exhausting effort. He himself was unaware of when he had been seen, only to have such absurd rumors circulate. Do not heed their nonsense. I just arrived from Jiyue City, preparing to participate in the mech battle competition, Xie Shian declared, his intent to dispel the rumors apparent. Chu and I should have grasped the underlying message. You're entering the competition too? Since Xie Shian's departure, Li Ming had resumed pursuing Chu and I, frequently mentioning the mech battle competition. Although she had never heard of it before, Li Ming's fervor indicated its significance. If I recall correctly, didn't your mech sustain injuries? She had been at the hospital with him. So could it be that he had repaired his mech during his time away from Qianlong City? Yes, I just saw the announcement. I'm in the same group as Li Huanying, Xie Shian, and oppose, and replied. Chu and I gasped in shock. Xie Shian and oppose, and you must be cautious of Li Huanying. Li Ming has been quite downcast lately, and he mentioned that the Li family seems to be customizing a plan to enhance the power of their mechs for him and Li Huanying. Although Li Ming may have faltered, Li Huanying succeeded. His mech is inherently combat-oriented, and with further enhancements, I fear for your chances. Chu and I's words instilled a sense of urgency within Xie Shian and oppose, and he was well aware of Li Huanying's capabilities. Had it not been for the Xuanwu mech's inherent advantage over his attributes, he would not have been entirely confident in defeating him. Nevertheless, he reassured Chu and I, urging her not to worry, and inquired about her presence there. At that moment, she pointed toward a nearby stall. This place frequently sells low-priced ores. I was hoping to find something to bolster my mech's defenses. It turned out her purpose aligned with his, both seeking ores. The trio journeyed together to the stall, where a robed vendor was busily attending to customers, hardly sparing a glance for them. Xie Shian began sifting through the array of ores in search of obsidian and Kongyu crystals. Among the unremarkable black stones displayed at the edge of the stall, he spotted what he needed, an obsidian stone. How much for this? He inquired. 100 gold. Xie Shian and oppose, and winced at the steep price for a single obsidian. Feeling a pang of regret, yet he gritted his teeth and purchased it. Observing Xie Shian and oppose, readiness to pay, Chu and I couldn't help but feel skeptical in her recollection. He had never possessed much money. She recalled an even more ludicrous rumor, suggesting that Xie Shian, unable to resist the allure of wealth, had entangled himself with a wealthy woman, and that the little girl he held was the woman's daughter. Could it be that the rumors among their classmates held some truth? Chapter 29. The Welfare Bureau. In the days leading up to the selection competition, Xie Shian and Appos tirelessly scoured the surroundings for obsidian and kongyu crystals. Whether it was due to his misfortune or the high difficulty of extraction, he had only managed to find 3 stones over the course of several days. With the competition looming tomorrow, he approached Songju, presenting the 2 pieces of obsidian and 1 kongyu crystal before him, his expression a blend of helplessness and determination. Songju, however, had anticipated this outcome. The yield of obsidian was notoriously low, and encountering 2 pieces in such a short span was already quite a feat. And Appos, all right. We shall first mend the larger gaps and see if we can find alternative solutions for the smaller issues, he declared. With that, Songju transformed into a craftsman, diligently repairing Xie Shian and Appos' mech. As time passed, Songju found himself slumped in a chair, his hands calloused from the hard obsidian. Nevertheless, his efforts bore fruit, as Xie Shian's mech now appeared free of major blemishes. The previously patched gaps had seamlessly melded, leaving no trace of their former condition. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Xie Shian repeatedly expressed his thanks, his admiration for Songju growing deeper. Yet, Songju, despite his exhaustion, cautioned him that the mech has been restored. The stones have not fully integrated. During tomorrow's competition, remember to act within your limits and refrain from recklessness. The mech cannot withstand excessive force. At the venue of the selection competition, a throng of participants awaited the signal to commence. Xie Shian was no exception. As the 7 judges took their positions, the head of the Mech Fighting Association stepped onto the stage, addressing the competitors with clarity. Please prepare yourselves. The competition begins now. With the booming signal akin to cannon fire, everyone braced for action, positioning themselves accordingly. The competition format was a PK system, where each participant remained at a fixed position and could only challenge adjacent opponents. The victorious contender would earn a victor's badge, and accumulating 5 badges would grant passage to the next round. While the rules appeared straightforward, they concealed considerable challenges. Success in the selection depended equally on skill and fortune. Xie Shian glanced towards Li Huanying, noting that his opponent to the left was a seemingly frail girl, while the figure to the right was strikingly familiar. After a moment of recollection, he realized she was the nearsighted girl who had stood in front of Ji Ran on the day of registration. The girl appeared to notice him as well, waving enthusiastically. It was evident that the Li family intended to provide Li Huanying with a favorable path, as evidenced by the carefully arranged opponents. In stark contrast, Xie Shian's adversaries appeared considerably older, particularly the robust individual on his left, whose muscular frame suggested he could deliver a devastating blow. Kid, I advise you to concede quickly, the man beside Xie Shian threatened. The person on your left is a member of the previous Mech Fighting Association, nicknamed Mad Dog. When he goes berserk, no one can restrain him. It's best not to provoke him. Very well, then I choose you as my opponent. Xie Shian's unexpected declaration took the man by surprise, who had intended to persuade him to forfeit. Unforeseen, he had now drawn ire upon himself. Are you certain? The man scrutinized Xie Shian, who, in his eyes, appeared anything but formidable. Perhaps you're from the Welfare Bureau. He chuckled ominously. Then I shall not hold back. In an instant, both had chosen each other as adversaries, and the next moment found Xie Shian and Appos, and the man in a virtual PK arena, surrounded by live broadcast cameras to ensure the judges outside could promptly announce the results. Spectators outside could also gauge the strength of the 2 fighters. Not daring to let his guard down, Xie Shian and Appos activated the Xuanwu mech, which, after a night of integration, now bore no apparent cracks. This revelation surprised Li Huanying, who had received reports indicating that Xie Shian's mech was nearly in a state of disrepair, with only basic activation functioning while other capabilities were severely compromised. To restore it to working order in such a short time seemed implausible. Li Huanying turned his gaze to Xie Shian and Appos' opponent, who had also activated his mech. A massive mechanical eye emerged above the man and Appos' head, where his eyes should have been, now replaced by 2 dark voids. His jaw was lined with sharp serrations, resembling a bloodthirsty beast at first glance. Xie Shian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his first opponent would be a cyclopean monster known for its brutality. The onlookers, not engaged in the battle, were drawn to the spectacle, pitying Xie Shian, who bore the weighty shell of his mech. The disparity in power was palpable, and murmurs spread among the crowd. One cannot judge a book by its cover, they say. I heard he activated a legendary mech. Among this year's participants in Jiu City, only Xie Shian had achieved activation of a legendary mech, which explained the recognition he garnered. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, what did a legendary mech matter? Many doubted his ability to defeat the Cyclopean giant. This is clearly a defensive mech. He should brace for a beating. Before long, consensus emerged, and not a soul supported Xie Shian's chances. Some even speculated he would fall victim to the giant's razor-sharp teeth, meeting an untimely demise. Meanwhile, Li Huanying discreetly smirked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xie Shian and Apos' encounter with the Cyclopean giant was bound to be disastrous. Just as Li Huanying believed the Cyclopean giant held an undeniable advantage, a sudden gasp from the crowd drew his attention back. To his astonishment, the tide of battle had shifted. Xie Shian was now astride the Cyclopean giant's neck, fiercely pounding its mechanical eye with his fists, all while maneuvering the heavy shell of his mech. How had he achieved this? Li Huanying struggled to reconcile the unexpected turn of events, having witnessed Xie Shian previously at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. The Cyclopean giant was merely an appetizer. If Xie Shian could not even overcome this foe, he would feel a sense of disappointment, reflecting on the effort his father had invested in him. A flicker of anticipation ignited within. He was no longer the same as before. In terms of strength and mech attributes, he far surpassed Xie Shian. The thought of Xie Shian being utterly defeated only heightened Li Huanying's exhilaration. Chapter 30. The acquisition of the first victor's badge. Xie Shian and the Cyclops were still locked in a stalemate. Despite the Cyclops being pinned to the ground by Xie Shian, rendering him immobile, Xie Shian was equally hesitant to release his grip. However, the Cyclops possessed far more practical combat experience than Xie Shian. Recognizing his disadvantage, he swiftly devised a counter-strategy. With a powerful push from his calves, he anchored himself firmly to the ground like two heavy lead weights. A twist of his shoulder rendered Xie Shian's arm powerless, forcing him to loosen his grip around the Cyclops' neck. In a swift motion, the Cyclops flipped over, pinning Xie Shian beneath him. And electric currents danced across the dark green armor. All the energy converged into his fist. Die. Xie Shian gazed at the snarling Cyclops with an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Typically, those who bellow loudly lack real combat prowess. They are nothing to fear. Just as the electrified fist was about to descend upon Xie Shian's head, a crimson figure suddenly materialized. Xie Shian, like a coiled spring, rushed towards the Cyclops. To the onlookers, this seemed akin to courting death. Having narrowly evaded his attack, he now willingly charged forward. Yet, Li Huanying's eyes gleamed with anticipation as the crimson figure finally emerged. Look, Xie Shian's armor has turned red. This exclamation drew the attention of everyone present towards Xie Shian. Indeed, hadn't his armor just resembled a turtle shell? Had it transformed from a defensive to an offensive form? Was such a transformation even plausible? Faced with the crowd's suspicions, the members of the Mecha Combat Association felt compelled to issue a statement, even before the duel between Xie Shian and the Cyclops concluded. The association had dispatched representatives to clarify the situation. They announced that regarding the attributes of the contestants' mechas, the association would provide an inclusive, objective, and equitable judgment, permitting continued participation as long as it did not violate the rules of the Mecha Combat Tournament. This proclamation inevitably sparked an uproar. The Mecha Combat Association was clearly showing favoritism towards Xie Shian. Was he the only participant possessing two mecha forms? Although dissatisfaction lingered, no one dared to contest the decision of the association. Instead, they silently prayed that the Cyclops would defeat Xie Shian, as this would ensure they wouldn't face such a formidable opponent in the subsequent matches. All eyes converged once more on Xie Shian. Simultaneously, his mechanical wings unfurled, sharp blades emanating a chilling glimmer. Ugh! Ah! The Cyclops roared, pounding his massive chest, perhaps hindered by the jagged teeth lining his jaw. As he shook his head, viscous saliva dripped from his teeth, trailing down his chin. The grotesque sight caused many to grimace. No other word could aptly describe it but repugnant. As Xie Shian flapped his mechanical wings, each beat raised the temperature around the Cyclops. Soon, the confined space within the mecha felt akin to a steamer. The man felt sweat cascading down his skin like water, his trousers clinging tightly to his legs. A realization struck him. The stalemate could not persist. The Cyclops' body suddenly radiated a golden glow, and Xie Shian observed as golden veins coursed across the mecha, resembling blood flowing throughout, culminating at his chest. A golden vortex gradually formed. Electric arrow strike. A powerful pulse of electricity shot towards Xie Shian, the golden wave nearly engulfing him. Bang! A tremendous crash reverberated through the arena, deafening the spectators who covered their ears. As the smoke dissipated, the live broadcast resumed, revealing Xie Shian with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, barely maintaining his footing at the center of the frame. Everyone searched for the Cyclops, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Until a muffled groan broke the silence, the camera shifted to a figure shrouded in darkness. The spectators deduced his identity from the scattered fragments of mecha. It was indeed the Cyclops. He trembled, extending his arm in a futile attempt to fight back. Still unaware that his mecha had been obliterated, debris lodged within his flesh. How could it be that he, the aggressor, had only inflicted a minor injury on Xie Shian while his own body resembled a charred remnant? The crowd, filled with questions, sought answers in the aftermath. How could it be possible that the Cyclops was no match for Xie Shian? His mecha appeared to possess no attributes beyond flight. Expressions of confusion and astonishment adorned the faces of those present. Even a formidable fighter like the Cyclops had been effortlessly defeated by Xie Shian, leaving the spectators oblivious to the true extent of his power. Sometimes, the unknown breeds fear. His strength was unfathomable, and thus no one dared to probe his limits. What they did not realize was that as the Cyclops launched his assault, Xie Shian had already formulated a countermeasure. Only the power of the vermilion bird's leaf fire could contend with such force. When the all-consuming leaf fire collided with the Cyclops' electric arrow strike, an immense energy burst propelled both participants away. However, the Cyclops' energy only inflicted momentary damage. The leaf fire absorbed the overwhelming energy, resulting in an explosion. The deafening sound they heard was the leaf fire impacting the Cyclops. The outcome was clear. Xie Shian had claimed the first victor and Appo's badge. As he returned to his designated spot, he noticed Li Huanying and Appo's gaze, sharp as poison. Meanwhile, other contestants who had engaged in PKs began to return to their positions. Xie Shian silently calculated the distance between himself and Li Huanying. There were still 29 others. A confrontation between the two was inevitable, yet before their clash, both aimed to secure as many victors' badges as possible. In the first round, Li Huanying had opted out of a PK, thus missing an opportunity to earn a badge. As the next round approached for selecting PK opponents, both of Xie Shian and Appo's flanking adversaries chose to challenge others adjacent to them, leaving him with a bye. Meanwhile, Li Huanying selected the bespectacled girl as his opponent. The live broadcast shifted to the scene between Li Huanying and the bespectacled girl, whose trembling hands betrayed her anxiety. Li Huanying sneered, "With such cowardice, how dare you participate in the mecha combat tournament?" The bespectacled girl, taken aback, stammered in defense, "I'm not afraid. I just worry you might get hurt." Chapter 31. A lone seedling before him stood a sister who, gripped by anxiety, appeared utterly flustered. Li Huanying perceived the badge before him as an effortless acquisition, devoid of suspense. He promptly activated his colossal mech, Antai. As the towering mech loomed before the bespectacled girl, an overwhelming sense of disparity washed over the onlookers. The mech, under Li Huanying and Appo's command, pounded the ground with ferocious intensity, sending violent tremors that caused the girl to sway. Her glasses, perched precariously on her nose, were flung to the ground. In almost perfect synchrony, the girl underwent a remarkable transformation. Her once lustrous black hair twisted and intertwined, morphing into serpents that writhed and hissed. The eyes, previously deemed myopic by Xie Shian, now glimmered with an eerie green hue. Freed from the constraints of her glasses, she seemed to have shed a seal, her demeanor shifting to one of ferocity and agitation, as she swiftly closed the distance to Li Huanying. "Look into my eyes." Her voice pierced the air like a wail from the depths of hell, sharp and jarring. "This is impossible." Li Huanying recalled the registration forms he had scrutinized. In his quest to swiftly amass 5 victor badges, he had ensured a thorough examination of his opponents and Appo's mech attributes. Yet, there was no mention of a Gorgon. "Who are you really?" "Who I am is of little consequence. You need only understand that in Medusa's gaze, there are no foes." Xie Shian, observing the unfolding drama from the sidelines, was equally taken aback. The seemingly unremarkable girl had activated a Gorgon mech, Medusa. At this juncture, others began to take note of the unfolding situation, inquiring if anyone possessed knowledge regarding the two contenders in the PK arena. The one piloting the giant Antai hails from Chenlong City. "I heard he is the only one in this year's Mech Academy to activate a combat mech." "And the girl?" "I believe she is from Gus City. If I recall correctly, her name is Mu Wanru." An alloy helmet adorned Mu Wanru's head. the soft purple shell embellished with a serpentine emblem. Her form was encased in soft armor, accentuating her already curvaceous silhouette. Li Huanying's iron fist relentlessly hammered towards Mu Wanru. She, however, refrained from retaliating, maintaining an elusive distance akin to flying a kite, ensuring he could neither strike nor catch her. This maneuver was destined to incite Li Huanying's wrath. Just as he prepared to pursue her, his mechanical arm hung sluggishly in midair, as if it had succumbed to disobedience. What is happening? A steel cable had inexplicably appeared on his mechanical arm. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a cable but a thick alloy chain that had materialized from Mu Wanru's mech, now firmly restraining his arm. Li Huanying strained against the chain, but its interlocking links proved insurmountable, tightening with every movement, leaving indentations on his mechanical arm. A good dog must obey. Only then will the master take a liking to you. Mu Wanru cackled madly, a stark contrast to her earlier timid demeanor. Li Huanying felt a blaze of fury consuming him. His blood boiled with indignation. The sensation of being belittled was unbearable. In an instant, he tightened his grip on the alloy chain. With a sharp crack, he astonishingly detached his mechanical arm. The severed arm fell to the ground with a resounding thud, the entwining chain collapsing alongside it. Mu Wanru struggled to extract the chain from the ground, but the weight of the mechanical arm proved too great, forcing her to abandon the effort. Now, what formidable power do you possess? Though Li Huanying had lost an arm, his overall weight had diminished, enhancing his speed as he surged forward with several powerful strides, closing in on Mu Wanru. Stay away, she shrieked, attempting to evade him. In a sudden movement, her eyes emitted two beams of green light, akin to venomous darts, turning everything they touched to stone. Yet, at that moment, Li Huanying seemed to forget that his opponent was a girl. With a decisive grip, he seized her helmet and forcefully slammed it against the ground. In ground combat, none could rival Antai. Even Medusa stood no chance. With a thunderous crash, Mu Wanru scarcely had time to plead for mercy before her soft armor was utterly obliterated. A considerable display of springtime beauty unfolded, captivating the spectators, who could hardly avert their gaze. The ease with which Li Huanying dispatched Mu Wanru was unexpected. It seemed that Qianlong City had indeed sent a formidable contender this year. After all, they had dispatched only Li Huanying to compete. Failing to reach the finals would be a considerable embarrassment. What if Qianlong City had no one else left? Rumor had it that only one combat mech had been activated this year, making Li Huanying a solitary seedling. Amidst the discussions, Li Huanying had already secured his first victor badge. As the next round of PK matches commenced, Xie Shian noted that on his left stood the rabid dog, who now possessed 2 badges, while a stranger appeared on his right, a boy of similar age, devoid of any badges, seemingly without any eager challengers. May I choose to PK against you? The boy inquired tentatively, seeking Xie Shian's approval. Of course. After confirming the PK opponent, Xie Shian turned his gaze towards Li Huanying, whose surroundings had transformed into new challengers. Li Huanying hesitated, seemingly uncertain about whom to select, having already sacrificed an arm in the previous match. The prospect of further combat seemed daunting. Should he encounter an opponent with incompatible mech attributes, his chances of victory would dwindle significantly. Xie Shian and the boy on the right entered the virtual PK arena. The boy, courteous and humble, introduced himself. Hello, my name is Zhang Yang from GUS City. I am Xie Shian. He intended to elaborate on his origin, but after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to claim Baiyun Mountain or Qianlong City as home. Neither place felt like a true refuge. I have long admired your reputation. I have heard much about you. Zhang Yang's garrulous demeanor suggested he was less a competitor and more a seeker of camaraderie. Do you not seem particularly concerned about winning or losing? Xie Shian inquired, perplexed. Indeed, I merely wish to gauge the disparity in our strengths. Entering the Met Combat Association is not my ambition. To regard honor with such detachment suggested he was a person who cherished freedom. Chapter 32. The Stranger the Mecha. The quicker the victory upon realizing that Xie Shian's aim was not to attain the victor's badge, Zhang Yang smiled warmly, as if he could see through Xie Shian's thoughts. May I have a glimpse of your mecha? Of course. Xie Shian promptly activated the Xuanwu mecha. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Zhang Yang's eyes. I noticed this defensive mecha earlier, and witnessing it up close is truly astonishing. What attributes does your mecha possess? Seeing that Zhang Yang had no intention of activating his own mecha, Xie Shian felt the need to establish a victor in their encounter, lest they squander time in idle conversation. However, Zhang Yang chuckled. There's no need to rush. Allow me to show you. With that, a shadow as thin as paper manifested beneath his feet. Is this your mecha? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, inquiring if there was an issue. Xie Shian had never encountered a mecha in such a form. To describe it as a mecha seemed a misnomer. It was more akin to a mere scrap of iron. What attributes does it hold? What capabilities does it possess? A nagging feeling lingered in Xie Shian's mind, sensing that Zhang Yang's mecha appeared somewhat ineffective. Indeed, my mecha lacks offensive power, which makes me envious of you all. I came to this competition solely to witness the mechas of top-tier combatants, to see what they truly embody. Zhang Yang's words were sincere, and he wore a facade of melancholy when speaking of himself. Do not lose hope. There is always a way to enhance your mecha's attributes. Xie Shian, observing his demeanor, was at a loss for how to console him. The attributes of a mecha were determined from the moment of its birth. Not everyone was as fortunate as Xie Shian, who could effortlessly vanquish beasts and gain opportunities to alter their mecha's attributes. Thank you, Xie Shian. You are truly a good person, Zhang Yang said. His shoulders sagging, as if cloaked in profound sorrow, his face obscured in his collar. Xie Shian, wishing to offer comfort, found his outstretched arm caught and twisted by Zhang Yang. What are you doing? By the time Xie Shian realized something was amiss, he found himself unable to retract his arm. Zhang Yang's demeanor shifted abruptly from amiable to dark and brooding, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. But good people are destined to be schemed against. A chilling laugh echoed in Xie Shian's ear, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Xie Shian understood that Zhang Yang's earlier friendliness and feigned weakness were merely performances for his benefit. Zhang Yang's scrap-like mecha soared into the air, positioning itself behind Xie Shian. Feeling encircled, Xie Shian's displeasure grew. If Zhang Yang wished to choose him as a rival, he could have simply stated so. There was no need to waste emotions and time in such a manner. Zhang Yang's face was adorned with a malicious grin, his aura transformed into one of cold malevolence. It seems you have underestimated my mecha. Onlookers outside regarded Zhang Yang with puzzled expressions, having never witnessed such an eccentric design. What attributes could his mecha possibly possess? It appeared rather formidable. Could this brash young man truly defeat a legacy-grade mecha? Speculations abounded, yet many placed their faith in Zhang Yang, convinced that the stranger the mecha, the swifter the victory. While Xie Shian's mecha was indeed rare, it paled in comparison to Zhang Yang's in terms of peculiarity. After all, Xie Shian's mecha required manipulation, whereas Zhang Yang seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, operating independently. Moreover, that gossamer-like mecha hardly seemed capable of accommodating a human form. Xie Shian regarded Zhang Yang, concealing the last vestiges of goodwill on his face. I detest being deceived. In response to Xie Shian's words, Zhang Yang retorted disdainfully. But deception is a human trait, just like the Autolux, which bestows power upon me. The crowd outside, upon hearing Autolux, momentarily recoiled. This individual was not as simple as he appeared. Autolux was known for enhancing attributes through lies. Just moments ago, Xie Shian had nearly fallen prey to his deceit. For Zhang Yang, the more individuals he deceived with his lies, the greater the power he could wield. The onlookers could not help but feel relieved that they had not been selected as Zhang Yang's opponents, for they had no confidence in their ability to see through his fabrications. With his facade shed, Zhang Yang's arrogant demeanor was unmistakable. He faced Xie Shian without fear, growing more exhilarated at the prospect of challenging a stronger adversary. Since you are prepared, I shall not hold back. Zhang Yang and his mecha seemed to share a telepathic connection. As he swung his left fist, his mecha mirrored the action with its right. Initially, Xie Shian was caught off guard, enduring several blows from both directions. The recently repaired Xuanwu mecha began to crack under the onslaught. Gazing down at the Xuanwu mecha, Xie Shian noted that each fissure represented an additional expense for repairs. Zhang Yang, noticing this detail, mocked, "Did you activate a counterfeit legacy mecha?" Seizing the moment of Xie Shian's distraction, he unleashed a flurry of punches. With the time for repairs already tight, the ores had yet to fully integrate with the mecha. After enduring multiple strikes, the cracks in the Xuanwu mecha widened, and the sections blasted by the mechanical alteration began to loosen, seemingly on the verge of detaching. Confronted with Zhang Yang's loathsome visage, Xie Shian had no desire to engage in further conversation. A column of water surged upward, creating distance between him and Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, who had been reveling in his triumph, suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Despite the severe damage to Xie Shian's mecha, how could he still command the water? If another's mecha had sustained such extensive damage, it would have been rendered inoperable. Was this the terrifying nature of a legacy-grade mecha? Zhang Yang muttered to himself, as if conversing with an unseen entity. Observing his peculiar behavior, Xie Shian suspected that Zhang Yang's mental state was somewhat unstable. Do you possess any other tricks? Xie Shian arched an eyebrow, maneuvering the battered Xuanwu mecha closer to Zhang Yang. If not, you may be eliminated. I declare the game concluded. Zhang Yang, hearing Xie Shian's flippant remarks, sensed an underlying confidence that suggested he had never regarded him as a true rival. A flicker of defeat crossed Jing Yang's heart. Yet he stubbornly replied, "Even if you prevail, what of it? Your mecha is gravely damaged. It cannot withstand another round. You have lost the right to converse with me." With a sweeping motion, Xie Shian conjured a serpentine column of water that swiftly engulfed Zhang Yang, leaving him gasping for air as he struggled in the depths. Before long, he lay motionless upon the surface, resembling a lifeless fish, belly up. Chapter 33. How has he changed again? The sudden twist took everyone by surprise, rendering the audience outside the arena utterly silent. All gazes were fixated on Xie Shian. To their astonishment, the seemingly unremarkable youth possessed such immense power. Even more surprising was that a battle-worn mech could effortlessly defeat the unfathomably strong Autolycus, indicating that he was undoubtedly the most promising contender in this year's melee competition. Should he successfully reach the finals, he might very well emerge as the champion of the tournament. However, whether he could pass the preliminary rounds hinged on the true capabilities of the individual sent by the Li family. With this thought, a group of spectators turned their attention towards Li Huanying. While Xie Shian and Apos' victory had been decided, the battle for Li Huanying was still intensely contested. With no clear advantage for either side, Li Huanying, having lost a mechanical arm, faced an opponent of formidable brute strength, a half-human, though the latter appeared stronger. It was evident to discerning eyes that this barbaric half-human was not a match for Li Huanying. At that moment, Li Huanying leaped into the air, capturing his opponent's head with one hand. It seemed he exerted no effort, yet the sound of shattering bones reached the audience clearly. Had it ended so quickly? They were taken aback by his prowess. Even missing an arm, he had secured his badge with such ease. Who would dare to enter the melee competition without genuine skill? That would be sheer foolishness. The competition swiftly eliminated a significant number of participants. The distance between Xie Shian and Li Huanying diminished as both amassed 4 badges each, becoming the most decorated contestants present. Witnessing the terrifying strength of both, no one dared to challenge them further. Hence, in each round, both were given byes, left to watch as others won badges by a stroke of luck, only to be eliminated in the next round. Eventually, only 3 remained: Xie Shian, Li Huanying, and the wild dog caught between them. Xie Shian provocatively addressed Li Huanying. "At last, we reached the final showdown. I wonder, are you fortunate or unfortunate?" Li Huanying retorted with a sneer. "The fact that you've not been eliminated thus far speaks volumes about the incompetence of these others. But against me, you will inevitably falter in the preliminaries. A creature like you has no place in the finals." The wild dog, sensing the tension in the air and clutching his 4 badges, roared, "Who among you dares to face me?" The two appeared to disregard his challenge. Their focus solely on one another. "No one shall take my qualification for advancement." Almost instinctively, they chose each other as their opponents. In the next instant, they found themselves in the virtual PK arena. Simultaneously, they activated their mechs. When Xie Shian and Apos' Crimson Phoenix mech emerged, a glint of cunning flashed in Li Huanying and Apos' eyes. "Xie Shian, I forgot to mention that this match will be broadcast live throughout Shenlong City." Previously, at Chiwan Mountain, Li Huanying had mentioned to his classmates that Xie Shian and Apos' possessed another form of mech, but no one had believed him, leading to mockery and alienation. Now, revealing this mech, all of Shenlong City would learn of it. Li Huanying aimed to prove the truth of his claims to the masses. Oh, Xie Shian had long ceased to care about others' opinions. He understood a vital truth. Only by elevating his status could he earn respect and admiration. "You'd best not lose too badly, or I fear you may struggle to explain yourself upon return." Li Huanying rolled his eyes, finding Xie Shian's arrogance intolerable. Reflecting on his father's modifications, a smirk of disdain graced his lips. Today, he would show Xie Shian what true power entailed. With a powerful flap of his massive mechanical wings, Xie Shian soared into the air, gazing down at Li Huanying. The consuming flames erupted from the Phoenix mech, surging towards Li Huanying's form, radiating intense heat. Li Huanying deftly evaded the fiery assault, as Xie Shian prepared to redirect for another strike. He was taken aback to witness Li Huanying's mech disassembling. What should have been a unified form now reconfigured its legs. 2 immense springs appeared at the knees. The moment Li Huanying's center of gravity dipped, the springs released tremendous pressure, propelling his upper body to an extreme height. With a slight bend of his knees, Li Huanying shifted his weight downward. At that instant, the springs, laden with pressure, launched him beside Xie Shian. Before Xie Shian could comprehend the unfolding events, he plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Even as he hastily enveloped himself with his mechanical wings, he could not escape the force of gravity upon impact. Upon touching the ground, a throbbing pain surged through his head, and his vision blurred. Looking toward Li Huanying, he saw multiple afterimages, unable to discern which was the true form. The call of the life companion summoned the power of the divine beast, the white tiger. The voice of Nuwa echoed once more, slightly clearing Xie Shian's mind. Evidently, he had acquired a new mech. Through numerous dangers, he had gradually discovered how to unlock new mechs. Only in moments of life-threatening peril would Nuwa appear in his consciousness. The white tiger mech? Xie Shian murmured. Shaking his still dizzy head, he forced himself to regain clarity. The colossal figure of Antai, missing an arm, approached him step by step. Inside his mech, Li Huanying shouted with near-manic fervor, Xie Shian and Appos, you should have recognized the disparity between us long ago. You shall never be my equal. Before entering the melee competition, Li Huanying had worried whether his modified mech could best Xie Shian. But now he realized he had greatly overestimated his opponent's abilities. Had Xie Shian already succumbed after just one round? But one should never speak too soon. Struggling, Xie Shian rose from the ground. The massive wings behind him began to fragment, sharp shards cascading like crystal splinters. A white figure emerged amidst the debris. Li Huanying could hardly believe his eyes. Had it changed again? The last time Xie Shian's mech transformed, he thought it was due to a magical beast. Yet now, with nothing present, how could his mech have shifted form once more? Chapter 34. A hammer for you. A pristine white mech, adorned with faint beastly patterns, emerged from its colossal mechanical wings. Xie Shian felt a surge of power coursing through him, unable to contain his excitement. In comparison to the formidable defense of the Xuanwu and the fiery assault of the Zhuke, the white tiger mech seemed better suited for sheer power output. Li Huanying observed Xie Shian acclimating to this new mech, consumed by a desire to rush in and rip it apart. What kind of monster was Xie Shian? Capable of wielding so many different forms of mech simultaneously? Li Huanying appeared entranced, muttering to himself as he gazed at the white mech. The events unfolding with Xie Shian had already surpassed his comprehension. At that moment, Xie Shian maneuvered the white tiger mech swiftly to Li Huanying's side. The mech's snowy exterior gradually revealed tawny beast patterns, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a king of beasts. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as Xie Shian and Appos and made contact with Li Huanying and Appos' giant mech. Having already lost one mechanical arm, he was struck again in the chest. And even someone as resilient as Li Huanying found cracks appearing on his mech. Although Li Huanying drew strength from the earth itself, providing a continuous flow of energy, he was unaware of the properties of this unfamiliar mech Xie Shian and Appos, and now operated. Li Huanying traced the cracks on his mech with his single arm, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Remarkably, he felt no pain. In that instant, he grasped his father's good intentions. Initially resistant to the modifications, he realized how quickly they had proven useful. It was time for you to experience the might of the Antai. While the appearance of Li Huanying and Appos' mech showed no significant alteration, its power and attributes had been greatly enhanced through the modifications. Bang! He swung his giant mech's arm forcefully towards Xie Shian. The white tiger mech retaliated with a powerful punch, and the moment their fists collided, sparks flew across the PK arena. Xie Shian hurriedly defended himself, but was caught off guard, stumbling back several steps from the impact of Li Huanying's blow. The terrifying aspect of Li Huanying's mech lay in the fact that as long as he fought on the ground, it would never run out of power. Before Xie Shian could regain his footing, another heavy punch hurtled toward him. The arena echoed with the sounds of collision. However, these noises did not stem from Li Huanying striking Xie Shian, but rather from Xie Shian evading Li Huanying, slamming his mechanical arm against the ground. With each successive clash, signs of fracture began to appear on the remaining mechanical arm of the giant mech. Xie Shian pondered, questioning the purpose of his actions. Was there any difference from self-harm? Yet, this provided him with an opportunity to counterattack. He maneuvered the white tiger mech around to Li Huanying's back. With a resounding crash, Xie Shian unleashed his full strength against the area where Li Huanying's mech had cracked. The fissures widened, accompanied by the sound of shattering at the connection point of the mechanical arm. Finally, with the last connection severed, the other mechanical arm of the giant Antai fell to the ground. Stripped of its combat capabilities, the mech could only stand idly. Yet, Li Huanying's expression remained unsettlingly calm. Yield, for you are no match for me. Xie Shian hurled the fallen mechanical arm back at him, causing Li Huanying to stagger. Just as Xie Shian anticipated that Li Huanying would come to his senses and surrender, a voice suddenly emanated from the mech. I beg to differ. Seeing that his mech shell had become ineffective, Li Huanying abandoned his combat mode, preparing to engage Xie Shian and Appos, and in close quarters. Was he out of his mind? In mech form, it was a fair fight. Now, he wished to wrestle with mere flesh? As Xie Shian and Appos, and watched the approaching figure. He shook his head in disbelief. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? The white tiger mech's attribute was strength enhancement. He could easily dispatch him with a single blow. The spectators outside instinctively focused their gazes on Li Huanying, yet among the crowd, a man with a grim expression fixated his attention on Xie Shian, seemingly unwilling to miss a single gesture or expression. When Li Huanying and Xie Shian clashed once more, Xie Shian immediately sensed something amiss. Despite exerting considerable effort, Li Huanying remained unfazed, seemingly impervious to pain. What could be the reason behind this? Li Huanying rubbed his shoulder, struck by Xie Shian and Appos' blow, and queried, "Are you merely tickling me? How could anyone endure such devastating strikes?" Xie Shian could feel the power of the white tiger mech, rivaling that of Li Huanying's giant mech. Yet now, Li Huanying stood there as a mere mortal. How could he show no signs of injury? If it wasn't an issue with the white tiger mech, then only one explanation remained for this unfathomable spectacle. Li Huanying's body was compromised. To confirm his suspicions, Xie Shian swung his fist once more. The white fist darted around Li Huanying's form, and without the constraints of the mech, Li Huanying became more agile, while throwing punches. Xie Shian observed the changes in Li Huanying's body. Several times, he struck Li Huanying, only to see him evade gracefully, as though he felt nothing at all. What kind of modifications had the Li family performed on him? How could someone be unaware of pain? A sudden realization washed over Xie Shian, his eyes widening in shock. Could it be? For reasons unknown, Xie Shian and Appos, and instinctively altered his punch and Appos' trajectory. A swift uppercut sent his white knuckles into Li Huanying's chest. Indeed, as anticipated, what should have been the location of his heart now bore a gaping hole the size of a bowl. A cybernetic human? Xie Shian paused his movements, standing across from Li Huanying. "So, you've discovered it." Li Huanying, touching the depression in his chest, wore an expression of indifference. Observing his transformed body, Xie Shian felt that he could no longer be considered a true human. Stripped of pain, solely for the purpose of slaughter, he was no different from a butcher. Li Huanying arrogantly spread his arms, approaching Xie Shian as if to assert dominance. "What can your feeble mortal form do against me?" Yet, almost immediately, the smile vanished from Li Huanying and Appos' face. Xie Shian and Appos, unwilling to waste words, concentrated all his power at the apex of his mech shell, aimed a hammer strike at Li Huanying's skull. "You." Li Huanying attempted to utter something more, but the blood pouring from his forehead blurred his vision. In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 35. A narrow path between enemies. Meanwhile, Xie Shian had departed the virtual PK arena and returned to his original position. A member of the Mecha Fighting Association approached him, holding a victor's badge symbolizing his advancement. "Congratulations on becoming the champion of the GUA City Division. We hope to witness your splendid performance in the upcoming matches." The spectators in the stands cast envious glances, astonished that this year's qualifier was the obscure Xie Shian. Among the crowd, only one person wore a dark expression, seeking out Xie Shian as he prepared to leave. Observing the incapacitated Li Huanying, he could hardly believe his own eyes. Despite the immense effort he had invested in Li Huanying, more than he would have for taming a magical beast, his protege had been easily defeated by Xie Shian and Appos, and all his labor had been in vain. "Stop!" A sharp voice halted Xie Shian in his tracks. A tall man blocked his path. "Who are you?" Xie Shian questioned, uncertain of the man's intentions. "Are you really planning to leave after injuring a member of the Li family?" It became evident that he was affiliated with the Li family. The resemblance between Li Huanying and the man was striking. Even without an introduction, Xie Shian could deduce his identity. It was Li Huanying's own fault for instigating the situation that led him to this outcome. As the man prepared to retort, a member of the Mecha Fighting Association noticed him from afar and approached with a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Li Yunqi, it has been quite a while. What brings you here?" Xie Shian recognized this individual as Yang Jie, a two-time member of the Mecha Fighting Association. Yang Jie seemed oblivious to Li Yunqi's scowling demeanor and continued speaking. "Your son's mecha attributes are truly astonishing. I believe he will achieve greatness in the near future, just like you." Li Yunqi inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions as he addressed Yang Jie. "Is there something you need?" Noticing the impatience in his tone, Yang Jie quickly waved his hands. "You're busy." Xie Shian sensed that Li Yunqi was here to settle a score with him. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Mr. Li, rather than lecturing me here, You should take Li Huanying home. Although Xie Shian had knocked him out with a headbutt, Li Huanying would not face any life-threatening danger due to the modifications. He had merely lost consciousness temporarily. Before making that decision, Xie Shian had been uncertain whether he could defeat him in one blow. Attacking other modified areas would only prolong the inevitable. After much contemplation, it seemed that only one area remained a fatal weakness for modified individuals, the head, which could not be easily altered. Li Yunqi could not accept the outcome of Li Huanying's defeat. His mecha was powerful enough, combined with the tailored modifications he had designed for him. There was no way he should have lost to this seemingly inconsequential opponent. His simmering anger consumed the last remnants of his rationality. And he had never been so disappointed in Li Huanying. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Since they had lost, what right did he have to live? Xie Shian, I will not allow you to bask in your triumph for long. Li Yunqi's voice was low and tense, his clenched fist betraying his fury as the veins on his hands bulged. At times, Xie Shian was baffled by the hostility directed at him. He had done nothing to provoke such animosity, yet found himself regarded as an imaginary adversary. Was strength truly a fault? Ignoring Li Yunqi, Xie Shian sidestepped him and exited the arena. Xie Shian, Ji Ran had been waiting at the exit. What took you so long? On his way, he had encountered other contestants leaving, yet Xie Shian and Li Huanying had not appeared. A sense of unease crept over him. He worried something might have gone awry. Fortunately, it seemed the situation was not as complicated as he had feared. Xie Shian had successfully advanced, and he had also acquired 5 victor's badges. Shouldn't we celebrate? Ji Ran suggested eagerly, akin to a child demanding a reward for acing an exam. Indeed, it was a cause for celebration. Xie Shian and Amp, Apos, and did not wish to dampen Ji Ran and Amp, Apos' exuberance and nodded in agreement. They wandered through GUS City and chose a seemingly extravagant hotel to dine in. Boss, prepare a table of your specialties and bring us 2 bottles of fine wine. Ji Ran exclaimed, his voice echoing with anticipation. Ever since they had left Qianlong City for Biyun Mountain, they had not indulged in a proper meal. With their meager finances, they had been relegated to cafeteria food, which had grown tiresome. Finally enjoying a decent meal, they feasted heartily, then sank back into their seats to discuss the day's competition. Xie Shian, my mecha is incredibly powerful. None of those opponents stood a chance against me. How lonely it is to be invincible. Ji Ran boasted, hiccuping from the wine. Am I the only one who advanced at this table? Xie Shian and Apos, and scoffed dismissively. The qualification for advancement was never in doubt. If I desire it, it shall be mine. Perhaps the wine had emboldened them, as their voices were louder than usual, drawing curious glances from surrounding diners. At that moment, a group entered, led by a man who respectfully guided the others behind him. It is truly an honor for Mr. Li to dine with us, he proclaimed. Xie Shian turned to observe the newcomers. The man who was lavishing compliments was none other than Yang Jie, whom he had seen earlier. Following closely behind were Li Yunqi and Li Huanying, whose head was now wrapped in bandages. Remarkably, he had already regained mobility within just a few hours. It seemed that becoming a modified individual had its advantages, enhancing both resilience and vitality. Li Yunqi's lips parted, though his voice was barely audible, and Xie Shian and Apos, and could not discern his words. Yang Jie nodded and responded eagerly, as if they were conspiring on some matter. Li Yunqi appeared taciturn, his expression scarce. Xie Shian had encountered him twice, and both times he bore a frost-bitten countenance. Even when Li Huanying lay incapacitated, Li Yunqi exhibited no visible signs of distress. It seemed Li Yunqi had sensed a shift in focus. While conversing with Yang Jie, his gaze flickered towards Xie Shian. In that brief moment of eye contact, Li Yunqi instinctively frowned. Truly, a narrow path between enemies. Resisting the urge to leave, he shifted his attention elsewhere. Chapter 36. The Body is Paramount. Yang Jie, who had been accompanying Li Yunqi, noticed a subtle change in his expression. Following his gaze, he spotted Xie Shian dining nearby. Yang Jie was astute in reading the room and perceived that Li Yunqi was not pleased to see Xie Shian's face. It was apparent to anyone with a modicum of sense what actions were warranted in such a situation. He strode over to Xie Shian and his companion, greeting them politely. Today, this meal is on me. I kindly ask you to leave promptly. Had it not been for Xie Shian's advancement through the selection process, which would see him in future competitions, he might have overturned the table in frustration. Even if Xie Shian made it to the finals and successfully joined the Mech Fighting Association, he would merely be a colleague. Whereas Li Yunqi held the esteemed position of the chief commander of the special forces in Qianlong City. Xie Shian, lacking any substantial backing, was not fit to be compared with the formidable Li family. Furthermore, Yang Jie had interests tied to Li Yunqi and could not allow Xie Shian to disrupt his mood. Is wealth truly impressive? Ji Ran, seated with legs crossed, found Yang Jie's sycophantic demeanor distasteful. I advise you not to refuse a toast and instead drink the cup of punishment. Yang Jie, having lost his patience, left Li Yunqi and his father aside. Aware that prolonged neglect might lead others to perceive a lack of respect. This was Gus City, not a playground for their antics. Had he refrained from speaking, Xie Shian might have chosen to leave, but now it was no longer an option. In his eagerness to curry favor with Li Yunqi, Xie Shian had disregarded Yang Jie and Ji Ran. A man who looked down upon others in such a manner could not be easily indulged. 2 times, Xie Shian said, raising 2 fingers in front of Yang Jie. If you wish for me to depart, you must choose between pain and regret. Indeed, wealth was significant. The meal had cost them 1,000 gold, draining their savings. Now, with a walking ATM offering to reimburse them, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Besides, both had finished their meals and were prepared to leave regardless of Yang Jie's idle chatter. Very well. Yang Jie gritted his teeth, unwavering in his resolve. To him, there was no task that could not be accomplished with money. If something were unattainable, it merely indicated an insufficient offer. After receiving the money, the duo prepared to exit the hotel. They observed Li Huanying and Li Yunqi seated across from one another in silence. For some reason, Xie Shian felt a palpable lack of respect from Li Huanying towards his father, replaced instead by a palpable fear. Conversely, the look Li Yunqi cast upon Li Huanying lacked paternal affection, as if he regarded his son merely as an accessory. Even an outsider like Xie Shian could sense the tension between them. He mused that it was no wonder Li Huanying's psyche was so twisted. Seeking to dominate others' attention, the root of this behavior undoubtedly lay with Li Yunqi. It was likely that his neglect had molded Li Huanying into the arrogant person he had become. Upon returning to Bian Mountain, it was nearly midnight. Songju had received word that both Xie Shian and Ji Ran had successfully qualified for advancement. Awaiting their return, he was found dozing within the classroom. Principal, why are you still awake at this late hour? I need to discuss something with you. Songju led Xie Shian to the area where the mech fortress was stored. What is the purpose of this? Xie Shian questioned, puzzled. Was it because he had activated the White Tiger mech during the selection that Songju now harbored doubts about him? However, the anticipated inquiry never materialized. He didn't even mention the White Tiger mech. Songju retrieved a small purple vial from a box adorned with mysterious totems, carefully placing it into Xie Shian's hands. Although uncertain of its contents, the reverence with which Songju handled it suggested its significance. This is the blood of the Gorgon. Upon hearing this, Xie Shian was taken aback. The blood of the Gorgon was a rare treasure in the world. Legend had it that the blood of the 3 Gorgon sisters possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. A temptation even those who had activated legendary mechs could not resist, especially for mech fighters who were prone to injury in battle. Possessing Gorgon blood would grant them an immortal existence. One could say that anyone who possessed Gorgon blood was virtually invincible. No one, not even Hades, could claim their soul. Such a precious commodity was scarce. Even the world's top mech fighters were frantically searching for information about it. Principal, what is your intention? Xie Shian could not decipher Songju's motives and decided to ask directly. While it is indeed extraordinary that you possess 3 mech attributes simultaneously, I doubt the Li family will relent easily. You must keep this vial of Gorgon blood on your person. It may prove crucial in a pivotal moment. Xie Shian felt a warmth in his heart, surprised by the principal's concern for him. Thank you, Principal, but this item is far too valuable. He intended to express his gratitude, but was interrupted by Songju's change of tone. Now that you have taken my item, I require a small favor from you. You would not refuse, would you? Xie Shian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Songju waiting for him. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. He had no choice but to comply. Do you recall the girl named Mu Wanru from the competition? Without hesitation, he replied, yes. Mu Wanru's companion mech was one of the Gorgon sisters. In Western mythology, Medusa was the youngest among them. Moreover, she was the only one with a semi-human form, while her 2 sisters were full witches, possessing immortal bodies. Such remarkable mech attributes were impossible not to notice. I need to find her. Xie Shian's gaze darted back and forth across Songju's face, desperately wanting to see through his skin and discern his thoughts. The principal was not much older than Headmaster Ma, likely nearing 70. Now, he wished for Xie Shian to retrieve a woman for him, and Mu Wanru appeared to be only a few years older than himself. In terms of age, he could very well be her grandfather. Principle, moderation is key. The body is paramount. Song Ju was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the bizarre thoughts swirling in Xie Shian's mind. What nonsense are you speaking? Song Ju's face flushed with indignation. He had not expected that even at his age, there would be individuals who would associate him with matters of romantic interest. His intent in seeking Mu Wanru was quite straightforward. He merely wished to acquire the Gorgon blood. Chapter 37. No one shall escape, although Xie Shian had agreed to the principal's conditions. Searching for Mu Wanru in the vast sea of people felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Without a clear direction, his task seemed insurmountable. Upon voicing his concerns, Song Ju appeared to have anticipated this predicament. Pointing to the vial of Gorgon blood in Xie Shian's hand, he remarked, "It will guide you to Mu Wanru." It became evident that he had considered this method well in advance. After a few days of recuperation, Xie Shian embarked on his quest to find Mu Wanru. Following the blood's guidance, he journeyed towards Jiu's city and traversed into a forest known as the Shadow Forest. The terrain here was treacherous, filled with peculiar rocks and towering trees that reached heights of 1,000 fathoms, densely shrouding the entire forest in darkness. Deprived of sunlight, the atmosphere was thick with impenetrable fog, creating an illusion of walking amidst the clouds. Alone in this foreboding environment, Xie Shian felt a heightened sense of vigilance. Such surroundings typically harbored malevolent forces. Yet, it also led him to ponder why Mu Wanru had chosen to retreat here. Following the blood's trail, Xie Shian successfully located her, a concealed cave nestled within the mountain gorge. Mu Wanru. He hesitated at the entrance, calling her name softly, apprehensive that he might startle her. After several attempts yielded no response, just as he began to doubt her presence, a shadow appeared at the cave's opening, complete with thick glasses. It was indeed the Mu Wanru he sought. "Is it you?" she asked, adjusting her glasses, surprise evident in her demeanor. "What brings you here?" "I was sent by someone from Xie Academy to find you." Upon hearing Xie Shian's words, her eyes darkened behind the lenses. So it was true, her participation in the melee competition had drawn attention. "Will you come with me?" Xie Shian extended a sincere invitation. "There's no need. I do not wish to leave this place." Mu Wanru's response was immediate, her youth belied by a wisdom born of experience. She had learned the harshness of human nature and had concealed her abilities behind her glasses to avoid drawing attention. Her retreat into the secluded shadow forest was a means of self-preservation. Unbeknownst to her, merely participating in the melee competition had compromised her anonymity. "Please don't refuse. I mean no harm." Xie Shian and oppose, and was bewildered by her vehement rejection. "No harm. Do you expect me to trust a stalker?" Mu Wanru assumed he had followed her into the shadow forest, which was shrouded in fog and treacherous terrain. How else could he have found her hiding place? Realizing her misunderstanding, Xie Shian raised the vial of Gorgon blood. "It's not what you think. I was genuinely entrusted to find you for Xie Academy." Seeing the small vial of blood, Mu Wanru cautiously approached, scrutinizing it for a considerable time before concluding it was indeed Gorgon blood, which eased her suspicion slightly. "Why seek me if you already possess Gorgon blood?" Xie Shian could not fathom Song Ju's true intent. Just as Mu Wanru contemplated her refusal to leave the shadow forest, a group of uniformly clad individuals emerged from the surrounding cave. "Are you leading people to hunt me down?" she exclaimed, shoving Xie Shian aside in outrage before bolting into the forest. "Capture her, alive or dead," commanded Li Huanying, who stood at the back, his head wrapped in heavy bandages, resembling a general issuing orders. "That guy again." The sight of Li Huanying filled Xie Shian and oppose, and with a surge of animosity, recalling his own injuries and recent defeat. "I and oppose. I'll deal with you after I catch that girl." Li Huanying spat, plunging into the woods with those pursuing Mu Wanru, concerned for her safety against such an overwhelming force. Xie Shian could not afford to let her fall into Li Huanying's hands. He too dashed into the woods, but instead of following the crowd, he sought an alternate path to circumvent them. Mu Wanru, no fool, recognized she could not simply flee down one path. Her stamina was limited, and she could never outrun them. Her only hope lay in leveraging her familiarity with the terrain to find a hiding place. However, executing such a plan proved far more challenging than it seemed. Were it not for the Gorgon blood in his possession guiding him, Xie Shian could have searched the expansive woods for a year without success. Navigating the woods, Xie Shian eventually found himself back at the starting point. Could Mu Wanru have cleverly eluded capture and returned to the cave? Just as he prepared to investigate, she emerged from the cave, her expression betraying displeasure upon spotting him. "Why do you persist in haunting me?" Despite knowing he was not allied with those pursuing her, she felt the urgency to escape. Any delay could reveal her presence to Li Huaniying's group. Come with me. Where to? Li Huaniying's voice echoed behind them. None of you will escape today. Unbeknownst to Xie Shian, Li Huaniying had moved swiftly. He had only been a few minutes behind. The scent of danger filled the air, and Mu Wanru instinctively readied herself for confrontation. Realizing that a battle was inevitable, Xie Shian ceased his futile dialogue with Li Huaniying. Attack! Li Huaniying roared, releasing weeks of pent-up rage. His followers surged forward, encircling the two. Capture the girl first. Do not let her escape. Chapter 38. The poor rely on mutation. The rich rely on technology. As Li Huaniying commanded those around him, he approached Xie Shian. In an instant, the colossal mech appeared, and Xie Shian noticed it had been flawlessly repaired. It was unclear what materials the Li family had employed, for there were no signs of previous damage. In fact, the mech had been refined to an even greater degree. Manipulating the giant mech, on Tai, Li Huaniying exhibited a newfound agility, swiftly closing the distance to stand before Xie Shian. Faced once more with Xie Shian, Li Huaniying's only desire was to crush him underfoot, transforming him into a lifeless husk. How dare he usurp everything that rightfully belonged to Li Huaniying since his arrival? At this moment, Xie Shian and Apos' body was entirely enveloped by the white tiger mech, leaving only his eyes exposed. The moment their gazes collided, the surrounding cacophony seemed to dissipate, leaving only the two of them in existence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, sending a sharp pain through Xie Shian's eardrums. It was the roar of Li Huaniying's giant mech, which then leaned back, its legs tensed, launching into the air. Li Huaniying's gaze had not wavered from Xie Shian, his bloodshot eyes fixated on him, burning with a desire to bore a hole through his body. Die. This phrase had echoed in his mind countless times, yet here he was, alive and well. To Xie Shian, it held no more significance than an empty threat. Li Huaniying bellowed, his aura turning frigid, spreading outward in all directions. Although he had suffered defeat at the selection match against Xie Shian, upon returning to Qinlong City, his father had upgraded his mech. Infused with rare ores, the mech's attributes in hardness and strength had reached an unprecedented zenith. A vast shadow loomed over Xie Shian as On Tai lifted its enormous foot, poised to reduce him to mere pulp. A swift gust of wind whipped through as the mech descended, causing even the nearby branches to sway violently. Did he intend to crush him? Xie Shian pressed his lips together in contemplation. If Li Huaniying wished to dominate others, then let him continue to elevate himself. Resolving this, Xie Shian raised his arms high within the white tiger mech, conjuring a massive spectral tiger head above his fists. Upon witnessing Xie Shian's defensive posture, Li Huaniying felt a surge of elation. Had Xie Shian finally recognized his own peril and chosen to submit to his fate? When the two mechs collided, everyone felt a palpable tremor. Mu Wanru's heart skipped a beat. Despite Xie Shian wielding a legendary mech, Li Huaniying appeared to favor raw power. Given the Li family's control over a significant portion of Qinlong City's resources, the transformed giant mech surely eclipsed the properties of a superior mech. Would Xie Shian survive this onslaught? In the next moment, Xie Shian was propelled backward, his body crashing against the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Had he not reacted swiftly to activate the Xuanwu mech for defense just before impact, he might have suffered grievous injury. Lowering his gaze, he noted the freshly repaired Xuanwu mech now bore significant damage, worse than before. A violent jolt through his chest forced forth a spray of blood. His previous trajectory had carved shallow grooves into the ground, extending to his feet. The sheer force of Li Huaniying's giant mech was indeed terrifying. Haha. Why aren't you fleeing? Li Huaniying taunted. It was undeniable that his mech had grown stronger since their last encounter. Though Xie Shian was formidable, his strength stemmed from the activation of the mythical Neza's power, while Li Huaniying's enhancements were crafted from wealth and resources. Indeed, the impoverished depend on mutation, while the affluent rely on technology. Gasping beneath the tree, Xie Shian's disheveled state only invigorated Li Huaniying's arrogance. Observing the trails Xie Shian had left behind, he couldn't resist mocking him. How have you become so pathetic? Xie Shian replied nonchalantly, Indeed, despite my supposed inadequacy, I have triumphed over you countless times. Perhaps you should reflect on that. Li Huaniying's fist clenched in rage, his expression darkening as he prepared to attack once more. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. As he maneuvered the giant mech, it suddenly halted, unresponsive. Realizing Xie Shian was responsible, Li Huaniying growled, What have you done? Nothing much, just shattered a few minor components. Xie Shian replied casually, as if discussing the pleasant weather. Li Huaniying's face drained of color, while Xie Shian maintained an unsettling calm, as though nothing had transpired. You were the one who insisted I should die. I have been waiting so long for that. As Xie Shian spoke, Li Huanying exited combat mode, intent on engaging in physical confrontation once more. I advise you not to employ the same tactic again. Xie Shian mused. If Li Huanying had proven insufficient the first time, what chance did he have in a rematch? With a look of unwavering determination, Li Huanying drew forth a vial containing a yellowish liquid, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. With a sinister grin, he approached Xie Shian. Wait, I shall ensure you find no solace in life or death. Li Huanying's eyes gleamed with a frenzied madness, seemingly resolved to torment Xie Shian to his last breath. While Xie Shian struggled to rise, several individuals from Mu Wanru's side restrained him, forcing the liquid down his throat. Let us see how you can contend with me now. As the acrid taste filled his mouth, Xie Shian felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Even Li Huanying's voice faded in and out as if submerged in water. He felt himself sinking deeper into the frigid depths, unable to escape, merely experiencing his body's gradual descent into a boundless chasm. Xie Shian sensed his very soul being wrenched from his body. Through his hazy vision, he glimpsed the lecherous smile upon Li Huanying's face. He could faintly discern Li Huanying's twisted excitement, as if he were speaking to others. Yet his ears were engulfed in silence. He could see Li Huanying and Appo's lips moving, but no sound reached him. Chapter 39. The ancestor truly is an extraordinary being. When Xie Shian opened his eyes once more, he beheld the once immobile giant mech of Li Huanying unfurling its mechanical wings. Gazing at this astonishing spectacle, Xie Shian initially thought he must be hallucinating. How could the giant ontai sprout wings? However, he quickly realized that the scene before him was indeed real. The mechanical wings behind the giant mech were strikingly similar to those of his own Zke mech. Xie Shian and Appo's, and yearned to articulate more. Yet his parched throat thwarted his utterance. Li Huanying, noticing Xie Shian had awakened, seemed to flaunt the wings on his back, flapping them with pride. A gust of dry, scorching wind swept over Xie Shian. To his astonishment, not only could his mech fly, but it also possessed fiery attributes. Although Li Huanying was oblivious to the source of this mech's power, derived from some Western deity, he genuinely cherished its capabilities. How could you possess a mech identical to mine? Zhuke does not belong to any Western deity. What means has Li Huanying employed? This felt like a tale from the Arabian Nights, an extraordinary fusion of the Zhuke from Eastern mythology with the strength of the giant ontai from Western lore. Li Huanying shook the empty vial in his hand, a testament to the prowess of the plunder potion. Plunder potion? Xie Shian had never heard of such a thing. He attempted to reactivate the Zhuke mech, and fortunately, he succeeded. Yet apart from this activation, it rendered no further utility. The flame and mechanical wings remained inoperative. It seemed Li Huanying had long intended to use the plunder potion against him. For a fleeting moment, Li Huanying was startled to see Xie Shian still capable of activating the Zhuke mech. The plunder potion had never been tested on a human. Xie Shian was its first subject. Could it be that the potion was ineffective? However, these considerations were trivial for Li Huanying. Xie Shian's Xuanwu mech had lost its defensive capabilities, and any desperate attempt to utilize it could lead to even graver damage, perhaps resulting in irreparable wreckage. Both he and Xie Shian now possessed mechs with identical attributes. Their damage could effectively negate each other, rendering them inconsequential. Meanwhile, his white tiger mech merely enhanced his strength attribute. After this transformation, his body bore no vulnerabilities to exploit. Thus, Li Huanying felt confident he could thoroughly defeat Xie Shian. Just as despair began to envelop Xie Shian and Appo's, the voice of Nuwa resonated once more within the divine sea. Heed the call of the progenitors. I bestow upon you the power of the divine beast Qi. The four great divine beasts have converged, and you may choose to enhance your attributes with the golden. Xie Shian was so elated that he nearly prostrated himself before Nuwa, exclaiming, "The ancestor is indeed an extraordinary being." When he reopened his eyes, a palpable shift in momentum had occurred. Li Huanying, poised to unleash a fiery assault with his new mech, suddenly noticed a cerulean glow materializing behind him. A resounding thunderclap seemed to herald the emergence of something remarkable. Then, a blue figure emerged from the radiance. Li Huanying squinted, struggling to discern the nature of the apparition. A serpent-like creature, its form sinuous, swam behind Xie Shian and Appo's, its agile fins undulating at the mech and Appo's tail. Multiple metallic chains floated from the mech and Appo's chin, swaying like whiskers in the breeze, while the helmet bore two protruding horns reminiscent of antlers. Where limbs should have been, razor-sharp claws glimmered, adorned with minute scales that sparkled like gemstones in the cerulean light. Li Huanying found himself perplexed. What was this creature? It appeared to be an amalgamation of various animals. Could it be a byproduct of the plunder potion he had administered? Observing the bizarre mech, Li Huanying could not resist a jibe. Is it about to mutate? Each activated mech seems more grotesque than the last. Upon hearing his words, those around erupted in laughter, viewing Xie Shian as a veritable oddity, destined to be ridiculed and ostracized. At this moment, Nuwa remained oblivious to the unfolding events, constrained by a throng of individuals. Her eyes blindfolded with a dark strip of cloth. Xie Shian, go. Do not concern yourself with me. Leave. If only he possessed the ability. Nuwa could scarcely safeguard herself, let alone engage in battle. Thus, Xie Shian was left to confront the multitude alone, prompting Nuwa's worry. She wished to avoid being a liability to him, hence her urging for him to escape at the first opportunity. Xie Shian cast a cold glare at Li Huanying's loathsome visage, weary of that haughty countenance. He had seen enough of it, and he never wished to behold it again. When Xie Shian, commanding the formidable Qi Long mech, materialized before Li Huanying, a surge of fire rushed toward him. The crimson flames seemed intent on incinerating all in their path. Further fueled by Li Huanying's vigorous wing beats, Xie Shian stomped his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he soared several meters above the ground. Evading the fiery onslaught, he sensed the latent power of lightning within the Qinglong mech. An idea to counter Li Huanying began to crystallize in his mind. As he dodged the relentless attacks, he also sought opportunities to close the distance to his adversary, given that Li Huanying now wielded a Zhuke mecha akin to his own. Xie Shian found himself at a disadvantage in both ranged and melee combat. He could only bide his time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Unwilling to charge in recklessly. Are you afraid of me? Li Huanying sensed Xie Shian's evasive tactics, interpreting his reluctance to engage directly as acknowledgement of his superiority. Simultaneously, Li Huanying was eager to terminate the delay, granting Xie Shian too much time could yield unforeseen consequences. A more ferocious torrent of fire surged towards Xie Shian, who realized that his singular opportunity had arrived. With lightning speed, Xie Shian activated the Xuanwu mech, unleashing a torrent of water that collided with the fire. A stalemate ensued. Neither side yielded ground, but Li Huanying was the first to falter. If this deadlock continued, it would not bode well for him. Resolutely, he maneuvered the giant mech, preparing to launch an offensive against Xie Shian. The Xuanwu mech, riddled with holes, could not withstand his brute force. A single punch would suffice to force Xie Shian to bid farewell to his tortoiseshell mech. Chapter 40. The licentious God King in his comparison to En. While Li Huanying exerted all his strength, preparing to conclude this battle that should have ended long ago. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, the azure dragon mecha of Xie Shian let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. As powerful currents surged through the mecha, a towering column of water surged forth, charging towards Li Huanying. Bang! The clash between the power of thunder and Li Huanying's mecha produced a dull thud. Despite his body being altered to be impervious to blades and toxins, it now bore intricate patterns of lightning coursing through it. Li Huanying had not anticipated that Xie Shian's mecha could summon the power of thunder, catching him momentarily off guard. Wisps of smoke rising from his head seemed to mock his arrogance. What manner of monster are you? It is known that only Zeus, the god who rules the cosmos, possesses the ability to wield thunder. Yet, this strange and bizarre mecha of his bears no resemblance to the god King Zeus. Xie Shian chuckled softly at this thought, regarding Zeus merely as a licentious god, far beneath the creator goddess Nuwa. Moreover, he had only just activated the 4 divine beasts. There was no talk of monstrosity, he was simply slightly stronger than their mechas. It was undeniably addictive to flaunt one's prowess in a familiar domain. And the sight of Li Huanying's face turning a shade of purple with rage brought him a sense of secret delight. However, a flicker of hope remained in Li Huanying's heart. Even though Xie Shian wielded the power of thunder, he had claimed the vermilion bird mecha as his own, leaving both of them with mechas of differing attributes. Furthermore, Li Huanying had undergone modifications, making his odds of victory appear greater. The giant Antaeus flapped the mechanical wings on his back, sending a wave of heat towards Xie Shian. I wish to see how you will triumph over me. Xie Shian stood his ground, motionless, treating Antaeus's attack with indifference. He rotated his stiff neck and stretched his limbs slightly. The next moment, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Antaeus was enveloped in blazing flames, the intense heat having dried out the surrounding flora. As the giant mecha swung its iron fist, it was engulfed in roaring flames. Should this fist connect, even Xie Shian would surely meet his demise. In a miraculous turn of events, just as the flames reached Xie Shian, they were astonishingly absorbed by him. In the next instant, crimson patterns emerged upon the azure dragon mecha, as if the vermilion bird mecha and the azure dragon mecha were fusing together. This outrageous display left Li Huanying stunned, unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before him. How on earth was this possible? The two powers intertwined within Xie Shian's body, coursing through him. Unbeknownst to him, his mecha's exterior had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once valiant Azure Dragon mecha now sported enormous mechanical wings, flickering with crimson flames, the very essence of the departing fire. The flames enveloped the Azure Dragon mecha entirely, resembling a colossal beast forged from Inferno, racing toward Li Huanying. As the fiery iron fist collided with Li Huanying's steel frame, a tremendous roar erupted. The onlookers were thrown back several meters, and those who had been entangled with Mu Wanra hastily fled, leaving her behind. This, however, granted her a chance to regain her freedom. She tore away the blindfold, finally grasping the situation between the two combatants. Initially, she had assumed Xie Shian would fall to Li Huanying, but the outcome now defied her expectations. Li Huanying, leading numerous subordinates, was unable to gain any advantage, and instead found himself relentlessly pressured by Xie Shian, appearing quite disheveled. At that moment, Li Huanying was weary from the battle, utterly devoid of the arrogance he once displayed. Shaking his reddened mechanical arm, he realized he had not comprehended Xie Shian and Appo's terrifying prowess during their earlier encounters. Now, he slowly grasped the disparity between them. Perhaps when the accompanying mechas were activated, an insurmountable chasm had already formed between their powers. Superior mechas were no match for legendary mechas. Each time he had challenged Xie Shian, he had ultimately met with disastrous defeat. In those moments, he had always attributed the outcomes to luck and other factors, refusing to acknowledge Xie Shian's formidable strength. Regrettably, he now realized these truths, albeit a tad too late. Seeing Li Huanying's movements slowing down and his contemplative expression, Xie Shian seized the opportunity to instantly switch to the White Tiger mecha. If the Azure Dragon mecha had only instilled a sense of pressure, the White Tiger mecha now exuded an aura of slaughter. The crimson flames enveloped the mechanical wings, scorching every blade until they glowed a fiery red, resembling droplets of blood suspended upon the vast wings. Boom! Before Li Huanying could even discern how Xie Shian launched his punch, he found himself airborne. Before he could leverage the power of his mechanical wings to regain his footing, Xie Shian stood before him. A white tiger's phantom materialized atop his fist, and in the next instant, a searing pain enveloped Li Huanying's entire being. As Xie Shian's might intensified, Li Huanying plummeted toward the ground at an alarming speed. Even so, a sliver of delusion lingered in Li Huanying's mind. If you kill me, the Li family will not let you go. With that thought, a spray of blood erupted from the fissures in the ground. Li Huanying's seemingly indestructible body had been shattered, alloy fragments embedding within his flesh, rendering him a grotesque sight. Xie Shian could not help but think of the butcher who had self-destructed. His fate might have been equally tragic. Mu Wanra rushed to Xie Shian's side. Are you all right? She had initially misunderstood him, thinking he was allied with Li Huanying. Had it not been for his assistance today, she would have likely become a puppet of the Li family. Xie Shian shook his head, indicating that such minor injuries were inconsequential. Yet, despite his words, the wounds on his body ached painfully. The followers who had accompanied Li Huanying, upon witnessing a life extinguished, were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Fearing retribution from the Li family upon their return, they stood frozen, unsure of what to do. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should flee to a place where the Li family cannot find us. But if we run, what will happen to our families left in Shenlong City? There was no time to dwell on such matters. It was better to escape than to return and meet a needless demise. A consensus seemingly reached. The group fled toward the depths of the shadowy forest, seeking an exit to the outside world. Observing this, Mu Wanra curiously inquired, "Are you not going to pursue them? What if they secretly return to inform the Li family that you killed Li Huanying? Are you not concerned they will seek revenge?" "Not at all." Witnessing Xie Shian's unwavering confidence, Mu Wanra felt a spark of intrigue. Why? The shadowy forest is rife with toxic miasma. They do not know the way out and will have no chance of escaping alive. Chapter 41. The Quest for the Beast. Mu Wanra returned to Xie Shian and inquired, "What will you do?" Xie Shian candidly replied, "I can only rely on you to escort me away from here." Upon his arrival, he had followed the trail of Gore's blood, yet he was oblivious to the route leading out. With a resigned sigh, Mu Wanra realized she must be the one to guide him out, especially since he had risked his life to assist her moments ago. She felt it would be improper to refuse his modest request. Xie Shian broached the subject of returning to the Shinda Academy together once more. "If you remain here, I cannot assure you that the Li family will not come looking for trouble. Perhaps it would be best for you to accompany me back to the academy. The truth would eventually emerge, and the Li family would inevitably learn of Li Huanying's demise. They would dispatch a multitude of men to scour the mountains in search of him. If Mu Wanra insisted on staying here, she would only heighten the risk of being discovered. Mu Wanru was acutely aware that her whereabouts had been compromised, and the shadowy forest was no longer a sanctuary. It was indeed time to contemplate where she would seek refuge after their departure. I prefer places that are not crowded, she reflected. Aware that she was the target of many hunters, should she inadvertently appear in a public space, it would surely incite chaos. The thought of innocent people being harmed due to her presence weighed heavily on her conscience. Understanding Mu Wanru's concerns, Xie Shian proposed. Why not assume a different identity and return with me? What sort of method is that? I cannot transform nor undergo surgery. How am I to change my identity? His suggestion left her utterly perplexed, momentarily at a loss to grasp his meaning. If I told you that all we needed was to find a beast to alter your identity, would you believe me? The idea seemed utterly absurd. Not only was it difficult to locate a beast, but even if they succeeded, they might not be a match for such ferocious creatures. Moreover, what connection did beasts have with assuming a different identity? Mu Wanru felt completely bewildered, sensing a chasm between her understanding and Xie Shian's assertions. Although she could comprehend each word he uttered, the amalgamation eluded her grasp. After slaying a beast, one can acquire its attributes. While I am uncertain of the type of mech involved, masquerading as another identity should prove rather simple. Xie Shian and Appos, and mused, regretting not having brought Ji Ren along, for he would have been the most authoritative resource on the subject. How do you know all this? Mu Wanru had spent years lurking in the shadowy forest, largely ignorant of events beyond its confines. She had not even heard of the recent news from Qianlong City, where an individual had successfully slain a beast single-handedly. When she learned of this from Xie Shian, her jaw dropped in disbelief. I had no idea you possessed such remarkable abilities. Do you doubt me? Xie Shian detected a hint of skepticism in her tone but was not in a rush to clarify. He believed that once she witnessed his prowess in slaying a beast, her doubts would dissipate. For now, we must locate a beast. We cannot linger here any longer. This is the opportune moment to leave the shadowy forest. If we remain, we are merely waiting for the Li family to capture us. But where shall we find a beast? Xie Shian's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Chu and I once mentioned that traces of beasts were discovered in Jie City, where they were barely subdued by numerous mech fighters. No reports of them being slain have surfaced. If they were captured, they would likely be held in a dungeon overseen by the Special Operations Team. Do you have the courage to accompany me to the dungeon in Jie City? Observing Mu Wanru's cautious demeanor, Xie Shian contemplated what he would do if she declined his proposal. To his surprise, she adjusted her glasses and declared, I will go. Having witnessed his strength and experience in slaying beasts, she felt that as long as she kept her identity concealed, they would likely avoid danger. Ah, it seems I underestimated your courage, he remarked. With their consensus established, they set forth, realizing that a considerable journey awaited them before they reached Jie City. On the way, they discussed Li Huanying. Wasn't he targeting me? Why did he shift his focus upon seeing you? Mu Wanru had been eager to ask this question that had puzzled her throughout their journey. This is a long story. Even if today's events hadn't occurred, our next encounter would have likely ended in conflict. As for the reason, Xie Shian found it difficult to articulate. Despite having done nothing wrong, Li Huanying had continually targeted him. Perhaps his mere existence had provoked Li Huanying's sense of superiority, instilling a sense of crisis within him. Or perhaps he could not tolerate anyone stronger than himself. But now, with Li Huanying gone, the reasons would forever remain a mystery. Moreover, the actions Li Huanying had taken against him were still incomprehensible. Ever since he had activated his accompanying mech, Li Huanying had sought to create trouble for him, even resorting to underhanded tactics to attempt to eliminate him. This madness had escalated to the point where Li Huanying had modified his own body, transforming into something unrecognizable. Mu Wanru pondered for a long moment, finally understanding why Li Huanying had chosen to alter his body. It appeared that he was desperate to surpass Xie Shian. Sensing a heaviness in the air between them, she shifted the conversation. Where did you acquire Gore's blood? Xie Shian produced a hidden purple vial, toyed with it in his hands, and replied, This was given to me by the principal. The principal? Mu Wanru echoed, initially believing such a precious item might have been a family heirloom of Xie Shian or perhaps a reward earned through tremendous trials. She was astonished to learn it was a gift from the principal. Countless individuals in this world dedicated their lives to seeking Gore's blood, many perishing in the process. It could be said that each drop was steeped in the blood of the fallen. And yet, here it was, treated as a mere gift? Indeed. The principal was concerned for my safety, which is why he bestowed it upon me. Did you hold some leverage over the principal? She mused. This miraculous medicine could heal the gravest of wounds, yet it was given away simply out of concern for his safety. Mu Wanru could not help but speculate. Could it be that in the principal's eyes, no one was more important than Xie Shian? What an absurd notion. Xie Shian dismissed her thoughts. It's merely a small vial of medicinal liquid. It doesn't warrant such grandeur. To him, it seemed no different than a common medicinal powder. Chapter 42. The young master is dead. In the city of Chunlong, the Li family. Before Li Yunqi stood a trembling individual. Unable to meet the withering gaze of Li Yunqi. Is what you say truly the case? Li Yunqi's voice was hoarse, exuding an even darker aura. Boss, we truly are no match for Xie Shian. He killed the young master with a single punch. The speaker's face was ashen, bloodshot eyes bulging. Veins protruding from his neck, resembling a walking corpse. In a frantic bid for survival, a group had scurried through the shadow forest like headless flies. Yet no matter the direction they took, they could not escape. Had he not hidden in the shadows, following Xie Shian, he might have lost his life there. However, after relaying the message to Li Yunqi, he felt as if his insides were churning violently. A dull ache coursed through his body. Even his fingers turned a ghastly black, evidently a sign of poisoning. Boss, please save me. The plea remained unvoiced as he stood frozen like a wax figure. Li Yunqi didn't even spare him a glance, summoning two others to remove the body. It was only when he was alone in the room that Li Yunqi belatedly felt something within him collapse utterly. His only son, a son he had never truly valued, was gone. Li Yunqi was uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Was it sorrow, rage, or perhaps regret? A cigarette, its embers still glowing, had been crushed in his grip. The sparks burning into his palm, though he felt no pain. His rationality was gradually consumed, anger dragging him into an unfathomable abyss. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Li Yunqi. Xie Shian must pay in blood for his transgressions. Someone, the guards outside, hearing Li Yunqi's nearly roaring voice, rushed in without delay. Boss, we found him. Li Yunqi, slumped into the sofa, idly fiddled with a desk lamp. The flickering tungsten bulb extinguished its light as the news reached his ears. With a crack, the glass shattered, his bare hands having crushed the bulb to smithereens. The door swung open, revealing a face marked by cold indifference. Where is he? In Xie City. Li Yunqi's brows knitted tightly. He had expected Xie Shian to hide, yet he brazenly appeared in the city. He clearly held the Li family in contempt. A group set forth towards Xie City, passers-by displaying puzzled expressions, wondering what calamity had befallen Chunlong City to disturb even the commander of the Chunlong Special Forces. Meanwhile, Xie Shian and Mu Wanra stood before the Xie City Special Forces headquarters. Mu Wanra wished to persuade Xie Shian to stealthily infiltrate the dungeon, eliminate the beast, and depart without alerting the Special Forces. However, Xie Shian decisively rejected this notion. Without the Special Forces' consent, even if they could slay the beast, they would be charged with trespassing. Should they act in such a manner, they would face trial, and if by chance they escaped Xie City, they might be hunted down and branded as criminals forever condemned to the shadows. As they arrived at the entrance of the Xie City Special Forces, they were intercepted. This is a mobile command center. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. The guard eyed their youthful faces, estimating that their combined age barely surpassed his shoe size. Yet Xie Shian and Appos, and calmly asserted, I wish to see the head of the Special Forces. Who are you little brats? Leave at once. You haven't even grown hair yet, and wish to meet the commander? Please relay my message. I possess a method to deal with the beast. The guard, taken aback by the absurdity of the claim, exhibited a flicker of disbelief. However, Xie Shian and Appos, and caught a glimmer of mockery in the guard and Appos' eyes, realizing his exaggerated demeanor was merely for show. Seeing the guard hesitate despite his prompt response, Xie Shian and Appos, and activated his white tiger mech. The massive fist adorned with a faintly glowing white tiger totem. With a thunderous impact, a hole appeared in the stone pillar before the Special Forces headquarters, leaving the guard in disbelief. This youth had not even moved, yet the wind from his punch had pierced a pillar as thick as a waist. Perhaps he truly possessed some talent. The guard's demeanor shifted almost instantly, no longer daring to neglect Xie Shian and Mu Wanru, hastily contacting the head of the Special Forces. Soon after, the guard emerged, wearing a smile. Please, follow me. They traversed the grand hall beneath the glass dome, moving north until the guard halted before an office. Director Chun, the individuals have arrived. Come in. A deep, magnetic voice resonated through the door. Mu Wanru followed Xie Shian. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, the man referred to as Director Chun scrutinized Xie Shian. Having been present at the selection event, he vividly recalled the remarkable youth who had secured the championship. To his surprise, this very youth sought him out. If I am not mistaken, you are Xie Shian, correct? You recognize me? This surprised Xie Shian, who had anticipated needing to convince the director of his capabilities to slay the beast alone. Indeed, I recall your prowess. When you earned your qualification for advancement, I sensed your extraordinary potential. Chapter 43. Direct confrontation before the mind's eye. As the ultimate skill, Director Chun gazed at Xie Shian with a hint of admiration in his eyes. You came to the special attack team today because of the beast, did you not? Indeed, Director Chun, if I am not mistaken. The beast we previously captured should still be confined in the dungeon, correct? Director Chen's expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized the young man before him. The beast was indeed locked away, but this matter had not been disclosed to the public. How could he possibly know? What beast? What dungeon? I do not comprehend. Director Chen was unwilling to delve further into this subject, as Xie Shian was not from Jiyue City. Rumors had circulated that the Li family from Qianlong City had been seeking clues about the beast, and Xie Shian's sudden appearance in Jiyue City inevitably aroused suspicion that he had been dispatched by the Li family to gather intelligence. Director Chen, are you harboring some reservations? Seeing Chen's evasive demeanor, Xie Shian sensed his reluctance to discuss the matter. Yet, his purpose in visiting was solely to address the beast. Information regarding the beast is not available. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Director Chen issued a direct dismissal, but Xie Shian showed no inclination to depart. Director Chen, I am perplexed as to why you are so wary of me. I genuinely wish to assist you. What audacity! How many individuals do you command? What battle experience do you possess? How much combat skill do you have to dare approach me with matters concerning the beast? Do you intend to suggest that you alone can contend with the ferocious creature? Despite the barrage of questions from Director Chen, Xie Shian maintained his composure. What if I were to say that I could? Director Chen tilted his head, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a madman. Who endowed you with such confidence? Do you believe that merely possessing a qualification grants you the right to boast? Initially, he had perceived Xie Shian as modest and humble, but he was taken aback by the latter's audacity to brag so boldly on their second encounter. This significantly tarnished his impression of the young man. Xie Shian sighed. Having anticipated Chen's skepticism, however, he had not expected to be denied even the opportunity for an attempt. How about this? Allow me to try. Should I fail to vanquish the beast, I shall accept your judgment of arrogance and folly. Yet, if I succeed in slaying the beast, you must grant me a condition. Director Chen's expression darkened as he considered the implications. Could he be here to ascertain the beast's location? Would he notify the Li family upon discovering its whereabouts? Realizing this possibility, Chen regarded Xie Shian with heightened suspicion, sensing that the youth was far more astute than he had initially believed. Are you dispatched by the Li family? What is your true intent? Director Chen opted for forthrightness, believing it more prudent to clarify matters than to continue rebuffing him. Direct confrontation before the mind's eye was indeed the ultimate skill. Xie Shian was bewildered. How could he be associated with the Li family? There must be some misunderstanding. Director Chen, you must have misconstrued the situation. I have just taken the life of Li Huanying. The Li family would rather see me perish. Xie Shian recounted his journey to Biyun Mountain and his participation in the melee competition in detail. Upon grasping the complete narrative, Director Chen felt a pang of regret for his earlier conduct. He had never anticipated that the Li family would be unable to tolerate even a fledgling youth. I apologize for my previous words and actions. Director Chen, you are being overly dramatic. Xie Shian did not seek sympathy. As long as Chen could be convinced that he was not a spy for the Li family, he would consider his objective achieved. May I now see the beast? Director Chen hesitated, looking at the two before him. It is not that I do not trust you, but the beast is exceedingly savage. To subdue it, the special attack team sacrificed 45 combatants, merely managing to restrain it. I do not wish for you to put yourself in peril. Director Chen was indeed a man who valued talent. Xie Shian was an exceptionally rare inheritor of a legendary mech. It would be a grave loss if he were to perish at the hands of the beast due to a moment's bravado. Rest assured, I possess combat experience. A beast once appeared in Qihuan Mountain, and I was the one who slew it. Director Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The news of a beast in Qianlong City had spread to neighboring cities, and it was said that a new student, who had only recently enrolled, was the one who vanquished it. I never imagined that it was you standing before me. Then let us proceed. In his relentless pursuit to eradicate the beast, Director Chen had tried every method imaginable. Starvation, deprivation of water, and even torture had failed to inflict any substantial harm. Furthermore, the creature exhibited intermittent bouts of rage, endangering its guards with every outburst. Over time, it had been necessary to confine it within a specially designed cage, under constant surveillance. When Mu Wanru heard Director Chen mention the continuous watch, She instinctively recoiled, grateful for their restraint. She realized that had Xie Shian been reckless enough to accompany her to the dungeon, they might have already been sent to meet their maker. The trio proceeded to the location where the beast was imprisoned. Director Chen acted as a pass, facilitating their unobstructed passage until they arrived before a peculiar iron cage. Adorned with electrified nets, the crackling sound of electricity resonating throughout. Within, there resided a creature resembling a sheep yet distinctly not, its body cloaked in curled white fur. Two immense horns protruding from the sides of its head. The only peculiar aspect was its lack of a mouth. Xie Shian observed the colossal creature before him. Musing on the futility of starvation, it had no mouth at all. This is the beast, should you truly possess the means to slay it. You would be rendering Gua City an invaluable service. As he gazed at the creature, Xie Shian suddenly felt that these individuals were woefully inadequate. This being, devoid of offensive capabilities and relegated to insignificance in the pantheon of Chinese mythology, held formidable power over them. Leave it to me, Xie Shian confidently proclaimed, assuring them that this trivial matter posed no challenge to him. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Director Chen instructed the guards of the beast to leave it in Xie Shian's hands, acknowledging that their presence might inadvertently hinder him. Once the group hastily departed, only Xie Shian and Apos and Mu Wanru remained in the dungeon. Do you truly have the confidence to slay this beast? Mu Wanru, taking refuge behind a stone pillar, distanced herself as far from the creature as the confined space allowed. Rest assured, this minor task will not trouble me. If it were a beast like the Gujiao, known for its offensive prowess, I might harbor some reservations. But in dealing with the creature before us, I am entirely assured. Chapter 44. The peculiar beast. Why does this magical beast look so strange? For the first time, Mu Wanru encountered the legendary creature, and her heart was filled with resistance. Gazing into its clear yellow eyes, she felt as though she was staring into the abyss of hell. However, Xie Shian displayed no trace of fear on his face, as if the beast before him were merely an ordinary goat. Are you not afraid? She stammered. Afraid of what? Xie Shian thought to himself that this was merely a huan, devoid of any offensive capability. Its vitality was merely exceedingly resilient, surviving even in the absence of food and water. At that moment, he approached the huan, observing how it rubbed its front hooves against the ground, adopting a defensive posture. Clearly, it was highly wary of strangers. Even as Xie Shian and Apos attempted to draw closer, it blocked his path with its hooves. Mu Wanru, concerned that Xie Shian and Apos might be harmed by the beast, entered combat mode, her emerald green eyes fixated on its every movement. If it were to launch a sudden attack, she could utilize her mech attributes to buy Xie Shian and Apos some time to escape. With a loud thud, Xie Shian and Apos activated his white tiger mech almost the moment he neared the huan, the powerful gust from his punch sending the creature crashing into the iron cage behind it. The sturdy cage sustained damage from the strike, the iron rods connecting the top and bottom fracturing into two. Mu Wanru and Apos' astonishment did not escape Xie Shian and Apos' notice. He had not even given the beast a chance to retaliate. With a single blow, it was rendered powerless. Moreover, she could sense that Xie Shian had not exerted his full strength. His indifferent demeanor suggested he did not regard the fearsome beast as a worthy opponent. It felt akin to a top-tier mech fighter facing an ordinary defender. Victory was beyond question. The moment Xie Shian chose to strike, the outcome was already sealed. The beast collapsed to the ground, its massive form still exuding a faint breath. Xie Shian gestured for Mu Wanru to approach the creature. Now, it is your turn. Upon slaying the beast, its body would dissipate, revealing new mech attributes. Xie Shian had learned this when he had vanquished the Gujiao. Initially hesitant, Mu Wanru recalled that defeating the beast would grant her a new identity. Resolutely, she unleashed two beams of emerald green lasers from her helmet. In the blink of an eye, the creature transformed into a massive stone. Alloy chains appeared on her soft armor, rising high behind her like the venomous tail of a scorpion. Before the beast could even struggle, it met its demise beneath Mu Wanru's metallic chains. Xie Shian watched as the huan's body gradually became ethereal, leaving only a phantom behind. Much like the Gujiao, it ultimately morphed into a spirit the size of a fist, swiftly merging into Mu Wanru and Apos' form. Instantly, her mech underwent a transformation, a radiant light ascending from her neck as if something was about to burst forth. The software enveloping her body sprouted dense white fur, appearing to Xie Shian and Apos, and as a round, fluffy orb. Curved horns emerged from her alloy helmet, and her formerly uncovered eyes were now enhanced with three-dimensional tracking goggles. As the radiant light finally dissipated, Nuwa remained momentarily stunned. How marvelous! She exclaimed, eagerly calibrating the tracking goggles capable of detecting power and attributes. Subconsciously, she glanced at Xie Shian and Appos, and, noticing his attribute panel displayed a legendary-grade mech, yet his power remained marked as unknown data. Nuwa speculated that the tracking goggles might have a numerical limit, perhaps unable to display values exceeding Xie Shian's strength. Xie Shian crossed his arms, observing the scene. Having successfully completed the task assigned by the principal, with the beast eliminated, it was time to depart. As they exited the dungeon, they were met by Director Chen, who had assembled a sizable contingent at the entrance. Upon seeing the two emerge unscathed, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. I knew you would succeed, he proclaimed, clapping Xie Shian and Appos, and on the shoulder with a familiarity that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor in the office, expressing utmost trust in front of his subordinates. He treated Xie Shian with an entirely different attitude. However, now that Xie Shian's objective had been achieved, he followed along with Director Chen's words, sparing him any embarrassment. Thank you for your trust, Director Chen. The beast has been slain. You can rest assured. Director Chen grasped Xie Shian's hand, excitement evident in his voice. You have truly been a tremendous help. A hero of GUS City. The crowd nodded in agreement. The matter of the beast had caused them considerable distress. Now, with Xie Shian resolving it with ease, his image grew in stature among them. Xie Shian, would you be interested in joining the GUA City Special Attack Team? We extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Soon, voices of persuasion echoed around them. GUS City needs talents like you. Chenglong City does not welcome you. But GUS City will always keep its doors open for you. I believe, with your strength, you could easily be a successor to Director Chen. As the crowd fervently encouraged him to join the Special Attack Team, Xie Shian felt a sense of recognition for the first time. Nuwa tugged at his sleeve. Hey, you need to respond. Everyone is looking at you. All right. Xie Shian replied decisively, and in the next moment, he was enveloped in a thunderous cheer. However, I have one request. Director Chen, caught up in his excitement, urged, feel free to ask. Even if it's 10 requests, I will accommodate you. I would like to complete my studies before reporting for duty. Joining the Special Attack Team was a dream profession for many. But Xie Shian did not wish to use the slaying of the beast as a condition for entry. Moreover, with Xiao still in Biyun Mountain, he did not want to leave before she could live independently. Of course, as long as you wish to join, we will always welcome you. Director Chen's face beamed with joy, his smile nearly frozen in place, his eyes reflecting admiration and satisfaction. He recognized Xie Shian's formidable strength but appreciated his humility. Such a rare virtue was hard to find in all of GUA City. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy, a panicked voice shattered the tranquility. Not good. Director, the Li family is here for someone. Note, the term Huan is derived from the classic of mountains and seas, referring to a mythical beast resembling a goat but lacking a mouth. Chapter 45, Know Thyself and Thy Enemy. And you shall never know defeat. Director Chen's smile had not yet faded when he squinted and inquired. What? They have already surrounded the Special Operations Team, forcing us to hand over Xie Shian and Appos. And the speaker, who looked familiar to Xie Shian and Appos, and was the guard who had just blocked his way. Panic was etched across his face, revealing his evident fear. Do not panic. I shall see what is happening, Director Chen declared, leading the group towards the office area, their impressive presence drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Upon arriving at the office area, Li Yunqi was already seated on a long sofa in the hall, his gaze cold and menacing, as if he wished to devour Xie Shian and Appos and whole. Director Chen, how could you associate with such a person? Li Yunqi and Appos' voice was restrained, his emotions simmering beneath the surface, for the presence of the GUS City officials compelled him to maintain his composure. After all, they were on GUS City's turf, and causing a scene would inevitably lead to unfounded rumors. What kind of person? Director Chen replied sternly, regarding Li Yunqi as nothing more than a sycophant, riding on the coattails of the Li family. Though he possessed considerable strength, the position of leader of the Special Operations Team was not yet his to claim. Had it not been for the support of the Li family, he would likely still be struggling to make ends meet. Yet now, he had transformed into an equal, making it difficult for Chen to regard him with any respect. Li Yunqi discerned that Director Chen was unwilling to surrender Xie Shian and Appos, and yet his patience was wearing thin. Before erupting in anger, he lowered his voice once more. This is a matter of my Chenglong City. I advise you not to meddle. Recalling Xie Shian and Appos' recent promise, Director Chen could not resist grinning broadly, saying, Thank you for the reminder, Xie Shian and Appos, and is now a citizen of Gua City. Li Yunqi clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly, incredulous that Director Qin was resolutely protecting Xie Shian and Appos. And, are you openly declaring war against Qinong City? Should I interpret this as a threat? Director Qin remained composed, sitting firmly across from Li Yunqi, who might have mistaken their exchange for a reunion between long-lost friends. I must take him away today. Li Yunqi ceased his idle chatter. His patience had completely evaporated, and he was determined to retrieve Xie Shian by any means necessary, if all else failed. Executing Xie Shian on the spot in Gua City was not off the table. The special operations team members who had returned with Director Qin began to murmur among themselves, commenting on the audacity of the Li family to demand someone in Gua City. This is a blatant disregard for our leader. If he concedes today, his authority will be diminished. Li Yunqi absorbed their words, maintaining his stoic facade while internally cursing them. Director Qin shrugged and chuckled. You heard it. Even if I agree, my brothers here would not. His calm, authoritative tone resonated throughout the spacious hall. Li Yunqi, now devoid of patience, seized Director Qin by the collar. You are refusing to drink a toast and instead opting for punishment. As Li Yunqi initiated the confrontation, those surrounding them began to push and shove, turning the hall into chaos. Mu Wanru, ever at Xie Shian and Appos, and Appos' side, asked, should we assist? Moments ago, they had been sharing laughter with Director Qin. Yet now he faced trouble while Xie Shian remained unervingly calm, as if nothing were amiss. Xie Shian understood that Director Qin was not an ordinary individual. This minor inconvenience did not require his intervention. Indeed, as Li Yunqi grasped Qin and Appos' collar, his hand halted abruptly, and Li Yunqi was flung into the air. The special operations team members watching this spectacle were left in disbelief. Could the great Hercules truly have a rival? Who exactly was this Director Qin? The crowd buzzed with speculation but failed to reach a sound conclusion. Mu Wanru suddenly remembered that her tracking glasses could reveal strength and attributes. Concealing herself behind Xie Shian, she activated her mech, and as the image of Director Qin appeared, a series of data emerged. Strength, 3 stars mech attribute. Special class. Mu Wanru tugged at Xie Shian's sleeve, her expression one of realization. No wonder you were so unperturbed. You must have known Director Qin's mech attributes all along. Xie Shian nodded slightly. His mech has quite the pedigree. It belongs to King Eurystheus, the commander of Hercules. Although Director Qin's mech is not oriented towards brute force, its attributes counter Li Yunqi's perfectly. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanru came to a sudden understanding. It was astonishing that he had gathered such intelligence. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one will never be defeated, Xie Shian mused. Once having held this phrase as his motto, what gives you the certainty that Director Qin would offend the Li family on your behalf? Xie Shian smiled faintly. A rare display of emotion. Simply because he is aware of my expulsion from Qinong City by the Li family, yet still extends an invitation for me to join the special operations team in Gua City. Unbothered by the Li family's influence, indicates he would not be intimidated by them. In certain respects, both Xie Shian and Director Qin shared a common trait, an unwavering defiance against authority. Despite knowing the Li family's capacity to suppress him, they remained steadfast in their convictions. This, however, also underscored Director Qin's genuine regard for Xie Shian, willing to confront the Li family to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, the cacophony of fighting filled the hall, and the previously passive observers had devolved into a fray. Yet soon, all eyes were drawn to a singular figure. Li Yunqi had been launched into the air by Director Qin, and the glass dome overhead could not withstand the force of the impact. With a resounding shatter, it disintegrated into shards that rained down upon the ground, creating the illusion of a downpour within the hall. Li Yunqi found himself in a disheveled state, his body marred by cuts from the glass, utterly stripped of his former grandeur. Was this truly the level of the so-called Hercules? Director Qin feigned calmness. Though his arm trembled slightly, this strike had nearly depleted his strength. Yet, before Li Yunqi, he had to maintain an appearance, concealing the limits of his own power. Li Yunqi scoffed, realizing he was outmatched but feeling an insatiable desire for vengeance against Xie Shian. If I do not avenge my son, I am unworthy to be called a father. Director Qin's voice was low and grave. Have you not committed enough heinous acts as the Li family? Chapter 46. Do not underestimate my understanding. Director Qin wore a grim expression. Gua City is not a place for your reckless antics. Leave at once. Surprisingly, Li Yunqi did not retort but instead wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with his fingers. He brushed off the shards of glass that clung to his clothing, yet he still appeared quite disheveled. Before departing, Li Yunqi's gaze fixed on Xie Shian, his eyes glinting with venom. a crimson hue flickering at their depths. Do not think that the protection of Gua City grants you the liberty to act with impunity. Your worthless life will inevitably belong to me. Though he uttered the most vicious words, he engaged in the most cowardly act, retreating with his entourage under Director Chin's piercing glare. Once calm returned, Director Chin sank into the sofa, taken aback by the swift news reaching the Li family. Xie Shian, too, had not anticipated Li Yunqi and Apos' audacity to come directly to Gua City seeking someone. The apparent tranquility between the two cities belied the undercurrents of unrest. Xie Shian had heard on more than one occasion that the Li family was itching to seize the land connecting Gua City and Qianlong City. However, due to the geographical advantages that Gua City and Biyun Mountain possessed, they had yet to take action. This time, Li Yunqi had indeed stirred public ire. If Director Chin were to escalate today's incident, it could very well thrust Qianlong City into the spotlight. Director Chin, thank you for your assistance earlier, Xie Shian expressed politely. Now that you have agreed to join Gua City, you are one of us. It is my duty to assist you, Director Chin replied, showing no inclination to seek accolades from Xie Shian and Apos, and for the incident. It seemed that the rumors about Director Chin and Apos' clear sense of justice and impartiality were indeed true. With the Li family having departed, there was no further reason for Xie Shian and Apos, and to linger. After a brief farewell to Director Chin, he accompanied Mu Wan'er back to Biyun Mountain. By the time Xie Shian and his companion returned to Xinda Academy, evening was approaching. Upon seeing Xie Shian, Xiaoke joyfully leaped into his embrace, pouting, "Brother, do you not want Xiaoke anymore?" Gazing into her tear-filled eyes, Xie Shian and Apos, and affectionately stroked her hair. "How could I? Then why have you taken so long to return?" Since the passing of Tian Ada, Xiaoke had remained by Cangzhu's side, learning diligently. Initially, there was concern that seeing Xie Shian and Apos and often would evoke painful memories, but as Xie Shian and Apos and became increasingly occupied with the melee competition, they had not met for quite some time. As they spoke, Xiaoke noticed Mu Wan'er standing beside Xie Shian and Apos, and, squinting her eyes mischievously, she inquired, "Sister, who are you? Have you been following my brother because you like him? That is not allowed. Brother isn't ready to have little babies yet." Mu Wan'er was bombarded by Xiaoke and Apos' inquiries and found herself at a loss for words, standing awkwardly and fidgeting. Xie Shian and Apos, and, realizing that the little girl had misunderstood their relationship, tugged on her braid and pulled her aside. He tapped her forehead with his finger, scolding at such a young age. "What nonsense are you filling your head with?" Xiaoke, defiant, retorted, "Do not underestimate me. I know so much. If brother likes that sister, he would sleep with her. And then there would be little babies." "Stop." Xie Shian and Apos, and interjected, horrified as Xiaoke and Apos' words grew increasingly absurd. He hastily covered her mouth, demanding, "Who taught you such nonsense?" With a frown of discontent, Xie Shian and Apos, and could hardly believe that after only a short separation, Xiaoke had become so audacious. Realizing that she had upset her brother, tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, "Brother, do not be angry." These words were all spoken by brother Jiran. Jiran. Xie Shian nearly bellowed the name. Jiran, hearing his name called, poked his head out from the window. Upon seeing Xie Shian return, his face lit up, and he hurried outside. "While I'm away from the academy, you teach Xiaoke such useless things, is that it?" Before Jiran could celebrate, he felt a sharp kick land on his backside. Xiaoke, feeling guilty for implicating Jiran, apologized, "I'm sorry, brother Jiran. I promise I won't betray you again." Fearing retaliation, she dashed back to her room. Jiran, seeing Xie Shian lift his leg again, quickly offered a sheepish smile. "The little girl does not understand. She could get hurt out there." Noticing that Xie Shian and Apos and remained skeptical, he added, "Such matters must be addressed from a young age. You can rest assured that I will handle it." Then, noticing Mu Wanru's familiar visage, he grinned mischievously, "Why have you brought her back?" "See. No one has told her these things, leaving her utterly unguarded. This could lead to significant trouble." Observing Jiran's lecturing demeanor, Xie Shian could not be bothered to explain. He shoved Jiran aside and ignored him, guiding Mu Wan'er towards Cangzhu's office. Cangzhu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Xie Shian return with Mu Wan'er, his expression softened. "Principal, this is Mu Wan'er. Her companion mech is Medusa, one of the Gorgon sisters." Mu Wan'er timidly greeted. "Principal." Cangzhu chuckled lightly, alleviating some of Mu Wan'er's tension. "I mean no harm. I asked Xie Shian to find you to offer assistance. Those with Gorgon blood will inevitably attract the attention of various forces. The consequences could range from being homeless and adrift to, at worst, risking one's life. Though unsure of how Xie Shian and Apos and had found her, it appeared that she had managed to protect herself well, showing no signs of injury. Would you be interested in studying at the academy? I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Mu Wanru adjusted her glasses. Seemingly taken aback by Song Ju's elaborate inquiry, the room lapsed into a brief silence. Had this been before she faced the beasts, she would have unhesitatingly rejected his invitation. After all, wherever she had been, it would attract those coveting her Gorgon blood. However, circumstances had changed. Aside from Xie Shian, no one knew her true identity. She could entirely change her life, escaping a life of constant fear. This was the life she had always yearned for, free from the need to hide in constant trepidation. Is your arduous search for me merely to persuade me to join the academy? Song Ju, sensing her hesitation, revealed his true intentions. I understand how rare Gorgon blood is. If Asclepius could join forces with Medusa, we would be invincible, free from worry, with no one left to challenge us. Thank you, Principal, for your kindness. When may I enroll? Hearing Mu Wanru acquiesce to his request, Song Ju's tense expression gradually relaxed. You can enroll at any time. Chapter 47. The deranged fellow Li Yunqi led his companions back to Qianlong City, drawing the attention of passers-by. His disheveled appearance starkly contrasted with his previously lofty demeanor. Had something befallen Qianlong City? The very fact that the Li family was stirred into action indicated a significant upheaval. Have you not heard? It seems his son has died. The speaker discreetly gestured towards Li Yunqi, careful to avoid naming him directly. You mean that Li Huanying who activated the superior mech? Who else could it be? He has but one son. The two conversing men gasped, reflecting on the numerous enmities the Li family had cultivated over time. Surprised that retribution had manifested in such a tragic manner. Indeed, one must wonder who dared to take such a perilous risk to slay his son. Surely, they must have driven him to desperation. You know how the Li family operates. Noticing Li Yunqi's gaze shifting in their direction, the two men prudently fell silent. He was seething with pent-up rage, in desperate need of an outlet for his emotions. Investigate who released Xie Shian from Qianlong City, Li Yunqi commanded coldly, sending a shiver through those beside him. Yes, boss. Upon receiving the order, one member of the group hastily departed, eager to disappear into the crowd. Few dared to openly defy Li Yunqi in Qianlong City, and he already had a suspect in mind. When the Ritterni reported back, Li Yunqi was seated in his office. Heavy curtains sealed off the room from the outside world, leaving only a dim, yellow glow in the absence of sunlight. Boss. It was Principal Ma Qilong who released Xie Shian and Apos, and, at this revelation, Li Yunqi and Apos' expression darkened further, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Since Ma held such high regard for Xie Shian, let him witness whether his prized pupil would come to his aid in times of peril. Li Yunqi waved dismissively, instructing them to bring Ma Qilong to the special operations team. However, the messenger hesitated at the door, troubled. But he is the principal of the academy. There are thousands of students in the academy, many of whom are combatants and defenders. Although their attributes may not match those of the special operations team, their numbers could easily overwhelm us. If Principal Ma resists, it could incite conflict between the students and our team. If Principal Ma truly resists, then let it be known he has defied authority. Refusal to cooperate will lead to immediate execution, Li Yunqi ordered, his face stern. It was clear that he was resolute in using Ma Qilong as leverage against Xie Shian and Apos, and even if it meant sacrificing this revered principal. What are you still doing? Move quickly. Li Yunqi was enveloped in darkness, though his face remained obscured. The fury in his voice suggested that Principal Ma was likely facing dire consequences. In Qianlong City, at the Mech Awakening Academy, nearly all members of the Special Operations team were present, unwilling to adopt a hardline stance against their former mentor. They could only politely implore, Principal, please come with us to the Special Operations team. It was Li Yunqi who sent you, wasn't it? Ma Qilong surmised. Recognizing the situation as Li Yunqi settling scores, now targeting him. Once you arrive at the Special Operations team, you will understand. We hope you do not make it difficult for us. They could not divulge Li Yunqi's intentions outright, opting instead for gentle persuasion. Ma Qilong, while wishing to refuse, could not bear the thought of Li Yunqi's wrath being redirected towards his former students should he decline. After all, I cannot solely prioritize Xie Shian's safety at the expense of my students. Very well, I shall accompany you. With that, the group exhaled in relief, finally able to return and report back. Yet, they could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for their stooped principal. Along the way, they urged, Principal, if the Li family intends to use you to lure out Xie Shian and Apos, then please do not hesitate. Yes, at your age, you must prioritize your own safety. Ma Qilong nodded. grateful for their concern, and reminded them, "If you still regard me as your teacher, please send word to my friend, the principal of the Xinda Academy on Biyun Mountain. He may be able to assist me in this dire situation. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone at once." One of Ma Qilong's companions instructed a lagging team member to head to Biyun Mountain without delay. Yet, none noticed the anxious individual at the rear, nervously lowering their hat to conceal their small face in shadow. When Ma Qilong was brought to the special operations team, he learned of Li Huanying's demise. By the time he entered the interrogation room, Li Yunqi had already been waiting for an eternity. His crimson eyes hinted at restrained fury, and his formerly immaculate hair now resembled a chaotic nest. His icy voice reverberated through the interrogation room, as if to freeze Ma Qilong in his seat. "Why did you release Xie Shian and Apos?" And Ma Qilong adjusted his clothing, appearing calm and collected. "Because I did not wish for Chenlong City to lose a promising talent. Do you understand that the genius you speak of murdered my son?" Li Yunqi sprang from his chair like an enraged lion, gripping Ma Qilong's chin with force. At that moment, his hatred for Xie Shian reached a fever pitch. Each mention of Xie Shian's name served as a grim reminder of his own mercy, which had repeatedly spared this cold-blooded killer. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. Just as Ma Qilong attempted to speak, a sharp pain shot through his jaw. Upon realizing Li Yunqi's intentions, his eyes widened in shock. This deranged man had broken his teeth with bare hands. The taste of blood filled his mouth. But Li Yunqi's grip prevented him from closing his lips, leaving him to emit only intermittent gurgles. "I will ensure that all who have harmed my son pay the ultimate price." Li Yunqi was nearly driven to strangle Ma Qilong then and there. But he forced himself to pause, recognizing that he needed to utilize Ma Qilong to draw out Xie Shian. To kill him now would sabotage his plans. He loosened his tie, the rough motion tearing off 2 buttons from his shirt, ignoring the pain in his mouth. Ma Qilong placed all his hopes on the messenger who had just departed. He prayed that the individual would reach Biyun Mountain swiftly to inform Songju of his predicament. Perhaps he was the only one who could save him now. Chapter 48. The heavens above Chenlong City are about to change Biyun Mountain, Xinda Academy. "Who are you?" Songju instinctively tensed upon seeing the visitor clad in the Chenlong Special Forces uniform. Could it be that Li Yunqi had swiftly received news of Xie Shian's return to Biyun Mountain? "Which of you is the principal of Xinda Academy? I urgently need to speak with him. Answer my question first." Songju reiterated his demand with unwavering authority. "I am a student from the Mecha Academy. My name is Chu and I am here seeking the principal's assistance." Chu and I anxiously urged Songju to expedite the search for the principal. Every second wasted meant increased danger for Principal Ma. Lives were at stake. This was no time for idle chatter. "You mean Principal Ma Qilong?" "Yes. A team just took him away." "Where to?" "The Li family took Principal Ma to the Chenlong Special Forces." Songju struggled to comprehend. Why would the Li family go after the old man instead of looking for Xie Shian and Apos, and in Biyun Mountain? Not wishing to linger in this exchange, Chu and I pressed again. "Where's the principal?" Songju waved his hand, revealing his own identity. "You are looking at the person you seek. Please, you must help Principal Ma." Chuni's tone was humble, and she bowed sincerely to Songju, fearing he might refuse her plea. Unbeknownst to her, Songju and Ma Qilong shared a bond forged through life and death. "I understand your urgency, but do not act rashly." Songju too was eager to rescue Ma Qilong, yet impulsive actions could fall into Li Yunqi's trap. "Wait here for my news while I devise a plan." Li Yunqi's target was Xie Shian, and to rescue Ma Qilong, he might have to take considerable risks himself. "Xie Shian, come here for a moment." Songju called to Xie Shian, who was playing with Xiaoke. Upon hearing the principal's voice, Xie Shian dashed over. "Someone from Chenlong City has come. Principal Ma is in danger and may need your assistance." After a moment of silence, Xie Shian and Apos, and seemed to realize something. It must be Li Yunqi. He could think of no one else who could threaten such a highly regarded principal. "Yes, Principal Ma has already been taken to the Chenlong Special Forces. After much consideration, you are the only one who can rescue him. Rest assured, I will bring Principal Ma back safely." Xie Shian's gaze was resolute. He would not allow any harm to come to Principal Ma. Xiaoku, noticing that Xie Shian was about to leave, clung to his leg reluctantly. "Brother, are you leaving again?" "Yes, but I will return swiftly." Xiaoke blinked her eyes, torn between reluctance and understanding that the matters entrusted by her uncle were of greater importance. "All right, I will wait for you to come back." Having said this, she tearfully hid behind Songju, not wanting her brother to see her crying. Songju suddenly remembered Chu and I, who was waiting for news at the academy, and he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget her?" When Xie Shian appeared before Chu and I, she could hardly believe her eyes. even pinching her own leg to confirm her reality. Upon feeling the sharp pain, she joyfully ran to Xie Shian. How are you here? After leaving Qianlong City, they had only seen each other once, and thereafter, Chu and I had not heard any news of Xie Shian. I returned to Biyun Mountain after participating in the selection for the mecha combat tournament. Xie Shian was also somewhat surprised by Chu Ni's appearance. What brings you here in that Qianlong Special Forces attire? Song Ju interrupted their reunion. Xie Shian, you must set off quickly. Any further delay could lead to unforeseen complications. As he prepared to leave, Xie Shian cautioned Chu and I, do not appear in Qianlong City dressed like this. It will attract too much attention. Wait here for my good news. Chu and I dared not return to Qianlong City. If the Li family discovered her secretive venture to warn Principal Ma, her fate could be more dire than Xie Shian's. I will wait here for your return. With you, Principal Ma will surely be safe. Perhaps it was because Xie Shian had always appeared like a savior in critical moments, successfully resolving each peril, that Chu and I chose to believe in him this time. He seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to turn peril into safety, rescuing others from danger time and again. Please be cautious. Chu and I accompanied Xie Shian to the mountain's base, silently whispering her heartfelt wishes, as if voicing them could ensure his safety. Upon entering Qianlong City, Xie Shian noticed that people averted their gazes as he passed, as though he were a monstrous being capable of devouring them. Even the vendors on the street hurriedly skirted around him, much like one would avoid a plague. Women peering through door cracks whispered to each other. Isn't that the one who defeated the Li family at the mecha combat tournament just days ago? Isn't he the very boy they have been searching for? Why would he dare return? It's as if he is courting death. You can't say that for sure. Remember the mechas he activated during the tournament? We had never seen anything like them. I believe Qianlong City is on the brink of a storm. These murmurs naturally reached Xie Shian and Appo's ears, approaching the Qianlong Special Forces. He saw the guards at the entrance panic and flee inside. He and Appo's here. He and Appo's come. Their voices rang out like a loudspeaker, echoing throughout the Special Forces. The fleeing guards returned swiftly, but this time they were accompanied by a throng of others. Is it just you few lackeys? Xie Shian and Appo's, and taunted. Stepping forward to reveal a familiar face, Li Yunqi, who had been searching for him everywhere. At this moment, Li Yunqi emanated an oppressive chill, looking disheveled and sullen. Beneath his unkempt hair lay a pair of fierce eyes, and his thin lips were pressed into a tight line. I never expected to have such a significant presence that the head of the Special Forces would personally greet me. Seize him and take him to the interrogation room. Li Yunqi and Appo's teeth ground together, filled with a desire to kill. Upon receiving the order, the crowd surged forward, expecting a struggle to capture him, but to their surprise, he surrendered without resistance, allowing them to bind him and escort him to the interrogation room. Xie Shian and Appo's and refrained from fighting back. Knowing that these individuals were acting out of necessity, they did not wish to do this, but were compelled by Li Yunqi and Appo's tyranny. Chapter 49. Do you wish to depart now? As Xie Shian stepped into the interrogation room, he was met with the sight of Principal Ma, who had lost consciousness. Blood marred his face as he slumped against the back of the chair, yet despite Xie Shian's meticulous inspection, he could not discern where the injury lay. Principal, are you all right? The room was occupied solely by Xie Shian and Appo's and Ma Qilong, but he received no response. After checking for breath, he felt a slight relief upon detecting a pulse, and he began to survey the cramped interrogation chamber. The airless room was shrouded in heavy curtains that intensified the already stifling atmosphere, inducing a sense of suffocation after even a brief stay. A dim yellow desk lamp served as the sole source of illumination within the space. Ma Qilong seemed to sense the presence of another and attempted to move his fingers, striving to regain some strength. Xie Shian quickly noticed this subtle motion, leaning closer and crouching beside him. Principal, I am Xie Shian. I will soon take you away from here. After a prolonged pause, Ma Qilong weakly replied, I fear I cannot hold on much longer. I have not had a drop to drink for an extended period, let alone fill my stomach. He felt as if his body were weightless, his consciousness wavering between clarity and fog. Each moment of lucidity was accompanied by excruciating pain in his mouth, a sensation that threatened his very will to live. Upon observing this, Xie Shian pondered for a moment, recalling the Gorgon blood that Song Ju had bestowed upon him. Principal, hold on. I have a way to save you. Xie Shian retrieved a violet vial from his person, its interior shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. He gently pried open the principal's lips, allowing a drop of the pale purple liquid to slip between them. Almost instantaneously, the principal's vitality seemed to revive. The lethargy that had enveloped him dissipated as if he were no longer injured. Ma Qilong slowly opened his eyes, sensing a surge of energy coursing through him. Wherever this energy flowed, his pain vanished, akin to a potent analgesic. "What have you given me?" he inquired, moving his joints, which had grown numb from prolonged sitting. Yet, he felt invigorated, the chronic aches that had plagued him now entirely absent. "It is Gorgon blood, gifted to me by Principal Tsang." Ma Qilong widened his eyes in disbelief. "You mean to say that old man Tsang actually gave you that substance?" He had never anticipated such generosity from Tsangju, who had previously denied him even a drop. Now, he had bestowed the entirety of the Gorgon blood upon Xie Shian. "Indeed, I am fortunate to have it. Otherwise, I would not have known how to save you." Xie Shian replied, having previously only heard of the wonders of Gorgon blood. Today marked the first time he witnessed its miraculous effects. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Just a single drop had the power to restore life, and he was convinced that consuming an entire vial could resurrect a person from death itself. "Principal, do you feel better? I shall take you away now." Feeling fully restored, Ma Qilong was about to speak when the door was suddenly thrust open with force. "You wish to leave now? It seems rather premature." Li Yunqi's figure blocked the entrance. Xie Shian suspected he had been lurking just outside, eavesdropping. "What? Are you inviting us to dinner?" he retorted, positioning himself protectively in front of Ma Qilong. Li Yunqi extended his hand, revealing a transparent glass containing several translucent teeth floating in clear water. "If you wish to dine, I have no objections, but—" He cast a mocking glance toward the elderly principal behind Xie Shian. "Principal Ma is of advanced age. I fear his teeth may not be up to the task." "You." Ma Qilong was incensed, his blood boiling, prompting a fit of coughs from his recently restored body. Li Yunqi's previously sinister grin darkened as he turned his gaze to Xie Shian. In that moment, his demeanor shifted from mockery to malice. "Xie Shian, I warned you that I would not let you off easily." He carelessly tossed the glass behind him, the sound of shattering glass reverberating ominously in the air. "Today shall mark your complete obliteration." With a cold expression, Xie Shian remained inscrutable. "And you think you can accomplish that?" Li Yunqi erupted into laughter, his arrogance palpable. While Li Huanying may have been at a disadvantage due to inferior mech levels or his own overconfidence, Li Yunqi was different. His mech attributes were on par with Xie Shian's, coupled with superior combat experience. He could hardly believe that this fledgling upstart possessed any hidden tricks. Moreover, he had yet to reveal his trump card. With it, he was confident of effortlessly defeating Xie Shi and Apos. And observing Xie Shi and Apos' nonchalant demeanor only fueled Li Yunqi and Apos' pin-up rage. Activating his mech state, he lunged at Xie Shi and Apos, and Li Yunqi and Apos' mech was adorned with dark yellow beast patterns. He wielded a lion-headed shield in his left hand and carried a bow on his right shoulder, with a golden quiver strapped to his waist. Xie Shian hurriedly activated his white tiger mech, attempting to slow Li Yunqi's advance, but to little effect. Li Yunqi disregarded Xie Shian's attempts to impede him, raising his shield to strike. Ma Qilong, witnessing Xie Shian's transformation, was taken aback. He recalled that when Xie Shian had departed, his mech had not appeared in this form. In such a brief span, his mech had undergone yet another metamorphosis. As Li Yunqi's attack loomed, Xie Shian was compelled to swiftly alter his mech attributes. The moment his Azure Dragon mech materialized, Li Yunqi's eyes widened in astonishment. How had he managed to accomplish that? To switch between two mech states in mere seconds was a feat beyond comprehension. Li Yunqi speculated. Could it be that Xie Shian had seized the plunder potion from Li Huanying? What else could explain his remarkable adaptability? Seizing the moment of Li Yunqi's distraction, Xie Shi and Apos channeled a surge of electrical energy, striking his opponent as the lion-headed shield made contact. Boom! Tendrils of black smoke enveloped Li Yunqi, resembling a demon emerging from the flames. His skin, exposed to the air, turned dark from the electric force, save for his white teeth. Xie Shi and Apos, and "You have successfully provoked my fury," he roared, tearing his shirt to shreds, much like a wild beast unleashing its pent-up emotions. Chapter 50, in this battle. Li Yunqi was defeated. Li Yunqi emanated an aura of ferocity, solidifying in the cramped confines of the small room. With the lion-headed shield pressed against his chest, he resembled a Spartan warrior from the silver screen. In the next moment, his body, unrestrained by clothing, radiated an extraordinary light. A burst of golden brilliance erupted from his chest, blindingly dazzling, rendering Xie Shian and Ma Qilong momentarily unable to open their eyes. The silver-white mech enveloped Li Yunqi's imposing form, which occupied a significant portion of the already narrow interrogation room, making it feel even more claustrophobic. Li Yunqi's dangerous. Deep-set eyes locked onto Xie Shian, akin to a beast quietly biding its time for the hunt. Sensing the threat, Xie Shian remained vigilant, intently observing Li Yunqi's every movement. The figure before him was undoubtedly unlike any adversary he had previously encountered. Truly, the one referred to as Hercules exuded an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Li Yunqi drew his bow with one hand, launching a golden arrow that shot towards Xie Shian and Appos, and like a bolt of lightning. The fletching at the arrow and Appos' end fluttered in the air, appearing unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary projectile. Yet, Xie Shian and Appos could sense the lethal energy emitted from the arrow. Should it pierce his body, it would likely create a gaping wound. As the arrow swiftly approached, Li Yunqi felt an instantaneous drain of strength. His arm fell limply to his side. Despite the arrow's formidable power, it bore a critical flaw. It demanded an immense amount of energy from the mech fighter. After each arrow was loosed, the fighter required a period of recovery. Even though Li Yunqi and Appos' mech was revered as Hercules, he could only unleash the golden arrow once every 3 hours. If he attempted to fire it twice in quick succession, the intense pressure could inflict irreparable harm to his body. Nevertheless, a smile graced Li Yunqi's lips as he regarded Xie Shian. No one could evade the assault of the golden arrow. The sharp arrowhead had already embedded itself in Xie Shian's body, the fletching quivering violently from the sudden resistance. A crimson stain blossomed on Xie Shian's chest, his hand tightly clenching the remaining shaft of the arrow. The entire ordeal transpired in mere moments, and he accurately grasped that the arrow's impact had indeed taken Li Yunqi by surprise. Had he not caught it, the golden arrow would have likely pierced him entirely. What Xie Shian was unaware of was that his ability to achieve this was thanks to the immense strength granted by the white tiger mech. He forcefully extracted the arrowhead from his body. Its cross pattern caused the wound to tear even more grievously. Yet, he merely furrowed his brow, suppressing any cry of pain. Before Li Yunqi could contemplate further, he observed Xie Shian maneuvering the Qinglong mech closer, the iron fist crackling with electrifying energy. All of his strength coalesced into that iron fist, the silver and white lightning flickering within. Once charged, the already formidable Qinglong mech exuded even greater valor. Xie Shian felt a transformation within his mech, as the attributes of the white tiger mech seemed to meld with those of the Qinglong mech. The two appeared to merge into one, an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Li Yunqi had already revealed his final trump card. After releasing the golden arrow, he could only place his hopes upon it. Following this move, he had exhausted his combat capabilities. In his mind, he believed Xie Shian would not squander this opportunity. Could it be that after dominating Qinglong City for so many years, he would meet such a dismal end? Regrettably, there was no room for further contemplation. Without a means to stall for time, he could only await his demise. At this moment, he could think of nothing better than to defend himself. If he could not withstand Xie Shian's strike, he would likely be toyed with like the golden arrow he had just loosed. Li Yunqi raised the lion-headed shield to his chest, and Xie Shian's fist struck it squarely. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as the lion-headed shield and Xie Shian and Appos' iron fist met, neither yielding nor retreating. Had Li Yunqi not employed the golden arrow moments ago, he might have had a better chance of countering. However, now he found himself utterly depleted, no match for Xie Shian and Appos' might. As he faced overwhelming force, Li Yunqi's body began to retreat uncontrollably. Even as he attempted to brace himself, it was of no avail. Fine cracks began to appear on the lion-headed shield, suggesting it could not withstand the pressure for much longer. Realizing the impending outcome, Li Yunqi's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that in this battle, he had been defeated. Even if he exerted every ounce of strength, he could only barely preserve his own safety. Behind him lay the exit. He could scarcely fathom the urgency with which he wished to escape the interrogation room. With the Green Mountains still standing, there would be no fear of firewood running out. If he survived this day, he would surely return stronger than before. Suddenly, Li Yunqi relaxed, as the resistance faded. He was propelled towards the door by Xie Shian's relentless force. Bang! The specially reinforced door of the interrogation room was smashed, creating a gaping hole. Li Yunqi's body was thrust out, but his grip on the lion-headed shield kept it lodged within the doorway, preventing him from being flung entirely outside. Nonetheless, the tremendous impact inflicted severe internal injuries upon him. His chest heaved violently as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering the ground outside with crimson droplets. Those who had been waiting outside the interrogation room hastily rushed him to the hospital for treatment. completely disregarding the presence of Xie Shian and Ma Qilong. Once the crowd dissipated, Ma Qilong cautiously opened the door that it confined the two. After surveying the area to confirm that no one was watching, he stated, "It's safe now. Let us leave." Xie Shian, upon hearing this, offered no reply but instead walked ahead of Ma Qilong, keenly observing their surroundings. The wound from the golden arrow throbbed with discomfort, blood seeping from it, but this was not the time for bandaging. Everything would have to wait until they returned to Biyun Mountain. After departing from the special operations team, Ma Qilong had been uncertain about his next steps. Qianlong City was the place he had lived his entire life, and it held students whom he cared for deeply. Yet now, he had become an enemy of the Li family, who would not let him go easily. If he were to leave, where would he go? Noticing his troubled demeanor, Xie Shian reassured him, "We will return eventually, but now is not the time to confront the Li family. Let us head to Biyun Mountain together and plan for the future." As he spoke, Xie Shian shrugged his shoulders slightly, at which point Ma Qilong noticed that the dark attire worn by Xie Shian was already soaked in a dark crimson hue from the blood seeping from his chest. Chapter 51. Under the eaves at Biyun Mountain, in the Shindo Academy, Chu and I paced nervously at the entrance. "Do you think Xie Shian can handle those from the special operations team alone?" Ji Ran, who held unwavering confidence in Xie Shian, irritably replied, "Could you sit still for a moment and calm your mind? Xie Shian will surely return safely." For Ji Ran, this trip to Qianlong City was merely to give the Li family a warning, urging them to temper their arrogance. Yet, the wait for their return seemed interminable. The more Chu and I thought about it, the more anxious she became, unable to resist peering out the door. Hoping to catch a glimpse of Xie Shian and Principal Ma among those ascending the mountain, Ji Ran counted on his fingers, muttering, "Traveling to Qianlong City and back takes nearly a day. If they linger with the special operations team, it's normal for them to be gone for 2 or 3 days. But he could not shake off the worry. The special operations team was formidable, and Xie Shian might be at a disadvantage. Almost all graduates from the Mecha Awakening Academy had been recruited by the special operations team. And under the pressure of money and the Li family's influence, none could guarantee that they wouldn't harm the principal. Even if the threatened individual were their former teacher, they might not hesitate. Sighing, Ji Ran felt a twinge of melancholy. If one day he found himself in a similar predicament, forced to choose between survival and morality, he wondered which path he would take. Chu and I, observing Ji Ran's expression, recalled the events during Xie Shian's hospitalization. She remembered how some had cowered in fear when threatened by the Li family. Perhaps, when faced with a choice, Ji Ran would be the first to betray Xie Shian. "Are you even listening to yourself?" Ji Ran exclaimed in frustration. At that time, Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and was absent from the academy, and he merely wished to avoid provoking the Li family to prevent unnecessary trouble. Yet now, Chu and I portrayed him as a coward in our words. "A man must not lose face before a woman," he retorted without hesitation. "And you dare to judge me? When Li Ming pursued you with his affections, you showed no fierce resistance. I refuse to believe you are unafraid of the Li family and Amp, Oppos, as power." This struck a nerve with Chu and I. She flared up. "Don and Oppos, bring up Li Ming. That guy is like a persistent plaster. No matter what I say, I cannot shake him off." Just as their argument was about to escalate, Chu and I suddenly spotted a figure approaching from the mountain below. "Xie Shian and Oppos, and he*s back," she exclaimed, shaking Ji Ran's arm with excitement. Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and then Ma Qilong made their way back, attracting glances from onlookers. The dried bloodstains on their clothes had long since hardened, clinging to their wounds. Chu and I called out Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, as named from atop the Shinda Academy, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned to observe. "Stop shouting. Don't you think they're looking at me like I'm a gorilla?" Xie Shian weakly waved his hand, signaling her to quiet down. "I'm just worried about you," Chu and I protested. Meanwhile, Xiaoku, who had been playing with Mu Wanru inside, heard Chu Ni's voice and dashed to the door. "Brother, you're back. I missed you so much." She ran towards Xie Shian and Oppos, and like a little ball of energy, plump and eager. Hiss. Xie Shian and Oppos, and winced as he lifted Xiaoku. The pain in his shoulder evident, forcing a smile through gritted teeth. "What happened to you, brother?" Xiaoku asked with concern, noticing that he appeared much paler than before. Ma Qilong, supporting his waist, gasped for breath as Chu and I helped him. "Xie Shian is injured. We need to find Songju to treat his wounds," she urged. Xiaoku squirmed free from his embrace, asking anxiously, "Brother, how did you get hurt?" Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and managed a reassuring smile. Amp, Oppos, "That's nothing. I'll go find the principal first. Uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. Shao Kahn nodded obediently, leading Xie Shian and Amp, Appos, into Songju. After a brief bandaging session, everyone gathered in Songju and Appos' office. An extended silence hung in the air before Songju finally broke it, glancing between Ma Qilong and Xie Shian and Appos, and, "Old Ma, what are your next steps? I cannot abandon the children in Shenlong City. After I recover for a while, I will return," Ma Qilong replied resolutely. Songju sighed deeply. "In my opinion, you should stay at Biyun Mountain. At least here, your life isn't in jeopardy. If you continue to push your old bones like this, they might fall apart." "No," Ma Qilong answered firmly, as if he had long contemplated his decision. "Are you planning to return and wait for the Li family to pursue you?" Songju was baffled, questioning why someone of Ma Qilong and Appos' age remained so obstinate. "If we all stay at Biyun Mountain, the Li family will inevitably come after us, and that could endanger you." Though Songju meant well, Ma Qilong could not allow the Shinda Academy to suffer unwarranted calamity. The Mecha Awakening Academy focused on training mecha fighters, while the Shinda Academy nurtured companions, many of whom possessed healing abilities. They lacked combat experience and powerful mechas, making it imperative that these students did not fall into the hands of the Li family. "Are you questioning our bond?" Songju and Appos' face hardened, clearly irritated. When they had been cornered in the past, Ma Qilong had never suggested abandoning a brother. Did he now expect Songju to stand idly by in his time of need? Seeing Ma Qilong still hesitating, Xie Shian and Appos voiced his thoughts. "Based on the Li family and Amp, Appos' behavior, if you return now, they will certainly make things difficult for you to save face. Under such circumstances, one must bow their head." Xie Shian's words were cautious, knowing that if Ma Qilong stubbornly insisted on returning to Shenlong City, his days of peace would be over. He would face relentless torment and inhumane tactics from the Li family. Why not seize this opportunity while Li Yunqi is weakened and join forces with Jiyue City to deliver a blow to the Li family, forcing them to attend to their own troubles? Jiyue City? Ma Qilong looked at Xie Shian, puzzled about his confidence in their willingness to ally. "Principal, much has transpired since I left Shenlong City. I have now joined the special operations team at Jiyue City." Ma Qilong felt a sense of regret. Xie Shian could have achieved much in Shenlong City, but the Li family had forced him into a position devoid of refuge. Chapter 52. Just as you said, after watching Xie Shian depart from Shenlong City, it was evident that he was on a rapid ascent. Not only did he participate in the melee competition, but he also joined Jiyue City. Ma Qilong felt genuinely happy for him. Was Chen Hai still the leader of the Special Forces team in Jiyue City? Reflecting on the past and the old acquaintances, Ma Qilong's thoughts drifted away. Xie Shian recalled that everyone referred to him as Director Chen, which was likely the Chen Hai mentioned by Principal Ma. "I only know his surname is Chen. Everyone calls him Director Chen. Well, how does he treat you?" After all, Xie Shian's identity had once been questioned. And although he himself was uncertain why his accompanying mecha was so distinct, the fact that he, once considered an outlier, was accepted by Jiyue City indicated that Chen Hai was not one to judge by appearances. "Director Chen is a very good person, warm-hearted and straightforward. He did not turn me away despite the Li family's pursuit. On the contrary, he made things difficult for them." Director Chen's assistance to Xie Shian and Amp, Appos, and was not for the sake of currying favor. Had it been anyone else, he would likely have acted similarly. It was precisely because of his generous aid that he won the admiration of the Special Forces team in Jiyue City. Genuine support is far more compelling than coercion or temptation. "Principal Ma, I know I have implicated you. If we can ally with Jiyue City this time, perhaps there is a chance for us to turn the tide." Xie Shian and Appos tentatively inquired, "Would you be willing to trust me and take a gamble?" Ma Qilong and Appos' gaze shifted, his heart wavering. This was no trivial matter. It involved the risk of losing one's life, although he understood the principle that fortune favors the bold. To stake small against great seemed recklessly ambitious. "I know you have concerns. At your age, it is indeed unwise to take risks. But only you can mobilize the students at the academy. A confrontation with Li Yunqi cannot be accomplished solely with myself and a few members of the Jiyue City Special Forces." Xie Shian and Appos needed to rally more people. Only with sufficient support could he enhance his chances of success. "If I declare war on Li Yunqi, he will undoubtedly respond with all his might. If you could lead the academy students to assist me in a coordinated effort, Li Yunqi would surely be defeated." This was indeed an excellent opportunity to strike a decisive blow against Li Yunqi. "Even if I agree, Chen Hai may not necessarily consent." Upon noticing Principal Ma's signs of acquiescence, Xie Shian couldn't help but feel elated, though he did not voice it outright, as long as he could persuade Director Chen. There remained a possibility for this endeavor. Then I shall head to GUS City now. Why the rush? Song Ju and Chu and I spoke simultaneously. Xie Shian's wound had yet to heal. There was no need to hurry. It would suffice to wait until he was more recovered before proceeding. Time waits for no man. The longer I delay, the more time I leave for Li Yunqi. Await my good news. In GUA City, within the Special Forces team, after Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and expressed his intentions. Director Chen furrowed his brow. While this was beneficial for GUA City and Qianlong City, it was not necessarily advantageous for them. The matter involved too many stakeholders and could only result in victory, not defeat. He could not risk the lives of his long-standing team members by sending them to be cannon fodder for Xie Shian. Do you not wish to do something for the citizens of GUA City? Speaking candidly, he acknowledged that toppling the Li family would yield immense benefits for GUA City. It would not only expand GUA City and Oppos as territory, but also allow them to incorporate the Qianlong Special Forces into their ranks. But are you not the greatest beneficiary? Director Chen stated calmly. I seek only justice. Xie Shian revealed the thoughts he had kept hidden. He was merely one of the many ordinary individuals wronged by the Li family, even if he chose not to resist. Others like Xie Jian and Xie Ban would eventually rebel against oppression. Even if I defeat Li Yunqi, what then? Are you familiar with City Lord Li Qi? Do you know his strength? Facing a barrage of inquiries from Director Chen, Xie Shian responded calmly to each one. The confrontation with Li Yunqi was a declaration of war against the Li family. As for your concerns regarding Li Qi, I am indifferent to his strength. No one can shake my resolve to topple the Li family. Your attitude does not appear to be one of negotiation, but rather a notification. Director Chen's expression darkened, and his tone grew more severe. Xie Shian's uncompromising demeanor left no room for supplication. If Xie Shian intended to have him facilitate this without regard for the safety of those in GUA City, it would mean he had misjudged him. No. I have come to see myself as part of GUA City. It is precisely for this reason that I sought help at the first opportunity. Given Director Chen's character, he would not turn a blind eye. Indeed, after Xie Shian spoke these words, his expression softened slightly, although his tone remained rigid. It was evident that he had made a concession. Then may I hear your plan? Of course. Xie Shian laid out his strategy. When Director Chen learned that not only would GUS City intervene, but also Ma Qilong from Qianlong City and Song Ju from Biyun Mountain would participate, he promptly decided, let us proceed as you suggest. If he had harbored doubts about Xie Shian's intentions, it was perhaps understandable. However, with Song Ju and Ma Qilong now involved, he had no justification for further refusal. To Ma Qilong, he was akin to a benefactor. While Song Ju had saved his life in dire straits, even disregarding the benefits Xie Shian promised, he felt compelled to extend assistance based on the merits of Song Ju and Ma Qilong. Seeing Director Chen agree, a heavy weight lifted from Xie Shian's heart. With Director Chen's consent, Principal Ma naturally had no reason to decline. With their support, even the Li family's formidable power seemed less intimidating. First, I would like to thank Director Chen for his generous assistance. 3 days from now, we shall gather at the foot of Biyun Mountain. Xie Shian set the time for 3 days later because Principal Ma needed to return to the academy to prepare for mobilization. Only by gathering a sufficient number of people could they confidently eradicate the Li family's long-standing poison in Qianlong City. Understood. Director Chen buried his head in the newspaper. Although he agreed to assist Xie Shian, he still needed to devise a thorough plan for the safety of those in GUS City. Any minor oversight could alter the situation, and he would never gamble with the lives of these individuals. Chapter 53. What? You say the cafeteria food has gone bad? The 3-day period has come to an end. At the foot of Biyun Mountain, the special operations team from GUS City and the students from Shindo Academy stood in a neat line, though unfamiliar with one another. They greeted each other with utmost courtesy. Xie Shian and Ji Ran stood at the forefront of the crowd, resembling commanders orchestrating a battle. Our sole purpose today is to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the Li family. The fervent rhetoric ignited the spirits of the crowd, and their gazes fixated on Xie Shian. In their eyes, Xie Shian was the newly appointed lord destined to topple the Li family, a deity determining their fate. Their lives and deaths hinged upon a mere thought from him. This operation was meticulously planned, and the Li family, 100 miles away, remained oblivious to the news. Onward. A grand procession made its way toward Qianlong City, where, beneath its tranquil facade, grave crises lurked. Upon returning to the academy, Ma Qilong and Amp, Oppos' first task was to fabricate a reason to suspend Li Meng. Fortunately, he lived up to expectations. During Ma Qilong and Amp, Oppos' absence, Li Ming had caused quite a stir. Thus, this suspension appeared justified, raising no suspicions from the Li family. Without the Li family's watchful eyes, Ma Qilong began urgently notifying his fellow students. When they learned of Xie Shian's intent to confront the Li family, they unanimously expressed admiration for his audacity. Truly, he is the most formidable student, daring to challenge the Li family and Apos' standing. With such fearless determination, I stand by him. Do you think that if we support Xie Shian and Apos, he might also teach us how to awaken divine beasts? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if struck by inspiration, eagerly expressing their willingness to assist Xie Shian. However, the reality was that these individuals could offer little assistance in a genuine battle, akin to a mere sidekick standing before a seasoned master. The Li family's members could easily dispatch them with a flick of their wrists. Nonetheless, unwavering loyalty led them to side with Xie Shian, with nearly no one retreating. The underlying reason was their hope that with Xie Shian and Apos, and Apos' guidance, they could enhance their mechas and Apos' attributes. Recent events during the entrance examinations were still fresh in their minds. Xie Ran had gained a dazzling and powerful mecha through his aid to Xie Shian. It would be disingenuous to claim they were not envious. Yet they lamented their lack of opportunities to approach him. Now that the chance had presented itself, they could not let it slip away. Principal, when will he arrive? Ma Qilong anxiously grasped an antiquated pocket watch, constantly checking the time. With each passing second, his heart grew more restless. No need to rush, there is still time. It was unclear whether he spoke to his concerned students or to himself. If Ma Qilong and Apos' calculations were correct, Xie Shian and Apos' and his group should be entering the city in about half an hour. However, such a grand display would undoubtedly attract the Li family and Apos' attention. It was time for these students to divert the Li family's focus. Classmates, proceed according to the plan, but remember to ensure your safety. Ma Qilong and Apos' voice was deep and resonant, though not loud, all present could hear him. Rather than worrying about Xie Shian and Apos', Ma Qilong was more concerned for the students. They lacked Xie Shian's experience and strength, and he could only silently pray they would not encounter danger. Following his orders, the students surged out of the school gates like a swarm. To run rampant in Qianlong City, under the control of the Li family, was a notion they had never dared to entertain. They scattered throughout the bustling market and near the special operations team, intentionally creating a commotion to attract attention. Some even ingeniously spread rumors about magical beasts. Words spread like wildfire, and soon the Qianlong special operations team caught wind of the tales regarding magical beasts. Zhou Ximiao stared at the empty tracker before him, perplexed. There are no signs of magical beasts here. The returning team member spoke with fervor, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. It's true. I heard it's causing chaos in the northern market area, injuring many civilians. Really? Seeing Zhou Ximiao's skepticism, the team member added, the tracker has malfunctioned before. Perhaps we should send someone to investigate? The matter of beasts injuring people is no trivial issue. If this reaches the Lord's ears and he becomes enraged, he will surely blame the special operations team. Ultimately, it is the lower-tier members like us who will bear the brunt of it. In that case, send someone to check it out. Zhou Ximiao sighed, dispatching the informant. As the head of the Safety Management Bureau, he found himself relegated to such a subordinate role, feeling disgruntled. Surely, the Li family was not wasting talent? Regrettably. Even if he cursed the Li family, he could not extricate himself from this assignment. Li Yunqi justified it as a matter of safety. Safety, my foot. Zhou Ximiao, shedding his usual composed demeanor, snapped his pen in two. Did they think he was unaware that they had stirred up trouble, now expecting him to clean up after them? Before he could vent his frustration, another person rushed in, flustered. What now? Zhou Ximiao frowned, reclining in his chair. In this command room, aside from trivial matters, it was merely a collection of trifling concerns. Yet, they could not even manage such small issues without seeking his input. Director Zhou, the Western market is in complete disarray. What? You say the cafeteria food has gone bad? Zhou Ximiao barely registered the words, allowing them to pass through one ear and out the other. No, the students from the Mecha Academy are fighting in the Western market. Zhou Ximiao scratched his ear, exasperated. The youth are impetuous, minor disputes and conflicts are to be expected. But why the uproar? But they have already overturned 17 stalls. Had it not been for the stall owners banding together to complain, he would not have realized the severity of the situation. So how should the special operations team handle this? Are we to arrest all those students? The person standing opposite Xie Shian momentarily faltered. Such an action would indeed be inappropriate. What do you suggest we do? Since they have sought the special operations team, we must provide them with a resolution. Xie Shian straightened in his chair, tapping his finger against his temple. Let us think this through. Chapter 54. Entering on foot. Leaving on a stretcher, the elite task force members gathered in the bustling district, only to discover that the commotion had already subsided upon their arrival. What on earth is happening here? The leader of the team demanded sternly, confronting the students before him. We have already made amends. We sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. All of this was well within Ma Qilong's scheme. With a significant portion of the task force deployed elsewhere, it was the perfect opportunity for Xie Shian and his companions to infiltrate the city. The team calculated the time, striving to buy them more moments. Seeing that the students had reached a resolution with the vendors, the task force members who had rushed to mediate could not help but curse under their breath. On their way back, one of them spotted a familiar face and exclaimed in astonishment, "Look!" Expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of all the task force members. For in their eyes, Xie Shian was a far more terrifying presence than a demon from hell. Quickly, inform Director Zhou. A voice from the crowd called out, jolting everyone back to reality as they frantically scattered. Did he discover the connection between Principal Ma's arrest and the task force? Was he here seeking revenge? In that moment, seeing Xie Shian and Appos, they almost wished to burrow into the ground, believing that hiding would be safer than facing him. Why has he returned so suddenly? Does Xie Shian possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Although others had previously attempted to challenge the Li family's authority, their fates had been dire. Do you think he is not afraid? Just look at him. Does he seem fearful? As the crowd observed Xie Shian striding confidently past, none dared to intervene. This news spread like wildfire and soon reached Li Yunqi's ears. At that moment, he lay in bed recuperating. He could hardly believe that Xie Shian and Appos, and had the audacity to appear so brazenly in Qianlong City. This was an obvious provocation. Someone, help me up. I must see the city lord. Li Yunqi wasted no time and prepared to relay this news to Li Qi. He had long heard of Xie Shian and was eager to witness the extent of his abilities, which allowed him to repeatedly stir trouble in Qianlong City. As night descended, news of Xie Shian and Appos and reached the task force. Boss, Xie Shian and Appos, and has gathered a group of supporters at the task force and Appos. As front door, what should we do? Li Yunqi reclined on his bed, lifting the curtain with his fingertips. Observing the mech-enhanced individuals poised in the yard, he smiled and said, "What is there to fear? Zhou Simeo is in the task force. Let him handle it for now." Li Qi, as expected of someone in the position of city lord, considered all aspects. Since Xie Shian and Appos' last appearance, he had been rallying mech-enhanced individuals, amassing over 100 in just 3 days. This formidable force resembled an invincible elite squad, rivaling even the top members of combat associations. Xie Shian, this time I shall avenge myself. You shall enter on foot and leave on a stretcher. Li Yunqi grinned wickedly, as if he could already see the goddess of victory beckoning to him. Immediately, with a command from Li Yunqi, hundreds of mech-enhanced individuals surged forth from the Li residence towards the task force. You enjoy playing both sides? Then I will show you what it feels like to be caught in a pincer attack. Li Yunqi settled comfortably on a sofa facing the window, feeling a surge of confidence as he watched the mech-enhanced individuals mobilize. Meanwhile, Xie Shian and his group awaited Li Yunqi's arrival at the task force's entrance. However, the individual who appeared before them was an unfamiliar face. Zhou Simeo, Xie Shian and Appos, and regarded the helpless figure at the door with confusion. They had only met once in the hospital and had since had no further interactions. How did he end up here? If he was present, then where was Li Yunqi? Did you think the Li family would be foolish enough to wait here for you to seek revenge? Zhou Simeo expressed his dissatisfaction with the Li family's actions, using him as a shield at such a critical moment. However, he was not the type to bite the hand that fed him. So he patiently tried to reason with Xie Shian. In my view, both you and the Li family stand to lose. Perhaps seeking a peaceful resolution is the wisest choice. You understand the Li family. If you let them off this time, they will only escalate their actions next time, with grievances having their roots. The person you seek is not here, so it is best not to make things difficult for me. Zhou Simeo had no desire to wade through this murky water. It was a matter between the Li family and Xie Shian, and he should not be dragged into it. Where is Li Yunqi now? Xie Shian's aim was crystal clear. He wished to harm no innocent individuals apart from the Li family. I do not know, Zhou Simeo replied honestly. Since the last incident where Principal Ma was rescued by Xie Shian and Appos, and he had been like a startled bird, hiding away, and no one knew where he might be. Eyes exchanged glances, and if they could not even locate Li Yunqi's south hiding place, then gathering such a large force would be meaningless. It does not matter. You can evade the initial onslaught, but not the final blow. Just as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows at the street corner. Hiding? The voice was low and sinister. Even shrouded in darkness, Xie Shian and Appos, and immediately recognized the figure as Li Yunqi. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, exuding an air of malevolence, as if he were a dark creation thriving in the shadows. He half raised his arm, extending 2 fingers towards Xie Shian, gesturing slightly. In the next moment, throngs of mech-enhanced individuals surged from the corner, their faces alight with the thrill of the hunt, as if they had long awaited this moment. So you finally dare to show yourself. The streetlights flickered out one by one, plunging the entire street into darkness, as everyone groped about in the blackness. Xie Shian sensed a pained cry from beside him. Ah! Another scream echoed. Xie Shian, retreat. These individuals possess night vision. We are no match for them. If we continue fighting like this, we will suffer losses. As the words fell, cries of despair rang out around him. It seemed as though they were being toyed with. As no one attacked him directly. Instead, he was left to immerse himself in the sounds of suffering, watching his comrades fall one after another. Did you not wish to kill me? Li Yunqi's voice, ghostly and mocking, echoed nearby. It felt as though he stood right beside Xie Shian, watching his expressions while relishing this bloody banquet. I stand right before you. The echoes of manic laughter surrounded him, and suddenly, Xie Shian felt a dull pain at the back of his head. Chapter 55. Vulnerable to attack. A warm sensation trickled down the back of his head, dampening his palm. Xie Shian bent down, observing the crimson stain in his hand. Li Yunqi resorted to underhanded tactics? I never anticipated you would be so easily defeated, Li Yunqi mocked derisively. You shall pay for your actions. Xie Shian and Appos, and spoke calmly, his gaze toward Li Yunqi filled solely with unending fury. At the moment the white tiger mech activated, a thunderous roar reverberated through the darkness. Nuwa had also arrived beside Xie Shian and Appos, and at that moment, I'm here to assist you. The emerald green tracking glasses revealed Li Yunqi's mech attributes. Strength, for stars, mech attribute, special grade. It seemed Li Yunqi surpassed the strength of Director Chen from Jiyue City. Xie Shian and Appos, and be cautious. His mech possesses the devastating power of Heracles, Nuwa warned. Li Yunqi cackled ominously. Today, even the gods cannot save you. I will make you pay in blood for your sins, Phantom Eagle. Today, I shall avenge you. Did Li Yunqi truly remain oblivious to the absurdity of their actions? The death of Li Huanying was destined, even without Xie Shian. The arrogant and overbearing Li Huanying could never have lived in peace. Li Yunqi, as if rallying himself, howled to the heavens before raising the lion-headed shield and forcefully striking at Xie Shian. As he charged aggressively, Xie Shian remained unfazed, adopting a defensive stance, waiting for the impact of the lion-headed shield. In their last battle, Li Yunqi and Appos, mech had sustained significant damage and could not be repaired in a short time. To Xie Shian and Appos, this display seemed merely a bluff. Concerned for Xie Shian and Appos, and safety, Nuwa kept a vigilant watch with her tracking glasses, wary of potential ambushes. Under the cover of night, one could only rely on sound for positioning. Accurately capturing an individual's silhouette was nearly impossible. Fortunately, the tracking glasses allowed her to uncover not only the mech attributes of others, but also their movements. Bang! The metallic clash echoed in everyone's ears. Xie Shian and Appos, and emanated the power of thunder and lightning, illuminating the darkness with sporadic flashes. He was enveloped in a storm of electricity. Li Yunqi's lion-headed shield loomed overhead, as if an invisible barrier isolated it from the surrounding tempest. Then, Xie Shian soared into the air, his massive serpentine form suspended aloft, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Thunder, could it be that he is Zeus, the God King? Hearing their incredulous speculations and exclamations, Xie Shian and Appos, and unleashed a powerful punch toward the grounded Li Yunqi. The crowd scarcely heard a cry of despair before Li Yunqi collapsed to the ground, his expression frozen in terror, the shock still etched upon his face. Pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, his contorted features a poignant reminder of his fate. Just moments before, he had boasted of avenging Li Huanying. Boss. A few loyal subordinates of the Li family rushed over upon seeing Li Yunqi downed. Just as they prepared to assess his injuries, they abruptly realized his chest was devoid of movement. Xie Shian's hawk-like gaze swept across the remaining individuals. In the flickering light of the lightning, they could clearly discern Xie Shian's expression. If you do not wish to meet the same fate as Li Yunqi, I suggest you depart swiftly. The crowd stood frozen, until a youth clad in special forces attire seemed to snap back to reality. He turned and fled in the opposite direction. It is easy to sound the charge, but retreat is far simpler. Once one person falters, others will not be foolish enough to sacrifice their lives for the Li family. In an instant, chaos ensued as everyone dispersed. Zhou Ximiao had been observing quietly from a distance, witnessing this farce that had concluded before it truly began. He had expected Xie Shian and Appos, and to merely teach Li Yunqi a lesson, a warning to the Li family to temper their excesses. However, he was astounded to see Xie Shian eradicate the root of the problem, eliminating Li Yunqi entirely. In the end, only the mech-enhanced individuals summoned by Li Qi remained. With nowhere to flee and undeterred by Xie Shian and Appos and S thunderous power, they were oblivious to pain and fear, aware only that defying Li Qi's wishes would invite 100 forms of cruel punishment. Are you resolute in becoming the Li family and Appos' pawns? Our lives were bestowed by Li Qi. If we flee, this alloy heart will detonate at any moment. If that is the case, then take me to Li Qi. With that, Xie Shian and Appos and surveyed the mech-enhanced individuals from above, exuding an undeniable air of authority. To find Li Qi? Indeed, to return Li Yunqi's corpse to him. Xie Shian spoke with nonchalance, for having decided to wage war against the Li family, there was no turning back from that moment onward. Zhou Ximiao regarded Xie Shian's composed and stern demeanor, momentarily revealing a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. At such a young age, he had already achieved so much. His future was undoubtedly boundless. Xie Shian, I will lead you. Zhou Ximiao glanced at the still conflicted mech-enhanced individuals and promptly offered to guide him. Those following Xie Shian were left puzzled. Was he not one of the Li family? Why was he now turning against them to aid Xie Shian? Xie Shian regarded Zhou Ximiao as if all of this was anticipated, offering no further words, merely gesturing for him to lead the way. Zhou Ximiao, increasingly curious about Xie Shian and Appos, walked ahead and whispered so that only the two could hear, Are you not afraid I will lead you into an ambush? I believe you are an intelligent man, Xie Shian and Appos, and replied evasively, yet the two shared a mutual smile of understanding. As a wise individual, the ability to assess the situation is fundamental. Xie Shian and Appos, and recognized Zhou Ximiao's intellect. Otherwise, he would not risk offending the Li family to assist him. Though he had not explicitly declared his defection, his actions spoke volumes. The Li family was no longer what it once was, as their foundation crumbled. Those who relied on them would be the first to be discarded. Have you considered what will happen to Qianlong City after the Li family is overthrown? A city cannot remain leaderless for a day. Without the Li family and Appos' control, others will see Qianlong City as ripe for the taking. If other forces seek to carve out a piece of Qianlong City, they will inevitably plunge its citizens into another abyss. Chapter 56, increasingly intriguing regarding Zhou Ximiao and Appos' concerns. Xie Shian had long devised a countermeasure. The fate of Qianlong City should rest in the hands of its people, rather than being monopolized by any single individual or family. Those in official positions must naturally be the most capable. A procession of individuals strode through the streets, soon arriving before Li Qi. They discarded the lifeless body of Li Yunqi at his feet, a fitting consequence of his own actions. After speaking, Xie Shian fixed his gaze upon Li Qi's face. The chiseled features exuded a certain chill, with sword-like brows and strikingly handsome, valiant features. Yet, an aura of malevolence seemed to envelop him. Li Qi appeared to be in his 30s, with neatly cropped hair that accentuated his eyes, which sparkled with a blend of joy and anger. He smiled knowingly, merely pawns in the game. It seemed he did not take Li Yunqi and Appos' death to heart. However, as the smile faded, an overwhelming murderous intent erupted from his eyes. While the demise of a mere pawn did not concern him, the loss of his prestige in Qianlong City warranted a reckoning. Li Qi's slender fingers toyed with his dark hair. Despite the throng of adversaries surrounding him, he maintained his composure, engaging in light-hearted banter with Xie Shian. Had they not been so aggressive, the Li family would not have become such a target today. Perhaps Li Qi was unaware of the tyranny exercised by the father-son duo of Li Yunqi in Qianlong City. But their actions under the guise of the Li family inevitably cast a shadow upon him. Over time, it would surely breed resentment among the populace. Are you suggesting that my governance is lacking? Li Qi mused, stroking his chin, his expression feigning deep contemplation as if genuinely reflecting on his missteps. Xie Shian remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Li Qi chuckled lightly. Good, very good, excellent. The face that had been lightly chuckling morphed into a mask of terrifying ferocity in an instant. As long as those who oppose him vanish, he would forever be in the right. Upon uttering this declaration, Li Qi activated his mech, entering a combat state. And his brilliant eyes turned a blood-red hue. He fixated on Xie Shian without blinking. Gradually, his feet lifted off the ground, shrouded in a swirling black mist. This mist transformed into the shape of a galloping steed, with Li Qi standing atop it, radiating an air of haughty superiority. Xie Shian felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation as a colossal steel monstrosity loomed before him, rendering him insignificantly small. The dark green mech, adorned with sharp spikes akin to a porcupine and Apos' quills, encircled Li Qi. The alloy helmet boasted two massive mechanical horns extending from his temples to the crown of his head. The steed stomped the ground, its immense wings beating rhythmically, producing a cacophony of sound. Li Qi and Apos' mere appearance instilled fear in many, causing them to halt in their tracks, hesitant to approach further. Xie Shian's expression grew stern as he recalled the voice of Nuwa in his mind. The summoned beings could harness the powers of the four divine beasts, utilizing gold to enhance the mech and Apos' attributes. Marvelous. Nuwa never ceased to amaze. After activating his mech, Xie Shian gazed in astonishment at his revitalized form. The base was a Qi-Long mech, fused with the wings of Xie, the armor of Xuanwu, and the iron fist of Baihu. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. Li Qi regarded the peculiar mech with disdainful amusement. What a bizarre amalgamation. Did Xie Shian and Apos and truly believe he could vanquish his foes with such an abomination? Regardless of its capabilities, before bailiffing, it would merely be a subordinate. Today, he would teach Xie Shian and Apos and what it meant to underestimate greatness. Before Xie Shian and Apos could retort, Li Qi commanded the winged steed to charge in his direction. A green laser shot forth from beside Xie Shian and Apos, and it was Mu Wanru, who had discerned Li Qi and Apos' mech attributes through her tracking glasses. Power. For Star's mech attributes, special grade however, unlike before, the winged steed beneath Li Qi also possessed its own unique attributes. Power. 3 stars attributes. Beginner divine beast as the winged steed neighed and raised its front hooves, aiming to trample Xie Shian, Mu Wanru. In a panic, activated Medusa's ability. Wherever the green glow reached, it turned to stone. This action, however, drew everyone's attention to her presence. Seeing Medusa emerge unexpectedly, Li Qi couldn't help but exclaim, "This is becoming increasingly amusing. If I can eliminate the girl besides Xie Shian and Apos, and now, her blood would be immensely beneficial to me. Mech-enhanced beings, heed my command. Eliminate Medusa. And Golgoth and Apos' blood will be shared by all." This proclamation ignited excitement among the mech-enhanced beings. Like a surging tide, they surged into the ranks behind Xie Shian and Apos. "Your target is solely me." Xie Shian and Apos nearly roared as lightning and thunder erupted above him, and an illusory dragon totem materialized on the Qi-Long mech. It soared into the clouds, the massive dragon twisting amidst the storm. Li Qi squinted, his elongated eyes narrowing as if confirming whether the creature soaring through the clouds resembled the monstrous beast he once encountered. It was known that his ascent to the position of Qinlong City's lord stemmed from his involvement in the Hunter Mech Corps, where they collectively vanquished a ferocious beast. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the entity before him. At that time, in a bid to claim the beast's mech attributes for himself, Li Qi had ruthlessly eliminated his fellow squad members. Ultimately, he was the sole survivor of that ill-fated mission. It was the slaying of the beast that had altered Li Qi's mech attributes, granting him the qualifications to ascend to the lordship. Could it be that Xie Shian and Apos' peculiar mech was also related to a beast? Observing Li Qi deep in thought, Xie Shian and Apos' was unwilling to grant him any respite. Suddenly, electric power surged through his iron fist, crackling sparks dancing in the air as he prepared to strike. "Taste my punch." Xie Shian leapt into the air, his iron fist whistling past Li Qi and Apos' head, aimed squarely at his neck. Li Qi, caught off guard, could only hastily evade, his shoulder struck by Xie Shian and Apos' blow. Hiss. Li Qi clutched his shoulder with one hand, his sharply defined face contorted in pain. The winged steed staggered back a few steps, barely stabilizing itself to prevent him from falling. His eyes burned with fury as he regarded Xie Shian, his expression no longer calm. "It seems you are not as weak as I presumed. Very well, I shall entertain you." His words reached Zhou Ximiao's ears. It appeared Li Qi was about to get serious. Chapter 57. The Lord of the City is unduly arrogant. Li Qi, a top-tier mech fighter who secured the championship in the melee competition 20 years ago, is exceptionally skilled, both in combat experience and tactical responses. While his mech attributes may not rival those of Xie Shian and Appos, and his methods are undoubtedly far more brutal and savage. Since ascending to the position of Lord of Qinlong City, he has not approached a duel with such seriousness in many years. Zhou Ximu was not only astonished but also incredulous that he could regard the youth before him as a worthy adversary. It is worth noting that even during the melee competition, when faced with opponents seemingly more formidable than Xie Shian, he had never exhibited such seriousness. From Li Qi's demeanor, it was evident that he sensed a looming crisis. Across from Xie Shian, Li Qi, having been struck on the shoulder, quickly regained his composure. Interesting, he mused. But the same person shall not harm me a second time. Xie Shian scoffed. The lord of the city is rather arrogant, isn't he? Li Qi's voice dropped a notch. Are you questioning me? Xie Shian chose silence, as ominous rumbles of thunder echoed from the dense clouds above. A silver flash descended from the heavens, aimed at Li Qi's head, yet it was deftly evaded by his steed. In Li Qi's eyes, Xie Shian was nothing more than a minor threat, seemingly limited to wielding the power of lightning. The storm above, dissatisfied with missing its target, unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, threatening to rend the night asunder and engulf Li Qi and his companions in darkness. Those surrounding Li Qi found themselves paralyzed by the eerie spectacle of the lightning, none daring to act for fear of being obliterated by its might. Even the formidable Ma Qilong and Song Ju found themselves holding their breath, captivated by the unprecedented display. Old man Ma, can you withstand this lightning? Ma Qilong remained tense, his gaze fixed on the escalating confrontation between Xie Shian and Li Qi, unwilling to divert his attention. Hearing Song Ju attempt humor in such a dire moment, he retorted with irritation, how could I be struck by lightning? If anyone should be struck, it ought to be you, old fool. I wouldn't fear it. After all, I possess self-healing abilities. Song Ju, ever eager to flaunt his mech attributes, was reminiscent of his younger self, always competitive. But do you think Li Qi can endure it? Song Ju pondered this, recognizing that Li Qi's mech resembled a well-balanced armor, capable of both offense and defense. He might withstand the lightning's wrath, but only once. Continuous assault from the storm would overwhelm even Zeus himself. With a fierce roar, Li Qi's body began to transform. The scene bore a striking resemblance to when Ji Ren altered his mech attributes using the Gujiao. Xie Shian watched as spikes emerged along Li Qi's spine, while his hands morphed into formidable steel claws. Li Qi swayed his neck, seemingly acclimating to his newly transformed mech. I suspect you've guessed it, he smirked. Indeed, I have acquired the attributes of a magical beast. This mech hasn't seen action in nearly 2 decades, and I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, they wouldn't witness my trump card. Upon hearing Li Qi's audacious proclamation, Xie Shian regarded him with a cold gaze. Li Qi, hunched and adorned with grotesque spikes protruding from his flesh, resembled a disheveled porcupine, a stark contrast to his previously chiseled visage. Perched upon his steed, Li Qi boasted, now, allow me to demonstrate what absolute dominance looks like. With that, the mirth vanished from his face, replaced by a lethal intent. Go, he bellowed, as his steed reared up, poised to launch forward like an arrow released from a bow. Li Qi's mouth gaped wide, saliva dripping from his metallic helmet onto his soft armor. An intimidating yet unsightly sight. With lightning speed, the steed raced towards Xie Shian, jaws agape, aiming to seize his head. As the storm coursed through the air, Xie Shian flapped his mechanical wings, retreating swiftly to maintain a safe distance, igniting his wings with flames that transformed them into 2 glowing embers. Li Qi pressed forward, relentless in his pursuit, but as Xie Shian suddenly halted, Li Qi's heart leapt. Was he prepared to meet his demise? Without hesitation, he leaped from his steed, claws extended to pounce upon Xie Shian. Clang! Xie Shian's electrified fist struck with precision, plunging into Li Qi's gaping mouth. The once menacing teeth of Li Qi fell away like scattered leaves, leaving behind a gaping void. As the power of lightning dissipated, Xie Shian and Amp, Appos, and S fist remained lodged within Li Qi and Amp, Appos, S mouth. Ma Qilong and Song Ju gasped at the surreal scene, astonished that Xie Shian and Appos and had managed to dislodge so many of Li Qi and Appos' teeth. A muffled wail escaped Li Qi, his words barely intelligible. Xie, let go. Xie Shian surmised he was pleading for release. As he withdrew his fist, blood trickled from Li Qi's lips, and he stumbled, collapsing onto the ground. Clutching his aching jaw, eyes filled with venomous resentment. This man plays by no rules. Xie Shian and Appos, and half-threateningly and half-mockingly, remarked, it seems you still harbor some defiance. Li Qi shook his head repeatedly, the visage of Xie Shian looming larger in his sight, transforming into an inescapable nightmare. Surrender? Li Qi yearned to cling to the pride of his title as lord. Yet the throbbing pain in his mouth reminded him that this once mighty beast form had become a mere jest. He had devolved into a laughingstock. This battle was unequivocally lost. Not due to a lack of strength, but rather because Xie Shian was simply too powerful. Never did he anticipate that in just a few exchanges, he would find himself yielding. Chapter 58. Granting him life for his handsome countenance, Li Qi's astonished and resentful gaze was fixed upon Xie Shian. An inexplicable fear welling up within him. Xie Shian and oppose, and observed a slight indentation on his iron fist, likely the result of having been bitten by Li Qi during their earlier confrontation. Even the sturdy alloy mech had borne marks from the bite. Had he not evaded that blow, he might have faced a dire fate. Truly, the city lord of Qinlong City was formidable, possessing both strength and mech attributes that surpassed anyone he had encountered thus far. The two locked eyes, each unable to discern the other's thoughts. Just as Xie Shian and oppose, and prepared to launch a final offensive, his arm was unexpectedly restrained, and he heard Luo and oppose's voice from behind. Xie Shian and oppose, and spare him a life. Considering how handsome he is. At Luo and oppose's words, Li Qi and oppose's expression brightened. He had not anticipated anyone would advocate on his behalf. However, after scrutinizing her for a while, he realized he had no recollection of this enchanting maiden. Who could she be? Was she perhaps an admirer harboring feelings for him? Xie Shian regarded Luo, whose eyes danced with mischief, and he surmised her intentions towards Li Qi. Are you certain? Having such a handsome puppet by your side would surely be a delightful experience. What do you mean? Li Qi, initially relieved, was suddenly thrown into disarray upon hearing her words. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the girl before him, realizing she intended to transform him into a mere marionette. In that instant, panic engulfed him. Xie Shian noticed Li Qi's once smooth visage pale, his steps faltering as he recoiled. Simultaneously, mechanical patterns began to emerge along Luo Li's neck. Li Qi, do you not wish to become my eternal servant? Luo Li's eyes shimmered with a strange allure. And as the white mist wafted toward Li Qi, he attempted to resist. Yet the gap in his teeth, created by Xie Shian's strike, unwittingly revealed itself. The white mist, sensing an opportunity, slithered into his mouth. In the next moment, his expression turned blank, and he mechanically replied to Luo, Queen Siren, I shall forever submit to you. Li Qi's declaration momentarily halted all activity around him. The previously chaotic crowd now turned their attention to him in silence. The once imperious city lord was addressing the young girl as Her Excellency, Siren. Following his statement, the malevolence that had painted his features dissipated entirely, leaving no trace of his former ferocity. Witnessing Li Qi and oppose's loss of combat capability, the crowd instinctively ceased their actions. What had once seemed a perilous situation was effortlessly defused by Luo. The once mighty Li family crumbled in an instant, a development none had foreseen. Not even the assembled mech-modified individuals. Although their bodies had been altered, rendering them devoid of mech attributes, they bore no difference from ordinary humans. They possessed the ability to think and had quickly recognized the looming threat. The power dynamics of Qinlong City were about to shift. If the Li family lost control, the mech-modified individuals would likely be ousted from the city, as no one desired a ticking time bomb in their midst. One of the mech-modified individuals suddenly knelt before Xie Shian and oppose, and, exclaiming, We pledge our allegiance to you. Henceforth, all eyes converged upon Xie Shian and oppose, and, awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence, Xie Shian declared, Qinlong City is not governed by a single individual. However, I wish to offer you a chance for survival. He gestured toward Xie Shian, who stood observing. If he consents to allow you to join the special operations team, you shall have a means of livelihood. Upon hearing this, a myriad of emotions flitted across the faces of the crowd, astonishment, shock, gratitude, and some even found their eyes glistening with tears. What do you mean? Xie Shian raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xie Shian had thrust this burden upon him. The special operations team was comprised of the elite among mech fighters. Now Xie Shian was suggesting these disparate individuals should join? Was he seeking to complicate his already stable existence? Xie Shian had his reasons. Despite society's perception of mech-modified individuals as fringe dwellers, their combat prowess often surpassed that of many mech fighters. He had first-hand experience of their capabilities, having witnessed his own Xuanwu mech being destroyed by a mech-modified individual. Moreover, with so many mech-modified individuals congregating in Qinlong City, it was imprudent to let them roam aimlessly. It would be far more manageable to consolidate them within the special operations team. After Xie Shian articulated his intentions, Xie Shian fell silent. His reasoning was sound. leaving him momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet why should he, the head of the Safety Management Bureau, be tasked with matters concerning the Special Operations Team? Was it possible that he was not meant to oversee the operations? Xie Shian and Appos, and smirked. You weren't and Appos, T before, but you are now. Observing Xie Shian and Appos, and Appos, as insistence. Xie Shian realized he was being coerced into taking responsibility for the team. The mech-modified individuals, sensing Xie Shian and Appos' hesitation, turned their gazes toward him in unison, proclaiming, "From now on, you shall be our leader." Xie Shian sighed in resignation, reluctantly acquiescing. He had not anticipated that this meticulously planned scheme would culminate in such an absurd conclusion. Tomorrow, I will announce to all of Qianlong City the initiation of a city lord election ceremony. Xie Shian and Appos, and exhaled deeply, finally allowing his tense nerves to relax. It was only then that he realized his clothes had become drenched in sweat. In my view, the position of city lord is already uncontested. Songju exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Qilong, both astonished to witness the day Qianlong City changed hands, though Xie Shian and Appos, and had emerged victorious in this confrontation. His mind lingered on a singular matter. After dismissing the crowd, he retained the mech-modified individuals for further discussion. Each individual passed before Xie Shian. Yet he found no trace of the two who had initially abducted him. The two who had taken the gold and had to be found if he wished to enhance his mech attributes. After describing the appearance of the two assailants to the gathered mech-modified individuals, one uncertain individual spoke up. I believe I have seen those two before. Where? When I saw them, they were being forced into a vehicle by Li Yunqi and Appos, as subordinates. I think I overheard one of them say something about deserving to die for daring to deceive the boss and hoard resources. Chapter 59. I will not disappoint you. It appears that they must have been silenced by Li Yunqi. And the notion of monopolizing likely refers to his discovery of the hidden gold. Xie Shian and Appos, and ventured alone to Li Yunqi and Appos' residence, which was already deserted. As he gazed around the spacious room, stroking his chin, he pondered where Li Yunqi could have concealed the precious gold. Naturally suspicious by nature, he would not have hidden such a valuable gem carelessly. Where, then, could one find a place that is both discreet and secure? As Xie Shian scanned the room, his gaze suddenly caught a peculiar sound emanating from the floor beneath his feet. Could there be something unusual here? He bent down to examine the floor closely, tapping it with his knuckles. The hollow sound that resonated confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, there was something amiss. Determining from the sound that a considerable void lay beneath him, he surmised that the gold might be hidden within. As he pried open the floorboard, a dark hole emerged, shrouded in dust, suggesting it had not been disturbed for quite some time. With a flashlight in hand, he cautiously peered inside, revealing a wall lined with neglected weapons, a veritable armory. As he descended, a wave of astonishment washed over him. The space contained numerous damaged mechs, along with plundered elixirs once wielded by Li Huanying, and even several new mechs tucked away in a corner, evidently acquired through dubious means. He was taken aback by the ruthlessness of the Li father-son duo, who would go to any lengths to achieve their ends. In a corner housing the mechs, Xie Shian spotted an unfurled parchment, its illustrations resembling a map, replete with numerous markings. What could this be? As he scrutinized the map under the light, he realized it depicted the world itself, with locations marked where magical beasts had appeared. Some areas bore large red crosses, indicating those that had already been vanquished. Xie Shian and Appos, and murmured. So these marks denote the layers of magical beasts. With this map, I stand to gain greater mech attributes. No wonder every member of the Li family was a mech fighter. To outsiders, it seemed they were gifted, but in truth, they had slain magical beasts and appropriated their mech attributes to enhance their own abilities. Carefully tucking the map away for later study, he was astounded by the treasures contained within this modest armory. His eyes were dazzled by the array of weaponry, from bows and gauntlets to handguns and rocket launchers. A veritable cornucopia of arms. Yet, there was a glaring absence of various ores. It seemed clear to Xie Shian that these were all treasures collected by Li Yunqi. But despite their value, none could compare to the worth of the gold. Had he perhaps concealed the gold elsewhere? Just as despair began to settle in, his gaze fell upon a shadow behind the staircase. Upon investigation, he discovered an inconspicuous black cabinet, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Recent activity was evident, as dust revealed two distinct handprints upon its surface. As he opened it, a dazzling array of ores greeted his eyes, evoking the sensation of stepping into a jewel shop. The ores shimmered with iridescence, including several whose properties Xie Shian could not discern, lending them an air of rarity. Among these, he immediately spotted two brilliant yellow gold. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Xie Shian and Apos. I am destined for fortune. If I auction these treasures, I could secure a place among the wealthy. This opportunity could spare him 30 years of struggle. Yet, he quickly realized that such scarce ores might yield unforeseen consequences. For now, he would store them safely, as they could prove useful at an unexpected moment. For the time being, he needed to gather all 3 gold to enhance the attributes of the 4 divine beasts. At the Mecha Awakening Academy in Qinlong City, in the headmaster's office, Ma Qilong held a gold with a reluctant gaze. Xie Shian, do not let us down. You must succeed. It was only then that Xie Shian and Apos comprehended that possessing the gold did not guarantee an enhancement of attributes. There was a significant probability of failure, akin to the trials one must endure to ascend to immortality. Success in these trials led to transcendence, while failure resulted in the loss of all cultivation. The same was true for attribute enhancement. This was why many were obsessed with seeking gold, yet so few succeeded. Rest assured, Headmaster, I shall not disappoint you. The 3 gold were gifts from Nuwa herself, and thus, he was confident of their efficacy. Xie Shian and Apos activated the Azure Dragon mech. Now, the Xuanwu, Shuke, Baihu, and Azure Dragon had merged into one, with only the gold remaining to activate it. He carefully placed the 3 gold into the grooves on his chest. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped the room as the mech radiated brilliant rainbow hues. These radiant beams intertwined, swirling around him, gradually dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. As the smoke cleared, Nuwa's voice echoed within his consciousness once more. The 4 divine beasts have successfully merged. Descendants of the Huaxiao people shall gain the power of the 4 symbols Xie Shian and Apos, and slowly opened his eyes, unable to contain his elation. He had truly succeeded in activation. Furthermore, 2 totems of divine beasts adorned his form. Simultaneously, Ma Qilong rubbed his eyes, scarcely believing the reality unfolding before him. You are indeed a miracle in the flesh. Why do all the extraordinary events happen so seamlessly for you, Xie Shian? Seeing the astonished expression on the headmaster's face, Xie Shian could not help but smile sincerely. Headmaster, it is merely luck. Yet, how could this fellow remain so nonchalant? Luck could explain 1 or 2 instances. But when fortune seemed to consistently favor him, it bordered on the mystical. Ma Qilong chuckled awkwardly, even beginning to envy him. Success is a good thing. What are your plans next? The internal turmoil in Qinlong City had reached a boiling point, with rumors of the Li family and Apos' downfall spreading like wildfire. Chapter 60, Xie Shian and Apos, and You Are My God. A notification was disseminated. Tomorrow, a universal election will be held, and the candidate with the highest votes will become the next city lord. Ma Qilong hesitated, pondering whether this was a jest concerning the position of city lord. Historically, city lords had attained their positions through their own merit. Now, it seemed as if they were trivializing the process by allowing the masses to elect someone. What if the selected individual turned out to be of dubious character or a charlatan? Only those with prestige are worthy of becoming the lord of Qinlong City. Xie Shian and Apos firmly believed in the adage that those who win the hearts of the people hold the world. A newly appointed city lord must gain the trust of the populace for fairness to prevail in Qinlong City. However, regardless of who became the lord, the people dared not voice their dissent. In his heart, Ma Qilong had already deemed Xie Shian and Apos the most suitable candidate. No one was more qualified for the position than him, although they refrained from expressing it aloud due to the powerful influence of the city lord. Their hearts had never truly accepted it. Observing Xie Shian's resolute demeanor, Ma Qilong realized he was determined to proceed with the election and thus relayed the matter accordingly. Once alone in the room, Xie Shian retrieved a map detailing the locations of magical beasts. The allure of enhancing his mech and Apos' attributes through these creatures was far more enticing than the prospect of becoming the city lord. He pinpointed Qinlong City and Apos' location on the map, which marked 3 sites: Qihuan Mountain, Misty Forest, and the adjacent Qingyu Marsh. The magical beast encountered at Qihuan Mountain was surely the goo eagle he had slain. Yet the other 2 locations were unfamiliar to him. The original owner and Apos' memories offered no insights about them, indicating he would need to explore them himself. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. After stowing the map, Xie Shian turned toward the entrance and inquired, "Who is it?" "Zhou Ximiao," came the reply. Xie Shian wondered why this individual would seek him out so suddenly. Was it related to yesterday's events? Upon opening the door, he was met with Zhou Ximiao, whose dark circles suggested he had not rested well. "Is there something you need?" After a lengthy pause, Zhou Ximiao, with a troubled expression, remarked, "Boss, are you messing with me?" Xie Shian was momentarily baffled by his perplexing words. All the modified soldiers reported to the special forces today. Where do you want me to put them? So it was indeed about the modified soldiers. Don and Appos, T. Fred, allow me to explain first, Xie Shian and Appos, and replied, knowing he had a plan. Forming a vanguard team with these modified soldiers would enable them to undertake numerous perilous missions. These soldiers were impervious to pain and possessed exceptional combat capabilities, making them far more effective than the slightly less capable mech fighters. Zhou Ximiao's eyes brightened. He had not considered this. This approach would indeed reduce casualties among the special forces. Then why didn't Appos, you say so yesterday? He pressed. For the modified soldiers. This was advantageous, yet Xie Shian seemed to be placing the credit upon himself. With an unperturbed smile, Xie Shian replied, because I do not require it. Zhou Ximiao was taken aback by his words, reflecting on the past with the Li family. Good fortune always seemed to favor them while he bore the brunt of the blame. It appeared that Xie Shian was indeed different from those individuals. As the election approaches, I hope you can assist the next city lord in making Chunlong City a better place, Xie Shian and Appos. And Appos' tone was mature and seasoned, inconsistent with his age. Zhou Ximiao, however, regarded his back with fervent admiration. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this young man continuously brought unexpected delights into his life. The following day, Chunlong City buzzed with excitement. Everyone gathered in a central location, fixated on the projection screen suspended in midair, which broadcasted the live voting proceedings. It was rumored that this universal vote was organized by Xie Shian. So, who will you vote for? Isn't it obvious? Xie Shian, of course. Isn't he a bit too young? Though young, he is incredibly capable. Despite this, entrusting the future of Chunlong City to a mere boy seemed rather hasty. Li Qi was only 4 or 5 years older when he became city lord. Others chimed in. The crowd engaged in animated discussions regarding the election results, feeling for the first time that the fate of Chunlong City was intimately tied to their own lives. Meanwhile, the screen conveyed the proceedings of the voting site. We have now collected all votes from the populace. We will soon seal the box and verify the results. Next, professional staff will conduct the vote counting. The counting was conducted under the watchful gaze of the public, with every moment at the voting site visible to the masses. I shall now announce the results. Xie Shian was elected as the new city lord of Chunlong City with a unanimous vote. The outcome was both expected and surprising. His ascension to city lord was a manifestation of the people's will, a natural occurrence. However, no one anticipated that he would achieve such an overwhelming victory. Staring blankly at the results, Xie Shian was momentarily stunned. In his mind, he had envisioned countless scenarios where the role of city lord would be filled by the esteemed Principal Ma or the influential Zhou Ximiao. Yet he had never considered that he himself would be chosen. What merit do I possess? Xie Shian pondered, questioning his own worthiness. Feeling that aside from having slightly superior mech attributes, he had little else to offer. Ji Ran stood beside him, exuberant as an overzealous monkey. Xie Shian, you are my god. From this moment forth, the direction you point will be our battlefield. Feeling Ji Ran and Appos' ecstatic energy, which seemed to eclipse even his own joy at becoming city lord, Xie Shian and Appos awkwardly smiled. Ji Ran and Appos' voice cracked from excitement, drawing the attention of those around them. Naturally, they also noticed Xie Shian and Appos amidst the crowd. Yet now that the outcome was settled, he could only accept his new role. Would his quest to find magical beasts have to be temporarily shelved? Song Ju and Director Chen navigated through the throng, finally locating Xie Shian. Their hesitant demeanor suggested they were grappling with a delicate matter. If there is something to say, please do so, Xie Shian urged. The efforts to dismantle the Li family benefited significantly from the support of Jiyue City and Biyun Mountain, Song Ju explained. Chen Hai has something to discuss with you. He nudged Director Chen towards Xie Shian, adopting a posture that indicated he wanted no part in this. Hey, this isn't fair, Chen Hai exclaimed, feeling the pressure. The matter at hand could very well offend Xie Shian and Appos, and yet this cunning old man had shifted the burden entirely onto him. Before we besieged the Li family, we had agreed. Chapter 61. Youthful yet cunning. It turns out that the two had found each other to remind one another of a promise made long ago. A gentleman's word is his bond. Naturally, I would not go back on my promise. Chen Hai visibly sighed in relief. He had been concerned that Xie Shian, upon becoming the city lord, might turn his back on their agreement. I have an idea. What do you think? Song Ju and Chen Hai composed themselves, awaiting his next words. What do you think about a tripartite governance among the 3 cities? A tripartite governance? Songju and Qinhai asked almost in unison. What does that entail? Given the intricate terrain of Jiyue City, Qianlong City, and Biyun Mountain, which are rich in mineral resources in their overlapping areas, sharing these resources would undoubtedly benefit everyone. Furthermore, it would facilitate the integration of more mech fighters and those possessing unique mech attributes. Xie Shian's proposition was not without foundation. From his understanding, Qianlong City had many mech fighters of mediocre qualifications who could neither join the special forces nor secure ordinary jobs. Their fate was almost uniformly bleak, typically leading to their transformation into mech-enhanced individuals under the command of the Li family. Meanwhile, numerous individuals on Biyun Mountain had been learning healing skills from Songju. Jiyue City boasted even more individuals with special attributes, with unique mechs like Mu Wanra being plentiful. If these individuals could be organized, it would undoubtedly render the three locations invincible. Songju and Qinhai fell into silence, as the suggestion was indeed astonishing. Are you implying that the resources of the three cities would be shared? Indeed. Qinhai thought to himself that although Xie Shian appeared young, he was quite astute. It seemed that Xie Shian was considering both his and Songju's welfare, while also reaping significant benefits for himself. If a tripartite governance were realized, the unique mineral resources of Biyun Mountain would be at their disposal. However, Jiyue City could also exploit these minerals, which would be advantageous for him as well. Then, Xie Shian uttered a second shocking statement. Qianlong City will be left in your hands. I have more important matters to attend to. Songju? Qinhai? Did Xie Shian even realize what he was saying? The two exchanged glances, incredulous. Where was the city lord who, upon taking office, immediately offloaded responsibilities onto others? Qinhai, unable to suppress his curiosity, chose to voice his thoughts. After all, Xie Shian at his age, becoming a city lord seemed somewhat premature. A certain childishness was understandable. Yet now, he intended to abandon those who had followed him to embark on a solitary journey, which seemed rather irresponsible. To be honest, I intend to seek out magical beasts. Huh? The two were once again taken aback by Xie Shian and Appo's declaration. This guy certainly had a penchant for shocking revelations. While others would avoid magical beasts, Xie Shian was determined to seek them out. Have you forgotten? Magical beasts can alter mech attributes. Xie Shian's words awakened them to the reality that slaying magical beasts was fraught with risk and opportunity, potentially enhancing their mech attributes. However, such endeavors could not afford failure, as a misstep would mean sacrificing oneself to the beasts, leaving no chance of survival. This plan carries significant risk, Songju remarked. Not out of doubt in Xie Shian's abilities, but rather concern for his safety when venturing alone. Perhaps the danger would not solely stem from the magical beasts. I will assemble a team to hunt the magical beasts. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Xie Shian had evidently considered the formation of a team, indicating his steadfast resolve to depart. Nonetheless, Qianlong City is entrusted to you. Under the weight of Xie Shian and Appo's serious gaze, Songju and Qinhai took a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. With their consent, a rare smile graced Xie Shian's face. Now that the matter of Qianlong City was settled, it was time for him to prepare for departure. The first team for hunting magical beasts was swiftly formed, with Xie Shian naturally assuming the role of captain. Vice Captain Xie Ren stood tall, surveying the members behind him with an air of false bravado. Behind him were Luo Lu, accompanied by her loyal servant, Li Qi, the school belle, Zhu and I. In the eagerly expectant Mu Wanru, trailing behind was a sneaky little girl. Xiaoku, did I not tell you that we are embarking on a perilous mission? Xie Shian lamented as he pulled at Xiaoku and Appo's hair, attempting to send her back to Songju. Yet, the little girl persisted. Brother, are you going out to play? I want to go too. It's truly dangerous. Let me return first, and then I will take you to play. All right? Xie Shian regarded the oblivious child, who had no grasp of the peril that lay ahead. Xiaoku pouted. I understand. You no longer like me, do you? You want to leave me all alone? With that, she burst into tears, and despite numerous attempts by others to console her, even Songju found himself at a loss. Looking at her woeful expression, Xie Shian could only relent. If you wish to come along, you must promise not to cry no matter what happens. Xiaoku seemed to have awaited this very statement. Upon hearing Xie Shian's agreement, she instantly ceased her tears. Wiping her nose, she formed her eyes into crescents and declared, I promise. Xie Shian facepalmed in exasperation. This little girl had learned to exploit his weaknesses to perfection. Whenever she cried, he would inevitably capitulate, an unbreakable cycle. Jiren observed the all-female lineup behind him, his expression turning sour. Why are they all girls? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp smack landed on his head. What of it? Nuwa cast him a scornful glance. Keep talking, and I might just turn you into a puppet. Such violence. It's far too violent. Jiren shielded his head and dashed in front of Xie Shian, attempting to use him as a shield. Xie Shian, look at the mess you and Appos VE created. The balance of power is disrupted. Chu and I and Mu Wan are followed behind, watching as Luo Lu and Jiren engaged in playful banter, making the otherwise tedious journey seem less dreary. Meanwhile, Xiaoke found everything fascinating, exploring every nook and cranny. Before long, she was complaining about sore feet. Brother, how much further do we have to go? Xie Shian pulled a map from his backpack and pointed to a location marked on it. We should reach the misty forest before nightfall. Chapter 62. What are you? Xie Shian and his companions followed the map into the misty forest. True to its name, the area was filled with towering ancient trees. If the shadow forest felt shrouded in fog, this place was nothing short of a celestial paradise. Thick, impenetrable white mist enveloped everything, reducing visibility to such an extent that Xie Shian had to pause frequently to wait for the others to catch up. They continued to converse, maintaining communication to avoid becoming separated due to a moment's inattention. Brother, where are you? I'm scared, came the voice of Xiaoke from Xie Shian's left. He reached out in the direction of the sound but found only mist. Xiaoke, where are you? Jiren's voice called from behind him, revealing that the little girl had been riding on Jiren's shoulders all along. Weren't you just calling for me? Xie Shian asked, puzzled, as he had distinctly heard her voice from his left. Brother, what are you talking about? I've been with Brother Jiren all along. Indeed. This little girl complained of fatigue as soon as we entered the misty forest. I had no choice but to carry her to keep up with you, Jiren explained. Xie Shian scratched his head, wondering if he had misheard. At that moment, the others joined them, and Xie Shian cautioned, this place seems a bit strange. We must be careful. With that, he activated the force symbol mecha, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. In unfamiliar territory, Xie Shian was always on high alert, wary of the sudden appearance of a monster. In the misty forest, discerning direction was nearly impossible. If they continued to wander aimlessly, it was likely they would not even notice when they became lost. Jiren, you all wait here. I will scout ahead. Xie Shian flapped the enormous mechanical wings and ascended into the air, only to realize the group was still meandering at the forest's edge. After such a long time, they had merely been circling in place. Upon returning to the ground, he shared his findings with them. It seemed that if they wished to delve deeper into the misty forest, Xie Shian would need to lead the way. Although Jiren had the ability to fly, she had to consider Xiaoke's safety. All right, stay close behind me. The misty forest isn't large. We will surely find the monster's lair before nightfall. The sun was still bright, and if they could get lost in the misty forest now, it would be even harder to navigate once darkness fell. Spending a night in the forest with monsters would not only be perilous, but also risk illness from the dampness and cold. Xie Shian took to the air again, confirming their direction before landing steadily a short distance ahead. I'm here, he called, but received no response. Jiren, can you hear me? The silence around him felt eerily unnatural. Xie Shian continued to call out the names of his companions, but to no avail. Now, he was even more convinced that something sinister was afoot. Who is it? He shouted, but his voice was muffled, as if enveloped in cotton, absorbed and rendered silent. Such trickery. Why do you not reveal yourself? Xie Shian had steeled himself, confident that even if a monster appeared, he could dispatch it with a single blow. Amidst the fog, a vague figure emerged. As he focused, it appeared to be a ferocious dog charging towards him. A dog? What kind of monster is this? He doubted its capabilities. Its size certainly did not evoke fear like other beasts. With so many skilled fighters in Qianlong City, how could they be stymied by such a small creature? Just then, a peculiar head resembling that of a goat, crowned with vibrant green fur and adorned with 2 antlers, appeared before him, looking rather absurd. Particularly, its green mane resembled a moldy mushroom. A companion of Nuwa, perhaps? The creature's lips did not move, yet it spoke. Are you the one speaking? Xie Shian asked, staring at the creature that barely reached his waist, his expression a mix of confusion and astonishment. It was capable of human speech and recognized the power within him. Could it be a deity? He quickly dismissed that notion and tentatively inquired, What are you? The creature rolled its eyes, evidently displeased with his tone. Mind your manners. What you should be asking is, what am I? First, I find your lack of courtesy rather rude, and second, I am not an amp. Appos, something and amp. Appos, I am the divine beast Xie. Xie. Xie Shian murmured the name, gazing at it with a complex expression. The divine beast from his memory was supposed to be majestic and awe-inspiring, yet its appearance was anything but. The reality fell short of his expectations. Seemingly reading Xie Shian's thoughts, Bai Zhe spoke without revealing all. Do you know why I have appeared before you? Xie Shian shook his head. I am a divine beast who understands the emotions of all beings, aware of the matters of gods and spirits. I manifest only when a person of royal virtue appears. Though Xie Shian had suspected as much, hearing Bai Zhe confirm it compelled him to skeptically ask. You mean that person of royal virtue is me? Bai Zhe sighed deeply. As much as I dislike admitting it, that is indeed the case. Are you certain? Does this mean becoming the city lord is my destiny? At the thought, Xie Shian felt a headache coming on. He was still so young. Yet already tethered to the confines of Qianlong City. You were the one calling my name in the misty forest, weren't you? Bai Zhe nodded. I intended to lead you away, but you summoned those people to you instead, leaving me no opportunity. Xie Shian sensed Bai Zhe and Apos as disappointment in him. Its words laced with frustration. I called you because I need your help with something. Bai Zhe took the map from Xie Shian's backpack, pointing to a location. Can you take me there? Looking at the vast blue area on the map, which seemed worlds away from Qianlong City, Xie Shian inquired, Qingyu Marsh? What do you intend to do there? Bai Zhe feigned mystery and shook its head. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Then why should I agree? Xie Shian's anger flared, and he turned to leave. Bai Zhe was clearly seeking his assistance, and it ought to adopt a more humble demeanor. Chapter 63. One cannot judge a dog by its appearance as a person from another world. You would not wish for your identity to be revealed, would you? Upon hearing this, Xie Shian sensed a hint of threat. His identity was indeed a closely guarded secret. Should this matter come to light, he would undoubtedly be ostracized as an outcast, potentially facing execution. For the sake of his safety, this information must remain concealed from others. Was it not simply a matter of assisting him to Qingyu Marsh? This was certainly a negotiable affair. Assisting you is not out of the question in exchange. What can you offer me? A single instance of foresight. Just once? Once is sufficient. Xie Shian shrugged, indicating his reluctant acceptance. Even if Bai Zhe offered him nothing of value, he found himself with no grounds for refusal, considering it was aware of his secret. Bai Zhe, satisfied, flicked its tail. Since I have acquiesced to your request, shall we not reunite with them now? Xie Shian thought of how long he had been absent. They must be anxious. The dense fog around him began to dissipate, and simultaneously, he could hear the voices of his companions. Why did Xie Shian and Apos, vanish so quickly? In the blink of an eye, he has disappeared. His voice had emanated from this very spot, so let us proceed further. Upon hearing their conversation, Xie Shian and Apos, and realized that he had conversed with Bai Zhe for quite a while, yet only a few seconds had passed in reality. Could it be that he had existed in another realm, and thus the passage of time differed from the present? Before he could inquire further with Bai Zhe, Jiran and the others had already tracked him down by following his voice. I am here. Jiran was the first to spot Bai Zhe trailing behind Xie Shian, exclaiming, where did this peculiar little dog come from in such a desolate place? Bai Zhe shot Jiran a cold glare, baring its teeth and barking fiercely. As if to say, you are the dog, your entire family are dogs. Such protests, given the language barrier, were evidently futile. Jiran assumed it was merely a small dog barking defensively at a stranger. Xiaoke broke free from Jiran, charging toward Bai Zhe like a tiger pouncing on its prey. What an adorable puppy, without a hint of fear regarding its earlier ferocity. Xiaoke scooped Bai Zhe into her arms. Strangely enough, the barking ceased the moment Xiaoke embraced Bai Zhe. It nestled obediently in her hold, as if the earlier outburst had never occurred. Brother, this little dog must have gotten lost in the misty forest. How pitiful. Can we take it with us? Xiaoke blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her concern evident as she added, there are ferocious magical beasts here. If it encounters one, it won't and Apos, survive. Did these people truly perceive no issue? No matter how one looked at it, Bai Zhe did not resemble a mere puppy. Nevertheless, Xie Shian had no intention of revealing Bai Zhe's true identity to them. Even if he did, they would likely not believe him. Who would connect the Bai Zhe and Xiaoke's arms to the magical beasts they spoke of? Thinking it over, since Bai Zhe would be accompanying him anyway, he readily consented to Xiaoke and Apos' request. He fabricated a reason, deciding that since Xiaoke was fond of it, they might as well take it along. Yea, long live my brother. Xiaoke joyfully twirled around Xie Shian and Apos, and while holding Bai Zhe, there would be no more worries about boredom on this journey. Just then, her gaze fixated on Bai Zhe, pondering aloud, what should I name you? Xiaoke's fingers twirled around Bai Zhe's green tuft, suggesting, how about calling you Little Green? Upon hearing her proposal, Xie Shian and Apos, struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly causing himself injury in the process. Bai Zhe wriggled in her embrace, protesting vehemently. After all, it was a majestic divine beast. How could it possibly be named such a trivial title? Bai Zhe shot Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and a look filled with warning and threat, as if to convey that if he did not intervene, its identity would soon be compromised. Clearing his throat, Xie Shian said, "Ahem. Xiao Ke. While it does have a bit of green on its head, we should not judge a dog by its appearance. Perhaps we could call it Little White instead?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe promptly nudged Xiao Ke's arm twice, appearing quite pleased with the name. "Little White? Do you like this name?" Xiao Ke earnestly inquired, her hands cradling Bai Zhe's body as she gazed into its face. "Oh well." Bai Zhe turned its face away, evading her gaze, feeling somewhat bashful. It must be noted that Bai Zhe was a divine beast, and now it was expected to bow to these foolish humans, serving as their dog. Despite such thoughts, its body was quite honest, its tail wagging energetically in Xiao Ke's embrace. "Brother, Little White likes this name." Xie Shian thought to himself, of course. While Little White may be commonplace, it was undoubtedly the superior choice compared to Little Green. After a considerable time, Jiran reminded them, "Let us continue our journey. Otherwise, it will soon be dark, and we shall see even less." Only then did Xie Shian remember that Bai Zhe was right before him. There were no other magical beasts in the misty forest. Thus, there was no need to delve deeper into its depths. Xie Shian and Oppos, and pondered for a while before devising a rather feeble excuse. "You all stay put. I shall search the skies for traces of the magical beasts." With that, he once more flapped his enormous mechanical wings, soaring into the air. After a somewhat convincing reconnaissance around the misty forest, he returned to his companions. There were no signs of magical beasts in the vicinity. Could they have already been slain by others? "What? So we have come for nothing?" Luo lamented, leaning against a tree in defeat. "Do not fret. We can still head to the next waypoint. Magical beasts are ferocious, and ordinary mechanical fighters are no match for them. Not every place is like Gua City, willing to expend substantial bounties to recruit mechanical fighters to subdue magical beasts. There must still be surviving magical beasts on this map." Next, Xie Shian retrieved a map from his backpack. The group now found themselves at the border of Qinlong City, and heading westward would lead them to Yaosha Sea. The Qingyu Marsh, where Bai Zhe was destined, lay deep within a corner of Yaosha Sea. Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and inquired for their opinions. "This is the nearest waypoint. Shall we proceed?" "Absolutely," Jiran responded without hesitation, noting that Xie Shian and Oppos, and Oppos' indicated direction was indeed the battlefield he had previously traversed. The others, seeing Jiran so readily agree, also expressed their approval. If they wished to traverse every marked point on the map without retracing their steps, the Yaosha Sea was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Chapter 64. The dangerous scent. As the group was nearing the Yaosha Sea, Bai Zhe began to stir restlessly. "Xiao Bai, what troubles you?" Xiao Ke tightened her embrace around it, yet she could still feel its body trembling uncontrollably. Xie Shian noticed Bai Zhe's unusual behavior and quickly distanced himself from Jiran and the others before asking, "What is it?" "I sense a whiff of danger," Bai Zhe murmured in a hushed tone. Xie Shian and Oppos, and blinked, surveying the desolate surroundings devoid of any life apart from their group. "Are you certain?" he inquired, frowning slightly at Bai Zhe nestled in his arms. "Believe it or not, it and Oppos, it's up to you," Bai Zhe replied softly. Xie Shian and Oppos, and scanned the area once more, confirming there were no suspicious figures lurking nearby. Indeed, there was not a soul in sight. "It's fine. Even if there is danger, I am not afraid. After merging with the four symbols mecha, my strength has grown exponentially. Previously, any single mecha could easily overpower others. Now, the four symbols mecha elevates that power to an unprecedented level. To put it plainly, the mechas of others appear no more formidable than mere toys in my eyes. I possess unwavering confidence in overcoming any peril." Just as he was lost in thought, Xiao Ke and Oppos' excited voice broke through. "Wow, what a massive pool." "It's the sea," Jiran corrected her. "Brother, look. There's a huge pool." "It's the sea." Xie Shian maintained a composed demeanor. Yet he silently registered Bai Zhe's warning and heightened his vigilance. He turned to Xiao Ke with a smile, saying, "I'll check if there are any boats to ferry us across." Following a narrow path leading to the seaside, they soon spotted a fishing boat moored at the shore. "Boatman, we wish to go to Qingyu. Could you take us part of the way?" A middle-aged man dressed in a gray tank top leaned out from the cabin. Simultaneously, a briny scent of seawater wafted towards them. 50 gold coins per person to Qingyu, he grinned, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. "Agreed." Xie Shian, now nearly unrecognizable from his former self, would have once been aghast at the price of 50 gold coins. Yet, now, he regarded matters that could be resolved with money as trivial. Seeing the boy's decisive agreement, the boatman presumed he had stumbled upon a benefactor and warmly invited everyone aboard. His demeanor considerably more cordial than before. Soon, he engaged them in conversation. "Is this your first time at Yaoshasi?" "Yes," the group responded in unison. Before activating their companion mechas, their movements had been confined to their own cities. Though they were witnessing the sea for the first time, their reactions varied greatly. Xiaoku excitedly dragged Xie Shian onto the deck, chattering incessantly about the churning waters. Luola stood in a daze, lost in thought as he gazed at the ocean. Chuan'ai and Mu Wanra sat quietly, their faces pale, seemingly unnerved by the rocking of the boat. "Brother, look! There and Amp, Oppos, that's another boat over there," Xiaoku exclaimed. Attempting to capture Xie Shian's attention, the boat behind them mirrored their trajectory, seemingly heading for the same destination, albeit at a notably slower pace, maintaining a steady distance. Xie Shian followed Xiaoku's pointing finger and indeed spotted a vessel trailing them. While this seemed perfectly ordinary, he suddenly recalled Bai Zai's earlier warning, prompting an instinctive alertness within him. "Boatman, could you speed up?" "That I can do, but there is no wind right now, and increasing speed will raise fuel costs." "That's all right. I can pay more." The boatman, sensing his luck had turned, cheerfully nodded in agreement. "All right, everyone, hold on tight." In the next moment, the boat jolted violently as the engine roared to life. Churning waves whipped up a froth behind them, gradually vanishing from sight. The occupants of the trailing vessel seemed unprepared for the sudden acceleration. In mere seconds, the two boats had widened the gap between them. A figure emerged from the cabin of the following ship, frustration etched on his face as he watched the rapidly diminishing distance. "What are you waiting for? Chase them. If you let them slip away today, I'll toss you to the fishes." The speaker's icy gaze sent a chill down the boatman's spine, leaving him speechless. "All right," he muttered, bewildered by the intense urgency to pursue the fleeing vessel, yet he swallowed his questions and returned to the cabin, hastening after the other boat. Why the sudden acceleration? Xie Shian stumbled back into the cabin, feeling the once gentle sea breeze transform into a harsh gust that stung like a slap. Unable to bear the pain on his cheeks, he clutched Xiaoku and retreated inside. "We're being followed," he stated, and an immediate silence enveloped the cabin. The group pressed their faces against the small windows, peering anxiously outside. "Who is it? Did you see clearly?" "I couldn't and Amp, Oppos, TC. But the boat behind us is definitely not a coincidence." Though this was merely Xie Shian's conjecture without concrete evidence, the others chose to believe him, refraining from questioning his instincts. His caution was a protective measure, potentially averting unnecessary troubles. Yet, they could not fathom who might be tailing them. The cabin fell into a brief stillness until a clamorous voice rang out from outside. "Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and get out here." The group froze, recognizing the figure on the nearby boat. Their expressions shifting to shock. How could it be him? Wasn't it Oppos, that Li Ming, who had eluded them for so long? Ever since the downfall of the Li family, they had been searching for anyone associated with them. Yet, those who remained had either perished or fled, leaving only a few traces. Li Ming had seemingly vanished into thin air after being sent back home by Principal Ma. Who would have thought they would encounter him here? Xie Shian and Oppos, and discerned the malice in Li Ming and Oppos' gaze as he approached the stern, a sardonic smile forming on his lips. What a small world. Xie Shian and Oppos, and you have brought ruin upon my Li family. Chapter 65. Lord City Master, do you not remember me? Have you pursued us for so long merely to utter these trivialities? Xie Shian and Oppos, and interrupted Li Ming and Oppos' incessant chatter, his face displaying profound impatience. Li Ming narrowed his eyes into a thin slit, wishing fervently to crush Xie Shian and Oppos. And enough with the nonsense. I want you dead. Li Ming had been lurking in the eastern part of Qianlong City, closely observing the movements of Xie Shian and Oppos and his companions. Remaining in Qianlong City would grant him no opportunity for revenge. To his astonishment, even fate seemed to favor him, Xie Shian and Oppos, and had voluntarily decided to leave the city, and he had ventured to Yaoshasi. Surely, the heavens conspired for Xie Shian and Oppos, and Oppos' demise. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. Upon seeing Xie Shian and his company board a ship, Li Ming hastily followed suit. However, he never anticipated being discovered. Nor did he expect that Xie Shian and Oppos would attempt to shake him off. The faces of his relatives, who had perished at Xie Shian and Oppos' hands, haunted his mind. At this moment, his eyes glistened with a hint of red. Observing Xie Shian's demeanor, Seemingly indifferent to life and death, he resolved that even if he were to perish, he would drag Xie Shian and Apos and down with him. Once, the Li family was revered, basking in glory wherever they went, celebrated by all. Yet now, Li Ming had fallen to a life of evasion, constantly plagued by fear of being discovered. He could no longer endure such a life of disgrace and anonymity. You certainly possess that capability, don't you? Xie Shian replied with a nonchalant tone, as if uttering something inconsequential, clearly dismissing Li Ming, a once-defeated foe. Hardly worthy of his attention. This contemptuous gaze reignited Li Ming's fury. Damn it! Li Ming roared, activating his accompanying mech. The azure podamus enveloped him in an instant. Clenching his fists, he conjured a massive sphere of water. Bang! In the next moment, Li Ming unleashed the water sphere, its tremendous force sending Xie Shian and Apos, and stumbling. Drenched from head to toe, resembling a drenched chicken. This sudden turn of events caught the ship's occupants completely off guard. Jiran stood in a daze, unable to react for a long while. Shaka covered her eyes, unwilling to witness any further. Luo abruptly leaped from his seat, poised to charge out. Chu and I furrowed her brows, wishing to avoid the sight of Li Ming's loathsome face. Muwanru was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how someone as formidable as Xie Shian could fall victim to such a scheme. Even Xie Shian was taken aback, surprised to witness the considerable change in Li Ming after their time apart. He had not anticipated that Li Ming could summon such great power in such a brief period. Luo approached Xie Shian with Li Qi, expressing concern. Are you all right? It's nothing. Though Xie Shian had not evaded the attack, a mere water sphere could not inflict significant harm upon him. Li Ming, however, spotted Li Qi, and in that instant, it was as if he had found his lifeline. City Master. Li Qi stared blankly at Luo, his confused gaze seemingly pleading for assistance. City Master, do you not remember me? I am your little cousin from your second uncle's family, Li Ming. Seeing Li Qi still in a daze, Li Ming persisted. I remember you gifted me several ores when I was young. How could you have forgotten? Li Ming rambled on, oblivious to the fact that Li Qi's presence on Xie Shian's ship was utterly inconceivable. The once proud city master would never deign to be subordinate to anyone. Luo observed Li Ming's desperation as he continued to recount the Li family's glorious past in hopes of rekindling Li Qi's memories. With a slight smile, she leaned close to Li Qi, whispering a few words. A dark aura manifested beneath Li Qi's feet, and a magnificent steed suddenly appeared on the deck. Li Ming's eyes brightened. The city master truly remembers. Feeling invigorated by the thought of no longer fighting alone, he shouted at Xie Shian, City Master, kill Xie Shian, and I will aid you in reclaiming Shenlong City. Once Li Qi activated his mech, he deftly maneuvered the steed to Li Ming's side. With a loud thud, the steed kicked up its hind legs, sending Li Ming tumbling backward. City Master, how could you strike me? Li Ming sat on the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed up at the towering man before him. He remained as handsome as ever, with sharp, chiseled features, radiating an air of arrogant superiority. Yet now, he had turned against a member of the Li family? Li Ming could hardly believe it. I shall eradicate all that displeases Lord Siren. Lord Siren? Li Ming had never encountered Luo, and thus did not realize she was the siren to whom Li Qi referred. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Li Qi appeared as though his soul had been siphoned away. Although his body remained the same, he was no longer himself. It was as if he had become a puppet, utterly obedient to Luo, the one he referred to as Lord Siren. City Master, awaken. They are the villains. They have seized your Shenlong City. Shenlong City? Li Qi's expression darkened in an instant, repeatedly murmuring the phrase. Something seemed on the verge of erupting from his mind, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall what he had forgotten. Luo, noticing the pained expression on Li Qi and Apos' face, as if he were beginning to remember something, spoke coldly. You listen to his nonsense. Who is your true master? I shall forever be loyal to Lord Siren. Luo and Apos' words acted as a tightening spell, instantly pulling Li Qi back to reality. Li Ming's rekindled hope was once again crushed. With a sullen expression, he staggered to his feet. What have you done to the city master? Luo scoffed, as if mocking Li Ming and Apos' ignorance. Your city master is captivated by my beauty, willingly bowing before me. Do you have any objections? Impossible. Li Ming roared in denial, insisting that this was merely the woman's deceit. The imperious city master could not possibly covet someone of her ilk. Luo chose not to explain further. Simply waving her hand at Li Qi, he did not even glance at Li Ming, obediently returning to Luo's side atop the steed. Li Ming refused to accept the reality before him. incredulous that Li Qi would disregard the lives of his kin for the sake of a woman. Resigned, he opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. The probability of defeating Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and was nearly non-existent, yet this time, he had resigned himself to the certainty of death. With a fearless gaze fixed upon Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' ship, he uttered with a hint of desperation, "On the water. You may not be my match." Chapter 66. This farce must come to an end. Xie Shian furrowed his brow, pondering who had instilled such confidence in Li Ming. Believing he could triumph over him, his gaze pierced into Li Ming and Amp, Oppos' eyes, which left the latter feeling a prickling unease. Even without any action, merely standing silently before Li Ming exuded an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. The oppressive atmosphere swirled between the two vessels, ultimately causing Li Ming to falter first. On the tranquil sea, a sudden tempest arose, dark waves crashing violently towards Xie Shian and his companions. Li Ming, in a fit of madness, beheld the unfolding chaos. The ship's captain struggled to steady the vessel, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the tumultuous sea. A storm was approaching. The ship rocked violently, and Xie Shian and his companions remained on deck, struggling to maintain their footing as they swayed with the vessel. "I will drown you in the Yaocha Sea today, Xie Shian. Go feed the fish," Li Ming declared, a towering wave rising ominously behind him, ready to engulf Xie Shian's ship. Standing on the deck, Li Ming laughed triumphantly, though the colossal wave had yet to touch Xie Shian in his eyes. Xie Shian had already become a defeated foe. In the blink of an eye, the wave surged forward with an intimidating force, like a torrential flood aiming to submerge them. Others crowded at the ship's exit, anxiously observing the unfolding scene, while Xie Shian's icy gaze seemed capable of solidifying the downpour into ice. How dare a mere trickster flaunt his skills in front of him? Had Li Ming forgotten the extent of his previous defeat? To harm those aboard this vessel, one must first consult the four symbols mecha. Suddenly, Xie Shian's body trembled, and the four symbols mecha materialized. Time appeared to freeze. Had it not been for Li Ming witnessing Xie Shian leap into the air, he might have truly believed Xie Shian possessed the power to halt time. Suspended in midair, Xie Shian's mechanical wings ignited with brilliant crimson flames. As the wings met the oncoming wave, wisps of smoke rose, forming a protective white mist around him. Every droplet of water that touched the flames evaporated instantly, swirling around Xie Shian. "Are you done playing?" Xie Shian spoke coldly, akin to a stern father chastising a reckless child. He understood Li Ming and Oppos' desire to restore the former glory of the Li family. After all, no one wished to be subservient. Yet, why was Li Ming oblivious to the disparity in their strengths? Throughout the entirety of Qianlong City, those who could rival him were likely still in their mother's wombs. Xie Shian dared to provoke the Li family precisely because he possessed ample leverage. In stark contrast, Li Ming had nothing to support his ludicrous confidence. Though the Li family remained an immovable fortress at that time, what was there to fear? With the power of Nuwa behind him, how could he possibly lose? Raising his hands, an astonishing scene unfolded. The towering wave, which sought to engulf Xie Shian and Oppos' vessel, began to recede. Li Ming and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating in shock. With a swift exclamation from Xie Shian, the wave crashed back into the sea, creating an unfathomable splash. His voice seemed imbued with some force, causing Li Ming and Oppos' body to weaken, collapsing to the ground. Momentarily stunned as he gazed at Xie Shian in bewilderment. How was this possible? He marveled. His mecha, imbued with the power of the river deity Potamus, was designed for water-based assaults, yet Xie Shian had effortlessly dismantled his attack. In mere seconds, countless possibilities flashed through Li Ming and Amp, Oppos' mind. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something. Could it be that Xie Shian had activated a mecha with attributes superior to his own? Suspended in midair, Xie Shian's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a divine being gazing down upon mortals. This farce must come to an end. As his words faded, Xie Shian and Oppos' figure vanished before Li Ming and Oppos' eyes in an instant. Almost before Li Ming could react, he found Xie Shian and Oppos' enlarged visage looming before him. A fish charged with thunderous power, both terrifying and enchanting. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as both Xie Shian and Li Ming were engulfed in a billowing cloud of smoke, obscuring the scene from view. When the smoke finally cleared, only Xie Shian remained on the vast deck, having dispatched Li Ming in mere seconds. Xie Shian spoke with nonchalance, having already returned to his ship while the remnants of gunpowder lingered on his iron fist. Since merging with the four symbols mecha, he felt his power had significantly increased. In the past, such a confrontation might have taken time, Now, a single punch was sufficient to send Li Ming skyward to join his ancestors. The ship and Appos, S captain, having been at the helm, timidly emerged from the cabin, visibly shaken by Xie Shian's formidable strength. Young man, you wouldn't happen to be the pirate stirring up trouble in the Yocha Sea recently, would you? The captain brandished a fishing spear, trembling in fear. Visions of Xie Shian's behavior, distinct from other passengers, flooded his mind. No wonder he showed little concern for money. That band of pirates had just raided a merchant ship rumored to carry a fortune. How could an ordinary person be pursued while at sea? Surely, Xie Shian must have committed misdeeds elsewhere, attracting vengeful foes to this spot. The captain's imagination spiraled further, and Xie Shian's visage increasingly matched his notions of a pirate. What pirate? Xie Shian replied, bewildered, having just resolved one issue only to be misconstrued anew. Stop pretending. Who else but that band of pirates would strike without provocation? The captain and Appos' fear led him to point the spear at Xie Shian, who stepped forward to clarify. However, the captain, perceiving him as a threat, aimed the weapon defensively at himself, fearing he could never best Xie Shian. Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll stab myself. Without a captain, you can all starve in the Yaocha Sea. Chapter 67. What pirates? Xie Shian hastily called for the helmsman to cease his perilous actions, unwilling to harm any innocent parties due to a misunderstanding. Come yourself, he urged. Pirates can navigate the ship, so your demise poses no threat to them. A profound silence enveloped them, palpable and tense. The helmsman attempted to alleviate the awkwardness with a smile, but before he could form a proper grin, Xie Shian and Appos had already retreated into the cabin. Better to be cautious, the helmsman mused, for at his age, he did not wish to meet his end at the hands of pirates. The vessel continued its course toward Qingyuze, while the atmosphere within the cabin grew somber following the recent ordeal. Xiaoku, being but a child, had succumbed to a high fever after the fright she had endured. Now curled up in Jiran and Appos' embrace, murmuring incoherently in her sleep. Brother, don't abandon Xiaoku. I will study hard and protect you in the future. Soon, the sound of her soft weeping broke the silence. It seemed she was lost in a sorrowful dream. Brother, don't go, she mumbled, her distress evident. Xie Shian and Appos cast a worried glance at Luo, pondering whether Xiaoku had dreamed of Tian Ada. Luo met his gaze with assurance, signaling that there was no need for concern. Xiaoku was merely ensnared in a nightmare. Although Xie Shian held faith in Luo's capabilities, his heart was nonetheless troubled. He began to fret about the day Xiaoku might recall the past and how he would explain the matters concerning it did to her. With a heavy sigh, he realized that his growing attachment to Xiaoku had made him increasingly anxious. As he observed the small figure of Xiaoku nestled in Jiran's arms, a wave of guilt washed over him. His warm hand brushed against her feverish forehead, a look of tenderness crossing his face. Meanwhile, the others were preoccupied with concern for Xiaoku, oblivious to the radiant smile on Chuni's face as she sat in the corner. She finally felt liberated from Li Ming's grasp. The thought brought a surge of exhilaration to her heart. Following Xie Shian and his companions, she experienced a profound sense of security for the first time. Xie Shian and Appos had indeed exceeded her expectations, ridding them not only of the bothersome Li Ming but also eliminating his powerful backers. At last, she could embark on a new chapter of her life. The group sat in the cabin, each lost in their own thoughts. Just then, the helmsman's voice broke through, announcing their arrival at Qingyuze. The sound of the ship docking reached everyone's ears. Xie Shian was the first to step out of the cabin, greeted by an endless expanse of golden beaches. The gentle sea breeze caressed his body, offering a pleasant and comforting sensation. However, this was not a moment for enjoyment. The priority was to get Xiaoku to a hospital. As they walked, inquiries arose regarding the local populace, who seemed averse to outsiders. Many assessed Xie Shian and his companions' attire and quickly determined they were not from Qingyuze, hastening their steps to avoid answering his questions. Confused, Xie Shian glanced at a nearby vendor. Why were they avoiding them as if they were lepers? When the vendor noticed Xie Shian approaching, he hurriedly pretended to organize a stall, evading Xie Shian's inquiries. Realizing the vendor was frightened of him, Xie Shian pulled a handful of gold coins from his pocket and tossed them before the vendor. Answer me, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for refusal. The vendor, seeing such generosity, quickly plastered on a false smile. Ah, they are not evading you. They are fleeing from the pirate crew. Pirates again? Xie Shian and Appos recalled the helmsman and Appos' fearful expression, which mirrored the reactions of these locals. What pirates? The vendor sighed, setting down his wares. A few days ago, a gang of pirates invaded Qingyuze, pillaging and killing at will. They even threatened to return, demanding 10 virgins for their next visit. The townsfolk are understandably in a state of panic, which explains their hostility towards outsiders. So that was it. As Xie Shian and Appos and conversed with the vendor, countless inquisitive glances were cast from afar, seemingly attempting to ascertain his identity and any potential connections to the pirates. Could you direct me to the nearest hospital? Xie Shian and Appos and inquired, eager to prioritize Xiaoku and Appos' well-being. The vendor gestured towards a nearby establishment adorned with a sign indicating it was a medical clinic, noting, however, the doctor there is rather eccentric, treatment is quite random, so be prepared for possible rejection. Grateful, Xie Shian dismissed the vendor's concerns. His sole focus on alleviating Xiaoku and Appos' fever. They soon arrived at the clinic, a 3-story building that matched the vendor and Appos' description, with a long queue of patients waiting outside. From infants taking their first steps to the elderly, it was evident that the doctor possessed a wide range of medical expertise, attracting a diverse clientele. Just as the group was moving forward, a figure suddenly burst forth from the door. I told you, I will not treat your ailment anymore. Those outside lowered their heads apprehensively. Dr. Chen, you cannot refuse to save me. And how shall I save you? Only for you to resume your reckless pursuits. The voice from within was loud and clear, drawing the attention of those gathered. Is it any wonder Dr. Chen refuses to assist? One onlooker remarked. Indeed, he deserves it. The man outside continued to throw a tantrum, blocking the entrance and preventing others from entering. Get out of the way. Dr. Chen and Appos' voice rang out, firm and resolute. I have money. Just prescribe me something. I want an amp. Appos, repeat myself. Dr. Chen threatened, beginning to count down. 3, 2. Wait. Doctor. I was momentarily confused. Please give me another chance. You have failed to learn from your mistakes. You are beyond saving. With that, a figure clad in a pristine white coat emerged, the hem brushing the ground, their face obscured by a peculiar mask that gave them an unsettling appearance. Holding a syringe, they approached without hesitation, injecting the man in the arm. Initially, the man appeared relieved, believing Dr. Chen had relented and would treat him. However, it wasn't long before he began to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 68. She is merely my sister before long. Several burly men appeared at the entrance, hastily carrying the man away. Dr. Chen approached the door, his voice stern as he shouted at the queue of patients. Those whom I have turned away should not waste my time. Xie Shian looked at Dr. Chen in confusion, pondering how a physician could be so selective. Yet, the people in line wholeheartedly supported his stance, whispering amongst themselves that he should teach that man a lesson. This he, Xie Shian and Appos, and surmised, referred to the individual who had just been carried off. A man who abandoned his wife and children was hardly deserving of pity. He squandered his family's fortune seeking fleeting pleasures, only to come begging for help from Dr. Chen after falling ill and fearing death. The long queue remained undeterred by the incident, continuing to move forward in an orderly fashion until Xie Shian and Appos stepped into the clinic. Dr. Chen and Appos' face, concealed by a mask, lifted slightly, as if this unfamiliar visage had piqued his interest. From where do you come? Before Xie Shian could utter a word, Dr. Chen had already discerned that he was not from Kinjiyu's. From Qianlong City. Qianlong City? On the other side of Yaoshihai? A flicker of confusion crossed Dr. Chen's eyes. What brings you to Kinjiyu's? On someone else's behalf. Xie Shian succinctly stated his purpose, refraining from divulging anything about the magical beast to a stranger. Although Dr. Chen was unaware of Xie Shian's background, he could sense an unprecedented aura of strength emanating from him. Just a few exchanges left him feeling a mix of respect and apprehension. Xie Shian brought the frightened child in his arms closer to Dr. Chen. This child has been frightened and has developed a high fever. What should we do? Dr. Chen pressed 2 fingers to the child's forehead, noting not only the heat radiating from her brow, but also the warmth of her breath. He then retrieved an object resembling a stethoscope and placed it against the child's chest. His previously relaxed brow furrowed deeply upon hearing the child's heartbeat. After completing his examination, Dr. Chen looked up at Xie Shian, then at the child in his arms, and resolutely declared, I will not treat this child. These words sent a wave of despair through Xie Shian. Why not? What is your relationship with this child? Dr. Chen's gaze held a hint of scrutiny, as if awaiting an answer that he expected. She is merely my sister. What else could she be? At that moment, disappointment flickered in Dr. Chen's eyes, which turned icy as he replied, You know well what you have done. It would be best to seek help elsewhere. The child nestled against Xie Shian and Appos and murmured incoherently, Seeing Dr. Chen prepare to dismiss them, and recognizing the child's precarious condition, Xie Shian felt all his hopes rest upon this physician. Doctor, you cannot stand idly by and watch her suffer. I will not save a liar. Xie Shian's heart sank. Had this esteemed doctor discerned something amiss? In their brief conversation, he had only inquired about the child's relationship with him. Doctor, this matter is rather complex. Then make it brief. Dr. Chen's gaze swept over Xie Shian's anxious face, granting him an unprecedented opportunity for explanation. Xie Shian recounted the child's origins and experiences in detail. Upon finishing, he felt disheartened under the physician's scrutinizing gaze. All of this is true. I do not wish for the little girl to remember her painful past. Please, you must heal her. To think you are a person of such loyalty and sentiment, it appears I have misjudged you, Dr. Chen remarked, his demeanor softening as he seemed to accept Xie Shian and Apos' words. In truth, while examining the child, he had already detected a certain confusion in her thoughts, as if a hidden corner of her mind was harboring many secrets. With misunderstandings resolved, Dr. Chen set aside his previous reservations about Xie Shian and Apos, and he retrieved 2 pills from the medicine cabinet and gestured for the child to take them. My name is Chen Cheng. Should you encounter difficulties in Kinji use, feel free to seek me out. Thank you. At that moment, Xie Shian felt an unfamiliar warmth of kindness from a stranger in Kinji use. Simultaneously, the little bundle in his arms slowly opened her eyes. Brother, where are we? In the clinic. The child instinctively covered her mouth. Brother. Xiaoke does not want to take bitter medicine. Xie Shian, hearing her words, gently cradled her in his arms, reassuring her, it's all right. We are fine now. And if we are fine, there is no need for medicine. Really? Doubting Xie Shian's assurance, Xiaoke turned to the man who appeared to be a doctor. Yes. If you're not sick, there is no need for medicine. Only then did Xiaoke relax, breaking free from Xie Shian's embrace to run about, seemingly eager to demonstrate her recovery. As Xie Shian prepared to leave, chaos erupted in the street. What is happening? Chen Qing leaned out of the clinic, discovering that the patients who had once queued had vanished entirely. The street echoed with terrified screams. Run! The pirates are coming! The pirates are coming! Xie Shian and Apos, and furrowed his brow at the cries, considering the fortuitous timing. He had just arrived in Kinji use, and now pirates were launching an assault. Come back! Chen Qing urged, hiding Xie Shian and Xiaoke within the clinic while he risked his safety to secure the door. Wait, I cannot stay here. Remembering Ji Ran and the others waiting outside, he worried about their potential encounter with the pirates. He recalled the vendor mentioning that their purpose in Kinji use was to deliver 10 girls. Anxiety gnawed him for Luo Lu and the others. I must return to find my companions. Xiaoke, stay here. I will be back shortly. Disregarding Chen Cheng's protests, Xie Shian strode purposefully from the clinic, hastening toward Ji Ran and the others. He silently prayed that they would remain safe in his absence. As he rushed back, a shriek pierced the air ahead. Dawn and Amp, Apos, come any closer. You must not approach. A fragile, tremulous voice echoed from nearby, accompanied by a figure retreating on the ground. A girl in a pink gauzy dress stared in terror at the rough-looking man before her. Who can save me? She cried, her voice breaking as she pleaded for help from those nearby, yet they remained locked behind closed doors, too fearful to assist. They knew all too well that they were no match for these bloodthirsty pirates. Chapter 69. Where are the captured maidens? Xie Shian observed the pirates, their eyes glistening with unbridled greed and lust, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Enough. Who is this foul brat attempting to play the gallant hero before my companions? Standing firm, Xie Shian regarded the still arrogant pirates with a cold gaze. The girl, who had fallen to the ground, seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Turning to Xie Shian and bowing repeatedly, please, save me. Why beg him, little girl? You'd be better off joining us and experiencing the euphoric thrill. A pirate leered, bending low with a lewd grin, his finger teasingly prodding at the terrified maiden. Do you think that scrawny monkey is our opponent? One punch, and he LLB whimpering in defeat. The 4 pirates erupted into raucous laughter, their arrogance palpable, utterly dismissive of Xie Shian. It appears you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Xie Shian declared as he entered a state of combat. Underestimating him would be their folly, for their eyes had clearly deceived them. His iron fist thundered down upon the 4 pirates, the outcome all but predetermined. When Xie Shian ceased his assault, the pirates lay sprawled on the ground, utterly helpless. Residents, having witnessed the spectacle from doorways, rushed out, wielding whatever tools they could find, raining blows upon the pirates. Soon, the air was filled with their pleas for mercy. Stop. Please, we won't dare again. Yet, the crowd remained incensed, unwilling to let the four escape. With some suggesting they strip them bare and parade them through the streets. At the mention of this, the pirates' faces paled. We're just small fry. Merely following our leader for scraps. If you wish to punish someone, seek our captain. They pleaded, terrified of the prospect of public humiliation. Observing their pitiful state, Xie Shian turned disdainfully and walked away. Even if they faced execution, they deserved it. Xie Shian. A voice calling his name drew his attention. It was Xie Shian, her face a mask of urgency. A foreboding thought crossed his mind. What is it? Chu and I is missing. What? Xie Shian recounted the events that had transpired. She had heard shouts warning of the pirates and Appo's arrival and sought a concealed place for Chu and I and the others to hide. However, upon her return, she found only Luolu and Mu Wanru. Chu and I had vanished. After Xie Shian had left, the group had been scattered by the crowd. Despite her relentless search, she had yet to find Chu and I and felt a sinking despair, fearing Xie Shian would blame her, thus avoiding his gaze. I will search with you. They resolved to split up, agreeing to reconvene at the clinic before nightfall. Xie Shian flitted about aimlessly, like a headless fly. While Xie Shian recalled the pirates and Appo's mention of their captain, retracing his steps to the earlier scene, he approached the still-attacked pirates and seized one by his collar, coldly demanding, "Where's your captain?" "Nuwa." P.S. The pirates' faces were swollen and bruised, their speech halting as they gestured. Yet, Xie Shian struggled to understand. "You. Take me to him." He dragged the pirate, cuffing his hands behind his back to prevent any tricks. "Lead the way." The remaining three pirates cast envious glances at their companion being taken away, hoping his fate would spare them. They continued to kneel, begging for leniency, desperate to keep their lives intact. The pirate led Xie Shian to the shore, where a massive ship loomed at the dock. "Is this it?" he asked. And the pirate nodded vigorously, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. If only Xie Shian would board, he would ensure the boy's demise. "Let us go." Xie Shian was eager to discover the true nature of these dreaded pirates. As he stepped onto the deck, a sultry and enchanting sound wafted from the cabin, followed by a chorus of soft moans. Xie Shian felt his cheeks flush. Even without first-hand experience, his 2 lifetimes had taught him what transpired within those walls. "Where are the captured maidens?" he demanded in a low voice, pressing the pirate for answers. Yet, the pirate, now on his home turf, would not be easily coerced. With a sly glance, he spun a web of deceit, claiming, "We never lock the maidens away. Our captain prefers to bring them into the cabin for viewing. The more terrified they are, the more invigorated he becomes. They see, hear, but cannot touch. Those girls are desperate." With a wicked smile, the pirate suggested, "Would you like to see for yourself?" A chill coursed through Xie Shian at the thought of Chu and I suffering such torment aboard the ship. Get inside now. His patience had worn thin, and he was eager to rescue the abducted maidens. Seeing his intent achieved, the pirate scrambled into the cabin. The atmosphere, once charged with intimacy, shattered as the soul man inside brusquely pushed aside the women around him. "Are you seeking death?" he growled. "Boss, someone has intruded." The man finally noticed the battered face of the small pirate. "Where?" "On the deck." The man wrapped a sheet around himself, covering his vital parts, urging the small pirate to lead the way. "Damn it, you've ruined my mood. This is infuriating." "Indeed, boss, he didn't regard you at all." As they reached the deck, Xie Shian's gaze fell upon the man in front of him, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a strange familiarity in the man's visage. "Just you?" The captain turned, delivering a punch squarely to the small pirate's head. "Useless wretch. If you can't even handle him, what good are you to me?" The small pirate, on the verge of tears, replied, "Boss, I thought he was weak too. And then I ended up like this. Useless fool." The captain, frustrated, kicked him off the deck. "Where are the captives?" Xie Shian queried coldly, fully aware the captain might not divulge the information. Yet, he had his methods to extract the truth. "Do you wish to sample the experience?" As anticipated, upon realizing the captain's obstinacy, Xie Shian deemed further dialogue unnecessary. Soon enough, the captain would regret his defiance. The moment the 4 symbols mecha appeared before the pirate captain, his expression shifted in stark disbelief. Chapter 70. Just because. "I am a mad dog." "You are." "Xie Shian? Do you recognize me?" Xie Shian gazed at the familiar face before him, though he struggled to recall where he had seen it before. "At the melee competition, you seized my opportunity for advancement. Have you forgotten?" Xie Shian's memory clicked, and the visage before him began to align with a figure from his past. After a moment, he blurted out, "Mad dog?" His recollections flashed back to the melee competition, where only 3 competitors remained for the coveted advancement spot. Aside from Li Huanying, the only other contender was the Mad Dog. What a twist of fate. to unexpectedly reunite under such circumstances. Though you are formidable, you have no right to touch my people, he asserted, clearly referring to the underling he had just kicked aside. Xie Shian raised an eyebrow. What if I insist on doing so? Then you are merely seeking trouble. I merely wish to ascertain whether the person I seek is aboard this vessel. Everything on this ship belongs to me. What authority do you have to search for anyone? Perhaps their conversation had reached the cabin, as the air was suddenly filled with the sounds of knocking and cries for help from the small windows. Xie Shian, I am here. Chun Ni's voice. She was indeed present. The mad dog, upon realizing that Xie Shian's target was truly on a ship, flashed a devious smile. Is this the person you seek? Quite alluring. It seems she captivates you. The mad dog cast a meaningful glance at Chun Ni, his eyes betraying a covetous desire. Had I known, I should have sampled her sweetness earlier, to see if it was as delectable as I imagined. He licked his lips, his words dripping with unfulfilled regret, each sentence laced with fantasies of Chun Ni's enchanting figure. As he prepared to utter more lewd remarks, Xie Shian quickly interrupted his perverse musings. Enough. In the next instant, Xie Shian swung his iron fist at the mad dog's grotesque face. Bang! The mad dog, seemingly impervious to pain, clutched Xie Shian's clothing, drawing them closer together. His breath wafted unpleasantly against Xie Shian and Amp, Appos, and Amp, Appos, as face. You do not know, she was quite engrossed just a moment ago in the cabin. Bang! Another powerful blow. Each time Xie Shian and Amp, Appos, and struck, new wounds adorned the mad dog and Amp, Appos' body. Yet, he exhibited no signs of discomfort, his expression remaining unchanged as he continued to taunt Xie Shian and Amp, Appos, and it appeared that the angrier Xie Shian became, the more exhilarated he felt. Any woman I desire shall not escape my grasp. The mad dog's expression grew increasingly frenzied, as if he had transcended reality. On what grounds? Xie Shian landed another punch on the mad dog's chest. Blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. Yet the madness in his eyes showed no sign of waning. Just because. I am a mad dog. A cackling laugh escaped through his teeth. His body began to transform. What had been enveloped in bed linens was now encased in a solid black exoskeleton, resembling a layer of impenetrable armor. However, this mech appeared distinct from any he had encountered before. As his body curled into itself, he morphed into a monstrous creature, for limbs planted firmly on the ground. 3 metallic dog heads emerged from different positions, their red eyes glimmering like phantoms in the night. A single glance evoked a sense of dread. Is this the Cerberus? Xie Shian found himself momentarily entranced by the colossal figure before him. Indeed, my mech is the fearsome Cerberus. No wonder he is dubbed the Mad Dog. It is due to the attributes of his mech. The fully beastly mech form was a sight Xie Shian had never witnessed before, causing his heart to race with apprehension. It was well known that the Cerberus served as the guardian of the underworld, its prowess evident. Today, no one shall leave this ship. The Mad Dog howled, his sharp fangs dripping with dark venom. Feigning calmness, Xie Shian replied, Do not forget, I am the one who secured a spot in the melee competition. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? I have already missed one opportunity. This time, you will not escape my grasp. With that, he lunged at Xie Shian, mouth agape as if to rend him asunder. Xie Shian and Appos, and, feeling the distinct pressure emanating from the Mad Dog, experienced a visceral urge to retreat. It was as if a wild beast had its gaze fixed upon him, and he stood as an inescapable prey. The Mad Dog growled lowly, his fangs mere inches away, poised to strike. Yet, at that moment, he inexplicably lunged at thin air. What? A fleeting moment of confusion washed over the Mad Dog. Did Xie Shian possess a clone? How else could he vanish from his sight? Yet, this brief lapse provided Xie Shian the opportunity to counterattack. Before the Mad Dog could react, thunderous flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the air. An ethereal dragon surged amidst the lightning, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Xie Shian and Appos, in exuding an aura of immense pressure, surpassed even that of the former lord of Qinlong City, Li Qi. The underling who had been kicked aside earlier, lurking in the shadows, was taken aback by the spectacle. Not only him, even the Mad Dog, witnessing this scene for the first time, was filled with uncertainty. As he gazed at Xie Shian and Appos, and his eyes questioned everything. Hadn't Appos, Tia's mech looked different during the melee competition? He could sense that Xie Shian and Appos, Appos' current strength was far more formidable than the last time they met. Did this man possess a concealed identity? How else could one explain such rapid advancements in his mech attributes? Not merely strength, but all aspects had seen remarkable enhancement. Could such occurrences truly exist in reality? Had he been consuming those special attribute ores like medicinal herbs? While the mad dog was astonished by Xie Shian's power, the illusory dragon, concealed within the lightning, dove downwards. Boom. In an instant, dust filled the air as a massive hole was blasted into the deck, leaving the mad dog nowhere to be seen. Boss. Boss. The underling. Witnessing the mad dog's sudden disappearance, hurriedly rushed forward, calling his name. Not out of concern for the mad dog, but out of fear that Xie Shian and Amp, oppose, and would soon turn his attention to himself. Quit shouting. I and Amp, oppose, am right here. The voice emanated from beneath the underling and Amp, oppose's feet. Looking down, he discovered the mad dog had fallen into the hole beneath the deck. Chapter 71. I apologize for my late arrival. Scattered wooden planks lay about him, and several gashes marred his face. Get that girl from the cabin out here, he commanded. At this moment, the mad dog regained some semblance of reason. Realizing he was no match for Xie Shian, he hurriedly instructed his subordinate to release Chu and I. Yes, boss, I shall do that right away. This marked the first time the boss had yielded. It was unexpected that he would be defeated by an unremarkable youth. If word of this spread, it would surely provoke laughter from others. The subordinate grew increasingly infuriated, vowing not to let Xie Shian and oppose, and off easily. Entering the cabin, he found Chu and I still perched with her feet up, gazing at Xie Shian. Little girl, I never imagined someone would stand up for you. The subordinate's eyes gleamed with mischief as his hands restlessly gestured before her. Faced with such beauty, it was understandable that one might lose their wits. With a lewd grin, he seized Chu and I and began to drag her outside. The boss said to let you go, but before that, let me have my fun. Like a hungry wolf, he ensnared her tightly. Help! Chu and I had barely time to cry out before a rag was stuffed into her mouth. Scream all you like. Even if you were to cry out until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Just as his hands were about to violate her, he suddenly emitted a muffled grunt. I apologize for my late arrival. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chu and I turned to look back, and upon seeing the newcomer, her heart's defenses crumbled. She sobbed uncontrollably, large tears cascading down her cheeks. The moment Xie flung the rag from Chuni's mouth, she seemed to lose her strength and collapsed into his embrace. I almost. Don't say anything. As long as you are safe, that is enough. Xie wished to prevent Chu and I from recalling the harrowing scene, cursing himself for not arriving sooner. Had he come a bit earlier, perhaps she would not have faced such peril. The subordinate, noticing yet another troublemaker, bared his teeth and attempted to rise from the ground. The moment Xie's gaze shifted from Chu and I to him, it turned cold and unfeeling. Hiss, as Xie activated his mech. The subordinate had no time to scream before his body was pierced by sharp blades. With Xie's current prowess, dealing with such a lackey posed no challenge. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, it seemed that spending time alongside Xie Shian had imparted some of his essence onto Xie. Chu and I, however, was taken aback by the surge of power emanating from Xie, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. How did you know I was here? Once assured of her safety, her gaze softened considerably, revealing gratitude and admiration when she looked at Xie. I was walking and inquiring when I found you being bullied. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Otherwise, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Xie patted his chest, still shaken. What about Xie Shian? Has he not found you yet? Suddenly recalling her agreement with Xie Shian, she noted the dimming light and realized that if he had not yet located her, she needed to hasten back to join him. He arrived here before you and is likely entangled with the pirate chief at the moment, so it may take him some time to extricate himself. Chu and I was unaware that the mad dog had already crossed paths with Xie Shian. She could only glean the events outside through a small, narrow glass in the cabin. Before being taken away, she had only witnessed Xie Shian subduing the mad dog. Everything thereafter was a blur. When Chu and I and Xie finally reached the deck, the mad dog lay on the ground, bruised and battered. I concede. I give up. Please stop. Chu and I, seeing the pitiful state of the mad dog, quickly shielded her eyes, not out of sympathy for his battered appearance, but because the tattered cloth wrapped around him was in tatters, failing to conceal his oozing flesh. Do not let me see you again. Xie Shian oppose, and spat disdainfully, turning to leave with Xie and Chu and I in tow. Upon arriving at the clinic, Xiaoku had already regained her vitality, sitting eagerly on a small stool, waiting for her brother to fetch her. Upon spotting the familiar figure in the street, she leapt up with joy. Brother is here. Chen Sheng, following Xiaoku and Appo's pointing direction, saw the weary face of Xie Shian and Appo's. Xiaoku, were you anxious? Not at all. My divine doctor brother has many delicious pills. I haven and Appos. He tasted them all yet, and here you are. The little girl and Appos. S understanding demeanor warmed Xie Shian and Appos. And S heart, prompting a smile. Then let us depart. We should not linger here and disturb Dr. Chun. Stay? Chen Chung interjected, blocking their path. Given the rampant piracy lately, if you have other matters to attend to in Qingyuza, it would be safer to leave the girl here at the clinic rather than bring her along. Xie Shian sensed Chen Cheng's kindness and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Chun, but we have already dealt with the pirates. Dealt with? What do you mean? Chen Cheng, bewildered, could not comprehend Xie Shian's statement. They appeared to be of similar age, and there were only 3 of them. Accompanied by a girl unable to bear any burden, how could they possibly confront the pirates? It is quite literal. They will no longer cause trouble. You drove them away? Chen Cheng pointed at Xie Shian, incredulity lacing his voice. What are you questioning? Ji Ran retorted, sensing Chen Cheng's doubt towards Xie Shian. He was displeased by the implication. Had Chen Cheng doubted his strength against the pirates, Ji Ran might have refrained from defending himself. However, questioning Xie Shian was intolerable. It was well known that these pirates were merciless villains who had gravely injured many during their initial appearance in Qingyuza. Had it not been for them, the clinic would not have been so overwhelmed. Chen Cheng, with an apologetic expression, said, I am sorry for my attitude. You have resolved the pirate issue. Such significant news should be reported to the city lord. You deserve the proper reward. Xie Shian and Appos, and wished to keep a low profile, as he had other intentions for coming to Qingyuza. Making his presence widely known would complicate his subsequent actions. Thank you for your kind offer, Dr. Chen. But it was merely a small matter and does not warrant troubling the city lord. Chapter 72. This youth has quite the audacity. Xie Shian's actions once again astonished Chen Cheng, who would dare to refuse the lord's reward. Noticing Xie Shian's evident aversion to this matter, Chen Cheng could only withdraw his goodwill and murmured, if the lord were aware of your prowess, he would no longer fret over the beasts that roam beyond the city. Wait, beasts? Although Chen Cheng's voice was barely above a whisper, Xie Shian immediately caught the mention of the beasts. Seeing Xie Shian's keen interest, Chen Cheng began recounting the recent incidents of beast attacks outside the city. Recently, ships venturing out to sea had been mysteriously disappearing. Initially, it was thought they had encountered a maritime disaster. However, it was later discovered that a beast had emerged from the Yosha Sea. The beast, with its peculiar appearance resembling that of a rabbit, was said to have ears extending several dozen meters in length. Upon hearing this, Xie Shian felt a surge of excitement. It seemed the beast described by Chen Cheng matched the one recorded on his map. The ferocity of the beast was understandable, given that these individuals were no match for it. Since Qingyuza is in peril, we cannot remain indifferent. Please do not hesitate to seek our assistance. After all, he had come specifically for the beast, and securing the lord and Appos, as permission would only facilitate matters. Is that so? Chen Cheng and Appos' eager tone suggested he was ready to rush out the door at any moment. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to meet the lord. Wonderful. With your assistance, that beast will no longer wreak havoc. The following day, Chen Cheng led Xie Shian and Appos into the lord and Appos' office. My lord, this is the hero who drove away the pirates from Qingyuza, Xie Shian and Appos, and the man seated in the office appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Though his hair was somewhat grizzled, his physique remained robust. Even clad in a sharply tailored suit, his strong physique was evident. Xie Shian, I appreciate your assistance. The lord acknowledged. You flatter me, my lord, Xie Shian and Appos, and replied. Chen Cheng, recalling the purpose of their visit, interjected, My lord, do not let the youth and Appos' age deceive you. His capabilities are truly formidable. Given the chaos caused by the beasts outside the city, we could allow him to test his mettle. Upon hearing Chen Cheng and Appos' words, the lord hesitated momentarily. But those are beasts. Not even dozens of mech fighters could overpower them. To send him alone is akin to sending him to his demise. In response, Xie Shian and Appos confidently recounted the tale of how he single-handedly slayed a beast in Shenlong City. After finishing, the lord, bewildered, inquired, I am aware of that incident, but what does it have to do with you? The beast from Shenlong City was vanquished by me alone. What? The lord gazed incredulously at the young man before him. In truth, while Chen Cheng had described the beast and Appos' appearance to Xie Shian and Appos and the previous day, he had begun to suspect its identity. However, he had yet to see it firsthand, and could not confirm his theories. The Lord, however, furrowed his brow, his expression growing grim. What brings you to Kinji's? Are you here solely for the beast? Xie Shian had not anticipated the Lord would discern his intention with such brevity. Although he had been correctly identified, he refused to concede. I have come to Kinji's on someone else and Appo's behalf. I had no intention of involving myself in your affairs. But I cannot bear to see others harmed by the beasts, which is why I chose to intervene. To his surprise, the Lord had misconstrued his intent. In that case, I shall take my leave, Xie Shian declared, preparing to exit. He expected the Lord to retain him, yet to his astonishment, the Lord offered no such gesture. As if he had been waiting for Xie Shian and Appo's, and to utter those very words. Xie Shian and Appo's, and do not act impulsively, let us resolve this misunderstanding. Chen Cheng attempted to persuade him to stay, but the Lord commanded, let him go. But my lord, his motives are impure, and he refuses to speak the truth. Just moments ago, the Lord had greeted Xie Shian with a warm smile, but now his countenance was as cold as ice. Xie Shian and Appo's, and felt a jolt of surprise, though he maintained a calm facade. What are you saying, my lord? I do not comprehend. I believe you understand better than anyone. Your purpose is the beast. The Lord's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixed on Xie Shian. He continued, from the moment you expressed your desire to depart. Slowing your pace indicated you did not genuinely wish to leave, but were waiting for me to persuade you to stay. Furthermore, your avoidance of the beast's matter, only mentioning your intent to assist us in slaying it without revealing your reasons, suggests you are apprehensive about exposing your true motives. At that moment, Xie Shian felt as though he were stripped bare, exposed to scrutiny before the assembly. What sort of figure was the Lord of Kinji's? Capable of so effortlessly piercing through his soul? Nonetheless, with his purpose laid bare, there was little point in further concealment. Your keen insight is unmatched, my lord. Xie Shian and Appo's, and conceded, though Chen Cheng felt a twinge of discomfort at this admission, sensing that Xie Shian and Appo's, and had set a trap for him to fall into. What is your plan for dealing with the beast? Xie Shian and Appo's, and cleared his throat and replied earnestly, to slay it. And how do you intend to accomplish that? Although the beast resides in the deep sea, my mech possesses water manipulation capabilities, making it no challenge for me to infiltrate the depths. The Lord, taken aback by Xie Shian and Appo's response, questioned, is this truly your plan? That beast is a ferocious creature, having claimed the lives of countless mech fighters. Yet Xie Shian and Appo's, and dismissed the gravity of the situation with a few casual remarks, lacking even a comprehensive battle strategy. The Lord harbored doubts that he possessed any plan at all. Such recklessness is unwarranted. Previous mech fighters had meticulously crafted strategies, yet still found themselves at a disadvantage against the beasts. You have no plan whatsoever. Are you not risking your life? Xie Shian and Appo's, and shook his head. Responding to the situation as it arises is the best strategy. The Lord was momentarily taken aback. Such boldness from this youth was astonishing. If you truly encounter danger, Kinji's will bear no responsibility. My lord, rest assured, I shall return victorious. However, if possible, may I request that Chen Cheng accompany me to the Yusha Sea? At this, Chen Cheng nearly bolted from the office. What did you say? You want me to accompany you to your demise? I refuse. I absolutely refuse. With a slight smile, Xie Shian and Appo's, and replied, because you are a skilled physician, injuries are inevitable in battle, and having you nearby ensures I can receive immediate treatment. Bringing you along safeguards my life. Kinji's is home to many skilled healers. I implore you, choose someone else to accompany you. Chapter 73, The Greatness of the Kuan. Uncontainable in a single pot, Xie Shian shook his head, his expression exuding unwavering confidence in Chen Cheng's medical skills. With divine Dr. Chen around, I shall undoubtedly remain safe. Chen Cheng, perplexed, could not fathom why Xie Shian, whom he had no grievances with, would wish to drag him into peril. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Xie Shian's formidable strength, having witnessed him and Jiren infiltrate the enemy's ship and emerge unscathed. It was evident that his power was indeed terrifying. As Xie Shian and Appo's, and departed the office, he noticed Chen Cheng's expression of despair and offered a parting explanation. Put your heart at ease. Venturing to Yusha Sea is a fortuitous endeavor. Fortuitous? Chen Cheng lamented internally, feeling that Xie Shian was repaying kindness with malice. We shall meet at the clinic tomorrow evening, Xie Shian confirmed before leaving alone. By the following evening, he appeared punctually at the clinic's entrance, accompanied by Jiren and others. Chu and I, having been greatly frightened, remained at the clinic to keep little Ko company. At the edge of Yasha Sea, Xie Shian and Appos, and gazed at the tranquil shoreline. The profound waters seemed to conceal unknown dangers. Activating the four symbols mecha, the protective shell of Xuanwu allowed him to maneuver effortlessly beneath the waves. With a splash, he plunged into the depths. Soon, he discerned an unusual shadow. As if a colossal creature was approaching him. Countless bubbles surged toward him, akin to scouts probing for obstacles ahead. As the bubbles burst, Xie Shian and Appos, and sensed that the immense being was altering its course. Was it evading him? Upon encountering the gigantic beast, Xie Shian and Appos, Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. For the first time, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the enormity of the fish before him. Vast, immense, profoundly large, this was a creature far beyond his comprehension. Its dorsal fin connected to its head, split into two, resembling what Qin Cheng had described, as if it sported two enormous ears. The beast sensed Xie Shian and Appos' presence and swam closer, repeatedly colliding its dorsal fin against him, seemingly warning him to depart. Each impact emitted a series of intermittent creaking sounds, reminiscent of rusted iron hinges straining under pressure. The force of its strikes nearly toppled Xie Shian, had it not been for the water manipulation properties of the Xuanwu mecha. He might have succumbed to unconsciousness at the ocean and Appos' depths, facing a grim fate of drowning. To slay the beast before him, he realized he must devise a method to draw it to the surface. The moment Xie Shian's body broke the water's surface, everyone exhaled in relief. He had been submerged for nearly half an hour. Any longer, and they would have feared for his safety. What lay beneath the waves? A colossal fish. Could a mere fish possess such terrifying lethality? Qin Cheng, believing Xie Shian had not encountered the lurking beast, fabricated a frightening explanation. Little did he know. The fish Xie Shian referred to as the legendary Kuan. Their task now was to lure it from the depths. Among them, only Xie Shian and Appos, and possessed the ability to manipulate water. Attempting to slay the beast underwater would greatly complicate matters. Upon hearing Xie Shian and Appos' plan, Qin Cheng faltered. Lure it to the surface? An image of several individuals wielding a massive fishing rod under the moonlight flashed in his mind. You all wait here, once the beast appears. Attack together, he instructed, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He sensed that Xie Shian underestimated the underwater monstrosity, a merciless demon of the deep responsible for countless fatalities. Even those who activated superior mechas had narrowly escaped its wrath. Did these individuals truly possess the strength to vanquish such a creature? As their discussion unfolded, a massive whirlpool formed on the sea's surface, as if some enormous entity stirred beneath. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths, accompanied by a cascading spray of water. As the beast emerged of its own accord, "Goodness, how enormous!" Qin Cheng exclaimed, pointing skyward, bewildered by the sight of the eyeless, earless creature that resembled a colossal seaweed undulating in the air. Xie Shian observed the direction of Qin Cheng's finger and calmly remarked, "That is the beast's wing." What? Qin Cheng stood frozen, lost in contemplation as the creature's wings, towering into the heavens, poised to dive downward. "Don't let it escape," Xie Shian shouted, propelling himself forward like a bullet. Vanishing in an instant. In the presence of the beast, he appeared almost insignificant, unnoticed by the creature. Utilizing the mechanical wings, Xie Shian approached the Kuan, marveling at its size. So vast is the Kuan that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Transform it into a bird, and it requires 2 barbecue grills. With a resounding call, the Kuan cried out, sending ripples across the sea. Yet, Xie Shian and Appos, and merely smiled. Raising his iron fist, enveloped in shimmering silver lightning, he struck down upon the Kuan's body. A tremendous pressure surged from above. Despite his small stature before the Kuan, Xie Shian's prowess was undeniable. His iron fist relentlessly struck the Kuan's form, the electric force scorching its smooth exterior, producing plumes of smoke. Boom! The Kuan, overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks, plummeted swiftly toward the ocean's depths. The entire sequence transpired with breathless speed, as the sea erupted in a cataclysmic wave. The onlookers regained their composure but found it too late to evade the colossal spray crashing upon them. Xie Shian descended like a deity, gracefully landing before the group. The menacing aura he had displayed moments earlier had vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. "Divine Dr. Qin, I am grateful for your care these past few days. Consider this beast a token of my appreciation. Gift it to me?" Qin Cheng gazed in awe at the small beast rising from the water, resembling a delicate sprite gently descending amid the crowd. Xie Shian and Appos, and had invited Qin Cheng to accompany him with the intention of bestowing the beast and Appos' attributes as a gesture of gratitude. As the words fell, The azure-hued creature vanished into Chen Cheng's heart. Chapter 74. Zeus. What does it matter? Strangely, Chen Qi did not exhibit the significant differences in his mech that both Ji Ran and Mu Wanra did. On the contrary, he appeared unchanged, not even revealing any signs of distress. Xie Shian and Ji Ran exchanged puzzled glances, feeling somewhat perplexed. They recalled how Ji Ran had seemed as though he had lost a part of his life when he altered his mech's attributes. Shouldn't there be some sensation? Chen Qi felt no discomfort in his body, yet as he observed the two staring at him as if he were a curiosity, he began to feel that his calm demeanor was somewhat out of place. Perhaps it might be related to the pill I consumed before setting out? A fleeting moment of doubt flickered in Chen Qi and Appo's eyes. What pill? There exists a mysterious elder on the outskirts of Qingyuze, capable of foreseeing the future. I had recently paid him a visit, and he gifted me a pill that purportedly alleviates physical suffering. Initially, Li Qi had not held much hope, considering he was someone who rarely ventured out of the medical hall. Yet who could have anticipated that merely a few months later, he would accompany Xie Shian to slay beasts? Concerned about potential injuries, Chen Qi had taken the pill the elder provided before embarking on their journey. Judging by Xie Shian and Ji Ran's reactions, it seemed that the pill had indeed been the right choice. Upon Xie Shian's return, Bai Zhe tugged at his pant leg, urging him to follow. It wasn't until they entered a deep alley that Bai Zhe finally spoke, saying, "I have discerned the whereabouts of the person I seek. We are to find an individual capable of prophecy." Xie Shian thought it too coincidental. Could it be that the person Bai Zhe sought was the same elder Chen Qi had mentioned? Bai Zhe continued, "I sense he is not far from Qingyuze, in a desolate area where he resides in a thatched cottage beneath a towering ancient tree." Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Shian readily agreed. "Very well, I shall lead you there." As Xie Shian followed Bai Zhe's guidance to the desolate outskirts, his suspicions were further confirmed. It appeared that the person Bai Zhe sought was indeed the prophetic elder Chen Qi had spoken of. Beneath the towering tree stood a somewhat dilapidated thatched cottage. Approaching, they knocked on the iron ring attached to the door. "Enter," came an aged voice inviting them inside. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Inside the room sat an elderly man on a mat, looking as if he had been anticipating them. "I have been searching for you as well." Bai Zhe leapt from Xie Shian's arms and perched himself opposite the elder. Xie Shian scrutinized the frail old man, whose skin was lined with cracks from the harshness of the elements. It seemed that the relentless passage of time had not spared this elderly figure. His eyes were clouded, suggesting a severe affliction. Bai Zhe leapt onto the table, pacing before the elder. "You sought me for a purpose?" The elder smiled, and though his sight was obscured, he could accurately sense Bai Zhe's position. "I am merely curious about the appearance of those who have received Zeus's blessing. The god King Zeus grants us all, and I shall forever be grateful and remember this for life." The elder bowed reverently before the void, and Xie Shian frowned slightly at the sight. However, he refrained from obstructing the elder's actions, recognizing their differing beliefs. Bai Zhe scoffed disdainfully. "The hypocritical god king brings only endless calamities to his devout followers." The elder slammed his hand on the table, his agitation evident as he gasped for breath. "What do you mean by that? If it were not for him, you would not suffer from your affliction. One must give to receive. I cannot simply demand from the god king." Upon hearing the elder's claim that his affliction was linked to Zeus, Xie Shian was taken aback. The omnipotent god king was indeed trading the health of his followers for prophetic abilities. Imagine if Zeus forced him to choose between his health and his mech. Xie Shian would undoubtedly choose his health without hesitation. Bai Zhe glared at the still ignorant elder, his frustration boiling over. "Zeus is nothing but nonsense. How dare you speak such blasphemy in my presence? This is sheer disrespect to the god king. Since you can foresee the future, you need not hear more. You will understand for yourself." Bai Zhe leapt to Xie Shian's side, urging him to come closer. The elder, in a fit of rage, attempted to expel Bai Zhe, but in his fluster, his arm brushed against Xie Shian. In an instant, a torrent of fragmented visions surged through the elder's mind. As the images flickered by, his expression transformed, and he grasped Xie Shian's arm in disbelief, his frail hand tightening its grip. He then stumbled back against the wall, exclaiming, "Impossible. This cannot be happening. Are you brave enough to share what you have seen? You must have manipulated it, right?" The elder's voice was hoarse, struggling to accept what his own eyes had witnessed. In the fleeting visions, he had seen the once revered god King Zeus brought low beneath the foot of a youth. Not only Zeus, but also Poseidon, the lord of the islands in the Yaosha Sea. Prophecies will eventually come to fruition. Do you not believe in what you have witnessed? Bai Zhe circled the elder, meticulously observing the changes in his expression. "If you still insist that the images you witnessed are false, Should you not question the validity of the prophetic abilities bestowed upon you by Zeus? The elder sank to the ground, his face devoid of color as he grappled with the implications of his visions. To acknowledge the reality of the scenes would mean admitting that Zeus was not a match for the youth depicted. How could the exalted god-king possibly be outdone by a mere boy? Yet to deny the veracity of the visions would be to discredit the prophecies he had always held dear. Caught in a dilemma, the elder sat there, torn between two conflicting truths. Regardless of which choice he made, he found it impossible to reconcile with his own heart. This must be your scheme. What is your true intent? I merely wish to remind you to face reality sooner rather than later. At that moment, Xie leapt into Xie Shian's embrace. Let us depart. Though Xie suggested leaving, Xie Shian and Apos, and cast a concerned glance at the despondent elder slumped against the wall. Do not worry. He will be fine. The sudden collapse of a long-held belief is difficult for anyone to accept. After walking a short distance, Xie Shian finally voiced his curiosity. Was your purpose in accompanying me merely to reveal a prophecy concerning myself? Chapter 75. Taiku Law in the dilapidated thatched cottage. The old man regained his composure, hurriedly fumbling for the phone. Hello. His hand trembled with agitation as he spoke. I wish to speak with the island master. A hint of displeasure resonated from the other end, yet the voice patiently inquired, Do you have an appointment? Inform Tang Xushin that I am the blind old man, awaiting his return call. With that, he hastily ended the call. Since the island master Tang Xushin appeared in the vision he foresaw, could it be that altering the events destined to unfold would change his anticipated outcome? Though this notion seemed somewhat insane, it was the only means to prove they were deceiving themselves. Ding, the phone rang sharply. What is it you seek? A cold voice emerged from the line, speaking in a hushed tone as if not wanting to draw attention. Eliminate a person. Who? Tang Xushin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the blind old man's forthrightness. Before long, you shall meet him. He is a rather exceptional youth. Once you encounter him, you will understand my intent. In the vision, he appeared like an insurmountable mountain, evoking a sense of reverence simply by his presence. Very well, I understand. Ensure he does not leave Yao Chasi alive. Meanwhile, Xie Shian was oblivious to these matters. Upon returning to Chun Cheng's medical clinic, he found a throng gathered outside. Clad in uniform attire, they stood guard at the clinic's entrance. When Xie Shian attempted to breach the barrier, he was met with indifference as they blocked his way. No unauthorized personnel allowed. It was then that Xie Shian discerned that the person conversing with Qian Qi inside was none other than the city lord. What brings you here? Xie Shian. You have finally returned. The city lord noticed Xie Shian, casting a sidelong glance at the guards. Quickly, let him in. Xie Shian, I've heard you vanquish the magical beast. Just a trivial matter. Xie Shian downplayed his achievement, viewing it merely as a minor endeavor. Modesty does not suit you. You are indeed a youthful hero. The city lord sincerely admired the humble young man before him. I have informed the island master of your deeds. He wishes to meet you and bestow a reward. ISN and AMP. Apos. See that a bit excessive? Do not be modest. This is well deserved. The city lord seemed even more agitated than Xie Shian, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Slaying the underwater beast alleviated a burden from his heart. Initially, the city lord intended to reward Xie Shian himself, but upon reflection, his offerings seemed rather unremarkable. Thus, he resolved to report the matter to the island master, seeking some form of reward. To his astonishment, the island master decisively ordered a commendation banquet for Xie Shian. He hurried to the clinic to share the good news. The commendation banquet was filled to capacity. Under the introduction of the city lord, Tang Xushin finally met the legendary beast slayer. The moment their gazes clashed, Tang Xushin and Apos, as heart skipped a beat. Sensing the pressure emanating from him, he instinctively associated him with the youth the blind old man had mentioned. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within him. Could this youth be the one spoken of by the blind old man? His gaze towards Xie Shian held a touch of scrutiny. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Today's encounter reaffirmed his extraordinary presence. You flatter me, dear island master. Rather, it is you who exudes majesty and authority. Jiren observed the two exchanging pleasantries and quietly stepped back, softly remarking to Luo Lu and the others, as expected of the city lord of Qinlong. He speaks with such eloquence. In the past, Xie Shian would have felt out of place in such social situations. However, recently, Jiren and her companions noticed he seemed increasingly adept. Xie Shian now radiated a maturity that belied his age. Soon after, Tang Xushin proposed. I have heard that Xie Shian's mecha possesses extraordinary capabilities. Why not allow us to witness it? The crowd, intrigued, eagerly urged Xie Shian to activate his mecha for their enjoyment. This felt somewhat like an imposition. Xie Shian scratched his head awkwardly. All right. The crowd made way for him, and as his mecha appeared before them, the banquet fell into a hushed silence. Until someone exclaimed, Taikula. Xie Shian and Appos. Mecha was indeed unlike any other, a true testament to its formidable power. Faced with their compliments, Xie Shian merely smiled faintly. To avoid being perceived as an oddity, he hastily reverted to his original demeanor. Observing all this, Xie Shian was now convinced that Xie Shian was indeed the youth spoken of by the blind old man. Yet, given his seemingly harmless appearance, he did not appear to pose a threat. Nevertheless, the blind old man's prophecies had never missed their mark. It seemed this youth could not be permitted to remain. For Xie Shian, this banquet became an agonizing ordeal. He endured the festivities without tasting a morsel, his thoughts consumed by the visage of Xie Shian, magnified in his mind. Have someone investigate Xie Shian's background. Yes. The waiting was excruciating, and Xie Shian found himself sleepless, yearning for news. Island Master, we have uncovered the details. Here are his records. Xie Shian opened the first page, where the attributes of Xie Shian's mecha were clearly documented. A legendary grade mecha? No wonder his strength is so terrifying. He shows no fear before the ferocious beasts. Turning the pages, one statement caught Xie Shian's attention. City Lord of Qinlong? In his recollection, was not Li Qi the City Lord of Qinlong? What recent events had transpired there? Xie Shian narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on Xie Shian's records. The subordinate questioned had also heard of recent happenings in Qinlong during the investigation. It is rumored that the Li family was overthrown by someone without any discernible background. Have you discovered who it is? It seems to be someone from Giyue City. Upon hearing this, Xie Shian felt a slight relief. The records indicated that Xie Shian was indeed from Qinlong. Perhaps he had been overthinking. Though his mecha was certainly exceptional and his strength formidable, it seemed implausible for him to topple the Li family. Chapter 76. Beyond heaven. Xie Shian, I sense impending calamity approaching you. Zhe whispered ominously into Xie Shian's ear, his voice reminiscent of a haunting specter. You have sensed danger again? Sigh. Zhe refrained from elaborating further, letting out a deep sigh. Have you not noticed the latent peril surrounding you? Xie Shian furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before exclaiming, I have not detected anything. Indeed. Ignorance is a common affliction of mortals. Even the favor of Nuwa cannot alter one's ingrained flaws. Zhe strutted past Xie Shian with an air of arrogance, seemingly reveling in his status as a divine beast. Although Xie Shian felt a twinge of resentment, he refrained from retorting, for he truly had not perceived any hidden threat nearby. Suddenly, Xie Shian and Appos, and recalled Zhe and Appos' earlier promise to grant him a glimpse of the future. If it refuses to speak, then I shall employ the power of prophecy to discern who seeks to conspire against me. Xie Shian settled onto the soft couch, focusing his mind as a radiant door materialized within his consciousness. As this door slowly creaked open, a cacophony of roars and the clashing of weapons assaulted his ears. When the door fully opened, a scene drenched in blood and chaos left him trembling with fear. Beneath his feet, a river of blood had formed unbeknownst to him. Raising his gaze, a familiar figure pierced his vision with pain. Chu and I was nestled in Xie Shian and Appos' embrace, gazing disdainfully at the bloodied form of Xie Shian and Appos, and, stunned, Xie Shian's heart raced violently. Could the hidden peril Zhe spoke of refer to Chu and I? Or perhaps to Xie Shian, whom he had only just met? This revelation left Xie Shian utterly confounded. One was a companion he held dear, while the other was merely an acquaintance of brief interaction. As he stood there, lost in thought, an ancient voice emanated from Xie Shian's direction. You dare challenge the majesty of the divine king? You wretched creatures are unworthy. His face was ablaze with fury, his features twisted with hatred, as if Xie Shian were his sworn enemy. Why do you think this? I do not even know your name. This is utterly absurd. Xie Shian hurried forward, eager to clarify matters with this blind old man. Yet, strangely, no matter how fast he ran, he could not approach him. It was as if an invisible barrier separated them. Each step he took brought the scene before him further away. They were so close, yet he could not reach them. As he attempted to inquire further about Xie Shian, the scene began to blur before his eyes. The sensation was akin to being ensnared in a nightmare. Watching helplessly as they transformed into a radiant white light and vanished before him. Suddenly, the ground beneath Xie Shian turned to nothingness. He was enveloped in darkness, with an infinity of blackness stretching endlessly before him. A powerful force seemed to draw him forward, and he lost control of his body, being pulled inexorably toward an unknown destination. Eventually, a brilliant rainbow light appeared before him, swiftly consuming the boundless darkness. At that moment, Xie Shian and Appos' and felt as if he were cradled in a warm embrace, a soothing current flowing through his limbs. This sensation was dreamlike, intoxicating him with its allure. Once the rainbow light dissipated, Xie Shian and Apos, and found himself in the arms of a woman. The woman before him was none other than Nuwa, the creator god who often graced his consciousness. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that he was encircled by lifelike clay figures and the visages of numerous divine beasts. Before he could utter a question to Nuwa regarding the situation, he suddenly lost all sense of gravity and plummeted heavily downward. In the next instant, the scene around Xie Shian and Apos and shifted once more. A colossal statue of a serpent with a human head loomed in front of them, and nothing else existed. Tentatively, Xie Shian inquired, "Nuwa, revered goddess, may I ask where this place is?" A delicate voice echoed in the air, "Beyond heaven." "What place is this?" Xie Shian had never heard of it, nor was it mentioned on the map left behind by Li Yunqi. However, he quickly accepted this unknown realm. Having traversed from another world, the bazaar had already unfolded. Perhaps beyond heaven was merely another dimension. "Nuwa, esteemed goddess, might I inquire whether you have summoned me here for a particular purpose?" "The essence of the living shall summon you to the void realm of beyond heaven. A space for you to merge mechanical attributes." Did Nuwa just grant him a void space? Taken aback by this unexpected boon, Xie Shian and Apos, and considered the implications. Perhaps this was an independent realm where he could amalgamate different mechanical attributes within the four symbols mecha. In this sense, beyond heaven bore similarities to the realm of divine consciousness and cultivation, though it differed in that the latter was a place for elevating mental techniques or learning secret arts. "Thank you, revered goddess Nuwa, for your generous gift." Xie Shian clasped his hands together, standing reverently before the statue of the serpent-headed figure. He knelt on the ground, bowing low with 9 resounding prostrations. When he rose again, the vision had vanished entirely, and he found himself back in his room. Nevertheless, the astonishment within him remained undiminished. He was immensely intrigued by this beyond heaven and could hardly wait to acquire a new mecha to explore how it could fuse 2 mechanical attributes. At that moment, voices from outside the door drifted into the room. "I never expected the island master to be so young. I thought he was an old man." "Indeed. He appears to be just over 30. It was the voices of Luo Lu and Mu Wanru. "Where is Chu and I?" Upon hearing that Tang Xuxian was visiting, Xie Shian's brow furrowed deeply. The images he had just witnessed in the illusion remained vivid in his mind. To him, Tang Xuxian was an unwelcome guest, and he had no desire to receive him. Moreover, at this time, Chu and I and Tang Xuxian had only exchanged brief pleasantries the day before at the awards banquet. Therefore, the likelihood of his visit being for Chu and I was slim. If he was not here for Chu and I, then what was his purpose? Did the island master come uninvited for some significant matter? Xie Shian's attitude towards Tang Xuxian had shifted dramatically from the humility he had displayed the day before. An invisible blade now seemed poised at his throat, making it impossible for him to greet him with a smile. "Xie, my young brother, it appears you are not welcoming me? What do you think?" Chapter 77, Steady as a Rock, Unfounded Flattery. For Xie Shian, Tang Xuxian certainly harbored no benevolent intentions. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, Xie Shian could not shake off the lingering distrust he felt towards him. "Indeed, my dear brother Xie, a true master conceals his prowess." It was no wonder that he effortlessly vanquished beasts and single-handedly toppled the Li family. Such feats required extraordinary abilities. At this moment, Tang Xuxian still found it hard to believe that the youth before him was the newly appointed lord of Qinlong City. "You have someone investigating me?" Xie Shian queried, gazing intently at Tang Xuxian. "But if I do not investigate, will you voluntarily divulge your identity? I suspect that your presence in Yasha is motivated by ulterior motives. I urge you to return with me and cooperate with the inquiry." Tang Xuxian and Apos' tone was unyielding, his expression imperious. Whether it was due to his deliberate concealment of identity or the blind elder and Apos, as prophecy, he could not easily let him depart. "Are you repaying kindness with malice?" Xie Shian and Apos, and scoffed. Even though he found himself on Tang Xuxian and Apos as territory, he refused to be taken away without valid justification. It was an underestimation of his own worth. "You are overthinking it, dear brother Xie. I hope you will not make it difficult for me. This is merely a simple investigation." He then gestured to the attendants behind him, subtly signaling them to take action. "It would be best if you personally intervened. They simply do not meet my standards." This was undeniably a precursor to a confrontation. At this stage, Xie Shian and Apos, and felt there was no need to maintain the facade of cordiality. If Tang Xuxian could not withstand his provocation and chose to engage him in combat, his intentions would be laid bare. The purpose of his visit was clear, to eliminate him. My dear brother Xie, what words are these? Tang Xuxian forced a smile. Feeling belittled. The medical facility was surrounded, leaving no room for him to act against Xie Shian here, which was precisely why he sought to have him taken away. The lofty island lord must present an image of virtue, untainted by bloodshed. Xie Shian returned the smile. Your intentions are as clear as day to me. Tang Xuxian's lips curled in a faint grin. Had he discerned his true motives? Upon reflection, the blind elder had mentioned someone by Xie Shian's side, who could also foresee the future. Perhaps Xie Shian had long anticipated that they would eventually face each other in battle. No wonder he appeared so self-assured. Little did he know. The visions they foresaw were starkly different. Chun Cheng sensed the subtle tension between them. The fragrant aroma of medicine mingled with an underlying scent of gunpowder. His earlier worries about Xie Shian acting rashly and injuring someone seemed unfounded. Should he strike, chaos would inevitably ensue, and amidst such disorder, injuries were to be expected. Fortunately, Xie Shian remained as composed as ever, disregarding Tang Xuxian entirely. Tang Xuxian was taken aback by Xie Shian's remarkable restraint. Even with his purpose guessed, Xie Shian maintained his composure. Was he wary of something? Tang Xuxian found this reaction somewhat unsettling. Was there an unforeseen variable at play? It seemed prudent to return and consult the blind elder. He had no desire to escalate matters with Xie Shian unless absolutely necessary. I believe there has been some misunderstanding. I shall investigate thoroughly and visit again. Farewell. Xie Shian amp, oppos, and watched silently as Tang Xuxian departed, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared he did not intend to let this matter rest. Tang Xuxian had come with a formidable entourage to apprehend Xie Shian and oppos, and yet he now retreated from the medical facility in a dejected manner, harboring a sense of grievance. My lord of the island. A soft, delicate voice emerged from a dim alleyway. Tang Xuxian, already fraught with irritation, felt his annoyance deepen upon hearing his name called out. Why are you hiding? Chu and I dragged her feet as she stepped out of the alley, her beauty striking, with a graceful figure and captivating features. It was no wonder that Li Ming had pursued her for so long. However, a recent scare had left her looking somewhat haggard, evoking a sense of pity. Is it you? Tang Xuxian raised an eyebrow. He recognized her from the recent award banquet. Hadn't she always been in Xie Shian's company? What could she possibly want with him now? My lord of the city, do you still remember me? Chu and I gasped, clutching her chest in surprise. Did Xie Shian and oppos send you? Tang Xuxian assumed she had come as a messenger from Xie Shian and oppos, and to probe him, and thus he bore no kindness in his demeanor. Chu and I had arrived early to wait for him, and was completely unaware of the events unfolding in the medical facility. However, her keen observational skills allowed her to discern Tang Xuxian's displeasure, prompting her to wave her hands frantically. No, it was my own decision to wait here for you. Tang Xuxian maintained an impassive facade, but his suspicion of her intentions remained. Was Xie Shian attempting to ensnare him with feminine wiles? My lord of the city, if you do not mind, I wish to stay here. Chu and I and oppos, eyes glistened with tears. Tang Xuxian regarded her tear-streaked face, and without hesitation, he replied. I shall send someone to prepare an empty room for you. Do you have any other requests? Chu and I seemed surprised by the ease with which the arrangement was made. She hastily wiped her tears and forced a smile. I am immensely grateful for your kindness, my lord of the city. You are indeed as benevolent as I believed. Is Xie Shian aware of your actions? Tang Xuxian found her behavior perplexing. Logically, being by Xie Shian's side would be safer than remaining in Yasha, especially since he had rescued her from pirates before. Chu and I shook her head. This was not something she could disclose to Xie Shian and oppos, and the thought of leaving had been brewing in her mind for quite some time, but it was only upon seeing Tang Xuxian that she resolved to act on it. Truly, fate is on my side. Tang Xuxian mused, delighted that Chu and I had come to him. Even if Xie Shian and oppos wished to act against him, he would surely consider their relationship. Chapter 78. Will you not invite me in for a while? That night, a gentle knock echoed on Chu Ni's door. Who is it? Chu and I feigned ignorance, fully aware that this location had been arranged for her by Tang Xuxian. At such an hour, who else could have found their way here but him? Miss Chu, I happened to pass by and noticed the light still on. So I came to see if you needed anything for tomorrow. Leaning against the doorframe, Chu and I revealed a hint of her shoulder, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she regarded Tang Xuxian. I truly apologize for troubling you, my lord, at such a late hour. The distance between them was merely a half-open door. Clad in a form-fitting nightgown, the dim light accentuated her alluring figure, captivating anyone who might glance upon the scene. Tang Xuxian included. It is quite late. Let us speak of this tomorrow. Chu and I feigned an intention to close the door, but a broad hand halted her motion. Will you not invite me in for a while? Tang Xie Shian raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his gaze as he looked at her. Do you not fear that our being alone together might tarnish your reputation, my lord? If you do not speak of it, and I do not, who would know? With that, Tang Xie Shian pushed the door open and entered Chuni's chamber. The room was adorned in soft pinks, creating a warm ambience that beautifully complemented her pale pink nightgown. Seated opposite her, Tang Xie Shian and Apos' gaze wandered. Yet he remained focused on the purpose of his visit. Can you tell me why you wish to leave Xie Shian? At the mention of this matter, Chu and Apos' voice trembled with emotion. He is of a similar age to mine, yet his maturity is lacking. I possess no remarkable abilities nor a unique mecha. In their company, I feel like mere air. My presence makes no difference to them. These words poured forth from Chu and Apos' heart, long suppressed and yearning for an outlet. In the Mecha Academy, she was a celebrated beauty, admired wherever she went. Yet, after leaving Qianlong City, she felt as though she had become a burden, unable to assist and sometimes even causing trouble. Had she not been kidnapped by pirates, she might have lingered in her indecision about leaving. Yet, faced with the merciless pirates, she realized how well Xie Shian and the others had protected her. Alone, she was utterly powerless. After this harrowing experience, she resolved to depart. Although her acquaintance with Tang Xie Shian was superficial, their encounters few and far between, the weight of her unspoken thoughts felt like a heavy burden. Upon articulating them, Chu and I felt a lightness in her spirit. Why then do you choose to trust me? Tang Xie Shian maintained a calm exterior, inwardly mocking her naivety. How easily she confided in a stranger. I perceive you as mature and steady, providing a sense of security I have long lacked. Chu and I buried her head in her knees, softly sobbing, appearing utterly heartbroken. Yet, deep down, she understood that by clinging to Tang Xie Shian, she could once again ascend to her former exalted status. At this juncture, even a dullard could discern the underlying implications of her words. Tang Xie Shian reached out, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, drawing her close. Fear not, I shall not allow anyone to harm you again. My lord, you are truly a good man. Chuni's delicate voice carried a hint of allure. They embraced, each harboring their own intentions, ultimately merely utilizing one another. If you intend to leave, it is imperative you inform Xie Shian. Do not depart without a word. Tang Xie Shian feigned concern while secretly seeking to probe Xie Shian further. You are indeed thoughtful, Chu and I said with a smile, affectionately entwining her arm around Tang Xie Shian and Apos' wrist. When Chu and I followed Tang Xie Shian into the clinic, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. Only Xie Shian observed the scene with indifference. Is this the reason for your absence last night, Chu and I? Jiran and Apos' voice trembled with agitation as he pointed at Tang Xie Shian, disappointment flickering in his eyes. I have come today to tell you I shall not return. Yashahai is my true home. As she spoke, Chu and I and Apos' gaze lingered on Tang Xie Shian with undeniable affection, their demeanor reminiscent of a deeply bonded couple. Very well. Everyone has their aspirations. I shall not force anyone to stay against their will. Xie Shian's voice was cold as he continued, since you have stated your intentions, please take your leave. I object. Jiran interjected passionately, positioning himself before Xie Shian. Chu and I, have you forgotten the times we fought side by side? Do not speak of the past. Do you recall living each day in fear for your life? I can protect you. Jiran attempted to approach Chu and I but was blocked by her attendants. I require no protection from you. I seek stability. Tang Xie Shian can dispatch numerous individuals to safeguard me. Would I truly miss you? This statement struck Jiran like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. No. This cannot be. It must be him. Is he threatening you? Jiran's anger surged, and he yearned to confront Tang Xie Shian, yet he was outnumbered. Boring. Tang Xie Shian remarked dismissively, his arm around Chuni's waist as he exited the clinic without a backward glance. Xie Shian. How can you stand idly by as Chu and I is taken by him? Jiran and Apos' fury clouded his judgment, recklessly venting his outrage to those around him. Calm yourself. Xie Shian's stern voice cut through Jiran's frenzy. But how could he remain calm? Chuni's image haunted his mind, the first time he saw her at the academy. Her beauty had captivated him, and later, her bravery in seeking help from Principal Ma had further enamored him. Over time, her significance in his heart had only grown. When she was abducted by pirates, he was consumed by anxiety, fearing for her safety. Little did he expect. Chapter 79. If one offends me, I shall dig up their ancestral grave. Jiran felt that Chu and I must harbor some unspoken grievances. Troubled and restless, she exited the medical hall. A persistent and obsessive thought swirling in her mind. She must confront Chu and I and demand a clear explanation. The sea breeze caressed her, and the crisp air was infused with a flavor of solitude. Xie Ran wandered aimlessly down the bustling street, uncertain of Chu Ni's whereabouts. Observing the throngs of people around her, she felt a sense of confusion and frustration, lamenting the unexpressed affections that had been so abruptly stifled. Could it be that Chu Ni's recent words were heartfelt? No, it was impossible. She must have been coerced by Tang Xuxian into saying such things. As the thought of Tang Xuxian crossed her mind, jealousy ignited in Xie Ran's eyes. Although she could not locate Chu and I, Tang Xuxian must still be in his office at this hour. With this realization, Xie Ran felt as if she had suddenly found her target. Without a moment's pause, she hurried towards the island chief's office. Upon Xie Ran's arrival, a throng of attendants surrounded a young maiden as she emerged from the office building. However, Xie Ran did not reveal her presence immediately. The numerous followers hinted that Tang Xuxian had likely dispatched them to monitor her every move. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture their leader. Xie Ran evaded the gaze of the crowd and made her way to the topmost office. En route, she activated her mech suit, the sharp blades emanating an intimidating chill, much like Xie Ran herself, whose face was dark and brooding. The door to the room at the end of the corridor was firmly locked, suggesting that no one was inside. Ignoring the fact that she was on Tang Xuxian and Appo's territory, Xie Ran and Appo's pent-up anger found an outlet at last. With a forceful kick, she shattered the sturdy door into two halves. Tang Xuxian, you wretched scoundrel, get out here. As she stepped into the room, a palpable aura of menace enveloped her, prompting her to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. A shimmering blue ice crystal suddenly appeared at the corner of her eye, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Fortunately, Xie Ran reacted just in time, grasping the sharp ice crystal with one hand, preventing it from inflicting harm. The room was abruptly illuminated, and all the lights seemed to converge upon Xie Ran. In that instant, she felt an unsettling illusion, as though she were ensnared within an invisible cage. Tang Xuxian's voice, cold and detached, echoed, impressive. Your reaction was quicker than I anticipated. Xie Ran scoffed. It appears you were well aware of my arrival. Tang Xuxian gestured towards a monitor mounted on the wall. Outside the office building, there were a total of 24 surveillance cameras. From the moment you set foot on this street, your every action has been under my watchful eye. Realization dawned upon Xie Ran, and she regretted her impulsiveness for failing to notice those glaring cameras. Tang Xuxian revealed a colorful gemstone that had somehow appeared in his hand. Before Xie Ran could react, the gemstone invaded her body. A wave of frigid cold enveloped her, and she felt as though she were trapped in an icy abyss. The relentless chill washing over her. What are you doing? A hint of panic crept into Xie Ran's voice. Despite having witnessed far more perilous situations while accompanying Xie Shian, she was unable to maintain his calm demeanor in the face of danger. The numbing sensation coursing through her body instilled a growing sense of dread. Tang Xuxian laughed triumphantly. You all come to me willingly, saving me considerable effort. Xie Ran frowned at his words. Her concern for her predicament overshadowed by an urgent question. So Chu and I was indeed coerced by you. No, she approached me willingly. Can't you see that? Tang Xuxian had already discerned Xie Ran's unique feelings for Chu and I through mere fragments of conversation. As a man, you should understand that when faced with the danger of someone you cherish, and you cannot protect them, the only course of action is to quietly withdraw from their life. Surely, I need not elaborate further. Xie Ran and Appo's heart trembled, and she struggled to maintain her composure. Did she tell you this herself? Such a fragile canary deserves to be nurtured within an exquisite cage. Xie Ran raised her stiff arm in an attempt to strike Tang Xuxian, her eyes flashing with cold fury. What nonsense are you spouting? I will not let you get away with this. I will not. The words escaped her clenched teeth, seemingly requiring all her strength. Seeing her fury, Tang Xuxian mirrored her stance, striking her in the abdomen with a solid punch. Do you even realize who you're speaking to? Out of respect for Xie Shian and Appo's, and I shall offer you a choice. Either leave Qing Yuza now or have Xie Shian and Appo's and come to escort you away. He was confident that should Xie Shian and Appo's and dare to come alone, he would ensure that Xie never left that door. If they chose to abandon Qing Yuza, they would bear the stigma of forsaking their companions to survive alone. Regardless of which option they chose, Tang Xuxian appeared to emerge as the ultimate victor. Are you not afraid that Xie Shian and Appo's and will kill you? Tang Xuxian regarded Xie Ran with an unsettling calmness. I fear he will not dare to come. A glint of resolute coldness seeped into Xie Ran's gaze, rooted in her disdain for Tang Xuxian. If Xie Shian and Appo's and were to discover your vile nature, he would not let you off. Xie Ran stood frozen, as if struck by paralysis. The numbing sensation had dulled her awareness. What have you done to me? This is the ice breath pill. For 12 hours after its use, your body will remain in a state of low temperature. Under such conditions, your mech suit is rendered useless. Xie Shian seemed to have orchestrated everything meticulously, each event unfolding according to his design. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he slapped his forehead. I forgot to mention, while you were entering, someone was dispatched to alert Xie Shian. He glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. By now, he should be arriving shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a fiery figure charged towards him. Whoosh! Xie Shian caught the scent of charred flesh as he felt the singe of his hair, which had been burned to a crisp. This new hairstyle suits you splendidly. Island Chief. Before Xie Shian and Appos, and even arrived, his presence was felt. The now unshielded door lay discarded on the ground, creaking underfoot as he stepped through. Xie Shian and Appos and Xie Shian appeared comically disheveled, resembling a plucked chicken, with only a few stubborn strands of hair left on his shiny scalp. Xie Shian's gaze bore down on Xie Shian with fierce intensity, embodying the adage, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall dig up their ancestral grave. Chapter 80. I will risk my life to ensure your victory. Xie Shian and Appos, and glanced at Xie Ran and noticed his body contorted in an unusual manner. What could this possibly mean? Xie Shian smiled and remarked, Xie Shian and Appos, and are you still stubborn when death is imminent? Xie Shian and Appos, and sighed softly, it seems you do not truly understand me. Did you not inquire about my past glories while investigating me? It is unclear whether Xie Shian is genuinely foolish or merely pretending. As they progressed, the vast office building appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. It was as if only Xie Shian remained. Did he believe himself to be his own adversary? In Xie Shian and Appos' hand, the ice breath stone shimmered with a bizarre, kaleidoscopic light. Xie Shian and Appos, and be wary of that cursed object, Xie Ran exclaimed in a panic, acknowledging that his earlier carelessness had given Xie Shian an opportunity to exploit. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in need of Xie Shian's rescue. Yet, Xie Ran overlooked a critical point. Even if he evaded the ice breath stone, Xie Shian possessed other means to confront him. The goal of subduing Xie Ran was not to treat him as a rival, but rather to use him as bait to lure out Xie Shian. Originally, Xie Shian intended to use Chu and I as bait to draw Xie Shian into a trap he had meticulously set. To his surprise, the fool had directly severed ties with them. Fortunately, Xie Ran was not particularly astute, eagerly presenting himself. Upon hearing Xie Ran's warning, Xie Shian watched Xie Shian's mineral with heightened vigilance. Xie Shian chuckled, how can such a lowly object be worthy of the lord of Qianlong City? As he spoke, the room reverberated with the sound of waves crashing against rocks. Initially, this sound evoked no particular sensation, but as time elapsed, both Xie Ran and Xie Shian felt an unexpected dizziness wash over them. It was as if they were being hypnotized, their bodies swaying to the rhythm of the waves. Though they stood within the office, they simultaneously experienced the illusion of being at sea. Once Xie Shian realized he had fallen into Xie Shian's illusion, he promptly activated the realm of celestial consciousness within his mind. A radiant light enveloped both himself and Xie Ran, and in the next moment, they found themselves within the celestial realm. Wonderful. It truly worked. Xie Shian had embarked on this endeavor with a mere sense of experimentation, uncertain whether Xie Ran could accompany him into this realm. To his astonishment, he had succeeded. Nuwa would never allow him to feel disappointment. Good heavens! Where's this place? Xie Ran exclaimed, bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been in Xie Shian's office, and now they stood in an unfamiliar location. Xie Ran felt the cold sweat soaking his back. That seemingly innocuous ice breath stone turned out to be a binding tool. Yet now, he found himself moving freely again. This was the realm of consciousness, wherein one's spirit entered this void-like space, while the physical body remained in Xie Shian's office. Oh, I understand. You mean this is an out-of-body experience? Xie Ran and Appos' face lit up with excitement as he examined his hands and feet, marveling at everything anew. Indeed, that is one way to interpret it. However, if we remain in the realm of consciousness, how shall we confront Xie Shian? Xie Shian and Appos, and felt despondent, unable to comprehend why he always seemed to attract adversaries wherever he went. I have foreseen Xie Shian and Appos' outcome, yet the conclusion is difficult to accept. From my observations, he is alone here. If we both strike together, he may not stand a chance against us. Xie Ran, fully aware of Xie Shian's prowess, felt a pang of concern at such disheartened words. Did the foretold outcome bode ill for him? I will act according to the situation. If I am unable to defeat Tang Xuxian, I will find a way to assist your escape. If things truly take a turn for the worse, remember to escape swiftly with Xiao Ku and the others. I will risk my life to ensure your victory. Ji Ran resolved, having been saved numerous times by Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and wished to find an opportunity to repay his unwavering loyalty. Seeing Ji Ran's willingness to disregard his own life for his sake warmed Xie Shian's heart. Good brother. Both were utterly ignorant of Tang Xuxuan's capabilities. They knew only that his mech, like Xie Shian's, was a legendary class machine powered by the forces of the ocean. His mech was revered as Poseidon, the god of the sea. Wait until we exit the realm of consciousness. Do not let the sound of the waves confuse you. All right. Ji Ran readily agreed, having long mastered the art of filtering distractions during his classes. As long as he concentrated, focusing all his attention on a single task, he would not be swayed by the hypnotic sounds of the waves. Ji Ran closed his eyes slightly, envisioning a graceful figure in his mind. As this figure grew clearer, Chu Ni's visage appeared, smiling sweetly at him, her radiant smile seemingly capable of healing all wounds. Tang Xuxian, noticing their prolonged inaction, thought they must be entranced by the sound of the waves. It was time for him to make his move. He approached Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and holding his breath as he sensed his aura, and when their breathing synchronized, Tang Xuxian stepped into the illusion he had conjured. Xie Shian stood on a massive reef, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance as if awaiting something. Tang Xuxian pondered, isn't he supposed to be ensnared by my illusion? Why does he appear so unbothered? Staring at Xie Shian's silhouette, Tang Xuxian found himself struck by the realization that the youth before him was not as simple as he had imagined. Accept your fate. You are destined to be ensnared by the Yaosha Sea. Suddenly, the waves surged violently, the cerulean tides rising dramatically, and a cerulean figure darted through the water. Under the protection of the Azure Dragon's illusion, Xie Shian's mech glided through the water with the grace of a fish. As the massive waves subsided into the ocean, the Azure Dragon surged upward, dark clouds enveloping the sky. Tang Xuxian was astonished to discover that Xie Shian's mech appeared remarkably unique. He had never encountered such an extraordinary machine. Whether it was the flaming mechanical wings, the electrified fists, or the turtle shell-like armor on his back, all were unprecedented marvels. The Azure Dragon hovering in the air was something he had never even heard of. Such sights were beyond his wildest imaginations. Xie Shian's mech resembled a chaotic stew, amalgamating countless mech attributes into one. The decision to leave was not in his hands. With a profound gaze directed at Tang Xuxian, Xie Shian advanced toward him. Chapter 81. If you wish to see, then see. Tang Xuxian, in his fervent efforts to draw out Xie Shian, believed he had made ample preparations. As soon as Xie Shian and Oppos and took the bait, he intended to flay him alive. Let me experience your prowess. Tang Xuxian bellowed, and in an instant, Xie Shian and Oppos, and found himself besieged by countless sharp ice spikes. To Xie Shian and Oppos, these glimmering ice shards appeared as fragile as glass, ready to shatter. With a swift shrug, his fiery red mechanical wings shattered the confinement. Observing the harmless ice spikes, he sighed, is this all the might of the esteemed sea god? Tang Xuxian, incensed by his words, spread his arms wide, summoning a towering curtain of water. A wave of unease washed over Xie Shian and Oppos, and a feeling he hadn't experienced in quite some time. He recalled the last moment of tension, as Tang Xuxian continuously infused power into the water curtain. It expanded ominously, threatening to envelop them both. Xie Shian reminded himself that this was merely an illusion conjured by Tang Xuxian, yet as the water curtain broadened, his composure began to wane. The water had already engulfed half the reef, and through the remaining gaps, he glimpsed an oppressive darkness, as if the illusion might collapse at any moment. This reef was the only terrain available for movement. Beyond it lay an endless expanse of ocean. Tang Xuxian, gloating at Xie Shian's entrapment, declared, "The blind old man worried I was not your match. I shall prove that on the Yaosha Sea, no one can defeat me." Xie Shian and Oppos, and surmised that the blind old man he mentioned was the elderly man he encountered with by Xie at the outskirts. No wonder Tang Xuxian was so eager to lure him out. He was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. However, what did his words imply? Was the outcome he foresaw one of his defeat? Why did Tang Xuxian assert that he was not his rival? With the water curtain closing in, Xie Shian and Oppos, and could no longer remain passive. He glanced at the narrowing gaps and, without hesitation, propelled himself forward with the swiftness of an arrow. The moment he escaped the water curtain, a world of clarity unfolded before him. The tumultuous sea had inexplicably calmed, revealing a magnificent palace standing regally upon the water and Oppos' surface. The resplendent palace, seemingly constructed of gold, was adorned with vibrant pebbles. Perplexed, Xie Shian and Oppos, and pondered whether this was the fabled palace of Poseidon. With that thought, he pushed open the heavy gilded doors and entered. The interior was even more opulent than he had imagined, bathed in golden hues. The dome above was intricately designed with colorful glass, casting a kaleidoscope of light upon the palace floor as sunlight streamed through. As Xie Shian beheld this spectacle, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, for the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the visions he had foreseen. Navigating past the grand hall, he encountered a rather bewildering arrangement. Draped canopies fluttered, and within the flowing gauze, a graceful silhouette swayed. As the enchanting figure moved, Xie Shian's youthful face flushed crimson upon realizing what transpired behind the curtains. Tang Chuxuan's voice echoed from a distance, growing nearer. "How dare you trespass into my palace?" He pursued closely, and although he was swift, he could not match the speed of Xie Shian's wings. The figure behind the drapes paused, and a heated gaze pierced through the veil, locking onto Xie Shian and Oppos' face. "Still wish to look?" A sultry voice purred from within. The blush deepened, and Xie Shian yearned to vanish into the ground. He fled, only to collide with the late-arriving Tang Chuxian, halting abruptly. Noticing Xie Shian's flustered state, Tang Chuxian grinned knowingly. "What do you think? Isn't Chu and Is figure rather appealing?" Xie Shian and Oppos' mind reeled, as if struck by a blow that shattered his composure. "Who are you talking about?" he demanded, fury igniting within him. Tang Chuxian, with a mischievous smile, clearly relished Xie Shian's distress, awaiting an entertaining spectacle in which Xie Shian was the protagonist. "You bastard." Xie Shian rarely resorted to vulgarity, but Tang Chuxuan's actions infuriated him beyond measure. No, he wanted to annihilate him. Remembering Ji Ran's unspoken feelings for Chu and I, Xie Shian's rage surged. Chu and I was Ji Ran's cherished treasure, now so casually toyed with by Tang Chuxian. With a powerful punch, Xie Shian struck Tang Chuxian in the abdomen, followed by another blow to his chest. His fists enveloped in a smoky aura. Tang Chuxian collapsed to the ground, arms outstretched, laughing maniacally. "This is my illusion. You cannot harm me." As he lay there, Tang Chuxian transformed into a translucent pebble, resting on the golden floor. His voice echoed from behind Xie Shian. "Stop wasting your efforts. If you wish to see, then see." The billowing drapes danced, the sheer fabric caressing Xie Shian's neck like a seductive phantom. A shadowy figure flickered in and out of view, the cascading hair veiling the woman in an enigmatic shroud. Beneath, a sleek, dark dolphin shimmered. Xie Shian felt his worldview shatter completely. "All right, further viewing will incur a fee." Tang Chuxuan's words resonated as the fluttering drapes obscured the woman's form. Xie Shian's breath hitched. His mind rendered incapable of thought. The only remnants of sanity urged him to believe that this was merely a figment of Tang Chuxuan's design to provoke him. He repeated these affirmations like a mantra, for he truly had no idea how to confront this absurdity before him. At that moment, he dismissed his premonitions. Even if his foresight held truth, could his mech not surpass Tang Chuxian? All that remained in his heart and mind was a singular, burning desire to see Tang Chuxian perish. Chapter 82. Lousy counts to 3 in Xie Shian's eyes. Fury raged as if it could consume Tang Chuxian whole. He thought to himself that even if the outcome was predetermined, he would ensure that Tang paid a painful price. With a roar, Xie Shian's inner power surged wildly. He had never experienced such madness before. Even when facing Li Qi or Li Yunqi, he had never so stubbornly wished for someone's demise right before his eyes. The 4-element mech was scorched red by the flames, the very helmet ablaze. Was he planning to self-immolate? Tang Chuxian sneered at Xie Shian, presuming he could not withstand such a provocative scene and intended to end his own life. 100 enemies slain at the cost of 900? In response to Xie Shian's actions, Tang Chuxian merely revealed a trace of disdainful laughter. He remained entirely unguarded, for in his view, the blind prophet's prediction had encountered its first deviation. It seemed that when confronted with an event yet to unfold, one must believe, yet not wholly. Xie Shian and Oppos, and clenched his iron fist, as two strange currents of electricity coursed through his body, rendering him almost transparent. Even his veins became distinctly visible. Instantly, the power of thunder and lightning surged around him, visibly expanding to form a vast electric net that encircled Tang Chushuan's form, slowly closing in. If Tang Chushuan's conjuring of the water curtain had been astonishing, then Xie Shian's electrical force was even more impactful. Tang Chushian found himself momentarily flustered. The water curtain could no longer be employed. Confronted with Xie Shian's impending assault, utilizing the water curtain would surely result in him being charred to a crisp. Oh, the ice-reducing pill. After a frantic search, Tang Chushian finally unearthed one from his pocket, preparing to find an opportunity to place it in Xie Shian and Amp, Oppo's, and Amp, Oppo's, mouth. Suddenly, Xie Shian's massive mechanical wings flared, and a bolt of electricity shot towards Tang Chushuan's body. With a crackle, Tang Chushuan's body convulsed, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, causing the ice-reducing pill to slip from his grasp. Xie Shian, quick as lightning, snatched the pill before it hit the ground. Observing Tang Chushuan's still quivering form, an evil thought surged within him. He pried open Tang Chushuan's jaw, shoved the pill into his mouth, pinched his lips shut, and forcefully patted his back in a single fluid motion. A distinct gulp echoed as Xie Shian grinned with satisfaction. Suddenly, his body stiffened, as if encased in ice. Even Tang Chushian himself could not believe that he would one day fall victim to the ice-reducing pill. Count to 3, and if this damned illusion does not dissipate, I shall shatter it with a single slap. Xie Shian was not merely issuing a threat. He genuinely intended to follow through. You must be dreaming. These words nearly squeezed through Tang Chushian and Amp, Oppo's, clenched teeth. Very well, since you remain obstinate, I see no need for further conversation. Humph. Xie Shian and Amp, Oppo's, and uttered lightly. A crisp crack resounded. Tang Chushuan's brow contorted in agony, tears streaming down his face as he seemingly reached the brink of pain. Yet, this reaction did not satisfy Xie Shian. With a half-broken finger in hand, he threatened, if you do not allow us to escape this illusion, next time it shall be your arm. Please, no. Tang Chushian realized that if he did not comply with Xie Shian's demands, he would be tormented to death here. With his eyes slightly closed, he moved as he wished. Xie Shian observed as the palace around them began to twist and fade, like a bubble poised to burst, until it vanished entirely. When Tang Chushian opened his eyes, he had returned to the office building, having escaped the illusion. Ji Ran, faced with the sudden change of scenery, appeared bewildered, suspecting it was yet another trick by Tang Chushian. I know this is all false. Even if you conjure flowers, I shall never believe you. Xie Shian, noticing Ji Ran's wary demeanor, explained, we have returned to reality. Oh, how amusing. You think I would believe a mere illusion of Xie Shian? I am real. Xie Shian was taken aback that Ji Ran doubted even his own existence, recognizing that he had truly taken his words to heart. Regardless of Tang Chushian and Amp, Oppo's, schemes, Ji Ran remained indifferent, completely ignoring them. In the realm of illusion, everything was a fabrication. This very nature was why Ji Ran had not been deceived, nor had he witnessed the fabled castle of Poseidon. When Xie Shian realized that the illusions they experienced were entirely different, he let out a sigh of relief. Ji Ran had not witnessed the catastrophic scene. What a stroke of luck. Why have you also become this way? Ji Ran glared at Tang Chushian, who shared his predicament. Surely, he would not be foolish enough to drug himself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How I treat you shall be how I treat him. That is only fair. Xie Shian refrained from divulging the details of the illusion. If he could, he would erase that part of his memory entirely. For as long as that memory lingered, Xie Shian could never face Chu Ni directly. The mere sight of Ji Ran would evoke that shameful recollection. How can we lift this state? Ji Ran inquired urgently, not wishing to partake in a game of and Amp, Oppo's, red light, green light and Amp, Oppo's, with him. In the drawer beneath the table lies a fire spirit stone. Consuming it will restore normalcy. Following Tang Chushuan's instructions, Xie Shian and Oppo's, and indeed found several fiery red stones within the cabinet. Is this the one? Yes, indeed. Tang Chushian eagerly affirmed, his eyes fixed on the fire spirit stone in Xie Shian's hands. Ji Ran called out, Hey, boss, are you not afraid he is deceiving us? How could the ever-cautious Xie Shian and Amp, Oppo's, and easily trust Tang Chushian and Amp, Oppo's, words? Otherwise, he would not have taken one out to gauge his intentions. Observing Tang Chushian and Amp, Oppo's, desperate demeanor. It was evident he anticipated Xie Shian and Apos' skepticism. The urgency in his eyes served as proof of the authenticity of the fire spirit stone in Xie Shian and Apos' possession, thus allowing him to present it to Jiran. Should he have given the stone to Tang Chushin first, he could not guarantee the next one would be genuine. Xie Shian and Apos, and would never gamble with Jiran and Apos' life. After Jiran consumed the fire spirit stone, a wave of heat surged through his body. As the sensation waned, his mobility returned to normal. Seeing Xie Shian and Apos, and remain inactive, Tang Chushin grew impatient. Release me. Are you dreaming? Xie Shian and Apos, and pondered whether this person had been stunned into foolishness, still harboring the delusion that he would receive a fire spirit stone. Chapter 83. Do not rush. There are deceptions. Jiran delivered a swift kick to Tang Chushuan's leg. The sound echoed, crisp as a snap, as the rigid, lifeless body of Tang Chushin cracked, a slender fissure gradually spreading outward across his form. Xie Shian would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. The searing flames seared his body, heating him from within and roasting him from without. Even an indestructible form could not withstand such torment. Tang Chushuan's expression twisted in agony as his body became riddled with cracks, resembling a fragile mirror ready to shatter. In the next heartbeat, he indeed fractured into countless shards before them. Jiran, seemingly unsatisfied, kicked the remnants scattered at his feet aside. Is this what they call a scoundrel? Yet Xie Shian observed that many of the fragments on the ground had mysteriously vanished. Do not rush. There is something amiss. Xie Shian signaled with his gaze, urging Jiran to take note of the remnants on the floor. At that moment, both men discerned an unusual occurrence. If Tang Chushin had indeed been so easily subdued, there would certainly be traces of blood splattered about. Even if his body had stiffened, how could the blood have coagulated? Yet upon inspecting the ground, not a hint of red was to be found. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Jiran's initial thought was that Tang Chushin had hypnotized them once more, plunging them into an illusion. However, Xie Shian remarked that he had not heard the sound of waves. How could he have lulled them into slumber without a sound? As the two remained in perplexity, the fragments strewn across the ground began to levitate, slowly coalescing into a shape, tall and slender with a pointed head, appearing to have lost all semblance of humanity. What in the world is this? Jiran rubbed his eyes vigorously, trying to dispel the surreal sight before him. Xie Shian cautiously tested it with flames. The sizzling sound, akin to that of burning metal, solidified Xie Shian's conviction that the fragments of Tang Chushin were mere illusions. At that moment, the distorted figure before them transformed into a gleaming weapon, a trident. Jiran's eyes, previously wide with fear, regained a semblance of clarity. He had thought Tang Chushin possessed the power of resurrection. It turned out this was merely another of his deceptions. Clearly, eliminating him was not as straightforward as one might have hoped. To think you two managed to escape the illusion unscathed. Tang Chushin appeared, wrapping his arm around Chu Ni's slender waist. Everything that had just transpired was merely a prelude, a greeting he had prepared for them. From the very beginning, Tang Chushin had never underestimated Xie Shian. Since his entry into this building, every action had been under his watchful gaze. He had not anticipated that they would so quickly extricate themselves from the illusion. Jiran's heart trembled at the sight of Chu Ni, his expression tinged with melancholy. Though he had not openly acknowledged their relationship, an emptiness began to swell within him. Resolving to confront his own feelings, he gazed at Chu Ni, determination flashing in his eyes. Chu Ni, I can protect you. Please grant me an opportunity. Can you offer me a stable life? Can you lead a life of ease and respect, akin to Tang Chushin? You cannot. Chu Ni's expression was indifferent. Her gaze towards Ji ran mirroring the one she had cast upon Li Meng. Xie Shian even discerned a hint of disdain upon her features. Upon hearing this, Jiran's unblossomed feelings withered instantly. Realizing that his willingness to sacrifice for her was inconsequential in her eyes, he chose to bury these sentiments deep within. Some actions are taken not for the sake of success, but so that in the future, when reflecting upon them, one may not be left with regrets. Very well. I wish you well in your endeavors. Though Jiran attempted to convince himself to let go, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his face. Tang Chushin impatiently interrupted Jiran before he could finish his thought. Do you not discern the mood? His implication was clear. Chu and I had no desire to engage with him. This left Jiran feeling slightly embarrassed, as if his pride had been trampled underfoot by Tang Chushin. Xie Shian and Apos, and would not allow Tang Chushin to insult Jiran any further. Chu and I will ask you one last time. Have you truly resolved to remain in Yasha High? This marked the first time Xie Shian and Apos and had questioned her with a cold demeanor. Chu and I remained silent. Having burned her bridges, she had already severed her retreat. To please Tang Xie Shian, she uttered words that contradicted her heart. Following you, I would only continue to suffer. It is better to stay by the master of the island and be a mere ornament. Chu and I was acutely aware of her position. She had only met Tang Xie Shian a few times. What was there to discuss in terms of feelings? It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. If one were to compare their relationship, it would be more intimate with Xiaobai. Yet, considering her future, remaining in Yasha might indeed be her best choice at present. Since you have made your decision, we shall no longer disturb you. Take care. Xie Shian bowed slightly to her, wishing to sever ties with Tang Xie Shian. Departing from Yasha could very well be the wisest choice. Leaving the vicinity of Chu and I might be the quickest route to forgetting her. Though Tang Xie Shian was reluctant, witnessing Xie Shian's recent actions stirred doubts within him. Was he truly a match for him? Nevertheless, the blind old man and Appos, as prophecy had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Did this signify that the future had indeed shifted? Contemplating this, Tang Xie Shian could only allow them to depart, harboring an inkling that they would one day cross paths again. As Xie Shian and Jiren walked the path back to the medical hall, Xie Shian spoke with a stern countenance. You were too impulsive. Jiren remained silent, acknowledging that he had indeed acted without sufficient forethought. Had Tang Xie Shian aimed to eradicate individuals like Xie Shian and Appos, and it was likely that his life would have already been forfeited in their recent encounter. One could not deny that Tang Xie Shian was shrewd and cunning. Every step Jiren took was anticipated by him. Is it worth it, to risk everything for a woman? Seeing Xie Shian mention Chu and I, Jiren and Appos' face revealed a rare fluctuation of emotion. Have you ever felt the desire to protect someone with all your might? In the past, Jiren had regarded his feelings for Chu and I as mere friendship. It was only when she was abducted by madmen that he realized the urgency and anxiety that surged within him at the thought of possibly losing her forever. This was a sentiment Jiren had never experienced before. He had thought that once he rescued her from danger, she would regard him differently. To his dismay, she turned and embraced another. Chapter 84. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Xie Shian expressed understanding towards her choice. After all, she was merely a fragile girl, and accompanying him would only lead her deeper into danger and predicament. No one would willingly entrust their life to another. Although he could ensure their safety, he could not guarantee they would not encounter peril. This incident with Chu and I made Xie Shian and Appos and realized that sometimes one must respect the choices of others. Upon returning to the medical clinic, Xie Shian gathered everyone together. The matter concerning Yao Shahai had been resolved, and he intended to set off for the next waypoint that very night. He inquired if anyone wished to leave or join him. The group exchanged glances, surprised by Xie Shian's sudden question. They had all followed him of their own accord. Now that they had become companions, it seemed unreasonable to withdraw midway. Chu and I was merely an exception. It dawned on the others that perhaps her original intentions were different from theirs. She wished only to leave Chunlong City in search of another refuge. Jiren was the first to declare, wherever you go, I shall follow. My aim is to traverse all places in search of a bevy of handsome suitors to become my devoted servants. Luola chuckled joyfully as she spoke, clearly eager to fulfill this desire. Of course, it would be even better if she could possess a more dazzling mech like Jiren. Luo Li's figure was already alluring, and with a slight sway, her bosom seemed to beckon from beneath her fitted attire. Mu Wanru stood at the edge of the crowd, her voice barely audible. I have nowhere else to go. Please let me continue to follow you. She adjusted her glasses, her expression pleading. She always maintained a low profile. Xie Shian and Appos, and understood Mu Wanru and Appos' predicament. If her identity were revealed, it would undoubtedly attract ill-intentioned individuals. This was why she had seldom activated her mech while accompanying him. Perhaps being by Xie Shian's side was indeed safer. Xiaoke looked up at the group with wide eyes, declaring, wherever my brother goes, I shall follow. The group couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable little girl, her mischievous demeanor eliciting laughter. Seeing that everyone had expressed their intentions, Xie Shian and Appos, and declared, since we have all made our decisions, we shall depart tonight. The boatman has already been contacted. Brother, ISNT's sister Chu and I coming with us? The innocent Xiaoke looked around, not having spotted Chu and I, and assumed Xie Shian and Appos, and had forgotten her. Xiaoke, she has found new friends and no longer needs us. Xie Shian replied gently, trying to preserve her image in Xiaoke's eyes. The little girl nodded, seemingly understanding. As Chun's departure lingered in their minds, various thoughts arose among the group, but they tacitly chose not to mention it further. The group dispersed, each attending to their own matters. Suddenly, a rowdy crowd surged into the medical clinic, wreaking havoc and leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Who are you? Halt, or I shall not hold back. Chun Chung reprimanded coldly, but the intruders paid him no heed. It appeared their sole aim was to demolish the clinic, showing no signs of retreat. Seeing their disregard, Chun Chung extracted several gleaming silver needles, each the length of a finger. Do not blame me for being too harsh. He hurled the needles towards them. In an instant, all of them ceased their actions, feeling an unbearable itch enveloping their bodies, as if ants were gnawing at them. The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers to the entrance. One of them recognized a figure amidst the chaos. Isn't that one of Tang Chushuan's lackeys? Tang Chushian held a high position, and there were instances where he could not act directly. These lackeys allowed him to maintain a clean slate, bearing the brunt of blame when necessary. Should anyone pursue the matter, Tang Chushian would undoubtedly cast these lackeys aside without hesitation. Realizing his identity had been exposed, the man ceased to feign innocence. Do you know Xie Shian and is a wanted criminal? Harboring a suspect, what punishment do you think is warranted? Qin Sheng could hardly believe it. How could Xie Shian possibly be a wanted criminal? He had never heard such claims before, nor did he appear to fit the description. The man, sensing Chun Cheng's skepticism, produced several wanted posters from a bag. The reward was boldly inscribed, 10,000 gold. Alongside Xie Shian, several others were included as well. Firstly, I was unaware of this. Secondly, he has already left this place. How shall we handle the damages caused to the clinic? The man scratched at his skin, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I've shown you considerable leniency by not throwing you into the dungeons. You expect compensation? These individuals, accustomed to bullying others due to their association with Tang Chushian, had long forgotten their own identities. Without Tang Chushian, who were they? No compensation today, and not a single one of you shall leave here. Qin Sheng maintained a stern demeanor, since they were acting on Tang Chushian and Appo's orders. It was clear that their audacity stemmed from his backing. He knew that without teaching them a lesson, they would likely refuse to part with any money. As they continued to scratch at their skin, some had already drawn blood, yet they showed no sign of stopping. If this persisted, Qin Sheng could not assure that they would not resort to self-harm due to the unbearable itching. Why is it so itchy? One individual could no longer contain himself, shedding his clothing and pressing his body against the wall, desperately trying to alleviate the relentless itch. The cold surface provided a temporary relief, and soon others followed suit, engaging in this ridiculous display. Qin Sheng thought to himself that while this method might delay their discomfort, it wouldn't resolve the underlying issue. The effects of the itching powder would last for over 20 hours, and by the time it wore off, Xie Shian and the others would have long departed from Yaosha. However, as Chun Chung gazed at the wanted posters in his hand, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be true that they were indeed wanted criminals? Chapter 85. Too ugly to be seen that night. Xie Shian and Appo's, and then his companions gathered at the entrance of the medical hall, shrouded in the cloak of darkness. The events of the day had undoubtedly reached their ears. In an effort to spare Chun Chung further trouble, Xie Shian resolved to depart as soon as everyone had arrived. With their departure, Tang Chushian would have no reason to continue troubling Qin Sheng. Just as they were preparing to leave, a dim light flickered to life around them, gradually forming a surrounding presence. Jiren furrowed his brow, peering into the light and Appo's direction, and could faintly make out a throng of heads. Why do these people persistently haunt us? Jiren mused, suspecting they were once again sent by Tang Chushian, Xie Shian and Appo's, and waved his hand in annoyance, urging, "We must leave quickly before we are discovered." It seemed Tang Chushian was intent on not letting them off easily, as evidenced by the fabricated rumors of a bounty on his head. Xie Shian and Appo's, and turned to Jiren, declaring, "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Now was not the time for hesitation. Jiren scooped up Xiaoku and swiftly headed toward the docked boat under the cover of night. By the time the pursuers reached the medical hall, Xie Shian had already found a concealed spot to hide. The group surveyed their surroundings, puzzled. Did the island master not say we would surely catch them here? Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps we arrived too early. If we can indeed capture them, the bounty will be a substantial reward. It seemed these individuals had fallen for Tang Chushian and Appo's deceit, believing Xie Shian and Appo's, and was genuinely a wanted criminal. We should extinguish the lights. We don't want to alert them, one suggested. Indeed, I've heard his background is not ordinary. If he dares to harm me, I will simply lie down and not get up unless it's for a few thousand gold. Laughter erupted among the group. This was a guaranteed profit. Capturing Xie Shian would mean dividing a bounty of 10,000 gold, an impressive sum for each. However, extinguishing the lights inadvertently granted Xie Shian a chance to escape. Seizing the opportunity, he blended into the crowd and moved slowly toward the exit. Just as he was about to slip out of the encirclement, a firm grip suddenly encircled his arm. "Come with me." Xie Shian and Appos, and immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Chen. Chen led Xie Shian in a frantic dash toward the seaside. Once they reached a secluded area, Chen released his hold on Xie Shian. "Xie Shian, what is happening?" Chen inquired, producing several wanted posters. Xie Shian halted, shrugging to indicate that it was all the work of Tang Xuxian, who sought to use the public's influence to bring him down. Those who came to apprehend him were merely ordinary people blinded by the lure of gold. Tang Xuxian had wagered that Xie Shian would not harm these individuals, thus spreading his rumors with impunity. Should Xie Shian lose control and act out, Tang Xuxian would exploit the situation to demand an explanation from Qinlong City on behalf of himself and the people. Regardless of Xie Shian's choices, Tang Xuxian would find a way to pin the label of wanted criminal upon him. After hearing Xie Shian's explanation, Chen waved his hand, somewhat disbelieving. Regardless, Xie Shian was about to leave. Once he was gone, Cheng's life would return to its usual rhythm, a monotonous cycle. "Thank you for your assistance during this time. If you ever need me in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in Qinlong City." Xie Shian waved goodbye. Chen was the only friend he had made at Yashahai. Of course, that was merely his own sentiment. How Chen perceived him remained unknown. On the ship, the remaining individuals gazed at the receding Qing Yuze, their hearts a tumult of emotions. "Xie Shian, what are you thinking?" Ji Ran observed Xie Shian's troubled expression, unsure if they shared the same thoughts. After a long pause, Xie Shian finally spoke softly. "I have a feeling that Tang Xuxian will not let this rest." Chen alone was certainly no match for the cunning Tang Xuxian. As anticipated, they were worried about the same matter. If they were concerned, would it not be prudent to return and check? Though they had narrowly escaped the encirclement, returning now would be akin to walking into the mouth of danger. However, no one wished to see Chen in peril due to this situation. Luola suggested, "Why don't we split up? I will take Xiaoke and the others back to Qinlong City, while you and Ji Ran investigate the situation." Ji Ran's eyes brightened. It was indeed inconvenient to bring the girls along. "Shall we regroup in Qinlong City?" Luo Lu and Mu Wanra nodded in agreement, understanding that accompanying Xie Shian and Appos and would not be helpful and might even hinder their efforts. After establishing their plan, Xie Shian and Appos and Ji Ran made their way to the deck. The moment their mechas appeared, the enormous mechanical wings seemed eager to take flight. "Be safe, brother, we will wait for you at home." The remaining words were swallowed by the howling sea wind. Meanwhile, Chen and Appos' medical hall remained encircled by the crowd. After bidding farewell to Xie Shian and Appos, and Chen walked back, only to be recognized by a keen-eyed individual. "Isn't he the one who mingles with those wanted criminals? He must know their whereabouts." With that proclamation, Chen became the target of ire, swiftly bound and dragged before Tang Xuxian. Chen remained calm as he regarded those before him, contemplating that by this time, Xie Shian's ship had likely ventured deep into the sea. Tang Xuxian, observing Chen's peculiar mask, smiled slyly. "You seem to always wear that wretched mask. Is it because you are too ugly to be seen?" Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, it is true that I am too ugly to be seen." Tang Xuxian had intended to uncover his weaknesses to shatter his psychological defenses, yet he was taken aback by Chen's indifferent demeanor. "Bring forth the others. I believe the people of Qing Yuze are quite curious about the appearance of the renowned Chen. Remove the mask and parade him through every street of Qing Yuze. Ensure that everyone sees his face." Upon giving the order, two individuals quickly approached to restrain Chen. They pressed him against an interrogation table, the hard edge digging painfully into his chest, causing him to grimace. While they held him down, they expressed their exasperation. "Why did you provoke the island master? What could come of that?" Yet, when the mask was finally removed, both were left dumbfounded. Chapter 86. No one can change faces like him. Before one's eyes was an exceptionally handsome face, with skin so fair it rivaled that of a newborn. The almost translucent complexion resembled that of a freshly shelled egg. If Li Qi's charm was characterized by a brazen and arrogant bravado, then Chen embodied a delicate beauty, possessing a rugged masculinity that surpassed that of many women. Yet, the gentle contours of his visage rendered him akin to a beguiling spirit. Upon witnessing this scene, the two individuals restraining Chen momentarily halted their actions. Were it not for the assurance of his masculinity, they might have easily mistaken him for a woman. The duo had steeled themselves, expecting an unappealing sight. Perhaps a face marred by warts or a crooked nose. Yet the reality was starkly contrary. He was breathtakingly beautiful. A visage that would shine even amidst the finest jewels of Yaochasi. Ah, what a strikingly handsome lad. Tang Xie Shian purred, stroking his chin with an oily expression. Chen Qing chose to ignore his remarks, his piercing gaze fixated on Tang Xie Shian as he declared, "This mask represents my dignity. You have utterly destroyed it. And in doing so, you have obliterated me as well. What nonsense is this? I am merely investigating all individuals related to the suspect," Tang Xie Shian retorted, feigning righteousness while engaging in sordid dealings. "You know full well what you have done. You understand the implications of Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and S bounty better than anyone. Moreover, why have you sought to annihilate them? Is it because they threatened your interests? I suspect you are the one orchestrating this entire affair." Chen Qing articulated his thoughts in one breath, then fixed his scrutinizing gaze upon Tang Xie Shian, as if to imply that nothing could escape his perceptive eyes. Tang Xie Shian's expression morphed rapidly, displaying a kaleidoscope of emotions in mere seconds, surpassing even the swift transformations of a Sichuan opera face-changer. "Do not spout such nonsense. Your baseless conjectures only reflect your distrust of me, and nothing more," he seethed, his face flushed with indignation, realizing the presence of others. He was determined not to let his image of sagacity falter. The two men holding Chen Qing exchanged glances, each discerning the other's thoughts. Indeed, the island lord's intentions regarding Xie Shian had taken on a menacing tone. They had not committed any heinous acts within Yaochasi, in fact. They had driven away marauding pirates who threatened the people of Qinjius. Initially, Tang Xie Shian had treated Xie Shian with courtesy, but something had transpired, causing a complete reversal in his demeanor. Just a day prior, he had welcomed him as an esteemed guest, and now he appeared ready to eradicate him entirely. This abrupt shift sparked speculation. Had Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and uncovered some compromising information about the island lord? Or had he posed a threat to his position? Such thoughts eluded their understanding, as they could not fathom the truth. Had it not been for the blind elder's words, Tang Xie Shian would never have resorted to such madness. Noticing Tang Xie Shian's fury, Chen Qing feared that further discourse might ignite trouble. He reiterated, "First, I have no connection to Xie Shian and Oppos, and secondly, I will not disclose what has transpired today. I implore you to let me go. If you seek someone, know that they have already departed from Yaochasi. Please do not torment an innocent person." Having said this, Chen Qing had conveyed his point. As long as Tang Xie Shian was not foolish, he would choose not to complicate matters further. Moreover, Tang Xie Shian had unearthed Chen Qing and Oppos' closely guarded secret. Although there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy about Chen Qing and Oppos' handsome face, the fact that he chose to conceal it behind a mask spoke volumes of his intentions. Tang Xie Shian remained silent, merely gesturing for Chen Qing to depart. Initially, he had no intention of acting against him. Now, with Chen Qing's assurance that he would keep today's events confidential, it seemed prudent to let him leave. This would also allow Tang Xie Shian to cultivate a reputation as a benevolent figure. Once Chen Qing was out of Tang Xie Shian's sight, he sprinted towards the medical hall. The mask, damaged during the earlier struggle, was no longer wearable, forcing him to shield most of his face with his wide sleeves. Fortunately, the late hour meant the streets were desolate. At that moment, Chen Qing's mind was consumed with a singular thought. He could no longer remain in Qinjius. Tang Xie Shian had seen his face, and aside from him, two subordinates were also privy to it. Even if Tang Xie Shian chose silence, it was difficult to guarantee the same from the others. Thus, the typically cautious Chen Qing resolved to leave that very night. Inside the medical hall, Xie Shian and Amp, Oppos, and softly called out for Chen Qing, receiving no reply. Ji Ren stood watch outside, anxiously observing the surroundings. The streets lay eerily quiet, save for the occasional bark of a dog. A hurried figure approached the alleyway, advancing towards the medical hall in a panic. Fearing it was one of Tang Xie Shian and Oppos' men, Ji Ren quickly concealed himself, activating his combat mode. He was confident he could subdue the intruder with ease. The seconds felt like an eternity as he awaited the figure's arrival. As footsteps grew nearer, Ji Ren silently counted down 3, 2. In a swift motion, Ji Ren spun around, seizing the stranger's shoulders and gripping their wrists. Yet, this figure appeared strangely familiar, accompanied by a faint scent of medicine. With a mix of curiosity and relief, he released his grip and inquired, "Chen Qing?" Having just escaped from Tang Xie Shian's clutches, Chen Qing was startled by the unexpected encounter. After a night filled with shocks, he felt a thin line separating him from madness. Upon seeing Ji Ren's face, he let out a chilling laugh. "I must be losing my mind. How could I possibly see a ghost at this hour?" He muttered to himself, sprinting towards the medical hall. Just moments ago, he had witnessed them boarding a ship. How could they now stand before him? Hey, Chincheng! Xie Ran called softly, trailing closely behind, relentlessly calling his name. This only added to Chincheng and Appo's mounting frustration as Xie Ran and Appo's voice echoed in his ears like an incantation. He could only cover his ears and run faster. Chapter 87. A moment's glance is a profanation of the Divine King until Xie Shian appeared before Chincheng. A shiver ran through Chincheng's heart. Could it be that Xie Shian had not escaped the Yaosha Sea? He struggled to maintain his dwindling sanity. I saw you board the ship. How could you return? We were worried about you, concerned that Tang Xuxian might trouble you if he couldn't locate us, so we came back to check. Xie Shian, perceptive as always, noticed the absence of Chincheng and Appo's usual mask of composure. Did Tang Xuxian do something to you? Chincheng and Appo's expression darkened as he recalled recent events. No, it's nothing. You should leave here quickly. He added, I must also depart. With reluctance, Chincheng surveyed the medical clinic where he had spent so many years. Every table and chair, every blade of grass and every tree was imbued with his memories. You're leaving too? Where will you go? Xie Shian, though unaware of what Tang Xuxian had inflicted upon Chincheng, could see from his bitter smile that this place no longer welcomed him. It was akin to his own past, when he had left the city of Qianlong, far from home. Reminiscing brought forth a bittersweet taste in his heart. Chincheng had not yet contemplated his destination, or rather, he felt he had nowhere to go. He merely shook his head, indicating his indecision. Xie Ran, struck by inspiration, proposed, why not join us? Chincheng was taken aback by the unexpected invitation to join their ranks. To be a suspect like you? I could never accept such an identity. That is merely one perspective. I will find a way to clarify things. It was imperative to address this matter, for allowing Tang Xuxian to twist the truth was intolerable. Moreover, certain fabrications, if left unchallenged, could spiral into absurdity and chaos. Xie Shian and Appo's, and would not permit others to tarnish his reputation. So, where do you plan to go? Wherever it may be, I will not allow Tang Xuxian to gloat. He intended to confront the falsehoods, questioning Tang Xuxian's audacity to proclaim white as black. Furthermore, this matter now implicated Chincheng, an innocent who should not be dragged into the fray. Such conduct was unbecoming of an island lord. Could it be? A strange emotion flickered in Chincheng's gaze. What was Xie Shian planning against Tang Xuxian? Xie Shian smiled calmly. I shall not engage in petty tricks behind the scenes like they do. Xie Ran, exhilarated by his words, recognized the underlying meaning, having followed Xie Shian the longest. I will spread the news, allowing Tang Xuxian to prepare. Yes, do not forget to clarify the bounty issue. Xie Ran and Appo's efficiency reassured Xie Shian and Appo's, and the following day, the entire Yaosha Sea was abuzz with news of Xie Shian's challenge to Tang Xuxian. Many declared that his actions were tantamount to courting death. This boy possesses immense audacity, thinking the Yaosha Sea is akin to Qianlong City? Indeed. He likely remains unaware of the relationship between the Island Lord and the Divine King. Who does he think he is to openly provoke the Island Lord? It was a pity that at such a tender age, he would have to pay the price for his reckless words. This sentiment stirred significant commotion within the Yaosha Sea. Xie Shian, unfazed, observed that it was Tang Xuxian who appeared restless. Could the blind old man's prophecy be on the verge of realization? In a state of urgency, he hastily sent for the blind old man. The blind old man settled before Tang Xuxian, his ancient voice seemingly depleting his scant vitality. To say this matter is difficult would be an understatement. However, altering the outcome is not out of reach. It merely presents a daunting challenge. Please, speak. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, even a 1% chance. Tang Xuxian was unwilling to surrender easily. Even if Xie Shian is formidable, he cannot rival the Divine King Zeus. If you can locate him and persuade him to emerge, I believe you can weather this calamity. The blind old man spoke with conviction, as if finding Zeus would grant Tang Xuxian a lifeline. Little did they know that achieving this was extraordinarily challenging. Tang Xuxian furrowed his brow, murmuring, not to mention that the Divine King has not been seen for many years. Even his subjects are unaware of his whereabouts. Should we find him, what reason would he have to assist me? Despite his elevated status, Tang Xuxian harbored no certainty that he could persuade the eccentric and elusive Zeus. Discovering his location would require considerable effort and expense. Xie Shian and Appo's, and may not afford us much time. Tang Xuxian articulated the crux of the matter, Xie Shian and Appo's, and had already provocatively positioned himself at their doorstep. If they were to boldly seek out the Divine King, it might appear as a retreat. Island Lord, do not panic. I have a plan. The blind old man Sensing Tang Qiuxian's anxiety, offered reassurance. Once Tang Qiuxian calmed down, he recognized that the blind old man indeed had a method. If the blind old man could foresee the whereabouts of the Divine King, it might afford them a fleeting opportunity before Xie Shian and Apos enacted. Blind old man, I am counting on you for this matter. The weight of this statement was profound. Tang Qiuxian placed all his hopes upon the blind old man, as well as the future of the Yaoshasi. The blind old man and Apos' already dimmed eyes fluttered shut slightly. The void before him seemed to gradually clarify. An idyllic paradise materialized within his mind and Apos' eye, where a naked man was scaling a cliff, seemingly in pursuit of a woman. The two ascended rapidly, oblivious to the gaze upon them. Once the blind old man discerned the Divine King's location, the vision abruptly ceased. It felt as though gazing for even a moment longer would be a desecration of the Divine King. Clearing his throat, the blind old man spoke. Tang Qiuxian's throat tightened with anticipation. What have you discovered? Any clues? Xianyu Valley. Upon hearing this name, Tang Qiuxian visibly paused. No wonder the Divine King had not been seen for years. He had concealed himself within Xianyu Valley. I shall dispatch someone to find him at once. Tang Qiuxian, already impatient, immediately sent out a search party upon learning the precise location. Regardless of what the Divine King was engaged in, even if he were toiling away, Tang Qiuxian was determined to bring him back to the Yaoshasi. The blind old man remained silent. His assistance could extend only this far. Whether the future of the Yaoshasi aligned with his vision depended on the willingness of the Divine King Zeus to lend his aid. Chapter 88. Tang Qiuxian calls for reinforcements in the enchanting realm of Xianyugu. A robust man stood before a neat row of slender women, each appearing as fresh and enticing as a ripe peach, exuding an aura of vitality. The man cleared his throat and proclaimed, You, and you shall remain. The rest may depart. The chosen maidens radiated exuberance, while those overlooked departed with heavy hearts, their spirits dampened. Divine King, have a grape, the man cheerfully remarked, savoring the succulent fruit in his mouth, his expression one of pure contentment. Yet, a discordant voice shattered this idyllic scene. Divine King, there is someone outside Xianyuga seeking an audience. The man straightened his posture, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Who is so inconsiderate as to intrude upon my respite? Despite his words, he stood up, intrigued by the visitor, recognizing that reaching this secluded place must have required considerable effort. Surely, one would not traverse such distance without a pressing matter at hand. Upon seeing Tang Qiuxian waiting at the entrance, his eyes narrowed, seemingly probing the purpose of the latter's visit. After a lengthy pause, he appeared to relinquish his inquisitive stance, shrugging and inquiring, What brings you here? Divine King, dire news. Tang Qiuxian exclaimed, his demeanor fraught with urgency. The man furrowed his brow at the sight of Tang Qiuxian's flustered state. What is the cause for such alarm? Is it the end of the world? Tang Qiuxian thought to himself that revealing the existence of Xie Shian and Apos, and would surely rattle the man and Apos' composure far more than the current matter at hand. After recounting the circumstances, the Divine King's expression soured, as if he had ingested something foul. Are you certain the blind elder did not err? Tang Qiuxian remained silent, but his countenance spoke volumes. The Divine King could no longer remain at ease. This youth named Xie Shian and Apos, and was encroaching upon his territory, and he had only just become aware of this unsettling reality. Let us go and ascertain the situation together, he declared, returning to the women who had been waiting patiently. After teasing them briefly, he added, Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Tang Qiuxian observed the spectacle before him, eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated the Divine King and Apos' indulgent behavior. The Divine King, noticing Tang Qiuxian's reaction, scoffed, You fail to comprehend. This is the principle of yin and yang, a profound truth beyond the grasp of mere mortals. What a grandiloquent justification! Tang Qiuxian's eyes twitched. After all these years, the Divine King remained as passionate and amorous as ever. The Divine King, being the foremost among deities, traversed great distances with ease, swiftly accompanying Tang Qiuxian to Yaoshasi. Upon their arrival, they beheld the remnants of a door shattered by Xie Shian and Ji Ran, along with the chaotic disarray that had yet to be addressed. You have already engaged them? The Divine King remarked, scrutinizing the war-torn chamber, not contemplating the impressive destructive capacity of Xie Shian and Apos' mech, but rather expressing distaste for being led to such a desolate site, which hardly befitted his divine stature. Divine Lord, you must assist me, Tang Qiuxian implored, fearing the Divine King and Apos' reproach might lead to a dismissal of his plea. Should that occur, he would find himself utterly isolated, leaving Xie Shian with a distinct advantage. Xie Shian could not allow such a scenario to unfold and hastily began to embellish his plight. Xie Shian and Apos, and does not regard you with any reverence. When I mention your name, he responds with disdain, saying Xie Shian hesitated, apprehensive that uttering the words might provoke the Divine King's ire. What did he say? The tantalizing suspense piqued the Divine King's interest. I dare not speak it. Speak. The Divine King and Apos' tone brooked no dissent, his displeasure evident. That rascal said you're of no consequence. Xie Shian and Apos' voice dwindled to a whisper. Yet every word reached the ears of the Divine King. What? The Divine King erupted in fury. This Xie Shian and Apos', and had the audacity to insult him, clearly dismissing his significance. How could one so accustomed to reverence and admiration simply swallow such an affront? This is intolerable. We shall turn the tide and issue him a challenge. The Divine King slammed his hand down upon the table, which trembled violently before splintering into fragments. Xie Shian felt a weight lift from his chest. Indeed. Let Xie Shian and Apos' and experience the taste of defeat. In 2 days, right here, I shall await him, the Divine King commanded, sitting regally opposite Xie Shian. His words deliberate and resolute. Xie Shian, shedding any semblance of his former authority, listened intently, his demeanor one of subservience, akin to a beggar. Within the medical hall, the messenger hastily departed, akin to a rabbit fleeing for its life, as though the place were a den of malevolence. Clearly, Xie Shian had summoned reinforcements. After shedding his mask, Chen Cheng had resolved to cast aside pretense. His strikingly handsome visage captivated countless hearts, drawing attention wherever he roamed. However, unbeknownst to them, they mistook him for merely another of Xie Shian's companions in Yaosha. Watching the messenger's retreating figure, Chen Cheng expressed his apprehensions to Xie Shian. His mech is renowned as the embodiment of Poseidon. The reinforcements he has summoned must surpass his own strength. Few can rival him. Perhaps no more than can be counted on one hand. Surely, he is a formidable opponent. Keep your worries at bay. If trouble arises, I shall bear the burden. Xie Shian reassured him, though he too remained uncertain of the identity of their impending adversary. Yet, come what may, he would not falter. Do not underestimate Xie Shian. After our last encounter, I have discerned his strengths. As long as I guard against his illusions, his attacks will be nearly inconsequential. Contemplating their previous encounter sent a chill through Xie Shian's core. This memory had become one he wished to forget, along with the presence of Chu and I, whom he had no desire to see again. Xie Shian is a cunning adversary, and we must be prepared. Ji Ran recalled their previous encounter with trepidation. Had Xie Shian not arrived in time, he might have fallen into Xie Shian's trap, oblivious to when he had stepped into its snares. Such was the depth of this individual's cunning and the meticulousness of his schemes. With merely 2 days until their next confrontation, time felt alarmingly short for adequate preparation. While they may not be able to do much, they could ensure that their opponent was equally hindered. Chapter 89. Facing death with valor. Ever since Xie Shian and his companions learned that Xie Shian had found allies, the Yaosha was beset by a multitude of troublesome occurrences. First, an elderly woman mysteriously disappeared, followed by reports of eerie cries echoing from Qingyuze at night. To make matters worse, rumors circulated about the emergence of sea monsters within Yaosha, detailed enough to convince many of their authenticity, thereby instilling widespread fear among the populace. Countless individuals flocked to Xie Shian's office, demanding an explanation. Overwhelmed by the incessant inquiries, Xie Shian was compelled to deploy a significant number of personnel to alleviate the situation. Ji Ran had been closely observing Xie Shian's movements, remaining ever vigilant, wary of falling into another of Xie Shian's traps. That night, Xie Shian and the God King stood atop a high platform, surveying the Yaosha below. Behind them, the blind elder spoke humbly yet respectfully. My Lord God King, the fragments of the visions I foresaw are infallible. In his eagerness to capture the God King's attention, the blind elder exerted himself to the utmost. The God King, maintaining a stoic demeanor, murmured in a tone audible only to the two, could this Xie Shian and Apos and truly be the child of destiny? Despite his divine status, he could not escape the cyclical nature of fate. When he activated the accompanying mecha, he had foreseen the arrival of a person capable of altering the very fabric of the world, a person likely to be the same Xie Shian mentioned by the blind elder and Xie Shian. The God King exhaled slowly, as though a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. Noticing the furrow in his brow, Xie Shian and Apos' expression turned serious as well. 2 days swiftly passed, and soon the appointed time arrived. Xie Shian and Apos and Xie Ran strode boldly toward Tang Chushin and Apos' office, their presence causing an immediate drop in the atmosphere, sending chills through those present. This time, everyone approached with a sense of unwavering determination, as if life itself had become merely a bargaining chip in a high-stakes wager. Chun Chung followed closely behind, his senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings, tensed at the slightest stir. The three formed a triangular formation, gradually closing in on Tang Chushuan's position. The wind atop the platform seemed to howl more fiercely, as if heralding the impending confrontation. Tang Chushian and the God King stood at the edge, already in their mecha states. Although this was Xie Shian's first encounter with the God King, his visage had long been engraved in his mind through the fragments of foreseen visions. At the moment their eyes locked, Xie Shian detected a subtle caution in the God King's demeanor, seemingly wary of him. A smirk crept across Xie Shian's face. The formidable God King appeared to fear a seemingly unremarkable youth. "You are Xie Shian?" The God King's voice struck like a hammer upon Xie Shian. Hearing the ominous tone, Xie Ran was eager to interject but found himself unable to speak. He soared through the air, tracing an arc, as the God King merely raised a finger. Fortunately, Xie Ran's mecha enabled him to fly. Otherwise, he would have certainly sustained serious injuries. He tumbled through the air, his blade gleaming coldly as it unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at the God King, Tang Chushin, and the Blind Elder. Tang Chushin was not to be underestimated. Wielding a trident, he summoned countless ice shards that materialized before him, creating an aura reminiscent of a frozen wasteland, racing towards Xie Ran. Xie Shian was taken aback. The anticipated banter and threats were absent, replaced instead by immediate aggression. If he remained an indifferent observer now, Xie Ran would surely suffer the consequences. The situation grew dire, leaving no room for hesitation. As the flames erupted, the converging ice shards released plumes of white smoke, enveloping the participants. The God King's voice resonated like a haunting whisper, echoing in Xie Shian and Amp, Apos, and Amp, Apos, ears, Xie Shian and Amp, Apos, and do not foolishly aspire to challenge my dominion. I am the God King, the sovereign of this world. You are but mere mortals. If you would bow before me, I might bestow upon you a divine title. Weigh the benefits and drawbacks for yourself. As the God King and Apos' words faded, the white smoke began to dissipate, revealing Xie Ran tightly bound by Tang Chushin and his companions. "You." Xie Shian clenched his fists in fury, astonished that they had managed to exploit his moment of distraction. The God King brazenly threatened him, believing that his lofty benevolence would compel submission. Clearly, no one had ever shared the harrowing tales of Xie Shian and Amp, Apos, and Amp, Apos' own tribulations, with a steely glint in his eyes. Xie Shian and Apos, and coldly declared, "I appreciate the God King and Apos' offer, but your terms hold no allure for me." Though he wore a facade of amiability, his gaze betrayed an unyielding resolve to strike down his adversary. Greed often leads to downfall. Ambition is commendable in the young, yet such aspirations require formidable strength for support. At times, humility is a lesson one must learn. The God King sought to continue his admonition, but Xie Shian and Amp, Apos, and had no desire to endure further lectures. While the youth may indeed benefit from the guidance of the experienced, it should be merely advice, not condescension. With a thunderous fist, Xie Shian and Apos charged at the God King, as if a massive iron weight were hurtling toward him. Boom! Smoke billowed, dust swirling, causing irritation in the throats of those present. Coughing. The God King and Amp, Apos' voice reached Xie Shian and Amp, Apos, and seemingly just within reach. Another punch was thrown, the force akin to a tempest, radiating energy that illuminated the dim surroundings, dazzling the eyes of all. Bang! Xie Shian could not ascertain whether he had struck the God King, but the impact certainly sent someone flying. As the dust settled, a cry of pain pierced through. Hiss! It was the Blind Elder. He collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his lips, casting a sorrowful, furious gaze towards Xie Shian. Though unable to perceive his expression, gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "Xie Shian, I will not allow you to harm the God King." It turned out that Xie Shian's attack had not been misdirected. The iron fist intended for the God King had instead struck the Blind Elder. Yet, Xie Shian and Apos showed no mercy, for this battle could not be lost. Thus, each strike was delivered with unparalleled ferocity. The Blind Elder, on the brink of death, flailed his hands in the air, seemingly searching for something. My Lord God King, I shall forever remain subservient to your majesty." The blind elder desperately sought assurance that the god king had not been accidentally harmed by Xie Shian and Appos. And yet after a prolonged silence, he received no response. Chapter 90. This world will be redefined, my Lord God. The blind elder's heart hung in uncertainty as he continued to call out to the deity, still clinging to hope. The atmosphere was chaotic. The tone of the god was indifferent, as though he disregarded all the sacrifices the blind elder had made for him. It seemed that his efforts were merely his own unilateral wishful thinking. With a wave of his hand, the god dismissed the insignificant creatures, suggesting that they should feel fortunate to offer their meager value to him. Xie Shian furrowed his brow at the absurdity of the words. How could one regard human life as mere fodder, even attempting to manipulate others into making futile sacrifices? A deity should embody compassion and mercy, taking the well-being of the world as their duty, not simply demanding without regard like the god before him. The blind elder, severely wounded and aware of his impending demise, still worried for him. My Lord God, this is all I can do for you. You must prevail over Xie Shian. The god pinched his brows in impatience, his gaze filled with disdain, scoffing at the elder and Appos' futile words. Xie Shian and Appos, who shall inevitably confront one another as adversaries. Come at me with all you have. Xie Shian and Appos, and let out a cold laugh, his eyes turning fierce. The god's mech was undoubtedly a legendary model, even more formidable than anyone he had encountered before. However, Xie Shian was confident that he could usurp his position after today. The god noticed the ominous shadows gathering around him, the clouds overhead appearing to threaten to crush him beneath their weight. Xie Shian smiled faintly at the god, a smile laced with anticipation. Xie Shian, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, his mech gathering power, only to be interrupted by the god. When the god's hands made contact with Xie Shian's body, he withered visibly, almost as if his essence was being drained away, resembling a desiccated corpse. Xie Shian's eyes were filled with disbelief as he summoned his remaining strength to question, God, what are you doing? Excruciating pain twisted his expression, akin to a brittle branch being bent to the brink of snapping. The god was absorbing his mech attributes. Moreover, he was doing so while Xie Shian was still alive. Indeed, the god was extremely selfish, willing to sacrifice countless lives to preserve his own. Yet, before the god could fully absorb Xie Shian's attributes, Xie Shian stepped forward, resolutely closing the distance. Zeus, a capricious deity. By what right could he claim dominion over this world? Now, standing face to face with this legendary god, Xie Shian felt an unsettling calm within, as if he had foreseen this day's arrival. As Xie Shian approached, the god hastily withdrew, channeling all his power into his mech. Subsequently, a radiant beam shot skyward, illuminating the heavens as brightly as day. In the next instant, a powerful bolt of lightning struck towards Xie Shian's face. However, Xie Shian merely raised his iron fist, inviting the lightning to course through his body, showing no intent of resistance. It seemed the god remained unaware that his own four-element mech possessed the power to manipulate lightning as well. Xie Shian's actions appeared utterly casual, as if he were deliberately guiding the lightning through him. The god, witnessing this, wondered if the man had a death wish. Yet, in the next moment, he found his assumption utterly absurd. Xie Shian's form was enveloped in lightning, emanating a dazzling glow. Strange sounds resonated from his mech. Though the lightning was meant to be an attack from the god, it now seemed to dance playfully upon Xie Shian and Appos in form. The god's expression darkened noticeably, for he had sensed the lethal aura emanating from Xie Shian. To his knowledge, no one besides himself possessed the power to control lightning. Who are you? The god's voice remained firm, yet the slightest tremor in his tone betrayed his anxiety. I am a descendant of Huaxia, wielding the power of Nuwa and the abilities of divine beasts. The god, upon hearing Nuwa's name from Xie Shian, suddenly appeared dazed. He had not anticipated that the suppressed power of Huaxia mythology would resurface after centuries. This is impossible. You are a beast, an aberration. I am the supreme deity. The god's emotions surged, as if he were desperately concealing a certain truth. As his agitation grew, a massive black hole began to manifest behind him. Die. Aberrations have but one fate, death. The self-proclaimed noble deity was now in a frenzied state, devoid of reason. Had it not been for Xie Shian's persistent suppression, he might have descended into madness. The cacophony of his shouts battered Xie Shian and Appos' eardrums. The lightning enveloping his body surged outward, akin to a venomous serpent poised to ensnare its prey. The overwhelming pressure cascaded upon the god, who could not mask his panic. Although he had come to recognize Xie Shian's identity, he quailed before such terrifying power. Even a deity as formidable as he dared not face the strike, let alone Tang Xie Shian. Before the lightning could touch either of them, Xie Shian had vanished from sight. By the time they reacted, a shadow loomed above them. The scorching heat of the fierce flames engulfed them, a tempestuous force threatening to obliterate all existence. Accompanied by Xie Shian's chilling voice came the final despair for the two. This is your orchestrated scheme, deliberately diminishing the status of the divine beast while lauding the powers of Western gods, all to annihilate the bearers of Xie and Apos as strength. Merely to enhance your own mech attributes, am I wrong, God? With the final word, the violent flames consumed both Tang Xie Shian and the god. Following the thunderous explosion, two figures engulfed in flames writhed and screamed within the inferno, as if celebrating one last revelry against the powers of the Western deities. This all transpired in a whirlwind, catching the god off guard, unprepared to be so easily vanquished by the youth before him. Tang Xie Shian, protect me. Water. Quickly summon the water. A torrent erupted, drenching them thoroughly, yet it failed to quell the raging flames. But Tang Xie Shian was too engrossed in fleeing to heed his pleas. It was only then that the god came to grips with reality. He had anticipated witnessing Xie Shian cower in fear. Yet the envisioned scene had manifested in Tang Xie Shian instead. The pressure the god exerted upon Xie Shian did not break him, rather, it propelled him forward against the odds. Observing the absurdity before him, the god bowed his head in self-reproach. This battle was undeniably a defeat for him, not merely against Xie Shian, but against the resurgence of Huaxia's mythological power. As a vanquished being, the god knew he had lost all dignity to continue living. Better to perish heroically than to become a laughingstock. As the smoke cleared, two charred corpses lay upon the ground, their identities indistinguishable. Jiran stood at a distance, witnessing this scene with a flutter of emotion. Until their gazes met, Xie Shian and Jiran exchanged a smile, a moment of shared understanding amidst the chaos. This world is destined to be redefined. Upon hearing this, Jiran smiled in relief. Has the long-awaited fair world that several have pursued finally arrived? The end.